The stars shatter, the myriad phenomena descend, the abyss looms, and all things meet their end. Welcome to Survive and Evolve, the sole path to salvation. Survival is the primal yearning, the instinctive pursuit of existence, while evolution forms the very foundation of survival. Yearning for life, seeking vitality, infinite evolution. Welcome to Survive and Evolve the game. In the boundless darkness of annihilation and the unfathomable depths of despair lies the abyss, the terminus of all chaos and destruction. Above the abyss, the remnants of the celestial sphere and countless beings are in pursuit of that elusive, singular path to life. A century ago, the world transformed and the entirety of Earth descended into this realm. The loading of the Survive and Evolve game brought both power and despair, relegating many to the submerged stratum of the lowest echelon. As the epic wanes, those who have failed to evolve over the course of 100 years have plummeted into the abyss alongside the submerged stratum. Four modes of evolution: individuals, collectives, civilizations, and celestial bodies. Yet how many can ultimately achieve evolution, discover the path to survival, and ascend to a higher tier, a minuscule miracle capable of accomplishing anything, yet paradoxically nothing at all? The obliteration of one soul gives rise to another. His last words were for me to take care of you. I know you are no longer him, but this is my brother's choice, and I shall not harbor hatred. I will bring him back. Fortunate one, you are the true fortunate one. Not because fortune favors you, but because you cherish fortune. Chapter 1. The Syndrome of Soul Extinction. A sharp pain jolted him awake from his slumbering thoughts. Goodness, why does my head ache so? Li Xiao groaned, struggling to open his eyes, raising his somewhat limp right hand to rub his forehead, alleviating the pain ever so slightly. He distinctly remembered merely having a normal sleep, comfortably nestled in dreams, when a sudden pain yanked him from the depths of slumber. As he rubbed his forehead to ease the throbbing, Li Xiao blinked, finding some relief for his parched eyes. What intense light! How long have I been asleep? And why is it so hot? I didn't even turn on the air conditioning, and it feels like it's over 30 degrees. Li Xiao murmured under his breath. He recalled quite well that he had gone to bed at 9 o'clock the previous night. Given that it was winter in the Bashu region, it was only around 8 in the morning when daylight truly broke. Yet, the brightness now was akin to midday. How long had he truly slept? As for the temperature, given his temperament, even if he had turned on the air conditioning, he would never set it to such a high degree. This heat was reminiscent of midsummer. Wait a moment, this position. Wasn't I sleeping in bed? Why am I sitting? Li Xiao felt that something was amiss. He had been peacefully resting in bed, yet now he found himself seated. Moreover, the texture of the seat was not that of his gaming chair at home. Rather, it evoked memories of his high school days, that sensation of dozing off in class. After a brief moment, as the pain subsided, his vision finally focused, and Li Xiao could discern the surroundings beneath him. Though distinctly different from any desk he had encountered before, the style was still recognizable. On the desk lay an unopened book with covers inscribed with cognition of the four paths, exploration precautions for the old ruins, and newcomer guidelines, the surface marred with traces of saliva. What on earth is happening? A prank? The bizarre circumstances caused Li Xiao to forget his headache. Lost in bewilderment, he gazed up, staring at the unfamiliar classroom environment, a group of vibrant youths, and the teacher at the podium clad in garments that glinted with a dull metallic sheen, lecturing. And then he noticed his own arms, now remarkably youthful. Are these my hands? Li Xiao murmured in disbelief, gazing at his now delicate arms. These hands were clearly not his. His hands are not so slender, nor so soft. After a moment's thought, Li Xiao reached a conclusion. At the very least, these were not his original hands. His exaggerated movements and the murmured words had drawn the attention of his classmates, including the teacher at the front. The teacher's stern gaze was sharp and heavy, compelling Li Xiao to lower his head involuntarily. Li Xiao, even with your permission to sleep due to the syndrome of soul extinction, you must not disturb others during class. The teacher's words left Li Xiao momentarily stunned. Syndrome of soul extinction? What is that? Confusion flooded his mind. And are they really calling my name? Before Li Xiao could ponder further, an excruciating pain surged forth, crashing over him like a tidal wave, unstoppable, emanating from his entire being, transmitted through his nerves, ultimately converging in his brain. Deep within his mind, waves of pain continued to crest. Under the weight of this overlapping agony, Li Xiao, an ordinary person, could endure for scarcely a second before collapsing sideways. Just before he fell to the ground, his deskmate reached out and caught him. Teacher, Li Xiao seems to have fainted. The teacher approached, placing a hand on Li Xiao's forehead, frowning slightly after a moment. Zhoubai, take him to the school infirmary. Understood, teacher. With that, Zhoubai effortlessly lifted Li Xiao and exited the classroom. Watching Li Xiao being carried away, the teacher couldn't help but shake his head gently, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Li Xiao had once entered Sinyan No. 1 high school with the highest score in the city's entrance exam, and in every aspect, be it body cultivation, combat techniques, or any other discipline. He had been significantly ahead of his peers. However, shortly after the entrance exam, just a few days into high school, he had unexpectedly fallen unconscious and was rushed to the hospital. After extensive examinations, it was a third-tier ordinary physician, possessing a special occupation as a divine healer, who uncovered the issue. It lay within his soul. This was a previously unseen ailment, and Li Xiao was the first case. Ultimately, based on the symptoms, this affliction was designated as the syndrome of soul extinction. With no point of origin, no place to return, the soul gradually extinguished its own essence until it was utterly obliterated. Ultimately, the soul perished, and the body followed. Sudat As Li Xiao was the first case. No treatment could be devised. Moreover, at this juncture, the third epoch of survival was nearing its end. With less than a century remaining, and Earth remained in the submerged stratum. Should the epoch conclude without achieving evolution, all of Huaxia, and indeed Earth itself, would face annihilation at this moment. Everyone was preoccupied with the survival game, striving to enhance their progress in the evolution of the stars, leaving little time to attend to the peculiar affliction that had beset them. Li Xiao's interruption added a modicum of noise to the classroom, but with a mere nasal sound from the teacher, silence swiftly enveloped the room once more. Lying upon the hospital bed, after the doctor employed techniques such as holy light and soothing spells, Li Xiao's once grotesque expression gradually transformed into one of tranquility. Zhou Bai, who had brought him here, also made his departure after ensuring Li Xiao's arrival at this juncture. Within the recesses of Li Xiao's mind, or rather his soul's domain, he gazed upon the final remaining flicker of a soul's light, slowly fading away, unsure of what to articulate. That flicker belonged to the true owner of this body, the soul of Li Xiao from this world. Please, take good care of Xiao Ran. With those last frail words spoken, the soul of Li Xiao dissipated entirely, vanishing into the ether. It was in that moment that an ineffable sensation surged within him. Li Xiao sensed that he had completely assumed control of this body, the agony previously caused by rejection. Evaporating instantaneously, he realized that should he wish it, he could awaken at once. However, Li Xiao refrained from doing so, instead shifting his soul into the space where Li Xiao's memories were housed. As his soul made contact, Li Xiao commenced the perusal of his predecessor's memories. Through this exploration, he became enlightened about the particulars of the world he had traversed into. This realm was also Earth, yet it was not the Earth that Li Xiao once knew. Although the historical narrative bore similarities, subtle divergences persisted. Time advanced to the 2030s of the 21st century. A cataclysmic transformation swept across the cosmos, leading the entirety of Earth, nay, the entire solar system, into an unfamiliar expanse of the starry sky. This realm was dubbed the starry expanse of survival. The global launch of the survival evolution game marked the onset of all subsequent changes. The starry expanse of survival is delineated by epochs lasting 10,000 years. At the culmination of each epoch, all tiers descend by one, while the lowest tier, the submergence layer, plummets directly into the abyss, resulting in total annihilation to endure. One must engage in the survival evolution game, completing the necessary evolution to ascend to a higher tier in order to survive. Earth now resided within the submergence layer. There remained less than 200 years until the end of the epoch. Within the framework of the survival game, four paths of evolution were established at its inception, offering choices for evolution methods. Within a single year, every nation and every race across the globe had completed their selection of evolution methods. Subsequently, all individuals committed themselves to the survival game, laboring diligently towards evolution. Now, a century has elapsed. Li Xiao was unaware of the conditions abroad, only knowing that the situation domestically was rather tumultuous. Over the past century, domestic history has been characterized by a semblance of order, aside from the initial decade of turmoil. The subsequent 90 years unfolded with remarkable stability. During those early 10 years, the ancestors ventured forth, immersing themselves in the survival game, ultimately establishing a robust system. In the ensuing 90 years, Huaxia adhered to a meticulously devised plan, progressing steadily until the present day, where the chosen evolutionary method of stellar ascension has reached 65% completion. Given the current state of affairs in Huaxia, both in terms of population and other metrics, there is a palpable momentum towards advancement. In the forthcoming century, it is entirely feasible to complete the evolution and ascend to the next tier, ensuring their continued existence. Chapter 2. The game begins. After spending much of the day, Li Xiao finally managed to peruse the memories of Li Xiao, gaining a preliminary understanding of this world. For instance, yesterday marked the annual game loading day for all high schools in Sanyang City, a day designated for the new generation of students to log into the survival evolution game. When Earth first appeared in this starry expanse, all of humanity had loaded the survival evolution game. However, it was later discovered that newborns born after this event had not accessed the game. To enable them to do so, a specific item was required, the guiding origin stone, which could be exchanged in the game's system marketplace at a considerable cost. Currently, in Huaxia, it was impossible to secure one stone for each city. The stone used in Sanyang City was stored there, but shared among several surrounding cities. Yesterday, all senior students in Sanyang City completed their game loading, and today, it was rumored that the stone had already been transported out of the city. The senior students still attended school today, where seasoned teachers, who had previously undertaken multiple explorations for survival, would guide them through their first exploration. The intense pain Li Xiao had previously experienced was primarily due to the fact that Li Xiao had loaded the survival game, which sensed two similar souls, creating a momentary state of confusion. However, at this moment, Li Xiao's soul had completely dissipated, and Li Xiao had gained full control over the body, with the survival game now integrated into Li Xiao's essence. According to the knowledge gleaned from the memories, the next step was to find a medium capable of bearing text to engage in the game. Text, indeed, this survival evolution game was fundamentally a text-based experience. Even a simple sheet of paper could suffice to play the game. However, it was now the 22nd century, and despite the global focus on survival games and the enhancement of individual abilities over the past century, technological advancement had not progressed significantly. Nevertheless, the iteration speed of electronic devices, such as mobile phones, remained consistent with a century ago and had become quite affordable. Although each iteration might not introduce many new features, the process of iteration had never ceased. After thoroughly reviewing the memories with minimal discrepancies, Li Xiao was prepared to awaken. The soul took over the body. In the infirmary, on the hospital bed, Li Xiao's eyes gradually opened. After a few breaths, Li Xiao was fully awake. "Ah, you're awake?" A melodious and crisp voice chimed from beside. Instinctively, Li Xiao turned to see a graceful figure and the familiar face from Li Xiao's memories, one of the doctors at the school clinic, Bai Su. Over the past 3 years, Li Xiao had visited the school infirmary numerous times, and she had always been the one to assist in his treatment. Additionally, she was just a few grades above Li Xiao, having once been a prodigious student who graduated from Sanyang No. 1 High School. In a mere 2 years, she had achieved remarkable accolades, directly advancing to the third tier of the mortal realm, mastering the art of body forging. Initially, when Li Xiao entered Sanyang No. 1 High School, the school's expectations for him were that he would become the next Bai Su. Bai Su, holding a pen in one hand and a clipboard in the other, approached Li Xiao's hospital bed. "How do you feel?" Li Xiao sat up on the bed, stretching his body and basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, a joyful smile illuminating his face. "I feel wonderful." Bai Su delicately tapped her pen on the clipboard. "How wonderful is wonderful?" Li Xiao rose and, smiling at Bai Su, replied, "Does being cured count as wonderful enough?" Bai Su raised an eyebrow at his response. "Oh." In an instant, before Li Xiao could react, Bai Su's hand was pressed against his forehead, and a faint ink-colored glow blossomed from her palm. Li Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as a refreshing sensation washed over him, instantly alleviating the lingering pain. Moments later, recalling Li Xiao's memories, he understood what was unfolding. The divine physician's skill, disease detection. Bai Su had employed this skill on Li Xiao multiple times before. Meanwhile, after examining Li Xiao's condition with her skill, Bai Su's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You're truly healed." From Li Xiao's perspective, given her typically composed demeanor, this was the most significant change in her expression he had ever witnessed, highlighting her shock and disbelief. After a brief moment, Bai Su retracted her hand, her astonishment subdued. "Your soul annihilation syndrome has genuinely been completely cured." However, her tone revealed an underlying turbulence within her. "What were the findings of your examination?" Li Xiao inquired with a smile. Bai Su took a deep breath, suppressing her somewhat chaotic thoughts, and nodded gently. "Your soul annihilation syndrome is indeed healed. However, there are some other issues." Bai Su's words prompted a slight frown from Li Xiao. "What issues?" "Minor internal damage caused by a sudden powerful stimulus, leading to metabolic dysfunction. Does that count?" Upon hearing Bai Su's words, Li Xiao immediately recalled the incident that had caused him to faint from pain. "Senior, please help me." Observing Li Xiao's suddenly flattering tone, Bai Su's lips twitched imperceptibly. The next moment, her delicate hand lifted, and a verdant energy enveloped Li Xiao, whom in just a breath's time, under the influence of that verdant energy, Li Xiao felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. Although he couldn't articulate the sensation, it was as though everything within him flowed smoothly. "Senior, could you assist me once more?" Li Xiao looked at Bai Su again. Bai Su paused for a moment before responding. "What assistance do you need?" Li Xiao retrieved his phone from his bag and smiled. "Isn't it time to begin my first game? If I return to the classroom now, I might miss it, so I was hoping you could watch over it for me." "Of course," Bai Su replied calmly with a nod. "Thank you, senior." With a note of gratitude, Li Xiao sat down, unlocked his phone, and silently murmured, "Load the game." As Li Xiao's thoughts materialized, the phone's interface subtly transformed, and a moment later, a brand new icon appeared. The icon depicted an enormous black void dominating 90% of the screen, with a hint of faint glimmers flickering in the remaining space. The next instant, before Li Xiao's finger could make contact, the icon automatically clicked open, launching the game. Stars shatter, all things fall, the abyss descends, all things end. Welcome to survival evolution. Here lies the only path to survival. The two phrases glided across the screen, surrounded by the flickering of dim starlight amidst the infinite darkness. After 3 breaths, the scene transitioned, a pale blue hue enveloping the interface, where 2 lines of text appeared, one reading, character, the other, begin exploration. Li Xiao pointedly tapped on the character section, and in the next moment, his character interface unfolded. However, instead of displaying the character panel immediately, a line of text materialized. Please choose your evolutionary path. Divine path, celestial path, genetic path, martial path, other paths, unable to choose. Regarding this selection, Li Xiao hesitated little and chose the 4th option, martial path. The reason was simple. Over the past century, the initial decades had seen the predecessors of Huaxia traverse and experiment with all 4 paths extensively. Even within this submerged realm, one can ascend only to the sublimation 0 level, which lies beyond the mundane 3rd stage. Yet, through the core of the stars, coupled with extraordinary talent and considerable expenditure, along with foresight and deduction, it has finally been determined that the path of martial arts reigns supreme. The most extreme of the divine, exalted and aloof, whilst the immortal is the most merciless, looking down upon life itself. These 2 paths, upon reaching the mid to late stages of cultivation, transcend humanity, or rather, they cease to regard themselves as human. In contrast, the genetic pathway, under the lens of deduction, belongs to the technological framework. Presently, Earth lacks the requisite time to develop its technological systems, and resources pertaining to the genetic pathway are insufficient. The martial arts pathway, however, possesses the greatest universality and is the most suitable for contemporary China. These matters are chronicled in history, featured within textbooks, and echoed in the words of instructors. Upon choosing the path of evolution, the interface dissipated in the blink of an eye, revealing Li Xiao's character panel upon the screen. Name, Li Xiao. Spirit. Path, martial arts. Level, none 0-10. Occupation, forger, unique. Talent, immortal trait, fortunate 1. Skills, forging, unique, max level. General knowledge, unique, max level. Starfire body forging method, 4 stars, level 90, 100. Military arts 9 styles, 3 stars, level 99, 100. Basic firearms proficiency, 1 star, 100, 100. Equipment, standard long gun of China, 1st stage, ordinary. Standard full body armor of China, 1st stage, ordinary. Life protecting talisman X3. Storage space, level 3, 444. Status, dragon power enhancement, special. Energy, 0 points, 10. Gazing at the character panel displayed on the screen, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This panel was utterly incongruous, almost excessively lavish. Ignoring the equipment section, which included items automatically distributed to all players upon loading the game, he found the first entry beneath his name, the spirit, troubling. The essence of spirit remained shrouded in mystery, speculated to be the origin of life and a crucial component for engaging in the game. Each session consumed a portion of spirit. Should one perish within the game, their spirit would dissipate. Conversely, if one accomplished their gaming objectives and returned, their spirit would remain intact, and the consumed spirit was exceptionally difficult to replenish, taking a decade to recover even a fraction. Ordinarily, an adult's spirit ranges from a minimum of 10 to a maximum of 20 points. However, certain exceptional beings endowed with formidable talents possess a baseline of 20 points, with no upper limit defined. Yet, Li Xiao's spirit was represented by 6 question marks, its limits and quantity unknown. Next, he scrutinized the occupation section, which had assigned him a profession immediately upon entering the game, an occurrence documented, albeit infrequently, across the nation, with thousands of cases emerging annually. What perplexed Li Xiao was the singular suffix accompanying his occupation. In the extensive records accumulated over the past century, the qualities attributed to professions included ordinary, special, hidden, extreme, and mythical. Yet, the unique quality had never been encountered until now. Then came the talent section, which revealed 3 distinct traits, the last of which was unnamed. As for the skills section, the 2 skills marked as unique and max level appeared to be bestowed by his profession. With a subtle movement of his finger, Li Xiao opened the descriptions for these extraordinary attributes. Forger. Quality. Unique occupation, exclusive profession. Ability. With hands as tools and thoughts as the stage, forge all that you desire. Profession skills. Forging, unique. General knowledge, unique. Forging. With hands as tools and thoughts as the stage, at any time and place, without reliance on external objects. You can directly consume materials to forge items. General knowledge. Your eyes can unveil numerous hidden truths. Immortal trait. Your spirit is eternal. Fortunate 1. Do not doubt. You are the true embodiment of fortune, not merely favored by luck, but rather, you are the custodian of fortune. Observing these painfully simplistic descriptions, Li Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The last entry lacked any explanation whatsoever. After closing these descriptions, His gaze shifted to the storage space and status sections. He recognized the Dragon Power Enhancement status from his memories, belonging to the Core Enhancement of China, which augmented the strength of all its citizens by 20,000 pounds. This status would remain effective until one ascended to the second stage of the mundane realm. Should one fail to ascend, it would remain active indefinitely. Conversely, the storage space, boasting a level 3 dimension of 4 by 4 by 4 meters, was perplexing. Normally, upon entering the game, one would possess a level 1 storage space, a 1 meter cubic area. To upgrade from a level 1 to a level 3 storage space would require an energy expenditure surpassing that needed for an individual to reach the third stage of the mundane realm. Thus, the question lingered in Li Xiao's mind. Why was this the case? He felt a twinge of envy. For if this energy were not allocated to upgrading the storage space, but instead utilized to elevate his own level, he could directly leap to the third stage of the mundane realm. Alas, such was not to be. Li Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Why the sigh? Came the voice of Baisu from not far behind. It's nothing, Li Xiao replied, shaking his head. Fortunately, each player's game interface is visible solely to themselves. Li Xiao mused. Otherwise, if others were to glimpse his character panel, it could potentially incite unnecessary turmoil. After a brief pause in thought, he closed the character interface and returned to the initial two options. Character. Begin exploration. This time, Li Xiao's finger rested upon Begin exploration. In the next instant, the interface shimmered with twinkling starlight, and then everything plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. The black abyss has arrived. All things shall cease, swallowing the stars, polluting all, and countless beings shall be engulfed within. Survival is the foremost desire. Seeking life is an instinctual pursuit. Evolution is the foundation of survival. Desire for survival. Pursuit of opportunities, infinite evolution. Welcome to the game of survival and evolution. In the boundless black abyss, upon the old ruins, lies a multitude of possibilities. Perhaps the key to survival resides within. Pitiful, ignorant souls, go forth to explore, to seek, to evolve, to survive. Ding. Will you invest a point of spirit to commence exploration? Yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao's finger descended to select yes. In the following instant, the scene transformed. Chapter 3, A Fortunate Blood. The game interface initially succumbed to darkness, yet after 2 breaths, a glimmer of golden light emerged at the center of the screen, shimmering brilliantly. This point of light plunged downward into the infinite blackness. The game interface began to scroll. Explore, pursue, survive, evolve. The game commences. Welcome to survival and evolution. As the black abyss descends, all things shall end. The game officially begins. In the faint light, all appears blurred and indistinct, in a realm devoid of sound. You have descended upon the ruins of dilapidated and decayed structures. Choose wisely, for every decision bears upon your life. A faint breeze, carrying the scent of decay, wafts through the gaps, entering the building. The ignorant wretches, the survivors. Your path of survival has commenced. Within the edifices, layers of dust accumulated over countless epochs blanket everything. All is decay and ruin, shattering into fragments at the mere brush of your hand. Only the peculiar stone walls persist, albeit in a state of disrepair and with but a modicum of force. They could be toppled. You survey your surroundings, and apart from the shattered remnants of decay, there is naught else. Survivor, please commence your exploration or retreat henceforth. Paying no heed to the text, Li Xiao promptly accessed his storage space, selecting the standard long spear and the standard full body armor for his equipment. You have equipped the Huaxia standard full body armor, Tier 1, Ordinary, and the Huaxia standard long spear, Tier 1, Ordinary. You have grown slightly stronger. The Dragon Power Enhancement state has been activated. You feel a formidable force enveloping your physique, augmenting your strength. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao decisively chose exploration over retreat. Exploration commenced. You step out of the dilapidated structure, a breeze laden with decay whispering across the desolate ruins. Vigilant, you scan the vicinity and discover, not far ahead, a 2-meter-tall monstrosity fixating its gaze upon you, its black pupils, putrid body, and foul exudate, with quivering flesh protrusions that evoke a sense of unease at a mere glance. The creature lunges towards you, launching an attack. You are assaulted by the creature. Its claw, adorned with writhing flesh, descends upon you, leaving distinct claw marks upon your armor's chest plate. Yet, to pierce through the armor, it requires at least 10 such strikes. Under the weight of its immense power, you are flung backward, crashing into the structure behind you, which crumbles with a thunderous roar, burying you beneath its debris. General knowledge, skills automatically activated. You discern the details of the creature. Name, Corrupted Cultist of Distortion. Rank, Mortal Tier 2. Quality, Elite. Drops, Shattered Seed of Faith, Claw of Distortion. Gazing at the displayed information, Li Xiao's lips twitched. Indeed, it mirrored the materials from textbooks, a door-opening slaughter scenario that 99% of individuals encountered during their inaugural survival game. Fortunately, the universally distributed full-body armor had spared him from demise amidst the sudden ambush. Now, Li Xiao faced 2 choices: to engage in combat or to utilize a life-saving talisman to teleport 2 kilometers away. The creature approaches. Please make your choice. Observing the pressing text prompt, Li Xiao furrowed his brow, ultimately gritting his teeth and opting for battle, refraining from accessing the storage space to employ the talisman. You have chosen battle. Your fighting spirit ignites. In your inaugural skirmish, the Dragon Power Enhancement State boosts your capabilities by an additional 50%. Your martial fervor surges. And your skill, Military Arts 9 Forms, officially steps into the second tier, rendering you even stronger. You sense the overwhelming power surging within you. A fiery force coursing through your being as you grip the long spear tightly, charging forth from the ruins to thrust at the creature now before you. The upgraded Military Arts 9 Forms possesses extraordinary attributes, channeling the vitality of blood to enshroud the spear in flames, amplifying its might. The creature, caught off guard, is impaled directly in its heart by your spear. Roar. The creature emits a pained bellow, its quivering flesh writhing in frenzied agony, having lost all semblance of reason. It instinctively attempts to retreat, yet its feeble form cannot comply. Congratulations, fortunate one. Your seemingly casual strike has pierced its core, causing its rank to plummet from Mortal Tier 2 to Mortal Tier 1, rendering it temporarily incapacitated. The information displayed before Li Xiao dispelled the tension within him, bringing forth a radiant smile. Is this the power of a fortunate one? Li Xiao mused. Truly, it deserves to be classified as a unique talent, such extraordinary luck. While pondering, he pressed the next option. You remain undeterred. The spear, swirling with fiery blood, shatters its core completely, striking it multiple times. As the flames sever the creature's body into fragments. From the wounds, flesh sprouts forth, yearning to rejoin, but the flames consume its final vestiges of life. As the flames extinguish, the creature perishes entirely, reduced to ashes. You have successfully slain the corrupted cultist of distortion, and your final evaluation rises. With the creature's demise, you acquire the following drops: Shattered Seed of Faith X1, Claw of Distortion X2. As the battle concludes, the flames ignited by the Military Arts 9 Forms extinguish. Due to insufficient strength in forcibly activating the skill, you trigger after effects, plunging you into a state of weakness for 1 hour. Observing the scrolling information, Li Xiao could not suppress a slight smirk. Although ensnared in a state of weakness, he had vanquished a Mortal Tier 2 creature, and an elite at that. Given that this was his first foray into the game as an ordinary individual, slaying a Mortal Tier 2 elite monster would significantly elevate his assessment score. You appear quite pleased, reveling in a stroke of fortunate victory. However, dear survivor, it seems you have forgotten where you are. This is the old abyss. And the taboo here is to refrain from excessively displaying brilliance and power in the face of insufficient strength. Upon reading this text, Li Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, the joy on his face evaporating instantaneously. He had been contemplating a gamble, but had neglected this critical detail. Li Xiao had perused all of Li Xiao's memories, yet they were not his own. Despite having read through them, he could not help but overlook certain aspects amidst the multitude of information. Regardless of Li Xiao's changing demeanor, the text continued to scroll. Even though this is merely the inner perimeter surface, and you have yet to truly step into the abyss, for you, still submerged in the depths of despair, and merely an ordinary person, this place remains an absolute forbidden zone. You have transgressed the taboo. Prepare yourself to face the backlash. Chapter 4, Forging. Listen, from all directions, the sounds of monsters dragging across the earth resonate, accompanied by low, guttural roars and the rustling of writhing tendrils. Hear them hasten, as the ground trembles beneath them. Listen, they roar, their excited howls carried by the wind. You sense the piercing gazes upon you, each one causing your weakened form to tremble slightly. You perceive, and also see, a tide of monsters surging from all directions. The weakest among them rivals the creature you barely overcame with sheer luck, with many far stronger. Mortal Tier 2 is but fodder. Mortal Tier 3 is a deluge. You even glimpse, farther still, the ascendant monsters advancing towards you. Foolish survivor, are you ready to be torn asunder by the monsters? Following this, 2 options materialize. Fight to the bitter end, surrender, and flee. Gazing at the final taunting question and the 2 options, Li Xiao could not help but twitch his lips at the mocking tone. Yet ultimately, he pressed the second choice from the depths of his heart. As Li Xiao made his selection, the text upon the interface continued to scroll. Recently, the monstrous beings have surged forth, and in the dimly lit surroundings, the exact number of these creatures remains obscured. All that is visible is a dense array of figures, shrouding you further in darkness. Within your heart, the fervor of battle is suppressed by fear, prompting you to swiftly make a choice. Drawing forth a protective talisman from your storage space, you activate it without hesitation. Roars. The cacophony of monstrous growls reverberates as several creatures close in around you, their claws poised to strike. In the final moment, accompanied by a flicker of faint light, you vanish from your original position. The claws of the monsters swipe through the air, landing instead upon their fellow beasts, igniting a chaotic fray. Upon witnessing the successful teleportation notification, Li Xiao lets out a slight sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped unscathed. Moments later, the ellipsis concludes, and the text continues to scroll. Congratulations, the protective talisman has been successfully utilized. You have been randomly teleported 2 kilometers away, successfully evading the encirclement of the monsters. On the other side of the hospital room, seated upon a chair is Bai Su, her figure alluringly curvaceous, clad in a white lab coat. With her legs elegantly crossed and arms resting beneath her prominent bosom, her gaze remains predominantly fixed upon Li Xiao. A look of indifference graces her features, yet her eyes betray a depth of contemplation. What she ponders remains a mystery to all. The interface persists in its scrolling. Teleportation complete. You find yourself amidst the desolate ruins, surrounded by crumbling structures and a ground riddled with pits. You lie concealed within the dilapidated edifice, suppressing your presence as you await the cessation of your weakened state. In this moment of waiting, monsters pass by not far from your hiding place, oblivious to your presence, granting you a temporary reprieve as you continue your vigil. You remain in this state of anticipation, observing the persistent ellipsis on the interface. Li Xiao, now momentarily unoccupied, accesses her storage space and examines 2 items recently acquired from the deformed cultist. Shattered Seed of Belief. Category: Material. Quality: First tier exquisite. Description: A devout follower, even after the demise of their deity, maintained unwavering faith until their own death, succumbing to corruption and deformation, ultimately perishing without their God reaping the power of belief. The accumulated belief energy crystallized within them, resulting in the shattered seed of belief. Yet, under the taint of corruption, that belief lies in ruins. Deformed Claw. Category: Material. Quality: First tier exquisite. Description: The claw of a second-tier elite monster from the mundane realm. After a brief examination, Li Xiao navigates to the skills interface, her gaze settling on the singular skill prominently displayed at the forefront, the unique forging skill. From previous encounters with the skills menu, she had noted that the forging skill consistently glimmered, indicating its availability for use. This implied that she could employ the forging skill at any moment. In her memories inherited from her past self, Li Xiao recalled that skills pertaining to blacksmiths and alchemists typically required specific tools and environments. Without such conditions, these skills would appear grayed out in the interface, rendering them unusable. Yet, considering the name of the blacksmith profession alongside the skill forging, it seemed to belong to this category. However, the skill remained accessible. Contemplating further, Li Xiao recalled the earlier description of the blacksmith profession and the forging skill. With hands as tools and thoughts as the anvil, one could forge at any time and place without the need for external implements. Instinctively, her finger pressed upon the forging skill. The text flickered. Do you wish to use the forging skill? Without hesitation, Li Xiao confirmed her selection. Forging skill activated. Please select the materials you wish to utilize for forging. The forging skill is special and not limited to specific material categories. Gazing at the emerging text, Li Xiao pondered briefly, opening her storage space to test whether the talisman, the shattered seed of belief, and the deformed claw could all be utilized as inputs. After consideration, she also opened the interface for her equipped Chinese-style full armor and the Chinese-style spear, discovering they too could be included. After a few moments of reflection, driven by the desire to experiment with the forging skill's effects, Li Xiao decided to input the Chinese-style spear, the shattered seed of belief, the deformed claw, and a protective talisman into the forging process. Concurrently, thoughts swirled in her mind. As the materials were submitted, the forging skill began to operate, and the text on the interface commenced its scrolling. Awaiting input. Forging skill activated. Material input completed, commencing the forging process. Subsequently, the rolling text transformed to awaiting input. Forging in progress. The phrase indicating the forging process appeared particularly dense. Within mere seconds, the text scrolled through numerous iterations. Thus, within an atmosphere of tense anticipation, Li Xiao awaited for over 7 minutes until the stagnant text finally displayed a change. Forging complete. Congratulations. You have acquired the explosive spear, first tier rare. Without hesitation, Li Xiao promptly accessed the interface for the explosive spear. Equipment, explosive spear. Grade, first tier. Quality, rare. Abilities, final eruption, guardian teleportation. Final eruption. With unwavering devotion until the end, the belief accumulated over time bursts forth in this ultimate moment. And even in its shattered state, it can unleash unprecedented power. The eruption, equivalent to the self-detonation attack of a second-tier mundane creature, boasts a force comparable to that of a third-tier entity. Upon usage, the spear will be destroyed. Guardian teleportation. When the final eruption is activated, guardian teleportation is initiated, transporting the user 2 kilometers away. Upon observing the newly forged explosive spear, Li Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. It had progressed from first-tier ordinary to first-tier rare quality, a remarkable enhancement. A first-tier rare weapon, even without the military enhancement techniques, would easily breach the defenses of second-tier mundane monsters. Moreover, the 2 newly acquired skills, the final eruption clearly derived from the shattered seed of belief, while guardian teleportation stemmed from the protective talisman, were indeed valuable enhancements. Chapter 5. the City of Heroes. At this moment, the interface continued to scroll. Detected the special nature of the forging skill. It does not require any specific environment, does not impede the user's mobility, and has no effect on personal actions. The skill is now activated in a permanent mode, allowing for usage at any time. As this line of text appeared, Li Xiao observed a new section emerge on the game's main interface, distinct from the existing skill bar, storage bar, and other categories. It was labeled Forging. Contemplating this fresh, Forging section, Li Xiao found herself inundated with thoughts regarding this skill. Yet, at present, her storage space contained no materials apart from the last protective talisman, forcing her to temporarily suppress her musings. Originally, Li Xiao had intended to rise and take a brief respite while awaiting the conclusion of her weakened state. Yet before she could stand, the incessantly scrolling, awaiting input, abruptly halted. A new text message materialized on the interface. The forging complete, the residual warmth dissipates. Holding the vessel in your hands, you perceive the remnants of pure power coursing through your body. As the pure energy infuses your being, you feel a slight augmentation of strength, and the sensation of weakness significantly diminishes, though it lingers for less than 10 more minutes. Although the feeling of frailty will persist for a while longer, you find that you are capable of action once again. A glimmer of surprise flickers across Li Xiao's face. The forging skill possesses such an effect. Truly, it is a remarkable and unprecedented skill, indeed potent. In light of this revelation, Li Xiao remains seated, continuing to engage with the game. As the game progresses, you bravely endure your weakened state, rising to explore. Having learned from prior experiences, you cautiously exit the structure, stifling your presence and treading carefully upon the ruins. Select the direction you wish to explore. Within the old ruins, the orientation is disarrayed. You whimsically designate 4 directions of your choice. 1. East, where a dim environment reveals only a vague expanse. 2. South, shrouded in darkness, presenting a mere blur. 3. West, filled with the cacophony of monstrous roars, seemingly the direction from whence you were transported. 4. North, still enshrouded in shadow, yet for a fleeting moment, you perceive a glimmering point of light in the darkened sky to the north. Selecting the longest option, Li Xiao deliberates briefly before choosing option 4, heading north. You have made your choice and proceed cautiously toward the northern ruins. Observing the ellipses in the text, which momentarily lack new developments, Li Xiao furrows his brow. He contemplates the 4th entry regarding the flickering light high in the sky. According to the accumulated wisdom of predecessors who explored the ruins over the centuries, darkness is an omnipresent theme in any ruin. All manifestations of light, provided monsters are within a kilometer, will inevitably be drawn to it. Furthermore, should a single monster fixate upon you and remain unresolved for a brief period, its roar will attract even more monsters. An endless tide of beasts will rend apart any who dare breach the taboo. Just as Li Xiao had unwittingly incited a frenzy moments ago, the surrounding monsters converged upon him. Had it not been for his protective charm, his inaugural game would have concluded prematurely. Several monsters pass nearby, and you remain utterly still amidst the ruins, fearful of stirring even the slightest noise to alert them. 2 minutes later, in the dimness, you observe the monsters retreat, disappearing from sight, and cautiously rise to continue your journey. As you advance, the text scrolls multiple times, and reality unfolds over the course of several minutes. At last, the newly rolled text shifts from advancing. Before you lies a 30-meter-high wall of colossal stones, its surface marred with various marks, uneven and pockmarked, the result of enduring erosion. You touch the wall with your weapon, and a gentle scrape yields a deep groove, sending a cascade of weathered stone fragments to the ground. Gazing upon the wall, once magnificent, yet now crumbling within, you fall into silence. The 30-meter wall, too decayed to scale, poses the risk of producing considerable noise should you attempt to breach it. Having learned from foolish missteps, you choose not to proceed in that manner. Ultimately, you tread quietly along the wall's edge, seeking the entrance. Li Xiao observes the text with solemnity. The ruins, once veiled by the abyss, now form part of it, leaving only the remnants and the countless monsters that inhabit them. The abyss has never been a mere illusion. It exists, obscured behind the glimmering stars in the night sky, in the depths of unending darkness beneath the submerged layer. Millennia pass as epics shift, and the emergence of survival games alongside social stratification marks the dawn of the 3rd epoch. From the information gleaned within these survival games, it is known that at the end of each epoch, all layers descend 1 tier, while the deepest submerged layer plummets directly into the abyss. Now, less than a century remains until the conclusion of the 3rd epoch, and Earth remains within the submerged layer. If within this century, Huaxia fails to evolve and ascend to a new tier, both Huaxia and the entire Earth shall sink into the abyss, destined to become new ruins in due course. Amidst Li Xiao's contemplation, the text scrolls once more. Fortune favors you. Having traversed less than a kilometer, you discover a breach in the wall. Peering within, you see no gate, only a gentle breeze carrying away remnants. In the dim environment, With visibility severely limited, you discern no monsters in sight, and you prepare to enter the wall's opening. Without hesitation, Li Xiao selects the option to enter the gate. Having come this far, he is determined to explore. For even a decayed fortress holds greater value than the desolation beyond. As you step through the opening, you suddenly glance upward and behold, among the massive stones, several indistinct and peculiar characters etched within the 7-meter-high wall. Knowledge awakens. You comprehend the meaning of the characters. They read City of the Brave. Is it truly the City of the Brave? Li Xiao silently muses, his lips moving in a whisper that produces no sound. Chapter 6. To retreat or to explore. Without further hesitation, you stride into the city. Fortunate one, your luck is commendable. The formidable monster that looms in the city's center has momentarily diverted its gaze, granting you safe passage within, unnoticed. Upon reading this text, Li Xiao's heart races. Had it not been for the activation of his fortunate one trait, he might have been ensnared the moment he entered the city. From previous entries, it is evident that the ruins he has entered do not lie at the edge of the surface layer or in a transitional zone, but rather within the inner perimeter. A perilous domain for a newcomer. Here, the monsters that once roamed the ruins are no less than elite Tier 2 creatures. Based on the knowledge amassed over the past century in Huaxia, monsters deemed to occupy a territory within this inner area are at least Tier 3, if not the initial stage of crystallization. The power of the crystallization tier, even at its nascent stage, far exceeds that of the mundane tier. Given that Li Xiao has yet to step into the first tier, should he attract the attention of such entities, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, his fortunate one trait has intervened. Otherwise, his game would have concluded already. In a state of dread, you hastily seek refuge within a dilapidated building to evade the gaze of the lurking monsters. Discontent with mere concealment, you ponder ways to continue exploring without detection. And as you unconsciously raise your gaze, you notice the closely adjacent structures and the crumbling, cracked walls of those buildings. As you draw near, you delicately trace the wall with the tip of your weapon, the decayed and desolate surface succumbing to the rare and sharp edge of your blade, allowing it to be effortlessly pierced without the slightest sound. Observing the description within the text, Li Xiao comprehends the objective with clarity. With your blade, you deftly carve out an opening in the closely interconnected edifices, facilitating your passage, and promptly traverse through to the adjacent structure. After a brief wait within the confines of the building, you scrutinize the surroundings and ascertain that no monstrosities are present outside. You proceed to replicate this maneuver, entering another building. However, this one too proves to be merely ordinary, devoid of any useful items upon your search. After exploring multiple structures, it becomes evident that you are merely on the periphery of the hero's city, a realm once inhabited by common folk, lacking in anything of significant worth to investigate. To truly uncover items of value, one must venture deeper into the heart of the city or alternatively, depart for the vast ruins beyond. In the infirmary, Li Xiao gazes thoughtfully at the two options presented on the interface, contemplating whether to leave or to brave the risks of exploring towards the center of Hero's City. Yet, after a few moments of reflection, she frowns at the option of departure. Previously, when entering Hero's City, her talent, Fortunate One, had activated, sparing her from the gaze of the formidable creature that prowled here. However, should she choose to leave now, having lingered for such a duration, the likelihood of exposing herself to its watchful eyes is alarmingly high, a certain death awaiting her. As for seeking an alternative escape by digging beneath the city, a new text materializes within the interface in response to her thoughts. Driven by an urge to exit Hero's City from below, you take action, employing your blade to commence excavation. The resonant clang of metal against stone reverberates as, after digging to a depth of 1 meter, you encounter a layer of remarkably hard stone material beneath Hero's City, faint traces of blood staining its surface. Your blade fails to leave even a scratch upon this formidable barrier. Thus, your aspiration to retreat underground ends in failure. Your choices are presented anew. Li Xiao shakes her head in resignation, her lips twitching slightly. To retreat carries immense uncertainty. Not only is it unclear what treasures the ruins might hold, but the very act of leaving poses a significant risk of being scrutinized by the lurking creature, a scenario fraught with peril. Betting on the reactivation of her fortunate talent seems an unreliable gamble. Choosing to advance is equally a gamble, one that relies on her ability to discover valuable items within, while also risking capture by the roaming beasts or detection by the one that lies in wait. After a brief moment, Li Xiao grits her teeth, resolution solidifying in her heart as she selects her course of action. Upon making her choice, the text resumes its flow. After considerable deliberation, you opt to continue your exploration towards the city's center. Your blade swings repeatedly as you navigate through building after building, gradually approaching the inner district of Hero's City. Li Xiao watches the screen with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Beside her, Baisu observes the rapid shifts in Li Xiao's expression, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Has she encountered a precarious situation in the game? Baisu muses, recalling her own initial foray into the game, where she had spawned in an old ruin within the transitional zone, a place sparsely inhabited by monsters. That time, She methodically and cautiously eliminated numerous foes, though ultimately, she was felled by an elite creature of the second tier, leading a pack of lesser monsters. Nevertheless, her performance garnered high praise, enabling her to ascend to the first tier after her subsequent achievements. She wonders whether her junior has found themselves in the fringe zone or, perhaps, in the same transitional zone as herself, or in a rare, perilous occurrence, within the outer ruins that are several times more dangerous. Having traversed numerous structures and daringly crossed an open street, you finally succeed in entering the inner district of Hero City. You gaze upon the buildings, their architectural complexity far surpassing that of the outer city, a surge of curiosity igniting within you as you stealthily slip into one of the edifices. You conduct a meticulous and cautious search of the ground floor, refraining from ascending to the second, which lies in ruin, as doing so would expose you to the creature's gaze. Within, you discover a first-tier magic crystal, residual energy still clinging to it, which you promptly stow away in your inventory. The prospect of a successful find alleviates the tension etched upon Li Zhao's features. Continuing onward, you acquire another first-tier magic crystal. Yet no further treasures reveal themselves. Chapter 7. It descends from the heights of the tower. As you observe several lines of text roll by, devoid of any rewards, Li Zhao's lips twitch in exasperation. Indeed, one ought not to harbor excessive expectations of this game, lest it deliver a series of disappointments. The intersection of cross streets, broad and expansive, separates your current building from those across the way. With the text pausing, Li Zhao realizes it is once again time to make a choice. As anticipated, options appear before her. Your choices are: 1. Avoid risks and continue exploring the current area. 2. Dare to cross the street and explore the grander structures ahead. 3. Take a chance by crossing the street to the left, where the sounds of monsters can be heard. 4. Venture into the diagonal cluster of buildings across the way. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zhao selects the second option. Having come this far, she resolves to take a greater risk. After all, the worst that could happen is failure, marking the end of this gaming session, albeit with a minor loss of spirit. Moreover, whether she would indeed suffer a loss remains uncertain, as she recalls her talent, immortal trait, wondering if it will activate in this instance, given her previous performance and the bonus for her initial entry. Alongside her accomplishment of slaying a second-tier elite monster with her mortal form, her evaluation should already be quite favorable. With a decision made, you prepare to bravely cross the street towards the area closer to the city's core. Observing from within the building, you assess the situation outdoors, wary of any lurking monsters. Yet, the dimness of the environment restricts your visibility, rendering it difficult to discern any further details. The shadowy and silent street instills a sense of unease within you. However, having resolved to proceed, you refuse to abandon your course. With utmost caution, you step outside, striving to make no sound, crawling low as you inch towards the opposite side of the street. Moving silently, moving cautiously. Thus, you watch the interface as the moving text scrolls repeatedly, until, after 3 minutes, the words abruptly shift. After much effort, you have finally crossed the street without uttering a single extraneous sound or attracting any attention. At least, one would hope so. Upon reading this message, Li Zhao's brows furrowed in unease, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Indeed, the subsequent rolling text confirmed his suspicions. Poor fortunate soul, this time luck has not sheltered you. Despite your caution, restraint, and concealment, the gaze that surveys the entire city has long since shifted back to you. The moment you stepped out of the building, you were exposed to its line of sight. It is descending from the tower, hastening toward you. You have 5 minutes left. A chilling hiss echoed from the sky, sending shivers down your spine as if confronted by some horrifying entity. The sound lingered in the air, yet your attention was drawn to other noises emanating from various directions within the city. Those were the sounds of monsters scurrying about. In that moment, you deduced the truth. The hiss was a command from the formidable creature that loomed above, and the monsters within the city were now stirred to life, obliterating your chance of escape. As Li Zhao scanned the game text, his countenance darkened. Indeed, the game had devised a formidable challenge for him. Not merely a blow to the head, but a colossal pillar poised to crush him. You have been marked by the lurking monster. Its movements have awakened the dark forces of this place, and you can no longer utilize the forced escape option. Forced escape allowed for an immediate recall of one's spirit, directly concluding the game. Otherwise, the final evaluation would be downgraded by 1 level, and all rewards would be randomly halved. The only advantage of a voluntary exit was the preservation of one's spirit. Normally, to conclude the game, one must do so in a safe environment, devoid of monsters within a certain radius, and must have slain at least one creature to opt for a proper conclusion. Alternatively, being slain by a monster would trigger an automatic end to the game, resulting in the loss of one's spirit and any items obtained within the spirit realm. Gazing at the latest message, Li Zhao looked to the top of the interface, where the forced escape option had indeed turned gray and became unusable. Contemplation ensued, and moments later, new text appeared. The monster is approaching. What is your choice? Simultaneously, a blank text box materialized on the interface, indicating that Li Zhao must decide his next course of action. After a brief pause, his brows furrowed, fierce determination reflecting in his eyes. With a thought, his words manifested in the blank text box. No longer hesitating, I will run with all my might, weaving through the buildings in search of valuable items. With his decision made, the game text continued to unfold. You have chosen to bet on your talent. Even if you perish, your spirit may yet return, bringing back what you have gained. You no longer tread with the same cautiousness as before, no longer concealing yourself. Stepping out of the current building, you surveyed your surroundings. And within moments, you had locked onto a target, the tallest structure in the dim environment. With your direction set, you charged toward your objective. Upon reaching it, you thrust your weapon forward, violently breaching the decayed stone door, creating a gaping hole to enter. Without hesitation, you began to scour the entire edifice. As you searched, the sounds of monsters grew ever closer, their chilling gazes becoming increasingly oppressive. In your anxious wait, 37 seconds passed. Each tick of the clock felt like an eternity to you. The game text scrolled once more. You have searched the entire building and found but a rusted metal box. All else is mere debris. With a flick of your weapon, the long-decayed magical runes upon the box disintegrated, revealing two items before you: a crystal radiating pure white sanctity and a peculiar stone tablet inscribed with enigmatic patterns. At this moment, you could think of nothing else but to hastily stow both items into your storage space. Congratulations, you have acquired the Sacred Light Crystal, Rare, Tier 2, and the Special Original Crystal Tablet, Perfect, Tier 2. At this juncture, Li Xiao could scarcely afford to dwell on the newfound treasures, for the monsters were drawing near, and time was slipping away. Chapter 8, Ascension. Amidst Li Xiao's rising tension, the game text continued to unfurl. Hasten, search further. He fervently urged himself. As the text continued to scroll, it indeed echoed his thoughts. You are unwilling to concede at this juncture and begin to search the surrounding buildings. As the search text updated every few seconds, he understood that each interval represented the spirit's completion of a search in the vicinity. The text rolled on until it reached a climax. You have halted your actions, standing silently atop a building, for the monster has arrived. At this moment, there were no further rewards to be had. You lifted your gaze to behold the colossal shadow approaching, its overwhelming presence rendering you momentarily paralyzed. As the immense figure drew closer, you finally discerned its form in the dim light. A massive serpent, blood-red in hue, its scales quivering with a grotesque vitality, its dark, gray eyes exuding a frigid malevolence. The serpent's tongue flicked in and out, and even from a distance, the stench of decay and corruption wafted towards you. Beneath the serpent slithered numerous lesser creatures, all monsters roaming this city of heroes, subservient to the serpent's might. The weakest among them exuded a presence of at least Tier 2, while the majority surpassed that, boasting a Tier 3 essence. Your eyes fixated on the colossal serpent as you activated a knowledge skill, acquiring information about the blood magic serpent. Name, Blood Magic Serpent. Rank, Condensation 0 tier, a mere step away from Condensation 1 tier. Quality, Lord. Drops, 1 drop of tainted divine blood, Perfect, Tier 3. Collectibles, Flesh Lord Core, Rare. Tier 3, Shattered Fong, Rare, Tier 3. Blood Pattern Serpent Scale, Rare, Tier 3. Blood Pattern Spine, Rare, Tier 3. Gazing at the displayed information, Li Xiao couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. A Lord-quality monster. He had initially presumed it to be only a general-quality creature, never expecting it to be a Lord. Moreover, the rank description indicated it was but a step away from the first tier of condensation. From the knowledge inherited from Li Xiao, he understood that monsters ruling over territories were typically of general quality or higher. They did not merely dominate a locality, but an entire ancient ruin. He never imagined that his first venture into the game would thrust him into the presence of a Lord-level monster, and he now stood face to face with its formidable existence. Originally, Li Xiao had contemplated making one final desperate attempt, relying on the explosive skill of the burst spear to confront a few second-tier mundane creatures, hoping to enhance his final evaluation. However, that notion was now utterly futile. A being of the condensed essence tier, of lordly quality, could easily extinguish Li Xiao with a mere spit. In a state of panic, you hurriedly stowed the burst spear and your full body armor into your storage space. Yet, just as you had managed to conceal the burst spear, before you could fully secure your armor, a swift sound pierced the air, and you lost consciousness. Your head burst, blood splattering as your lifeless body fell backward. You perished, slain by a mere droplet from the blood demon serpent. However, all was not yet concluded. Though your body lay dead, your spirit lingered on, dissipating into the void as you watched your essence float away. The cold, serpentine eyes of the blood demon serpent glimmered with avarice. It hungered. With a piercing shriek, the grotesque, massive serpent lunged toward your corpse, devouring your ethereal form whole. Yet it was all in vain. Due to your undying trait, your spirit is imperishable, limitless. No force can confine your essence. Your spirit passed straight through the body of the blood demon serpent, slipping into the infinite expanse. The game beckoned you, and your spirit returned successfully, incurring no losses. Within the city of heroes, an enraged shriek resonated. Upon reading the final 3 lines of text, a subtle smile crept onto Li Xiao's lips, dissipating the tension etched on his face. The undying trait, a perpetual deity. Now, it was time for the final tally. After a brief wait of several seconds, the text on the interface began to scroll once more. Game concluded, commencing evaluation. Survival is the foremost pursuit. Evolution is the foundation of survival. Congratulations. You have completed your first survival evolution game. Now, the evaluation begins. You are truly a fortunate one, a genuine prodigy, an unwavering explorer, and a quintessential gambler. Simply on a whim, you dared to stake everything, and indeed, you succeeded. As a mere mortal who had yet to tread the first tier of mundanity, you faced the lord that dominated the entire old ruins. Though you were but a featherweight before it, your courage is commendable. Your mortal form has entirely vanquished the second-tier elite monster, the twisted follower of corruption, resulting in a significant increase in evaluation. You explored the ruins, reaching the City of Heroes, further elevating your score. You confronted the lordly monster dwelling in the old ruins, which also enhanced your evaluation. Successfully outwitting the blood demon serpent and retrieving your spirit brought about yet another boost. Although some of your actions during the process were deemed foolish and ignorant, they did not detract from your final evaluation. Comprehensive evaluation. Perfect level, multiplier 16, current tier, sunken layer, energy base, 1, total acquired. Perfect level evaluation, energy, 16. Points, 160. Self-acquired items include first tier magic crystal, ordinary, holy light crystal, rare, second tier, special origin crystal slate, perfect, second tier, now stored in your main storage space. The game has concluded, and the limited time shop has opened. Would you like to enter? Observing the options scrolling across the game text, Li Xiao promptly pressed yes, indifferent to whether he could afford anything. Merely viewing the offerings was worthwhile. In the next moment, the limited time shop interface appeared. Fragment of a shattered artifact. Exchange points, 900, 000. Hero's sword, excellent. Third tier 40, 000. Hero's set, rare, third tier 90, 000. Radiant crystal, excellent. Second tier 1, 000. Bottle of holy water, delicate, first tier 200. Flame crystal, delicate, second tier 800. Gazing at the array of exorbitantly priced items, Li Xiao's lips twitched. With only 170 points, he could procure nothing. Disheartened by the shop's offerings, he chose to close it and return to the initial interface. Clicking on the character interface, Li Xiao consumed the energy he had just acquired, filling the progress bar behind the mortal tier to completion. The text rolled onward. Energy sufficient, congratulations. You have successfully ascended to the first tier of mundanity. As the game text manifested, Li Xiao felt a sudden tremor within his body. A powerful warmth coursing through him relentlessly. His aura began to rise steadily. The initial stage of body forging, which would have taken considerable time to complete, was now instantaneously fulfilled, with the Starfire forging technique compensating for the 10 points of proficiency, thus elevating him to the second tier. His body, now forged, witnessed the continuous flow of fresh vitality, reinforcing his flesh, meridians, and bones. For an ordinary talent, achieving body forging and stepping into the mundane first tier would yield a strength of 10,000 kilograms, alongside corresponding physical attributes as a foundation. In contrast, an exceptional talent, depending on individual circumstances, would experience varying degrees of enhancement beyond that baseline. Li Xiao could perceive that with his current body forging, his raw physical power stood at a baseline of 20,000 kilograms, equating to 20 tons, rendering his physical strength formidable. His aura surged, a tempest of vitality swirling around him. Chapter 9, Returning Home. Li Xiao's ascension to the first tier of mundanity was impossible to overlook. The tumultuous aura surrounding him, coupled with the visibly palpable transformation of his form and the heightened life energy that required special sensitivity to perceive, all signified that he had indeed advanced. Contemplating this, even Baisu's typically frosty visage betrayed a hint of surprise. To achieve the first tier of mundanity in one's inaugural game indicated that his evaluation was at least of perfect caliber. Initially, Baisu had believed that after 3 years of stagnation, achieving an excellent evaluation and a fourfold multiplier would be the best possible outcome for Li Xiao. Yet, he had astonishingly surpassed her expectations. To achieve at least a perfect evaluation in his first game, ascending straight to the first tier of mundanity, was remarkable. Li Xiao's advancement continued. After nearly a minute of observation, Baisu's expression grew slightly complex. The astonishment on her face had faded. After all, how could a person who could recover from soul self-destruction syndrome be considered ordinary? Even after 3 years of stagnation, he remained incomparable to the average individual. As she spoke, Baisu waved her hand, activating a skill. A faint green energy enveloped Li Xiao, swiftly merging with him. The healing skill of the divine physician, deep healing, could mend any subtle internal injuries that had arisen from the rapid advancement. After this, Baisu returned to her seat, her gaze still appraising Li Xiao. 5 minutes elapsed, and the tumultuous energy surrounding Li Xiao gradually subsided, his rising aura stabilizing. After several breaths, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Li Xiao stowed his phone and turned to Bai Su, expressing his gratitude. Perfect level evaluation? Bai Su inquired, her tone neutral. Indeed, Li Xiao nodded in affirmation. Having directly ascended to the first tier of mundanity, he had no intention of concealing anything. Bai Su rose, her delicate hand resting on Li Xiao's shoulder. Her tone slightly astonished yet cool. After 3 years of idleness, you have still managed to achieve such heights. You are impressive. Certainly far stronger than I was in my time. Li Xiao smiled and expressed her gratitude to senior sister Bai Su for the compliment. Let us work hard together. With your talent, given time, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of our great nation. Bai Su spoke with a hint of nostalgia, aware that even she, now at the 3rd level of the mortal realm, was not far from the condensed essence stage. However, the distance to be recognized as a pillar of our nation remained vast. Otherwise, she would not still be here. Yet, she believed that the person before her, who had squandered 3 years yet still achieved a perfect rating in their first game, had a high probability of succeeding in the future. I shall take your kind words to heart, Li Xiao replied with a grin, her tone somewhat teasing. Upon hearing this, Bai Su found herself at a loss for words. At this hour, I should head home. Farewell, senior sister. After exiting the school infirmary, Li Xiao returned to her classroom to gather her belongings before making her way toward the school gate. By this time, classes had been over for an hour, and the campus was enveloped in tranquility. Soon, after exchanging pleasantries with the security guard, Li Xiao stepped outside the school gates and followed the path etched in her memory back home. With her current status at the first level of the mortal realm and her body having taken shape, the journey from school to home would typically take only a few minutes. Yet, she strolled leisurely for nearly half an hour. I truly don't know how to handle this sudden addition of a sister, Li Xiao sighed helplessly. To be honest, even now, everything felt somewhat surreal. After all, the notion of transmigration was indeed fantastical. Although this was still Huaxia, it was markedly different from the Huaxia she had known before: survival games, universal cultivation, the abyss, and so forth. Even though she had accepted this new reality, she still felt a sense of disorientation. Her previous life had been that of an ordinary person caught in the hustle and bustle, and her parents, having had her later in life, had passed away 2 years after her university graduation, their remains interred in their hometown as per their wishes. As a staunch single, she had never contemplated seeking a partner, nor had she ever pursued one. For 2 years, she had lived aimlessly, only to inexplicably find herself in this new world. Logically, she should have had little to reminisce about in her original life. Yet, for no apparent reason, standing on this street, Li Xiao suddenly longed for home. Will I ever be able to return? She murmured with a hint of confusion. Amidst her homesickness and bewilderment, she recalled the words entrusted to her by Li Xiao before his complete dissolution, to take care of his sister. Although this newfound relative bore no genuine blood ties to either herself or her predecessor, having been brought out of the orphanage by the latter, their bond surpassed that of mere siblings. This made her feel even more at a loss, for she was not truly her sister's brother. Her body remained that of the original, yet her soul belonged to Li Xiao, not Li Xiao. Standing at the doorstep, clutching the key, she hesitated, caught in a web of internal conflict. After a 10-minute wait, she remained at the entrance, the key still clenched in her hand. Suddenly, the sound of the door unlocking interrupted her thoughts. Before she could gather her resolve, the door swung open. Li Xiao raised her gaze, slightly stiff, and beheld a girl of about 5 feet tall, with bright eyes and pearly white teeth. Her fair skin contrasting with the pure white short-sleeve top and loose-fitting casual pants she wore. Aren't you coming in? You've been standing out here for so long. What are you hesitating about? If you're going to be troubled, at least do it inside. Don't you feel embarrassed standing at the door? The girl spoke with a cool demeanor. With the door now ajar, Li Xiao decided against further hesitation and slipped past the girl, entering the house. After placing her belongings down, she turned her attention to the girl who had closed the door and stepped towards her. Xiaoran, why do you seem different today? Li Xiao initiated the conversation. In Li Xiao's memories, his sister had always held a warm affection for him. She had never displayed such a cold demeanor before. Chapter 10, The Sequence of Events. What were that guy's last words? Xiaoran asked, her tone devoid of warmth as she looked at Li Xiao. Li Xiao was momentarily caught off guard. Huh, what last words? What are you talking about, Xiaoran? Xiaoran met Li Xiao's gaze with reddened eyes. Who else could it be? It's obviously the original owner of this body, my real brother. Oh, Li Xiao finally grasped the situation. Xiaoran was aware that he was not Li Xiao, but how could she have known? They had just met, and there had been no opportunity for him to slip up. No, it was too soon to reveal any inconsistencies. Li Xiao's mind was a swirl of questions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Xiaoran did not press further, her slightly reddened eyes locked onto Li Xiao's, her lips biting down lightly. After a long pause, Li Xiao managed to sort through his chaotic thoughts. The more he looked at Xiaoran, the more he felt her pitiable state, which he found unbearable. Before he vanished, he said one thing: to take good care of you. Indeed, that foolish brother. A tear slipped from Xiaoran's eye, only to be quickly wiped away by her own hand. At this moment, Li Xiao understood that Xiao Ran was privy to much more than he had anticipated. With her having laid everything bare, he decided to abandon the pretense of acting as Li Xiao. Then, can you tell me what exactly you know? Li Xiao asked, his tone serious as he regarded Xiao Ran. From the beginning, I've been somewhat bewildered. Xiao Ran looked up at Li Xiao's earnest face, letting out a soft sigh. All right then, since it's come to this, I'll tell you. That guy, he had it all figured out. What did he figure out? Just listen, don't interrupt. Xiao Ran began to recount her story, and it took quite a while before she finished. Once done, she turned to Li Xiao. Now you understand, right? My brother was indeed quite perceptive. Li Xiao nodded, acknowledging her words. To be precise, Li Xiao had an extraordinary understanding of Xiao Ran. After hearing her narrative, he finally pieced together the entire sequence of events. Li Xiao was born with an innate power known as miracle, a force that resided within him, subtly nourishing Li Xiao and allowing him to awaken earlier than most. By the age of 9, he was already aware of many things. For instance, he understood why he had ended up in an orphanage. His parents, both military personnel, had perished during an exploration of an anomalous area outside Huaxia. Their entire unit meeting an unknown obliteration. Left as the sole child, he was subsequently sent to a military orphanage, where most children shared similar fates. At 14, Li Xiao requested to leave the orphanage, and after passing the director's assessment, he was granted permission. By that time, he had already taken Xiao Ran as his sister, and when he left the orphanage, he took her with him. The two individuals returned to the location where Li Xiao's parents once resided. Under the auspices of the military, the ownership of this place had been transferred to Li Xiao's name, and they have made their home here ever since. Although they had departed from the orphanage, many aspects of their lives remain intricately connected to it. For instance, numerous areas in their surroundings continue to receive special attention, influenced by the military's power. To return to the crux of the matter, the affliction known as soul extinction syndrome was not initially contracted by Li Xiao, nor did it suddenly manifest 3 years ago. In fact, it first afflicted Li Ran, who was merely 9 years old at the time, during Li Xiao's 11th year, while they were still in the orphanage. One fateful evening, Li Ran fell ill and was rushed to the nearby military hospital associated with the orphanage. Despite exhaustive examinations, the hospital could not ascertain the cause of her ailment. Even the distinguished military physician Wang Fanqing, a third-tier expert, could not identify the specific issue, only discerning that it might pertain to the soul. However, there was no remedy for it. Within the submerged layers, the highest attainable echelon permitted was the essence condensation 0 tier. Regardless of the path, be it the mortal realm or the essence condensation realm, each remains merely the inception of the cultivation journey. With insufficient power levels, direct access to the soul was unattainable. Furthermore, considering that this was occurring to a child whose soul was fragile and not fully developed, resistance was implausible. At that time, the physician predicted that Li Ran would not survive beyond 10 days. Ultimately, it was Li Xiao who intervened. On the night of Li Ran's crisis, they had been stargazing on the rooftop. After Li Ran collapsed, it was Li Xiao who carried her to seek help from the headmaster. That very night, upon returning home, and in the midst of slumber, he discovered the miraculous power residing within himself and was able to harness it. Shortly thereafter, upon learning of Li Ran's diagnosis, Li Xiao, who had recently acknowledged her as his sister, resolved to act. He made a wish upon that miracle, only to find that he could not directly heal Li Ran. At most, he could transfer 3/5 of the affliction to another individual while imposing some degree of suppression, necessitating the recipient's consent. Thus, the outcome was that Li Xiao transferred the soul extinction syndrome to himself. As for the reasons and psychological processes involved, could one expect an 11-year-old child to comprehend such matters? Initially, Li Xiao believed that no one would ever find out. However, Li Ran became aware of the truth. After her healing, she inexplicably began to hear the thoughts of Li Xiao, thus uncovering his secret. This revelation solidified their bond and fostered an increasingly profound relationship. Later, when Li Xiao was 14 and in the second year of junior high, he sensed that the soul extinction syndrome was gradually breaking through the suppression. Being more perceptive at that age, he understood that his time was limited, prompting his desire to return to the place where their parents had once been. That year, Li Xiao took Li Ran away from the orphanage and back to their current home. Following that, Li Xiao recalled the sequence of events. After finishing junior high, he entered Sanyang No. 1 middle school, and soon thereafter, the soul extinction syndrome erupted. Li Xiao languished for 3 years until his complete obliteration, leading to the arrival of Li Xiao. However, it was crucial to note that the memories from this period, along with those prior, were not retained by Li Xiao. Instead, he allowed Li Ran to recount them, ensuring that the relationship between them would not deteriorate due to Li Xiao's absence. He understood Li Ran's character and was confident that she would choose wisely, never allowing her brother's intentions to go unfulfilled. Li Xiao's journey was intrinsically linked to Li Xiao, and the remaining 2/5 of the miracle could not possibly cure the soul extinction syndrome. Li Xiao's intention was that after his soul had perished completely, someone would take his place in caring for Li Ran. Hence, he made a wish upon the remaining miracle. seeking a soul that met his criteria, a soul that would soon encounter an untimely demise to assume his guardianship over Li Ran. Thus, Li Xiao arrived. Just as Li Xiao's soul was on the verge of utter annihilation, he transcended into Li Xiao's body. As for the absence of certain memories, it was because Li Xiao wished for Li Ran to convey the details herself, ensuring that their bond would remain intact. He understood the type of soul his wish would summon and was well aware of Li Ran's disposition. In Chapter 11, The Key to Ancient History, after sharing everything she knew with Li Xiao, Li Ran retreated to her room. Even though she had long accepted the possibility of this reality, its actualization rendered her momentarily incapable of full acceptance. Watching her enter her room and close the door, Li Xiao shook his head in resignation. To be honest, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. His transmigration was not an accident. It was orchestrated through Li Xiao's wish upon that 2/5 miracle. Although, according to the wish, he would soon meet an untimely end, the causal relationships were challenging to delineate. Was he brought here because he was destined to die soon? Or would he face death because he was summoned? It was difficult to ascertain, and perhaps his demise coincided precisely with that moment of being drawn into this miracle. In this moment, Li Xiao pondered extensively, his thoughts even tinged with suspicion. After all, he was familiar only with the name of the miracle, yet ignorant of its true nature and power. However, turning his gaze to the table where food had been heated multiple times and was still emitting steam, Li Xiao contemplated. His expression complicated. After a moment, he shook his head. There was no point in dwelling on it further. The past was irrevocable. Moreover, in Li Xiao's view, having more sisters was not overly burdensome. Sitting down, he took up his chopsticks and bowl, devouring the meal before him. Before long, the table was cleared, leaving only a slight sense of fullness in his stomach. The rigors of martial cultivation naturally demanded greater sustenance. Had he not exchanged points for energy drinks at the game system's permanent store on the way back, his stomach would have been growling long ago. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Li Xiao retreated to his room. He retrieved his phone, turned it on, and logged into the game. Welcome back to Survival Evolution. Oh wretched survivor. The opening phrase flashed briefly before the game interface unfolded. Character. Begin exploration. Two options appeared at the center of the screen. At the bottom, a new line of text had appeared. Due to the influence of the immortal trait, your return adjustment period has been eliminated. You may immediately engage in gameplay once more. Upon reading this notification, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The return adjustment period, also known as the soul return period, is a time when every engagement in the game results in a portion of the soul being completely severed and immersed in the game, transforming into an avatar. Hence, at the conclusion of each game session, be it through normal completion or forced termination due to death, a period of soul return ensued. The former allows the severed soul fragment to reintegrate, preventing it from becoming permanently detached, while the latter facilitates adaptation to the absence of that fragment. Only after the soul return period concludes can one sever the soul again and resume gameplay. Yet now, under the immortal trait, Li Xiao found himself exempt from this soul return period, enabling him to dive back into the game without delay. However, Li Xiao did not immediately engage in the game. Instead, she first accessed the character panel and examined the items in her inventory that had yet to be inspected. In the final moments of the game, she had obtained a Holy Light Crystal, Rare, Tier 2, and a Special Original Crystal Slate, Perfect, Tier 2, from a treasure chest. After hastily ascending to the first tier of the mortal realm upon concluding the game, she had forgotten to check these items, only recalling them now as she reopened the game. As Li Xiao clicked on the two items, a line of text unfurled before her. General knowledge activated. You have acquired information about two items. Holy Light Crystal. Category: Material: Crystal. Quality: Rare, Tier 2. Description: a holy light crystal that has been preserved for over 10 millennia. Despite its former brilliance, the passage of time has drained much of its power, absorbed by the original crystal slate for its maintenance. Now, it possesses only a Tier 2 strength, harboring a faint holy light energy. When used as a forging material, it will enhance the quality of the finished product while bestowing it with the enchantment of holy light. Special Original Crystal Slate. Category: Material: Special. Quality: Perfect, Tier 2. Description: a piece of original crystal slate that has undergone special processing. Original crystals are materials born from exceedingly rare crystal deposits, known for their remarkable resilience, with strength determined by the potency of the original crystal source. This particular piece, a Tier 2 base, was birthed from one of the last remaining crystal deposits after being consumed by the abyss. This original crystal slate serves as a key. Take it to the eastern gate of the City of Heroes, and at the central gravestone of that burial site, you shall uncover all the secrets of the City of Heroes. When used as a forging material, it guarantees the acquisition of the skill, Echoes of Ancient Times. Upon reading the descriptions of the two items, Li Xiao could not help but raise her eyebrows. She had indeed stumbled upon something valuable. The introduction of the original crystal slate clearly indicated that it was a treasure of great significance. Contemplating for a moment, Li Xiao decisively resolved to embark on a second round of the game. With the immortal trait, talent at her disposal, her spirit would remain intact. And there were no concerns regarding the return of her spirit. Exiting the character panel, Li Xiao gazed at the Start Exploration option beneath the character section and clicked on it without hesitation. Would you like to start the game? Without a moment's doubt, she selected yes. The game text continued to scroll. Would you prefer to continue from the previous ruins, or randomly generate a new ruin to begin anew? Li Xiao promptly chose the first option to continue the game. Explore, pursue, survive, evolve. The game begins. Welcome to the survival evolution. Where the abyss reaches, all things meet their end. The game begins. In the desolate, decaying ruins, the environment is shrouded in darkness, with only the faint whisper of the wind breaking the silence. You rise from the ruins, surveying your surroundings. As the obscured and dim environment comes into focus, a feeling of elation wells up within you. Not far off, towering walls stand, dilapidated and fragile, with the gaping city gates inscribed with strange characters. The first four are familiar to you, the City of Heroes, and the subsequent characters reveal their meaning as your knowledge activates. This is the eastern gate of the City of Heroes. Seeing this text, Li Xiao's heart soared. Had the stroke of luck activated again? It had directly placed her outside the eastern gate of the City of Heroes. This was fortuitous. She no longer needed to search specifically, as she was right outside the city, eliminating the need for guesswork or exploration. She could proceed directly eastward. What direction will you explore? 1. The gambler returns. Enter the City of Heroes. 2. Guided by clues, explore eastward following the leads you have obtained. Gazing at the two options presented, Li Xiao disregarded the first. Within the City of Heroes lurked the blood demon serpent, and as she was merely at the first tier of the mortal realm, it would be sheer folly to enter. Her finger pressed down directly on the second option. Chapter 12. The Heroic Spirit Cemetery, map activated. You resolutely turn your back to the City of Heroes and proceed eastward. As the game text continued to scroll, Li Xiao instinctively opened her inventory, selecting the explosive lance to equip. You have equipped the explosive lance, enhancing your strength. In the ruins, monsters roam. As a first-tier mortal, you are not yet qualified to traverse these old ruins with impunity. You suppress your presence and tread cautiously through the debris. Observing the text in the game, Li Xiao understood that the forthcoming moments would be a test of patience. She estimated that, assuming her avatar perfectly replicated her first-tier mortal strength, covering 100 miles would require a considerable amount of time. Moreover, given that she was currently in the inner region of the ruins, her first-tier strength could not be squandered. The game text emphasized a cautious advance. Thus, it was uncertain how long it would take to reach the Heroic Spirit Cemetery. You proceed with utmost caution. The repetitive game text continued to scroll. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao decided to temporarily exit the game interface. She first headed to her home's training room to practice the upgraded Military Arts 9 styles and Starfire body forging method, aiming to swiftly master this sudden surge of power. Having ascended to the first tier of the mortal realm, the increase in strength was overwhelming, and she found herself lacking in control over it. If she were the original Li Xiao, she could completely master this power through the upgraded Military Arts 9 styles. However, Li Xiao, prior to her transmigration, had been an ordinary person, and her memories of Li Xiao were only half immersed, half from an omniscient perspective, without a complete integration of her memories. Even though the upgrades to the Military Arts 9 styles and the Starfire body forging method had imparted some memories to her, she could not fully digest them all at once. Therefore, practical training was essential for her to better adapt to her current body. It was not the original body she had inhabited, and there was still some awkwardness in utilizing it. However, relying solely on self-training would be a time-consuming endeavor, necessitating some special methods. After 3 hours of training, Li Xiao took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, tossed the soiled garments into the washing machine, and returned to her room to sleep. After 3 hours of practice, she was indeed exhausted. Before drifting off, Li Xiao glanced at the game interface on her phone, which remained unchanged. You proceed with utmost caution. With that, she turned off her phone and sank into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted an extensive period, and when Li Xiao finally opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the slanting rays of the setting sun streaming through her window. Li Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. How strange, her window was oriented to the west. In an instant, her still drowsy mind snapped to full awareness. Li Xiao sprang from her bed, still clad in her sleepwear, and snatched her phone from the side, opening it and silently invoking the game to load. In an instant, the screen transformed. Engulfed by the signature darkness of the survival game, and countless sparks of light ignited, plunging into the endless void. In the next moment, the darkness deepened, and lines of text began to manifest. At the top, the familiar phrase repeated itself: "You advance through the ruins without concealment." Upon seeing this, Li Xiao could not help but frown. She had been so absorbed in her focus that her spirit's embodiment had altered her actions. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Otherwise, the game's pre-warning system would have summarily roused Li Xiao. Without further hesitation, Li Xiao turned his gaze to the newly refreshed lines of text at the bottom. Unlike the incessantly repeating words above, these lines were a refreshing change. To the fortunate, the lucky one, The power of luck is indeed extraordinary. In this perilous old ruin, you, a mere fledgling survivor, just stepping into the realm of the mundane, have traversed 100 miles on foot without encountering any monsters. Your luck is truly commendable. The lucky one, a perpetual deity. After traversing 100 miles, you have finally arrived at your destination, the cemetery of heroic spirits. Marked by a 10-meter-high monument crafted from a unique material, etched with two enigmatic characters, common knowledge, activate. You comprehend their significance within their civilization. They represent the heroic spirits. Welcome to the cemetery of heroic spirits, the resting place of heroes. Please enter with reverence. Congratulations, you have discovered the second renowned location. Activating the current old ruins map system. The map interface will now be available for use at any time. Current location loaded. City of Heroes, Cemetery of Heroic Spirits. A flicker of joy crossed Li Xiao's face upon reading this. Although he had anticipated such a possibility, its actualization was indeed delightful. From Li Xiao's recollections, school textbooks had taught him that the map system is one of the survival game's functionalities, albeit requiring activation. The activation method involves exploring two renowned locations within the current old ruin, thus enabling the map system to unfold, allowing one to view already explored areas and activating the ability to teleport between these notable sites. Renowned locations are defined as valuable places with names, marked by structures or artifacts that bear their names, which serve as teleportation anchors. Upon entering the City of Heroes in his first game, Li Xiao recognized that the city, infested with blood demon serpents, undoubtedly qualifies as a renowned location. Furthermore, upon exploring another notable site, he could unlock the map system. Later, he gleaned from this special origin crystal slate the whereabouts of the cemetery of heroic spirits, which further fueled his hopes of activating the map system. Nonetheless, all of this was made possible by the fortunate activation of the Lucky One talent. Otherwise, had he encountered monsters midway and perished, he might not have known where he would respawn in his next entry. Unlike this time, where he entered the game precisely at the eastern gate of the City of Heroes, with no need for orientation, he could simply head east. With the map system activated, as long as he continued to explore within this old ruin, he could teleport to these renowned locations from any point of arrival, allowing for organized exploration. Although teleportation incurs a 6-hour cooldown, it is more than sufficient. Disregarding the text at the bottom asking, "Do you wish to enter the cemetery of heroic spirits?" Li Xiao directly selected the map option that appeared on the interface. The map interface unfolded, revealing a textual map composed of several text boxes. Among them, two luminous boxes marked City of Heroes and Cemetery of Heroic Spirits, where Li Xiao currently stood, were highlighted. Between them lay several boxes labeled Ruins, which indicated the path Li Xiao had traversed. Beyond the box for the City of Heroes, in another direction, several boxes also denoted ruins, likely representing the areas he had explored during his initial foray into the game. Chapter 13, Cemetery of Heroic Spirits. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiao's finger descended, tapping on the glowing City of Heroes. In the next instant, the text scrolled. "Do you wish to teleport to the City of Heroes?" Having confirmed the existence of the teleportation function, Li Xiao opted for no. He had specifically come here and would not teleport back until he had achieved his purpose. Closing the map interface, he turned his attention to the bottom. "Do you wish to enter the Cemetery of Heroic Spirits?" Without hesitation, Li Xiao selected yes. With his decision made, the game text continued to scroll. "The path ahead is shrouded in mystery, yet you bravely take that step forward." Entering the area of the Cemetery of Heroic Spirits. The parched earth, worn smooth by millennia of erosion, should have been a cemetery teeming with tombstones. Yet now, it is merely an expanse of barren land, where even the gravestones have succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving only fine grains of sand that dance upon the earth with the wind. Upon entering the Cemetery of Heroic Spirits, what is your choice? 1. Proceed directly towards the center of the Cemetery of Heroic Spirits. 2. Despite differing races, those who resist the abyss are all heroes. Their heroic spirits deserve respect. With reverence for these champions, perform the 3 customary rites of worship in accordance with Huaxia traditions before advancing towards the center. Reading the text description and the subsequent options, Li Xiao fell into contemplation. As the text indicated, based on knowledge gleaned from Huaxia's extensive explorations over the years, these old ruins were once ordinary places, normal planets, or realms. However, the emergence of the abyss has consumed everything. These ruins are remnants left behind after the abyss devoured and digested their worlds. Within these ruins, traces of the local beings' resistance can often be found. For their world, their race, and all beings who fought against the abyss, they are indeed heroes. Li Xiao's finger rested on the second option. With respect for the heroes who resisted the abyss, you stand at the entrance of the Cemetery of Heroic Spirits, performing the utmost ceremonial gesture you can offer. Bowing your head and clasping your hands in salutation, you pay homage 3 times. The heroic spirits have departed. May they rest in peace. After a moment's reflection, Li Xiao felt it was insufficient. He opened the persistent store interface within the game. As he contemplated, the items within the store began to shift rapidly. 1 ton of handcrafted Huaxia joss paper, 1 point. 100 kilograms of huaxia ceremonial incense, 1 point. 100 kilograms of huaxia ceremonial white candles, 1 point. Gazing at these 3 selected items, Li Xiao felt a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, this game store lived up to its reputation, offering all necessary daily supplies within the current tier. Of course, this is contingent upon having points. Purchasing a ton of each item consumed his points, and the goods directly entered his storage space. Exiting the store interface and returning to the game screen, Li Xiao accessed his storage space, selected the 3 items he had just acquired, and chose to use them. The game text continued to scroll. You feel a sense of incompleteness. After a brief moment, you recall the ritual. You retrieve the huaxia traditional offerings of joss paper, incense, and candles from your storage, igniting them one by one with the tip of your gun, in accordance with huaxia's ceremonial rites. Foolish survivor. It seems you have once again forgotten the taboos of exploring the abyssal ruins. Within the abyss, do not emit light. Upon reading this line of text, Li Xiao's expression froze, momentarily caught off guard. He had indeed forgotten. Would he have to flee again? He pondered anxiously. However, the subsequent text brought him a sense of calm. Fortunately, in the area you currently inhabit, the cemetery of heroic spirits and its surrounding vicinity, there are no traces of monsters within the limits of the triggered taboos. Thus, let the flames burn brightly, as a tribute to these once noble spirits. With a sigh, the heavy stone that had lodged itself in Li Xiao's heart finally fell away. Fortunately, there were no monsters lurking in this vicinity. Li Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, recalling the previous encounter that still sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the protective talisman, the first game would have ended abruptly. Speaking of which, he still had a talisman stored away, granting him another chance. And the explosive spear also had 1 teleportation opportunity remaining. This thought brought him a measure of comfort. As you gaze upon the flickering flames of the ceremonial white candle, the fragrant smoke spirals gracefully around you, and the intense blaze consuming the stack of joss paper inexplicably gives you a sense of tranquility. In the depths of the ethereal realm, the lingering obsessions of spirits that have roamed the cemetery for millennia, though their civilizations and rituals differ, grasp your respect. They were once survivors who fought valiantly to their last breath after plummeting into the abyss, their spirits entwined in eternal longing. Now, witnessing a new generation of survivors, young and vibrant, they realize that the battle has not yet been lost. Within your homage, they find their long-awaited peace. With the cessation of their obsessions and the vanishing of the eerie presence, you are liberated from their haunting, allowing you to proceed directly to the heart of the spirit cemetery, to the last remaining gravestone that has yet to succumb to decay. Li Xiao's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't help but consider the implications of his previous choices. Had he selected the first option, he might have found himself ensnared within that haunting obsession. The eerie happenings in the inner ruins would have been far too perilous for someone of his mundane first-tier stature. Should he have ventured in, he likely would have met his demise on the spot, awaiting the next game to restart. Seemingly sensing the change in the spirit cemetery, you bow slightly once more and resolutely step forward toward the central location. As your feet tread upon the gravel-strewn ground, you advance toward the center, triggering no apparent danger. Instead, you feel an aura of righteousness and lightness enveloping this place, despite its existence within the abyss. As you traverse the spirit cemetery, observing the gravel beneath your feet interspersed with stones weathered from gravestones, a wave of nostalgia washes over you. With no monsters in sight, you do not conceal your haste as you move swiftly onward. While awaiting the emergence of new text, Li Xiao donned his clothes and exited his room. It was now afternoon, and his sister, Li Ran, had already departed for school, leaving the house in a serene silence. He first raided the refrigerator for food. In the sweltering summer heat, perishables could spoil rapidly if left unrefrigerated. Upon opening the fridge, he discovered the breakfast he had prepared, accompanied by a sticky note. Though you are no longer my brother, please take good care of his body. Smiling at the note, Li Xiao peeled it off and tucked it away in his storage space. Soon, he devoured the entirety of the breakfast left by Li Ran. However, with his current mundane first-tier cultivation, the energy from this modest meal was insufficient. He retrieved 2 tubes of nutritional liquid from his storage space and downed them in one gulp, finally silencing the protests of his stomach. Chapter 14. I will find you again. In the classroom, the teacher lectured at the front, while in the 4th row by the window, a girl with bright eyes and delicate features appeared to be listening intently. Yet, her thoughts were far removed from the lesson at hand. Dark circles faintly graced her eyes, a testament to a sleepless night spent agonizing over the complete loss of her brother's soul. The body now housed a completely unfamiliar spirit, making it impossible for her to find rest. The knowledge that her brother was truly gone, even though she had anticipated this outcome, left her in tears throughout the night, unable to calm her restless heart. The brother who had always stood before her was no more. All of this stemmed from her, in his quest to save her. Her brother had transferred his illness to himself. She bore no resentment toward the being now inhabiting her brother's body. She had no right to harbor such feelings. This entity had once lived well in its own world, only to be thrust into this perilous realm. It was her brother who had brought it here. Even according to her brother's words, Those drawn in by wishes would soon face their demise in their original world. This crossing was merely a chance at rebirth. Yet, the specifics remained unknown to anyone. Since that moment of healing, she had acquired the ability to perceive the essence of souls and hear her brother's thoughts. The moments she felt most at ease were those spent by his side. Alas, those moments would never return. No one knew that yesterday, she had sensed an unfamiliar soul essence lingering at the door for an extended period. When she peered through the observing eye and saw her brother standing outside, it was a tumult of emotions that engulfed her. Her heart sank like a stone, suffocating in an icy grip, rendering her breathless and speechless. He hesitated on how to confront her, as she too wrestled with her feelings, struggling to maintain control over her emotions. This was her brother's choice. She, who owed her current existence to him, had no right to question it. Liran turned her gaze to the window, pondering the legends that spoke of powerful beings in higher realms who could effortlessly resurrect the deceased. Yet, could a soul that had been utterly extinguished ever return? Thoughts of information she had come across online flooded her mind. Tales of explorers in the old ruins who had gleaned insights about advanced realms. Those true deities, those genuine immortals, could revive the fallen with ease. For them, it was far from a challenge. In that moment, a yearning for power ignited within Liran. Yet, she was still 2 years away from entering the game. The thought left her feeling somewhat disheartened. If only she could, like those naturally gifted individuals, be automatically selected for the survival game and begin her journey sooner. Lost in her musings, Liran suddenly realized she had been daydreaming for quite some time. She hastily suppressed her emotions and turned her attention back to the teacher. However, as she did so, she froze momentarily. The text on the page of her textbook, which she had been holding down, had vanished. The once printed words had faded away, leaving behind a blank white page upon which a single line of text appeared at its center. Detection: a high-talent individual has awakened, possessing complete self-awareness, intellect, and cognitive abilities. The will is strong. Game loading is possible. Would you like to load? Accompanying that line of text, a similar voice echoed in Liran's mind. Faced with the two options that appeared beneath the text, her hand trembled slightly. It had arrived, truly arrived. Since the initial awakening of the populace, only those with exceptional talents could attract the game's attention and gain the opportunity to enter early. Should she select yes, she would be able to load the game today and embark on the path of evolution. If she could ascend to the levels of those divine beings, perhaps she could even resurrect her brother. Without hesitation, her delicate fingers pressed down on the yes option. Congratulations, you have made the correct choice. Game loading successful. Through any medium capable of bearing text, you may engage in the game. The stars shatter, the myriad forms collapse, the abyss descends, and all things meet their end. Welcome to Survival Evolution, where this is the only path to life. As a descendant of the illustrious Huaxia civilization, bestowed with the gifts left by our ancestors, I have automatically acquired the Huaxia-style full-body armor, Level 1, Ordinary, a treasure chest containing a selection of Level 1 Huaxia weapons, Ordinary, and 3 protective talismans, all of which have been seamlessly stored within my inventory. Gazing at the scrolling text upon the page, a resolute determination ignited within Liran's eyes. I have made up my mind, brother. I will undoubtedly bring you back. Withdrawing my finger from the page, the game text dissipated, reverting the page to its original state. Though an urgent desire for power surged within me, I recognized that this was not the opportune moment to engage in gameplay. After a brief wait of several minutes, the text on the game interface resumed its flow. In the dimness, you have traversed for quite some time, and at last, you behold, not far ahead, the solitary tombstone that still stands erect. Approaching swiftly, I finally discerned the entirety of the tombstone's form. It was crafted from a unique crystalline material, enabling its continued existence. However, here lay the abyss of darkness, where even the most extraordinary materials succumb to complete decay, despite this merely being the surface layer of the abyss. Even this exceptional tombstone had succumbed to the ravages of time, its surface now pockmarked and brittle. I merely extended my hand gently, and a corner crumbled to dust. Witnessing this text, Li Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. How could anything in such a state still be usable? With curiosity pervading her thoughts, Li Xiao opened her storage space and selected the special original crystal slate. With a sense of skepticism, she retrieved the original crystal slate and approached the tombstone. As the slate drew near, she perceived a flicker of light at the center of the tombstone, accompanied by the sensation of her surroundings warping. The forces of space swirled, and she found herself transported into the spatial treasury. A sigh of relief escaped Li Xiao's lips. It was a comfort to know that it was still functional. Surveying her surroundings, she was struck by the stark contrast to her expectations of a treasure-laden vault. Apart from the enormous crystalline monument at the center, she could only see a few meager items scattered upon the dust-laden ground. Beside the monument lay a crystal vial radiating a sacred luminescence, a shattered ornate longsword, a crystalline fragment adorned with twinkling lights, a piece of tattered armor, and a palm-sized badge. Characters materialized above the stone tablet, arranged in neat lines, shimmering faintly in resonance with the original crystal slate. Universal knowledge, activate. she beheld a glimpse into an ancient history, one of the once living beings struggle against the abyss of darkness. Universal knowledge, activate. She discerned the severely depleted holy water, level 2, rare. The shattered and decayed sword of the brave, level 3, exquisite. The critically diminished glimmering crystal, level 2, rare. The deteriorated armor of the brave, level 3, exquisite, and the brave's profession badge. Chapter 15, The Secret of the God of Burial. Observing the items identified by universal knowledge, all bearing prefixes of decay or depletion, Li Xiao felt a pang of regret and sorrow. These items, though marked as level 2 or level 3, indicated that their former quality far surpassed their current state. Nevertheless, she consoled herself. Having anything at all was a stroke of fortune. Moreover, the last item, the brave's profession badge, could it possibly be a class-changing item? A glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes. Class-changing items are exceptionally rare. Even if she could not use it herself, she could sell it for a substantial number of points. She stepped forward, carefully collecting the items one by one and placing them into her storage space. Finally turning her gaze toward the central monument, engraved with the annals of ancient history. You have acquired severely depleted holy water, level 2, rare. Shattered and decayed sword of the brave, level 3, exquisite. Critically diminished glimmering crystal, level 2, rare. Deteriorated armor of the brave, level 3, exquisite, and the brave's profession badge. Wait a moment, if these high-tier treasures have decayed to such an extent, then could the surrounding dust be remnants of other treasures that have completely rotted away? A thought suddenly crossed Li Xiao's mind. Her expression grew complex. She felt that this conjecture was likely correct. However, dwelling on the lost was futile. No amount of contemplation could restore what was gone. Thoughts could only linger. Holding the special original crystal slate, she activated universal knowledge once more, deciphering the inscriptions detailing the history of the land of the brave. As she delved deeper, universal knowledge enabled her to swiftly peruse the millennia of history encompassing the land of the brave, witnessing how a civilization once perched upon the pinnacle of brilliance descended into self-destruction. Though situated in a realm of radiance, far removed from the abyss, the most powerful entities within the brave civilization, those deities at the zenith of the luminous tier, were tragically overconfident, daring to gaze upon the power of the abyss. Ultimately, this hubris invited the abyss's forces into their realm, dragging the planet of the brave, along with several surrounding star systems, into the depths of darkness. In the abyss, all things ultimately met their demise. As all living beings perished, the land of the brave was drained of its essence, reduced to a realm of desolation, falling from its once great heights to the surface layer. Yet, even in its devastation, the land of the brave retained secrets. You have comprehensively read the chronicles of the brave until its total annihilation, unveiling the final history inscribed by the last living being. You have learned of the ultimate secret of this land, the secret of the God of Burial. You have discovered a map left behind by the last being to traverse the ruins. This map has automatically been integrated into your map system, accessible at any time for your review. However, to activate the teleportation function for other renowned locations, you must personally explore them once. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow at the series of texts. Was there more to this story? Ignoring the enhancement of the map system, she directed her finger toward the glowing inscription of the secret of the God of Burial. Secret of the God of Burial. This is the final secret of the land of the brave. Once, this realm was ensnared by the abyss, and as its powers descended, all sentient beings valiantly resisted the encroachment of darkness. The deities who had ascended to the realm of laws were foremost among the targets of the abyss's might. In the end, the pantheon fell, divine authority shattered, and the divine kingdoms crumbled, their corporeal forms consumed by the abyss. With the extinction of the apex powers, the land of the brave ultimately faced its demise. However, among the deities, there was one, the weakest and most timid of them all, the God of Light, who, before plummeting into the abyss, was the most fearful of its presence. Even after the fall, he could not confront the abyss directly, engulfed in despair. He chose to end his own existence at the onset of his descent, diminishing the divine realm and transforming into an inert stone, crafting a coffin from his own essence, laying his divine body within it, entombed beneath the city of the brave, with the city itself serving as his tombstone. In the final moments, I traversed the desolate land and ultimately discovered the coffin steeped in divine blood beneath the city of the brave. The inert stone, deemed inconsequential by the abyss, remains untouched. And thus, the divine corpse persists. A profound shock coursed through Li Xiao. The terror of the abyss was indeed unfathomable, capable of instilling such fear in a deity that they would choose to end their own life rather than confront it. Yet, as she contemplated, she recalled the knowledge inscribed in the textbooks left by her Huaxia ancestors, detailing the bizarre and horrific remnants found even in the surface layer of the abyss. It was evident that the deeper realms of the abyss would surely unveil even greater levels of strangeness and dread. Yet, I still find myself perplexed. Having ascended to divinity, why does one still harbor trepidation, lacking even the courage to confront the abyss, ultimately resorting to self-destruction? After some contemplation, Li Xiao resolved not to dwell on this further, but instead pondered the potential benefits that the secret of God burial might confer. A divine corpse, what might its current state be? Surely it cannot have undergone decomposition? Such transformations are not uncommon within the abyss, akin to the grotesque. Corrupted devotees Li Xiao had previously encountered, once fervent believers, now reduced to monstrosities through pollution and distortion. As for a divine body, it should not succumb to such decay so easily, especially given that the description within the secret of God burial indicates that the divine realm, rendered inert, has become a coffin hewn from unyielding stone, one that even the abyss finds unworthy of its attention. Thus, it stands to reason that this divine corpse remains intact, perhaps merely diminished in vitality. Having never witnessed the grandeur of deities, Li Xiao could only speculate idly. The secret of God burial, in truth, holds less significance for Li Xiao than the subsequent map. A divine corpse, the remains of a god, represents an extraordinarily rare and valuable resource. However, as a mere mortal at the initial stage of cultivation, newly forged in body, Li Xiao remains far from capable of utilizing such a resource. Even a single drop of divine blood might well obliterate him, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, the city of heroes, serving as a tombstone, is currently besieged by a blood demon, the serpent of deceit, poised to reach the realm of condensation. Beneath it lies an unknown multitude of monsters, all subservient to its will. For Li Xiao, such a resource is not only inaccessible, but also beyond his capacity to contest. Nonetheless, from the knowledge gleaned from Li Xiao's memories, he discerned an alternative approach. This method holds promise for Li Xiao, as well as significant benefits for the entirety of Huaxia, potentially expediting the process of stellar evolution substantially. As an additional introduction, 4 methods of evolutionary ascendance. Individual ascendance, wherein a select few individuals, endowed with extraordinary innate potential, are granted the opportunity to ascend. Upon reaching the upper limit of their current tier, they may undergo trials to ascend to the next level. Collective ascendance, by designating a specific bond, all individuals connected by this bond form a core group. Once the core completes its evolution, all members may undertake trials, and upon success, ascend to the next tier, contingent upon unanimous consent among all connected individuals. The difficulty of ascendance is proportional to the number of individuals within the group. Civilizational ascendance considers large groups, such as species or nations, as a single entity, forging a heart of civilization. The base difficulty for this ascendance is 100,000. With specific challenges dependent on the number of individuals within the civilization, the ratio of evolutionary energy gained by individuals can be chosen between 1/10 and 1/2, decided by a vote among all individuals of the civilization. Stellar ascendance involves civilizations bound to their planets, with the heart of civilization anchored in the heart of a star. This ascendance has a fixed difficulty of 1 billion, with individuals exploring ancient ruins to gain evaluations, half of the acquired evolutionary energy feeding into the heart of civilization, facilitating the star's evolution. Upon completion of this evolution, the civilization bound to the star may collectively ascend to the next tier. When the entire solar system unexpectedly traversed into this unfamiliar starry expanse, a survival game ensued, compelling nations worldwide to engage in this game of survival and evolution. Yet, upon recognizing the threat of the abyss, the cyclical nature of eras, the stratification of society, and the truths of the submerged layers, nations were drawn into this struggle for survival and evolution, lured by the allure of power. Individual ascendance is tailored for those with exceptional talents and lacks widespread applicability. Conversely, the method of civilizational ascendance, with Huaxia's population nearing 2 billion, presents a challenge exceeding 200 million. To achieve such an ascent within a mere 200 years, even with the utmost efforts of all Huaxia's citizens, would be nearly impossible. Thus, Huaxia turned its gaze towards stellar ascendance, a fixed challenge of 100 million. A feat feasible within 200 years with relentless effort, compounded by the significance of Earth, a cherished homeland, making it a favorable option. Ultimately, Huaxia's populace voted overwhelmingly, with over 95% in favor of stellar evolution, binding themselves to Earth. By the time Huaxia had mobilized its citizens to finalize their choice of ascendance, chaos reigned abroad. The exceptionally gifted hastened towards individual ascendance, eager to immerse themselves in the game and elevate their tiers before the impending descent into the abyss, which promised certain doom. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals found themselves ensnared in the tumult of collective and civilizational ascendance. The outcome revealed numerous methods of collective ascendance and various approaches to civilizational ascendance. On the collective front, groups emerged, such as the Squid Collective, a splinter from the Eagle Nation, the oligarchic families of the Bear Nation, the Chables of the Stick Nation, and various high caste groups from the Third Nation, among others, resulting in a plethora of factions. In terms of civilization, nations such as the Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and the Western Alliance were prominent. However, due to Huaxia's vast population, the difficulty of civilizational ascendance proved prohibitive, while the singular star of Earth restricted other nations from pursuing stellar evolution. As for the Third Nation, similarly populous, Chaos ensued after the high-caste Brahmins formed multiple groups for collective ascendance. Ultimately, the lower strata of the third nation found themselves in disarray, culminating in a swift fragmentation into 10 nations, each opting for civilizational evolution. Chapter 16, The Civilizational Main Quest. From Li Xiao's Memories. It became evident that the survival game provided a specialized service for those choosing between civilizational and stellar evolution, a feature absent from individual and collective ascendance. This included the civilizational main quest and civilizational summoning. The civilizational main quest entails completing evolution and ascending to a higher tier. However, it lacks a defined narrative. When individuals of a civilization explore ancient ruins and discover resources that can expedite their evolution, any high-energy special resource triggers a temporary function, allowing them to request certification from the survival game. Upon approval, should the resource align with the aims of the civilizational main quest, a dedicated main quest will commence. Once activated, the main quest is directly issued to the core of the civilization, which selects participants capable of engaging in the task. By accepting the quest, individuals can be summoned to the ancient ruins as manifestations of spirit. The resources obtained from completing the quest will be utilized to accelerate the civilization's evolution. And all monsters slain and tasks accomplished by summoned individuals will be credited to the triggering individual, significantly enhancing their evaluation. The history of Huaxia's survival game over the past century records 7 instances of triggering the civilizational main quest, with 5 successful completions and 2 failures. In each instance, ancestors tirelessly endeavored, some even exhausting their spiritual essence, teetering on the brink of madness, unable to further divide their spirit, thus rendering themselves incapable of continuing the game or advancing. However, the 5 successful quests yielded vast resources, propelling Huaxia's progress in stellar evolution to an impressive 65%. The evolution of certain large groups abroad has progressed at a pace surpassing that of others, while those nations opting for civilizational evolution lag behind Huaxia by 1 to 2 percentage points at most. It is noteworthy that the challenges they face in their evolution are considerably less daunting than those encountered by Huaxia. Li Xiao's finger deftly tapped the newly appeared tab labeled Civilization on the interface. As her finger made contact, a line of text began to scroll into view. Detected, the secret of the god of burial aligns with the requirements for civilizational mainline evolution, possessing extremely high energy levels. Can directly initiate the civilizational mainline. Do you authorize its activation? Activate, Li Xiao murmured softly, confirming her choice. Individuals belonging to Huaxia civilization have discovered a special energy level secret, the secret of the god of burial. Upon authorization from the discoverer, Huaxia is recognized as the first civilization to uncover this secret. Authorization successful. The civilizational mainline chapter 8 is about to commence. Huaxia civilization mainline chapter 8. The secret of the god of burial is currently being generated and will fully commence 7 days from the Earth's time. Requesting survivor Li Xiao to conclude this exploration promptly. Upon conclusion, the survival game will establish a gathering anchor point at the departure location and initiate a 7-day countdown. Li Xiao blinked, pondering whether she needed to end the game before the commencement. In her memory, the history books provided only scant details regarding the 7 civilizational mainline chapters previously triggered by Huaxia, merely indicating that each chapter resulted in significant losses. After some contemplation, she decided it was best to conclude the game. The treasures she had obtained from the treasury were already satisfactory. After all, the immortal trait was intact, and with no imminent return to the spirit realm, she could engage in the game at any time. However, her gaze lingered on the final stele. A trace of obsession is contained within. He is the last guardian of the land of heroes, destined to accompany this history until the final obliteration. You cannot claim it. Upon seeing the game's notification, Li Xiao shrugged. If she couldn't take it, so be it. She had already acquired plenty. Your futile attempt to claim the stele has left that obsession speechless. To thwart your ambitions, he has expelled you from the space treasury. You have returned to the heroic spirit cemetery, embarrassed by the lines of game text that scrolled before her. Li Xiao shook her head and nonchalantly tapped the option to conclude her exploration. Detecting that the survivor is currently in a safe area, the situation is secure. Would you like to end this game? As the discoverer of the secret of the god of burial and initiator of the civilizational mainline, upon ending this game, a gathering anchor point will be established at the survivor's safe departure location. Observing the 2 lines of text, Li Xiao clicked on the yes option and confirmed. In the next instant, the game interface transitioned to the settlement screen. Game over, beginning settlement. Survival is the primary objective. Evolution is the foundation of survival. Congratulations. You have successfully completed another survival evolution game. Now, let's begin the settlement. Fortunate are those blessed by luck. Before you, fortune is yours to command. You have been favored by luck, enjoying its bounty. Amid the ruins, over a distance of 100 miles, you pass unhindered, with no monsters obstructing your path. In the heroic spirit cemetery, your moment of reflection has allowed you to evade the bizarre, the secret of the god of burial, a coveted resource for even higher tiers. Your luck is unparalleled, making you a true beneficiary of fortune. No kills recorded, evaluation unchanged. Discovery of the renowned location, the heroic spirit cemetery, has activated the map system, causing a slight increase in evaluation. You have uncovered the history of the land of heroes, interpreting and discovering the secret of the god of burial, leading to a substantial increase in evaluation. Your interpretation of history has unveiled the past, unlocking a vast map of the old ruins of the land of heroes, resulting in a slight elevation in evaluation. You have initiated the Huaxia civilizational mainline task chapter 8, leading to a minor increase in evaluation. You are indeed a true fortunate one. Overall evaluation, perfect level, multiplier 16, current tier, sunken level, energy base, 1. Total accumulated, perfect level evaluation, energy, 16, points, 160. Self-acquired items include severely depleted holy water, rare tier 2, fractured and decayed hero S sword, exquisite tier 3. Severely depleted holy crystal, rare tier 2, decayed and damaged hero's armor, exquisite tier 3, hero S profession badge, now stored in the body S storage space. This game was self-settled. The spirit avatar incurred no loss, and no combat occurred, thus no battle memories returned to the body. This game has concluded, and the limited time store has now opened. Would you like to enter? Li Xiao glanced at the limited time store offerings, but quickly chose to close it. Unsurprisingly, the items produced from the old ruins, possessing the secret of the god of burial, were even better and more expensive than the last time. With her 326 points, she could hardly purchase anything worthwhile. The character panel showed no significant changes, and finally, Li Xiao turned her attention to the storage space. Chapter 17, Chapter 8. The secret of the god of burial has commenced. In the depths of Huaxia's capital, at the central military district, 3,000 meters underground, a colossal structure cast from silver-white alloy stands at the heart of a complex of spaces. This is the Star Core, a segment of the core of Huaxia civilization. Surrounding the core, layers of azure light screens pulse continuously, displaying a torrent of information regarding military formation optimizations, martial arts methodologies, and the development of stellar weaponry. Numerous personnel bustle about, diligently recording critical information. As a soft chime resonated, the information on the azure screens abruptly vanished, replaced by a deep crimson hue that enveloped the displays. The anomaly at the core instantly rendered the expressions of those present grave. Such deviations could signify either an imminent crisis for Huaxia or the initiation of yet another civilizational mainline chapter. The former scenario, in the current state of Earth, would be insurmountable even if all nations outside Huaxia were to unite. The success of 5 civilizational chapters not only elevated Huaxia's evolutionary level, but also yielded several treasures. Coupled with the national treasures acquired over the years from the system's auction house, these are sufficient to safeguard Huaxia from any technological encroachments that might attempt to breach its borders. Within the mundane tier, and even the condensed essence tier, they remain incapable of contending with the truly formidable technological creations. The condensed essence tier, in the ancient Taoist paradigm, represents the confluence of the golden core and nascent soul realms, marking the initial engagement with the forces of heaven and earth and the existence of laws. With their own speed, they cannot escape unless they engage with spatial laws that allow for direct transcendence, necessitating profound mastery of spatial forces to traverse considerable distances. Even under the enhancement of extraordinary power, nuclear weaponry maintains its status as an equalizer among all beings. How fast can you fly in a second? Can you achieve supersonic speeds? Can you exceed several times the speed of sound? Is there a velocity of 20 Mach? Before the advent of this starry realm, missile speeds had already been developed to exceed 20 Mach. Subsequently, upon entering this starry expanse, with the augmentation of extraordinary powers and the superintelligent simulations of the civilization core, Huaxia's current missiles not only achieve foundational speeds exceeding 50 Mach, but also possess targeting capabilities. Moreover, over the span of a century, despite the fact that the focus of Huaxia has been primarily on survival games and the pursuit of stellar evolution, technological advancements have been sluggish. However, with the existence of the civilization core, a remarkable anomaly, progress has been made, albeit slowly. At the very least, there has been a notable enhancement in weaponry. In contrast, outside Huaxia, there is a greater emphasis on individual prowess, with technology nearly stagnant. It was not until 50 years ago that a few individuals from the elite echelon of the Eagle Nation audaciously attempted to breach Huaxia's borders, only to be obliterated by a few missiles, bringing them to the stark realization that the might of the submerged class, even at the pinnacle of individual prowess, cannot surpass the power of technology, let alone the integration of extraordinary forces with technology. As for smaller nations and other groups pursuing collective evolution, their civilization cores or collective cores simply cannot sustain such extensive projections. Yet, in recent years, it remains a mystery where they found the audacity to begin stirring trouble once more. Returning to the core anomaly, those present here include individuals whose qualifications trace back to the very first cohort of survivors when the survival game first emerged. in the realm of mortals. Those at the first tier boast a lifespan of 200 years, those at the second tier 300 years, and those at the third tier 500 years. Should one ascend to the zero tier of condensation, their lifespan extends to 1,000 years. The multitude of over 10,000 individuals here encompasses the entirety of Huaxia survivors, from the initial batch to the most recent. Many among them have witnessed similar phenomena in the past. Is it possible that a new main storyline is unfolding? Someone gasped in astonishment, their tone tinged with apprehension. This speaker, having gained entry here 20 years prior, is at the third tier of mortality and had witnessed the 7th chapter, the Abyss of Blazing Fire, 19 years ago. Among the 7 great chapters, the Abyss of Blazing Fire is the least difficult. Nonetheless, even then, Huaxia suffered considerable losses. He had personally participated and witnessed the devastation firsthand. According to the final loss reports, not counting the civilian participants at the third tier, the total loss from the Huaxia military reached nearly 300,000, with many reaching a state of spiritual exhaustion, ultimately unable to re-enter the game. As for the civilian sector, the Civilization Corps reported tens of thousands in a state of spiritual depletion. This was still the least difficult 7th chapter. The 2 failures recorded among the 7 chapters, specifically the first chapter, the Deep Sea of Black Magic, and the third chapter, the Phantom Realm, resulted in even greater losses. During those 2 occasions, the game had even opened the channel for real body entry, a one-way passage, leading hundreds of thousands into the abyss, yet ultimately, they still faced failure. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a crimson silence fell, and golden characters materialized. Huaxia Civilization, Mainline Chapter 8, The Secret of the God of Death, has commenced. From this day forth, participant selection will begin, with formal transmission commencing in 7 days. Following this, new information appeared on the luminous screen surrounding the Civilization Core, based on confidential information. An assessment of the difficulty of Chapter 8 is underway. In contrast to the younger individuals who have only been here for a few years, those with extensive experience and who have witnessed at least 2 previous main storyline openings furrowed their brows in deep concern. Historically, the names of main storyline chapters have been derived from the discoveries made by their finders, typically bearing titles such as the Deep Sea of Black Magic or the Phantom Realm. However, this time, the title The Secret of the God of Death raises alarm. According to fragmentary data unearthed from the old ruins over the past century, the term God refers to the realm of laws that exists above the threshold of condensation, sublimation, and transcendence. Only beings at that level can truly be called gods. The survival game has always been meticulous regarding the names of secrets. Thus, the secret of the God of Death likely pertains to a being of divine caliber. The difficulty of a main storyline chapter, named thus, must be exceedingly high. After several breaths, new information appeared on the screen. According to the assessment, the difficulty of this mainline chapter, The Secret of the God of Death, is rated at 100. With a reward level of 9,000, the comprehensive evaluation is excellent, and it is imperative to complete it. Assessment complete. A nationwide announcement will commence, initiating participant selection immediately. Chapter 18, National Announcement. Upon seeing the assessment issued by the Civilization Corps, the multitude within the Research Institute stood in stunned silence. How could this be possible? The results were utterly incomprehensible. A difficulty rating of 100 is astonishingly low. Historically, the least difficult 7th chapter, The Abyss of Blazing Fire, had a difficulty exceeding 300. While the most challenging, The Deep Sea of Black Magic, approached the maximum threshold of 1,000 at 995. Even in terms of rewards, the highest yield from the Deep Sea of Black Magic was merely around 2,000. Yet now, The Secret of the God of Death is rated at a difficulty of 100 while offering a reward of 9,000. This disparity raises doubts about the appropriateness of the chapter's title, leaving one to question the accuracy of this discovery's nomenclature. Nonetheless, the subsequent reward level is irrefutable. Yet it feels profoundly surreal. The relevant information regarding the secret of the God of Death has been distributed. All participants at the condensation tier may access it.
In the Central Military District of Kyoto, within the highest command headquarters at this moment, it is time for the weekly routine meeting. As the voice resonated in their minds,
Whether reporting or listening, everyone paused in astonishment, their expressions shifting. The report ceased, and silence enveloped the room. Fingers rested on the documents before them. And in the next moment, they gazed at the game interface visible only to themselves. Huaxia Civilization, Mainline Chapter 8, The Secret of the God of Death, has commenced. From this day forth, participant selection will commence, with formal entry into Chapter 8 in 7 days. All individuals associated with Huaxia Civilization, except for the young, may register, and participants will be selected by the Civilization Corps. The atmosphere in the conference room grew grave. Another main storyline chapter has commenced, and once again, the extent of losses remains uncertain. The individuals in this room have all experienced at least 2 main storyline chapters. Contact the Central Research Institute to ascertain the specifics. Instructed Qin Long, the highest-ranking commander of the Central Military District, his expression solemn as he spoke. In this moment, all present, regardless of their strength or status, felt a profound tension. Their concern was not for their own lives, but for the lives of the soldiers under their command. Each time a main storyline mission unfolds, the greatest losses are inevitably suffered by those soldiers. When spiritual losses exceed half, it signifies the limits of existence. At such a juncture, one is perilously close to spiraling into madness, a madness that leads to distortion, chaos, and destruction, a process far more terrifying than death itself. Under normal circumstances, anyone educated would avoid approaching this critical threshold, always preserving a fragment of their spirit. However, during the 7 previous main storyline chapters, as the battles raged on, who still had the presence of mind to consider such matters? Even during the least difficult 7th chapter, by the end, tens of thousands fell into the state of spiritual depletion. The 2 previous failures of the civilization's main storyline were the most devastating, with the game even enabling the option for real body entry, a choice that meant venturing into the abyss without the possibility of return. Such occurrences are not something anyone wishes to witness again. Following those 2 failures, the stance of Huaxia towards the main line of civilization has been one of cautious reluctance. The challenges involved are deemed excessively daunting, and they would rather forego participation than gamble with the lives of their soldiers and citizens. Is it not simply a matter of slower progress in the evolution of civilization? It is certainly not a situation that warrants risking lives. Over the past century, given Huaxia's current rate of development, population growth, and the elevation of societal tiers, even without engaging in the main line of civilization, there is ample time to achieve stellar evolution before the epic's end. This serves as the foundation of Huaxia's confidence. Nevertheless, the specific choice must be contingent upon the circumstances at hand. Should the difficulty prove manageable, completing the chapters of the main line of civilization to expedite stellar evolution and ascend to higher realms would indeed be beneficial. A tremor coursed through his body. Qinlong, standing rigidly in military attire beside him, felt a slight quiver. His typically stern countenance was now marred by disbelief as he gazed at the information displayed on the tablet in his hands. The expression in his eyes conveyed sheer astonishment, bordering on incredulity. How could one possibly stand out among an army exceeding 5 million in the central military district of the capital? Yet, at this moment, he exhibited such a look of incredulity. The individuals in the conference room exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they pondered the implications of his reaction. Could it be that the difficulty of this endeavor is exceedingly high? Qinlong scrutinized Lu Quan, his resolute face now furrowed with concern. What could have transpired to elicit such a reaction from you? The voice of Commander Qinlong snapped Lu Quan from his state of overwhelming shock. Lu Quan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, he handed the tablet to Qinlong, his expression a tapestry of complexity, and said, "Commander, take a look. I am uncertain whether what I have seen is indeed true." Upon hearing Lu Quan's words, Qinlong furrowed his brow, while the others present tensed in anticipation. What revelation could have prompted Lu Quan to utter such a statement? Could it be that this chapter of the main line of civilization presents unprecedented challenges, far surpassing the difficulty ratings of the previous 7 chapters? This thought sent ripples of concern through the gathered assembly. If that were indeed the case, participation in this chapter of civilization must be categorically avoided. With a grave expression, Qinlong accepted the tablet that Lu Quan had offered, his gaze fixated on the interface, which displayed information just transmitted from the Central Research Institute. It bore no additional text, merely a freshly taken photograph that encapsulated the Civilization Corps' evaluation of this chapter. Upon deciphering the text within the image, even Qinlong, who had presided over the Central Military District for nearly a century and had attained the pinnacle of his realm, was momentarily stunned, his thoughts stalling under the weight of such startling news. With a sudden, involuntary exertion of his fingers, the official tablet, crafted from top-tier materials, shattered with a crack. Why is the commander reacting this way? The others in the conference room furrowed their brows, their faces a mixture of confusion and curiosity regarding the nature of the information that could elicit such responses from both the commander and Lu Quan. Commander, what precisely is this information? The murmurs of inquiry pulled Qinlong's thoughts back to the present. His fingers relaxed, and the fragments of the tablet fell onto the table, unnoticed by anyone. Good, 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 Qinlong exclaimed thrice, his expression transforming into one of exuberance. With a resounding thud, he struck the conference table with a fist, creating a dent and further shattering the remnants of the tablet. Lu Quan, observing the scattered pieces, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. That tablet had accompanied him for quite some time, and he had not anticipated its demise in this manner. However, witnessing the commander's reaction reassured him that he had not misinterpreted the significance of the information. Indeed, the tablet was of little consequence compared to the revelation itself. As thoughts of the information flooded Lu Quan's mind, he too felt an exhilarating rush of joy. While the highest-ranking officials, Qinlong and Lu Quan, wore expressions of elation, the others present remained perplexed. What could have incited such jubilation? Chapter 19. The 3 departments, 4 bureaus, and 9 offices, mobilized the entire military. All personnel meeting the criteria for the main line of civilization, devoid of prohibitive orders, must register for this chapter. On the civilian front, Notify the Tianjin division and disseminate a nationwide announcement. Aside from specialized personnel under the major groups, others should refrain from participating. The difficulty of this chapter in civilization is manageable, and we need not incur unnecessary expenditures. Inform the Navy to prepare the fleets for deployment. Patrolling the seas to deter other nations and groups. Any who dare approach Huaxia's territory during this period shall be met with lethal force. Notify the patrol forces that effective immediately, the missile systems are to remain in a state of readiness, ensuring that any anomalies, even those occurring on the opposite side of the Earth, will be addressed within half an hour. Command the nuclear systems to enter a preheating state. Activate the space patrol systems, ensuring all-weather surveillance not only over Huaxia's territory, but also encompassing the surrounding areas. Commence the orbiting of armed satellites and activate the celestial defense systems. Transcribe my commands and relay them to the other 4 military districts. My access key has been activated, and we await their connection. As Qin Long's orders were issued, Lu Quan's fingers flew across the tablet, diligently recording every word spoken by Commander Qin Long. The atmosphere around the conference table grew solemn as all present listened intently. Additionally, inform the Bureau of Creation to expedite their efforts. They must ensure that all participants are equipped with life-saving gear and new equipment before the initiation of this chapter. Yes, Commander, I will notify them at once. Lu Quan replied while continuing his notes. Well then, this meeting is adjourned. With the commencement of the mainline chapter, there is no need for the previously scheduled discussions. Proceed with your tasks, and we shall convene again to deliberate on the detailed plans. Understood? Yes. At this moment, the entirety of Huaxia was enveloped in a state of unrest. The voice of the civilization core resonated within the minds of all Huaxia citizens. Perspectives on the impending chapter varied widely. The previous 7 chapters of the main line of civilization had revealed that they were not merely opportunities for advancement. With 5 successes and 2 failures among the 7 chapters, Huaxia had ascended to a level of evolution surpassing other nations, albeit at the cost of many compatriots. Those who descend into madness will ultimately tread the path of self-destruction. In the wake of this announcement, all military districts of Huaxia convened emergency meetings. Upon receiving the direct communication from Commander Qin Long of the Central Military District, the commanders of each district exhibited drastic changes in their expressions. What followed was a cascade of orders. The 5 military districts unified their access keys, activating various systems. Coastal fleets began preparations for deployment, while domestic bases readied aircraft of all models for immediate action. The military entered a state of full readiness. High above, the once silent space platforms unfurled slowly. In outer orbit, armed satellites awakened from their slumber. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Bureau of Creation, Qian Duobao, the director, surveyed the several messages that had just arrived, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Although the news regarding the difficulty assessment of the current civilization main arc brought him immense joy, the subsequent influx of equipment and item orders from the 5 military districts proved to be a considerable headache. These individuals truly know how to take advantage of the situation. With a chapter difficulty of merely 100, there is no need for such an abundance of supplies. The stock they already possess should suffice. It is as if they are eagerly seizing the opportunity to extract every last resource from me. As he muttered his grievances, Qian Duobao casually pressed a button on his desk. A minute later, a deep, rugged voice resonated from outside. Boss, you called for me in such haste. Has the order from those fellows arrived? A towering man, standing 2 meters tall and possessing a robust physique, pushed the door open and strode into the room, quickly approaching Qian Duobao. Yes, Qian Duobao nodded in acknowledgement. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the tablet in his hand soaring towards the man. The requirements are all listed there. Go prepare the stock. The man accepted the tablet, scrutinizing the information displayed upon it, his expression tightening. Boss, are we proceeding so directly? Of course not. Before delivery, we must first sift through their material inventory. The last time we examined their stock was a decade ago. Over these 10 years, their development has been swift. While they regularly supply materials to my Bureau of Creation, they must have accumulated a fair amount on their own. There should be some valuable goods among them. Upon hearing Qian Duobao's words, the man broke into a grin, understanding. Got it, boss. I will make the arrangements right away. Go on, Qian Duobao replied with a smile, waving him off. The 3 departments, 4 bureaus, and 9 offices constitute the current primary structure of Huaxia. When the resonant sound announcing the activation of the civilization main arc echoed in everyone's minds, all systems were set into motion. The slumbering dragon stirred, opening its eyes. Chapter 20, Failed Job Change. The voice ringing in his mind left Li Xiao momentarily stunned. However, he quickly realized that it was a result of his own actions. With this in mind, he chose to disregard it and continued focusing on his own matters, his gaze fixed on the character interface displayed on his phone. Name, Li Xiao. Spirit. Path, martial arts. Rank, mortal first stage, 050. Profession, forger, unique. Talent, immortal trait, lucky 1. Skills, forging, unique. Max level, general knowledge, unique. Max level, starfire body forging method, 4 stars, level 1, 200. Military Arts 9 styles, 3 stars, level 0, 200, basic marksmanship, 1 star. Max level. Equipment, explosive long gun, life protection talisman X1, first stage magic crystal, holy light crystal, special original crystal slate, severely depleted holy water, broken and decayed hero's sword. Severely depleted holy crystal, decayed and damaged hero's armor, hero profession badge. Storage space, level 3, 444. Status, dragon power enhancement, special. Energy, 22. Points, 326. Gazing at the panel, Li Xiao pondered for a moment, and with a thought, a finely crafted badge appeared in his hand. The badge, a hexagonal prism, bore engravings of a sword, shield, and spark, adorned with shimmering gemstones that twinkled like stars. The badge emanated a deep purple radiance. This is the Hero Profession Badge, a job change item. Such items are exceedingly rare in survival games, even for the most mundane professions. The deep purple glow radiating from the Hero Profession Badge signifies that this is a job change item for a hidden profession, one that lies beyond ordinary and special professions. Fixing his gaze upon the badge, an influx of information flooded his mind. Hero Profession Badge. Category, job change item. Quality, hidden profession. Job description. The height of the heart determines the limits of the hero. What you see is merely a reflection of the heights they once attained. Note, defying countless adversities, slashing through myriad thorns to save, plummeting into an endless abyss without succumbing, cutting through the remnants of blood and fire to unleash the final sword light. As the body decays, the will remains immortal. Successor, grasp this badge. Have you resolved to become the new hero? Contemplating the succinct job description, Li Xiao's expression turned pensive. This suggests that the hero profession's quality can indeed be further enhanced. He recalled hearing of items capable of elevating profession quality, which had appeared thrice in the auction house, with 2 being purchased by the Huaxiao officials. However, no one knew how to utilize them. The notion of a profession possessing the ability to enhance its own quality had never been heard of before. Perhaps such things exist, but they are likely not widely publicized. After all, the average person would not have access to such information. Li Xiao, in his previous life, was merely an 18-year-old high school senior, one of those average individuals. The badge twirled at his fingertips as he deliberated whether to use it. The profession system in survival games imposes no limitations on the types or number of professions one can possess. In theory, an individual could infinitely change professions, accumulating multiple skills and enhancing their power through various professional talents, an utterly terrifying prospect. Yet, that remained merely theoretical. While the game system imposes no restrictions, the individuals themselves may not be able to endure the consequences. Over the past century, an organization had once devised a plan to cultivate an individual with multiple professions, unmatched in power. However, the outcome was dire. After using a third job change item, the individual began experiencing unbearable symptoms, and upon utilizing a fourth item, their mortal body, at the pinnacle of the third stage, shattered into pieces. The final outcome was that the individual perished completely. This incident was documented in a specialized textbook on the extraordinary. Subsequently, the official research revealed that an individual may bear a dual profession at most, at least for the time being. This also applies to those who are automatically assigned a profession upon loading the game. In other words, Li Xiao can now acquire an additional profession, the profession of blacksmith. A previously unseen unique tier now possesses 2 skills that are both extraordinary and practical. The skill, forging, has opened a dedicated section in the game interface, allowing for forging at any time and place, even amidst battle. The skill, general knowledge, enables Li Xiao to grasp a multitude of secrets instantly, akin to the moment when he obtained the original crystal tablet and discerned the mysteries contained within, ultimately unveiling the secret of the god of burial and commencing this main storyline. Furthermore, despite the inscriptions of other civilizations being foreign, under general knowledge, they present no barriers. Both skills wield significant influence. However, neither directly enhances combat prowess. Gazing at the badge in his hand, Li Xiao found himself in a quandary about whether to utilize it. This internal conflict persisted for an hour. Eventually, he resolved to proceed, reasoning that if complications arose, he could always use an item to revert his choice. Although such items are costly, they are far less expensive than a class change item, for professions are exceedingly rare. Moreover, Li Xiao firmly believed that his fortunate one talent would manifest should this profession prove unsuitable, ultimately procuring him a class-changing item. Additionally, as the unprecedented unique profession of blacksmith, with its singular skill, forging, crafting a class-changing item should not be overly challenging. Lost in thought, Li Xiao harnessed the power of his martial energy, allowing it to swirl around his fingertips like smoke, igniting a fiery essence. The flames danced upon the badge, instantly permeating it. In the real world, utilizing a class change item is a manifestation of one's extraordinary power, establishing a connection. As the blood fire was absorbed by the badge, a brilliant deep purple radiance flickered to life upon it, rendering the sword and shield emblem vividly profound. You have used the class change item, the hero's profession badge, and have begun the transition to the hidden profession, the hard S hero. against countless hardships, cleaving through thousands of thorns to save, plummeting into the endless abyss yet remaining unfallen, amidst the wreckage of blood and fire, striking forth the final sword light, with a decaying body yet an immortal will. The successor shall grasp this badge and become the next hero, continuing the unfinished journey until the abyss is vanquished. As the inheritor of the Heart S hero, you have received a message from the previous Heart S hero, Sayaka's successor. Carry forth this will and continue onward, but heed my counsel, do not covet the abyss. The authority is loading. The Heart S hero profession template is being integrated into your soul. The game's voice echoed in Li Zhao's mind, while simultaneously, he felt a surge of power entering his body from the badge. Pain erupted suddenly, accompanied by a profound sense of detachment that brought forth intense agony. As the power from the badge was abruptly drawn from him, a sharp gasp escaped Li Zhao's lips, bewildered by the sudden discomfort. Following the pain, his body felt weak, and he hastily grasped the edge of the table to steady himself. In his mind, the game's voice resumed. Beep beep beep, class change failed. Authority withdrawn. Class change item not consumed. Chapter 21, The Radiant Holy Lance. As the sole profession awakened by nature, the blacksmith, your soul cannot tolerate such a lowly entity entering. Upon hearing the final words resonating in his mind, Li Zhao's lips twitched. Was that disdain? Did he truly possess such an aloof demeanor? Once his body regained some strength, he promptly returned the badge to his storage space. It seemed prudent to let it go, perhaps in a few days. He could auction it in the game. Hidden professions still have the potential for self-enhancement, and it should fetch a good price. High-quality class change items consistently command high prices in the auction house. The lowest ordinary profession has never sold for less than 1,000 points. Prices for class change items vary between 1,000 to 10,000 points, depending on the profession. Special professions start at 5,000 points, capping at 100,000 points, with some exceptionally rare classifications fetching even higher. Hidden professions have a minimum base of 50,000 points, with uncertain upper limits, though typical transaction prices exceed 1,000,000 points. As for extreme professions beyond hidden ones, they have not yet appeared in the regular auction house, only in the annual grand auctions, which encompass not only Earth but 100 life planets, are they made available, with 10 items each time. Yet, these grand auctions are shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing who has bid on what. Nevertheless, one might speculate that the Chinese authorities have acquired some. In the past century, mythic-level professions only surfaced once a decade ago, fetching an astronomical price of 500 billion points. It was then that the Chinese authorities urgently issued a nationwide announcement regarding the collection of points, emphasizing the need to gather points across the nation, with promises of compensation for users who could exchange items of equivalent value at official institutions. However, as this involved everyone, the compensation process has been slow, and as of now, 10 years have passed without completion. This hero's profession badge in his possession should be worth at least a few 100,000 points, Li Xiao mused. If he could amass such points, he would not have to gaze longingly at the myriad treasures in the temporary store during the next game settlement. He picked up his phone, accessed the game interface, and navigated to the auction section. Ignoring the exorbitantly priced items listed, he focused on his paltry 300 points, which could procure nothing of value. He selected the hero's profession badge that he had just placed in storage and opted to list it for auction. Do you confirm the listing of the hero's profession badge? Without hesitation, he clicked confirm. A new option immediately appeared. Please select the auction range. Scanning the options, Li Xiao chose the China option, meaning this auction would be restricted to individuals within China. The hero's profession badge has been successfully listed in the auction house and will join the auction sequence in 1 hour, with a starting bid of 500,000 points. As the initiator of the auction, you may withdraw your listing at any time within this hour. After 1 hour, the item will be locked, and the auction cannot be cancelled. Disregarding the final prompt, after listing the hero's profession badge, Li Xiao exited the auction interface and returned to the character screen. The most critical aspect had been addressed. Now, it was time to attend to the remaining matters. The spoils of this venture, aside from the hero's profession badge, are largely unusable. They are either corroded or bear deteriorated prefixes, relegating them to mere materials. This time, he employed his forging skills in the realm of reality. Upon awakening from his sickbed after crossing over, the moment he loaded the game on his phone for the first time marked the awakening of Li Xiao as a blacksmith. At that instant, he sensed that something dormant within him had been roused. Simultaneously, he felt as though something had been inscribed upon his very soul. Yet at that time, he had not yet ascended, rendering him unable to grasp the specifics of this phenomenon. It was through the character interface of the game that he discerned this was indeed a profession awakening, along with its 2 skills, forging and general knowledge. These reflections came to Li Xiao later. Previously, he had utilized the forging skill once within the game. The results were satisfactory, yielding a blasting spear with commendable efficacy. And the forging process took merely a few minutes, constrained as it was by Li Xiao's nascent abilities and low power. With subsequent ascension, Li Xiao gained a deeper understanding of the forging skill. The speed of forging was contingent upon both the quality of the materials and Li Xiao's strength. Utilizing the same materials, a stronger and higher-ranked Li Xiao could forge at a significantly accelerated pace. Had he undertaken the previous forging now, what once took over 7 minutes could easily be reduced to under 2 minutes. It was akin to the difference between forging 20 items with a single strike previously, now being capable of forging 80. However, the materials for this current forging were of markedly superior quality and rank compared to the last. As his thoughts coalesced and power surged, with his will now focused, the innate ability that had awakened within him was summoned forth. Forging commenced. His thoughts ascended abruptly, manifesting in an expansive, boundless space. Within this realm, tranquility reigned, punctuated only by the twinkling of distant stars. This was Li Xiao's personal domain of thought. Here lay his world. Gazing down upon this infinite expanse from a godlike perspective, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence, yet this sensation was swiftly quelled. He had only just stepped into the first tier of the mundane world and possessed no such power. As his thoughts delved deeper, he beheld a platform forged from starlight at the center of the space, surrounded by countless points of light that descended to occupy the area beneath. His thoughts extended, transforming into an intangible hand that seized control of everything within his grasp. With a mere thought, the ethereal hand transcended barriers, delving into his storage space. Instinctively retrieving 3 severely deteriorated materials, the radiant holy water, the corrupted hero's sword, and the diminished radiant crystal. The 3 items were placed directly upon the platform. As the forging power descended, the materials fused seamlessly, and the forging began. With a mere glance, Li Xiao instinctively comprehended the duration required for this forging and the nature of the item being created. 1 hour and 3 minutes. The weapon, Radiant Holy Lance. Of perfect quality at the 3rd tier. Just as the profession's introduction proclaimed, with both hands as the tools and thoughts as the platform, forge all that you desire. What Li Xiao had learned and inherited was a mastery of techniques centered upon marksmanship. Thus, what he sought was a lance, not a sword, leading to the transformation of the holy sword into the holy lance. Chapter 22. Senior, are you there? With an hour remaining until the completion of the forging, Li Xiao, uninterested in waiting, withdrew his will from the realm of thought, leaving a trace of consciousness behind to allow the forging to enter a passive state. Sensing the ongoing forging within the thought space, Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. While awaiting the completion of the radiant holy lance, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. Another day passed, and Li Xiao felt increasingly aware of his deficiencies. It became clear that the memories of his previous self, Li Xiao, were not directly fused with his soul, but rather existed as fragmented recollections for him to peruse. Observing his memories from a godlike vantage point, rather than integrating them, resulted in Li Xiao possessing knowledge of the techniques from his former self, such as the 9 military techniques and the forging body method. While he understood these skills, his mastery remained at a rudimentary level. Regarding the spiritual embodiment within the game, during its manifestation, it relied upon the instincts formed by his previous self's body, as reflected in the proficiency displayed on the game character panel. Otherwise, if he had relied solely on his current skill level, his initial encounter with a monster in the game would have likely ended in failure. Presently, the foremost concern for Li Xiao was to address this matter. Failure to do so could lead to troublesome consequences, particularly with future ascensions potentially resulting in a loss of control over his own power. This issue could not be resolved solely through Li Xiao's own training in the short term. However, his previous self had anticipated such a scenario, leaving behind contingency plans. And not just one. Li Xiao opted for the method he deemed simplest and most expedient. Within the game shop, there existed a temporary purchase item for those at the first tier of the mundane world, accessible only to those who had entered this tier within a month of loading the game and had achieved at least 1 perfect evaluation. Among these items was what Li Xiao needed. The special item, 3,000 dreams, could be acquired for 500 points each. Upon use, it would transport the user into a special state of 3,000 dreams, wherein a single dream spanned 10 years, enhancing their comprehension and mastery of skills and techniques. However, it could only be employed for skills the user had already learned. Other items served various purposes, each with different emphases, yet shared the common goal of providing a solid foundation for gifted individuals in the early stages of cultivation, enabling them to reach greater heights in the future. As for the cost, accumulating 500 points within a month of entering the first tier of the mundane world before progressing to the second tier was certainly feasible. For instance, Li Xiao had amassed over 300 points from 2 perfect evaluations across 2 gaming sessions. However, he had no intention of restarting the game to accumulate points, as one of the rules dictated against frequent re-entry into the same old ruins within a short time frame, lest it provoke unforeseen changes. Li Xiao sensed that if he were to restart the game and re-enter the hero's land's old ruins, it would likely trigger this rule. Currently, the main storyline of Civilization's 8th chapter, The Secret of the God of Death, had been activated. If the old ruins were to undergo changes prematurely, it could potentially alter the course of the Civilization's main storyline. What was originally assessed at a difficulty of 100 could escalate as a result, leading Li Xiao to reconsider. As the initiator of this chapter of the Civilization's main storyline, He was privy to the core evaluations made by the civilization regarding this narrative, unlike others who faced restrictions. Regarding the initiation of other old ruins, Li Xiao currently lacked the anchor items needed. Should he open new ruins, there would be no return. If Li Xiao, as the initiator of this civilization's main storyline, could no longer re-enter, it would mean declaring this chapter a failure. Consequently, for the next 7 days, Li Xiao found it prudent to refrain from engaging in the game. This, however, afforded him the opportunity to address his own issues first. As for the matter of points, there remained a viable solution. Exiting the game interface on his phone and returning to the normal screen, he opened Feishin. Among his sparse contacts, he selected the one noted as Senior. Senior, are you there? After a 3-minute wait, a message finally arrived. Busy, is there something? Bai Su, the senior, responded with her usual brevity. Borrowing points. In response, I could only reply with 3 words. Communication with Bai Su had to be succinct, especially given her indication of being occupied. How much? 2 minutes later. Another message came through. 200. 3 minutes passed again. Send me the code. Upon reading the latest message, a smile of delight spread across Li Xiao's face. It was done. The code, of course, referred to the game code. Each player in the game receives a unique code, distinct to their civilization, with varied structures and foundations depending on the civilization itself. Before long, Li Xiao sent her game code to Bai Su. Bai Su did not reply with any further messages. However, 3 minutes later, Li Xiao entered the game interface, gazing at the 2 lines of new text with a slight smile. The loan had been credited. Bai Su, a member of the same civilization, has added you through code search. Her game code has been recorded. You have received a gift from Bai Su, 200 points. Your current points total is 526. Returning to the Feishin interface, Li Xiao sent a quick thank you to Bai Su before re-entering the game interface. She opened the limited time shop, where several exclusive items priced at 500 were displayed, and selected the item, 3000 Dreams. Would you like to spend 500 points to purchase the exclusive special item, 3000 Dreams? Without hesitation, Li Xiao chose yes from the 2 options that appeared. She confirmed the subsequent prompt as well. You have successfully purchased the exclusive special item, 3000 Dreams. It has been placed in your storage space. Accompanying this text, Li Xiao distinctly felt a sparkling, dreamlike diamond crystal materialize in her storage space. With a mere thought, the 3000 Dreams appeared in her hand. The crystal, the size of a thumb, emitted shimmering specks of light, its ethereal glow flickering and dancing, captivating and enchanting, lulling one into a serene slumber. Just a glance left Li Xiao feeling drowsy. She quickly averted her gaze. 3000 Dreams. Type, special item. Note, 3000 Dreams, a dream within a dream. Falling and soaring within the dream. Upon using this item, the user will spend at least 10 years in the dream, with a stroke of luck. One might trigger the exceedingly slim chance of spending 3000 years. However, fret not, for you can awaken from the dream at any time, upon awakening. Only the significant memories will remain, while others will be blurred, so there is no need for concern. To fully harness the power of this item, the user must spend at least 10 years in the dream. Chapter 23, Entering the Dream. After a glance at the specific information, Li Xiao placed it back into her storage space. Now was not the time to use it. The item, 3000 Dreams, had an uncertain duration of slumber. It could last a single night or extend over several days. Currently, she was not alone, so it was prudent to inform Li Ran beforehand. Moreover, if she did not awaken within 7 days, she would need Li Ran's assistance to call her, lest it delay the commencement of the main storyline. Glancing at the time, she noted that Li Ran would be home shortly. Thus, she decided to wait. Contemplating, Li Xiao felt that it was unwise to merely wait idly, and besides, Li Xiao had entrusted her to take good care of Li Ran. Setting her phone aside, Li Xiao opened the refrigerator, pondering what dishes to prepare. At the table, she observed the steaming dishes freshly prepared, while Li Ran's expression appeared somewhat complex. In front of her, a bowl filled with plump, glistening rice awaited, with chopsticks resting nearby. Li Ran tilted her head, gazing at the closed bedroom door with a complicated expression, and after a long pause, she let out a soft sigh. After sharing the details about 3000 Dreams, that guy had retreated to his room. He should have entered the dream by now. 3000 Dreams was something she was familiar with. It was a method she had discovered alongside her brother after learning about his plans. She was aware of some of her brother's schemes and knew that among these, the method of 3000 Dreams was the swiftest way for the foreign soul inheriting her brother's body to grasp his powers. However, compared to other methods that took time to yield results, this one was the most challenging. Initially, it was merely a node among several methods, yet unexpectedly, that guy actually accomplished it. The 3000 Dreams item, as per the records, could only be redeemed once by an individual and was meant for personal use only. Additionally, the prerequisites for redemption included ascending to the mortal realm tier 1 within a month, achieving at least one perfect evaluation, and possessing 500 points. Her brother had only loaded the game 3 days ago. He had just arrived yesterday and had his first game session. And now he should be in the spiritual return phase, making a second game impossible. This meant that he had achieved a perfect evaluation in his first game and ascended to Mortal Realm Tier 1, all while accumulating 500 points. Such a prodigy? Li Ran murmured to herself. Though she was also recognized as a significant talent by the game, she lacked the confidence to achieve such feats. Brother, your wish has summoned an extraordinary individual. Li Ran sighed inwardly. However, this was for the best. If the wish had brought forth a failure, it would have truly wasted her brother's goodwill and tarnished his name. Turning back, Li Ran regarded the still steaming dishes, contemplated for a moment, lifted her bowl, and picked up her chopsticks to begin her meal. As for her attitude towards this new Li Xiao, she had come to a realization. As her brother, the one who knew him best, had left behind his final words. Humph. He had taken it upon himself to designate this new brother for her. Although she had acknowledged this new brother, she understood it would take time to adjust. The taste of this food is decent, though it still pales in comparison to my brother's cooking. In the room, Li Xiao lay on her bed, following the usage instructions, and directly crushed the crystal containing the 3,000 dreams. The crystal shattered, transforming into specks of light that scattered. A dreamlike mist enveloped the room, shrouding Li Xiao within. The mist flowed with her breath, entering her nostrils, and in an instant, Li Xiao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Her mind gradually emptied. Thoughts came to a halt, and her eyelids naturally closed. Thus, she fell into a deep slumber. In the quiet room, the only sound was the gentle rhythm of her breathing. The specks of light and the dreamlike mist gradually flowed into Li Xiao's body with each breath. As everything began, everything was hazy, and it was unclear how much time had passed when Li Xiao's consciousness finally emerged from the haze. Observing her surroundings, which were in constant flux and indistinct, Li Xiao's thoughts began to clarify. Is this a dream? What was I here for? Oh, it has come back to me. In the solitude of the dream, Li Xiao began to speak to herself, and as her words flowed, her thoughts became increasingly lucid. He finally recalled what had transpired. As his thoughts shifted, the dream morphed, revealing a training room filled with various apparatuses. Li Xiao commenced his practice of the starfire body forging technique, a foundational method in martial arts, crucial for his future achievements on the path of combat. The corporeal form of Li Xiao, now partially forged, had attained the initial stages of body refinement. However, his understanding of this technique remained rudimentary. The dissonance between the two led to his inadequate control over his body and strength. Furthermore, his abrupt leap into the realm of mortals, resulting in a sudden surge of power, accentuated this discord. It was imperative to resolve this issue promptly. The longer it was delayed, the greater the potential for severe complications. In the dream, Li Xiao felt an extraordinary clarity of mind as he recalled the principles of the body forging technique that he had gleaned from his memories. The concept seemed simple and comprehensible, effortlessly grasped. Simultaneously, the knowledge of martial arts he had previously encountered in his memories flashed before him, now fully assimilated and understood, transcending the superficial recollections that would have faded in a matter of days. The once tenuous foundation of martial arts was gradually solidifying, and the platform was being constructed piece by piece. Here, in this dream, it was neither wholly illusory nor entirely real, existing in a liminal space. Around Li Xiao, tendrils of crimson flame ignited, signifying his comprehension and mastery of the starfire body forging technique. Within the dream, as his thoughts fluctuated, blood-hued phantoms began to materialize around him, manifestations of his scattered reflections. These phantoms coalesced into action, no longer static, as they commenced the practice of the 9 military forms, fundamental spear techniques, and other skills learned from his memories. He started from the very basics. In this dream, the concept of time had vanished entirely. When Li Xiao opened his eyes once more, the surrounding blood-hued phantoms disintegrated, returning to their source. A glint of determination shone in his gaze. He rose to his feet, and the environment around him began to shift. Upon the desolate earth, distorted apparitions arose, their fierce gazes fixed upon Li Xiao. Observing the grotesque figures, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. With a swift motion of his right hand, a 3-meter-long spear manifested in his grasp. Standing firm with the spear, his vitality surged. Chapter 24. It's truly you. Vitality entwined around the spear, and at its tip, blood flames flickered. As the flames ignited, the distorted apparitions seemed incited, howling as they charged toward Li Xiao. Faced with the oncoming phantoms, there was not a trace of trepidation on Li Xiao's face. Only pure martial fervor remained. In this dream, certain emotions had been suppressed. With a tremor of his arm, droplets of blood flames splattered from the spear. Countless repetitions of practice had led to a complete mastery of the techniques, transforming them from mere learned behaviors into instinctual responses. With a sweeping motion, he shattered the phantoms before him, then leaped into the air, using momentum to pivot and strike downward with the spear, disintegrating the phantom that was struck. The battle was merely beginning. These phantoms were still too fragile. However, Li Xiao noted that new phantoms emerging from behind were stronger than the initial ones. It appeared that this confrontation would endure for quite some time. Resolving to focus solely on the battle, Li Xiao immersed himself in the fray. He had resolved most of his issues, but they remained largely theoretical. To truly solidify his understanding, he needed to reinforce it through combat. The struggle continued, tireless within the dream. Hey, it's time to wake up. Amidst the fierce battle, a melodious voice rang out from an unknown source. Instantly, the entire dream froze. Countless phantoms dissolved into scattered shards of light. On the ground, composed of the remnants of shattered apparitions, Li Xiao stood with his spear, gazing upward. A glimmer of clarity sparkled in his eyes. Was it time? To be frank, Li Xiao had lost track of how long he had been fighting or how many phantoms he had defeated. All he knew was that the crimson earth beneath him was formed from the debris of the phantoms. In the enchanting dream, he had forgotten everything, wholly absorbed in this endless conflict. The original objectives, whether mastering the body-forging technique or the 9 military forms, had been accomplished, becoming instinctual. Even the heart-seeking method of the condensation phase was now grasped, awaiting his entry into that level to unlock his unique heart-seeking manifestation. The path of martial arts, too, was beginning to take shape. Now, a voice from beyond the dream resonated. It was time to awaken. Has it truly been 7 days? Li Xiao pondered. This voice, naturally, belonged to Li Ran, who had previously mentioned that if he had not awakened by the 7th day, she would rouse him. What had initially been a precaution had unexpectedly come into play. Had that minuscule probability truly been triggered? Without further hesitation, Li Xiao began to awaken. The dream began to fragment, and his thoughts grew increasingly lucid. Upon returning home, he gazed at the living room, unchanged since his departure that morning. Li Ran frowned slightly, wondering if he still had not awakened. She was not overly surprised. Initially, she had been taken aback to see that he had indeed remained in slumber for several days. The 3000 Dreams artifact was something she had researched with her brother, and she was well aware of its nature. Under normal circumstances, after using the 3000 Dreams, one would typically slumber for a day or two, unless extraordinarily fortunate to trigger that rare probability or possessing exceptional talent to force its activation. Regardless, both scenarios were anything but ordinary. Amid her astonishment, Li Ran became certain that her brother's wish had summoned this equally named Li Xiao, who was indeed extraordinary. As the days of his slumber extended, she had grown accustomed to this, no longer surprised. During these 7 days, aside from attending school, Li Ran had been preparing for her first gaming experience. For such an event, it was customary to have someone present for supervision. Generally, individuals with her exceptional talent could report to the school and official organizations, who would arrange everything. However, it had been agreed with her brother that he would personally oversee her first gaming experience upon her reaching adulthood. Though her brother was no longer the same, she still wished to partake in her inaugural game in his presence. As for reporting her status, that could wait until later. Pushing open the door and flipping on the light, she was greeted by the sight of the figure lying quietly on the bed, breathing steadily. Li Ran approached the bedside, gazing at the serene face in silence. Following the methods documented in her research, she began the process of awakening him. Finally, she leaned closer and softly whispered, Hey, it's time to wake up. After observing for a moment, noticing the fluttering eyelids, Li Ran knew he was about to awaken. She waved her hand in front of his nose, dispersing the faint odor that had accumulated over the 7 days. Li Ran approached the window, drawing open the curtains and flinging the window wide, allowing the gentle breeze to waft in, refreshing the air and dispelling the faint, unpleasant odor. Turning around, Li Ran exited the room, leaving the door ajar for better ventilation. She changed her outerwear and began preparing a meal. Meanwhile, Li Xiao slowly opened her eyes, the harsh glare of the light prompting a soft grunt as she raised her right hand to shield her eyes. After a few moments of adjustment, she lowered her hand and rose from the bed, shedding her garments and swiftly grabbing fresh clothes before darting into the bathroom. As a newly formed martial artist, her metabolism was inherently rapid. After lying in bed for 7 days, her clothes and body had indeed accumulated an unpleasant odor. The cool water cascading over her body awakened her fully. Raising her right hand, she watched as the water trickled down her arm, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. This sensation was delightful. Although she had initially struggled to adapt to this new body, she could now confidently claim mastery over it. With a snap of her fingers, her chi coiled around her fingertips, igniting a fiery essence that the falling droplets could not extinguish. With a flick of her hand, the flames dispersed, and she resumed her thorough washing. At the dining table, Li Xiao and Li Ran sat on opposite sides. Initially, both remained silent. Nothing significant has occurred these past few days, right? Li Xiao awkwardly attempted to initiate conversation. Her words caught Li Ran off guard momentarily. The 9 aircraft carrier fleets are patrolling the sea, and the 17th fleet has set sail. Does that count? The various air forces in the military districts are taking off continuously. Does that count? Li Xiao's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Li Ran's response. Was the official reaction to this main storyline so pronounced? Does this main storyline pertain to you? Li Xiao, still pondering, instinctively nodded. Yes. Wait. How did you deduce it was about me? Li Xiao looked up, astonished, meeting Li Ran's equally surprised gaze. It truly relates to you. They exchanged a silent glance, both at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Li Xiao broke the quiet. But how did you guess it was about me? Noticing the hint of confusion and surprise on Li Xiao's face, Li Ran couldn't help but smile faintly. Some subtle clues and bold conjectures. But it was merely a casual inquiry. I never anticipated it would truly align. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere between them had shifted to one of camaraderie, no longer as stiff as before. Chapter 25. The beginning of the chapter, the onset of turmoil. By the way, I have loaded the game. Li Ran's words initially left Li Xiao momentarily dumbfounded. Huh. After 2 seconds, the great talent? Yes, Li Ran affirmed with a nod. Have you reported it? When will the first game commence? I Haven T reported it. He mentioned that he would oversee my first game. Li Xiao paused, recalling the memories of Li Xiao that she had perused, confirming the truth of this statement. The atmosphere at the dining table fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, Li Xiao inquired, so what do you mean by that? Waiting for a moment, Li Ran continued, although his soul has perished, his body remains here. Her tone grew somber. Moreover, his intention was for you to replace him, to become another brother. Li Xiao fell silent for a moment. After this concludes, I will take care of you. Also, report it first. The great talent will ensure resources are allocated from above, which will aid in enhancing your evaluation. Yes, Li Ran responded softly, not elaborating further, and Li Xiao likewise refrained from additional comments, allowing the silence to envelop them once more. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had also grown less estranged. In the central military district of Kyoto, there were 100,000 from the 0 stage of condensation, 300,000 from the 3rd stage of mundanity, totaling 310,000 soldiers. In the Sichuan military district, the figures remained similar, 100,000 from the 0 stage of condensation and 300,000 from the 3rd stage of mundanity, again totaling 310,000 soldiers. In the northern military district, the count was identical, 100,000 from the 0 stage of condensation and 300,000 from the 3rd stage of mundanity, summing to 310,000 soldiers. In the southern combat zone, there were 100,000 from the 0 stage of condensation and 320,000 from the 3rd stage of mundanity, making a total of 330,000. In the eastern combat zone, there were 100,000 from the 0 stage of condensation and 280,000 from the 3rd stage of mundanity, totaling 290,000. The 5 major military districts amassed a total of 155,000 soldiers, standing ready and vigilant for the main storyline to commence, prepared to engage at a moment's notice. In the coastal waters of Huaxia, 9 aircraft carrier fleets formed a defensive line, patrolling back and forth. Additionally, outside Huaxia's maritime boundaries, the 17 aircraft carrier fleets belonging to Huaxia were continually advancing across various sea regions. At the borders of Huaxia, aircraft patrolled the skies ceaselessly. On the ground, aside from the stationed soldier squads, missile vehicles were constantly on the move in the not-so-distant rear. Among the stationed forces, the commanding officers were from the 0 stage of condensation, with some from the 3rd stage of mundanity, while the remainder comprised those from the 2nd and 1st stages of mundanity. It can be said that no matter what occurred along the border, they would be the first to arrive. In outer space, Huaxia's military satellites and weapon satellites were operational, surveying the Earth. Above Huaxia, at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, the Sky-Arm platform had long been deployed, with various weapon systems already in operational status, ready to activate at any moment. Beyond Huaxia, in the country of the Styx, 1 million soldiers from the White-Headed Eagle Nation, along with some allied forces, had already arrived. In the direction of the cherry blossoms, the aircraft carrier fleet of the White-Headed Eagle was already stationed at sea. The land borders of Huaxia had recently received a considerable influx of foreign tourists, resulting in a bustling scene. The Northern Bear Nation also stationed troops along the border. In the White-Headed Eagle Nation, the Supreme Council convened. When shall the plan commence? If Huaxia succeeds this time, it shall ascend to a new class, at which point we shall be relocated to an unknown life planet. The unknown life planet poses enormous risks. Moreover, everything we have built on Earth will vanish, which is highly detrimental to us. We must prevent this from happening. Can it truly be prevented? The current Huaxia is not what it used to be. This time, there are more than just us trying to obstruct Huaxia. Currently, forces from around the globe have gathered, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. When will that moment arrive? How can we ensure unity? The game oath. Establishing the game oath. Those who participate in the oath cannot betray before this plan is executed. In Kyoto, the Minister of the Guardian Department stood before the light screen, observing the Bear Emperor on the other side. Your Majesty, will you be participating this time? Certainly not. Our forces are merely here to prevent those fellows from affecting our nation. Then, does the Bear Nation intend to stand idly by? The Bear Emperor smiled from the light screen. My friend, there's no need to worry about us. We will not be your enemies. Your current strength has far surpassed ours. I dare not oppose you. Moreover, the Bear Nation has no reason to be your adversary. Those fellows are merely concerned that after you take Earth away, it will profoundly impact them. We, however, do not share that concern. We, too, possess a central narrative arc. As the limited mythic artifacts have severed portions of my nation's territory from Earth, transforming them into quasi-dimensions. Even if you were to flee with the Earth, it would hold no bearing on us. The Minister of the Celestial Defense Bureau displayed a look of surprise and understanding. Is it truly so? Quite splendid indeed. This way, We shall not be confronted by beings akin to monsters. Soon, the luminous screen dimmed. The minister's previously amiable expression turned grave as he accepted the documents handed to him by Yang Buwei. Latest intelligence from the White House Supreme Council. Military forces from various nations have stationed themselves within the Korean peninsula. In the direction of the cherry blossoms, the Eagle's carrier fleet advances. Aside from my nation, the others, whether as countries or factions, appear rather restless. With that, the minister's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. However, this may serve well, as we can conveniently settle past grievances before our departure. In the spirit of Chinese virtue, settling accounts is fundamental, especially concerning historical matters, which remain a sore point for many. The current middle school history textbooks in China primarily recount the century of humiliation prior to our transcendence. As for the modern history of the last century, China was already at the pinnacle of the world, having swiftly quelled chaos upon our arrival, incurring minimal domestic losses while still standing at the zenith of global power. Thus, during this century, no new accounts have emerged. Only decades ago, certain individuals' attempts were swiftly extinguished in the face of missile equality. The first group to enter the game, naturally, remembers these records quite vividly, continuously monitoring those individuals' movements. Indeed, in the end, the two shared a quiet meal. Li Ran cleared the table, while Li Xiao retrieved his mobile phone. After unlocking it and ignoring the messages on Feishin, Li Xiao silently invoked the game loading command. Instantly, the phone's interface transformed. Simultaneously, the voices of the game resonated within the minds of all selected by the core of civilization to partake in this narrative arc. Chapter 8 of the mainline quest of Chinese civilization, The Secret of the God of Burial, is about to commence. The teleportation will soon begin. All participants prepare. Chapter 26, The Restless Land of Heroes. Stars shatter, myriad phenomena descend, the abyss approaches, all things meet their end. Welcome to Survival Evolution. Here lies the sole path to survival. In the center of the interface, the game's prologue flashed by, followed by several lines of text appearing. The job transfer item you auctioned, the heroic profession badge, has been successfully sold, with a final bid of 3,210,000 points. Your current points stand at 3,045,000, totaling 3,045,026 points. The item you forged, the Radiant Holy Spear, Tier 3 Perfect, has been placed in your storage space. Anchor points have been established. Teleportation can commence at any time. As the discoverer of the secret of the God of Burial, and the initiator of this mainline chapter, upon re-entering the old ruins, the Land of Heroes, the 8th chapter of the main narrative of Chinese civilization, The Secret of the God of Burial, will officially commence. Note, your unique skill, General Knowledge, has conducted an in-depth analysis of the Land of Heroes during your 7 days of slumber, and the secret of the God of Burial, has been updated in real time. As the initiator of the mainline chapter, you will receive the exclusive title, Pioneer, China. Title, Pioneer, China. Category, Civilization, Limited Special Title. Ability, None. Note, as an individual who has made extraordinary contributions to Chinese civilization, you will possess certain privileges within the realm of China. Please engage in the game promptly to commence the mainline chapter, or the title will be revoked. Gazing at the newly popped-up title interface and the lines of text, Li Xiao pondered deeply. Having lingered too long in slumber, he had forgotten many matters. Were it not for the game text reminder, he would not have recalled that he had auctioned a hidden job transfer item and forged the Radiant Holy Sword. Closing the empty title interface, he opened the character interface and selected the Radiant Holy Sword from his storage space. Equipment, Radiant Holy Spear. Tier 3. Quality, Perfect. Abilities, Holy Light Power, Radiant Shockwave, Shining Purification. With a mere thought, Li Xiao selected the long spear, which radiated a subdued brilliance from his storage space. The spear's body shimmered in obsidian hues, etched with golden patterns resembling a dragon in motion. At the juncture of the spear's shaft and tip, dark red barbs gleamed with a sharp edge. The spearhead converged into a blade-like form, its brilliance piercing through the air with a chilling glimmer. Grasping the spear's body, Li Xiao's mind filled with knowledge of its 3 abilities. Infusing a modicum of vitality into the spear, it instantly emanated a soft, pure white light, the Holy Light Power, the nemesis of numerous malevolent forces. As for the other 2 abilities, he noted their overwhelming power, unsuitable for demonstration within his home, and their excessive consumption. As a mere mortal of the first tier, executing even one would prove arduous. He stowed the Radiant Holy Spear back into his storage space, exited the character interface, and clicked on Begin Exploration. Shall we commence the game? Li Xiao promptly selected yes, then chose to descend upon the last old ruins. Explore, pursue, survive, evolve. Game begins. Welcome to Survival Evolution. As the abyss descends, all things meet their end. The game commences. A spark of light flickered within the interface, plunging into the boundless darkness. You have arrived at the spirit graveyard. Today's winds are unlike the tranquil breezes of yesteryears. The cacophony within the winds heralds the thunderous footsteps upon the earth. The chaotic din of trampling resonates, echoing the sounds of monsters in their frantic dash. mingling with their howls carried by the wind. Today, the land of heroes no longer embodies its former tranquility, but has grown somewhat raucous. You have entered the land of heroes. The 8th chapter of the mainline quest of Chinese civilization, The Secret of the God of Burial, has officially commenced. The teleportation anchor point has been activated. Shall we begin the summoning for teleportation? Observing the two options that appeared, Li Xiao decisively chose yes. The pioneer has activated the teleportation anchor point, initiating the summoning of the warriors belonging to China. The mainline chapter of Chinese civilization, The Secret of the God of Burial, has officially commenced. The pioneer has entered the game, the special anchor point has been loaded, and the teleportation anchor point is now open. All participants selected by the civilization core may now teleport to the old ruins, the land of heroes, to partake in the mainline chapter, The Secret of the God of Burial. At that moment, the minds of all within China resonated with the same voice. As this voice echoed, at the very same instant, over 1 million individuals from the 5 military districts executed the same action. Armed with their respective devices, they simultaneously murmured, "Load game. Stars shatter, myriad phenomena descend, the abyss approaches, all things meet their end. Welcome to survival evolution. Here lies the sole path to survival." As the game's opening words flashed by, the next moment, they entered the game interface. At this juncture, their game interfaces displayed identical texts. The mainline chapter, The Secret of the God of Burial, has been initiated. As participants, shall we teleport to the old ruins, the land of heroes? Faced with the two options, everyone resolutely pressed down on the affirmative choice. The game text continued. Transmission confirmed. The spirit avatar has been deployed. The teleportation is about to commence. You have descended upon the desolate land, where the cacophony of the wind carries the roars of monsters. You have entered the old ruins, the land of heroes. Commencing the sharing of the map system regarding the land of heroes as provided by the pioneers. Your current location is the renowned spirit graveyard. The teleportation has been activated, and you witness ethereal lights manifesting from thin air, transforming into resolute figures. Warriors from civilization have begun to arrive. As the initiator of this civilization's main chapter, the pioneer, you have acquired a temporary state, united as one, which will persist until the conclusion of this civilization chapter. While in the united as one state, all damage you receive will be evenly redistributed among others. You have obtained a limited state from the core of the Huaxia civilization, true dragon form. Under this state, your strength increases by 100,000 kilograms, elevating you to the 3rd tier of the mundane realm, while your physical form receives a comprehensive augmentation to bear this power. Note, this state is temporary and only takes effect while your spirit avatar is within the game. The surging power leaves you feeling somewhat unmanageable. However, you are within the old ruins. In this civilization chapter, the warriors arriving here possess a minimum cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the mundane realm. So even if you cannot fully control this power, there should be no issues. With the continuous arrival of figures, you hear the wind growing more tumultuous. The frantic gusts bringing forth the sounds of monsters racing across the land, their roars drawing ever closer. Upon seeing this text, Li Xiao knew that battle was imminent. Historical records of the 7 previous civilization chapters reveal that each time, the monsters within the old ruins would invariably be affected, entering a frenzied state. The monsters would run rampant in the old ruins, attacking all in their path. Now, with the presence of living beings detected and the information in the text indicating a tide of monsters approaching, he understood that the onslaught was about to begin. Chapter 27, The Array of Loss. However, Li Xiao felt no trepidation. This time, he was not alone. Rather, he was accompanied by an army of over 1 million, all warriors with a minimum cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the mundane realm. Although he was uncertain of the number of those at the condensation tier who had arrived, there would undoubtedly be many. After all, this was a civilization chapter with a difficulty rating of merely 100, yet a reward of over 9,000. A difficulty of 100 with a reward of 9,000 guaranteed that many from the condensation tier would participate. While you remain still, you observe the surrounding warriors. Their vital energies surging, blood and fire igniting as they charge forth beyond the spirit graveyard. Flames of blood illuminate the sky, bathed in the glow of the blood fire. You gaze toward the direction outside the spirit graveyard. You see a dense throng of bizarre monsters, like a tidal wave, surging toward the spirit graveyard. In the further reaches of darkness, countless shadows can be faintly discerned, swirling ominously. Central Military District of Kyoto. Supreme Command Meeting Room. Commander Qin Long sits at the helm, the vast screen before him displaying a game interface visible only to him. You have entered the old ruins, the land of heroes. Confirmed by the core of the Huaxia civilization, you have become one of the 5 supreme commanders of Huaxia, overseeing the warriors of the Central Military District. Your command authority has been established, and the command system is now active. You may now direct the soldiers under your command. The familiar text appears. Akin to previous civilization chapters, Qin Long's expression remains unchanged as he gestures, activating the command interface that just appeared. In the next moment, the interface shifts into the command mode. Entering command mode, your spirit avatar temporarily enters a managed state, Count it as one of your command. On the command interface, Qianlong's name prominently occupies the position of Supreme Commander. Below him, familiar names swiftly populate the ranks of generals, totaling 31. Each leads 10,000 soldiers. Following this, there are the captains leading 1,000 soldiers. Beneath them are the majors commanding 250, then the company commanders, each leading 50, and finally, squads of 10. This hierarchical structure facilitates better command. All personnel have arrived in the Land of Heroes. The first phase of the combat mission is now initiated. Combat Phase 1. Eliminate the approaching tide of monsters. Upon completion of Combat Phase 1, the unsealing of the secret of the God of Burial will commence. As the Supreme Commander, you may preview the complete details of the secret of the God of Burial. Observing these lines of text, a gleam of intensity flashes in Qianlong's eyes as he clicks to access the secret of the God of Burial. Secret of the God of Burial. The God of Cowardice, fearful of the terrors of the abyss, shattered his divine essence, self-terminated, causing his divine realm to lower in power. Transforming into an impenetrable stone coffin, with his divine corpse interred beneath the city of heroes, the city itself serving as his tombstone. However, this is merely the initial information. Through the pioneer's unique skill, general knowledge, extensive interpretations of the Land of Heroes have unearthed further insights. That God of Cowardice, the God of Light, though the weakest among the former deities of the Land of Heroes, possesses knowledge of certain hidden truths. He understands that the stone coffin, formed from the diminished powers of his divine realm, cannot truly resist the encroachment of the abyss's power. Therefore, he utilized his esoteric knowledge to transform his divine authority into 7 flames of impotence, forming the array of loss to conceal himself. To truly unlock the stone coffin that is his divine realm and obtain the corporeal form of the God of Light, one must first dismantle the array of loss. The method to dismantle the array of loss. As he gazes at the meticulously detailed secret of the God of Burial, Qianlong's expression sharpens, his eyes becoming profound and piercing. General knowledge, what manner of ability is this? How could it yield such comprehensive information? At this moment, Qianlong feels astonished and bewildered. It is worth noting that in the previous 7 civilization chapters, the secrets obtained were either profoundly obscure or incomplete. Each time, it required extensive collaboration among numerous researchers and a few exceptionally gifted individuals to gradually decode the mysteries, ultimately completing the chapter. However, this time, there is no need. The secrets are at hand, already fully deciphered, and all that remains is to follow the instructions laid out step by step. As for the methods to dismantle the array of loss, Qianlong has reviewed 57 of them. The ellipsis at the end suggests more. Qianlong did not continue to click through them, knowing they would be impractical. Among these 57 methods, only the top 3 are feasible for Huaxia. The rest are beyond the capabilities of the submerged tier. Naturally, the methods further down the list are simpler, as they can only be utilized by those of higher tiers, employing greater power for a more straightforward process. The 3 methods available to Huaxia are intricate and involve a multitude of required items and resources, which Qianlong has examined repeatedly. However, when compared to the benefits derived from this chapter of civilization, the secrets of the God of Burial, the consumption of these items and resources is utterly negligible. Furthermore, unlike the previous 7 chapters of civilization, this time, there is no need for deciphering. All the information and solutions have been laid out before you. One simply needs to follow the instructions. With pen in hand, I swiftly jot down the necessary materials from the 3 methods on the designated ledger. Upon completing the task, I pass the ledger to Lu Quan beside me, instructing him to send it to the Creation Bureau, urging them to assemble the items as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, the 4 major military districts, led by their respective commanders, issued identical orders around the same time. The 5 military districts delivered 5 identical commands, which almost simultaneously reached the desk of Qian Duobao, the director of the Creation Bureau. Observing the 5 strange yet identical lists in hand, Qian Duobao fell into contemplation. At this moment, these 5 individuals sent forth the same command, accompanied by the same list. Could this be related to the secrets of the God of Burial? Lost in thought, he notified his subordinates. Soon, the office door swung open. Boss. Closing the secret interface, Qianlong opened the map interface. Gazing at the map, which encompassed all renowned locations within the Land of Heroes, yet only illuminated 2 spots, his eyes flickered slightly. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the adjacent screen, where the communication with the other 4 military districts was just established, revealing the faces of commanders Zhao Qingcheng, Li Su, Bai Hao, and Zhou Yufei. Alright, let's discuss our next steps. What else can we do? We must first eliminate the monsters. This wave of monsters is significantly simpler than the previous encounters. After a brief discussion, the 5 of them delineated their respective areas of responsibility, with the Spirit Cemetery as the focal point. The Central Military District would advance westward, the Eastern Military District to the east, the Northern Military District to the north, and the Southern Military District to the south, all pushing forward to cleanse the monster tide. Meanwhile, the Sichuan Military District would split its forces. Half would form different teams to illuminate the teleportation anchor points scattered across the map. while the other half would provide temporary support. Chapter 28. Blood and Fire. Through the game's command system, the orders of the 5 commanders were swiftly disseminated, reflected in the game interfaces of every soldier. As they received the command pop-ups, both leaders and soldiers promptly clicked to execute. On the other hand, Li Xiao's game interface displayed 1,000,000 warriors, strictly adhering to the command system's orders, orderly arranged around the spirit cemetery, unfolding their formations in all directions. The bodies of the 1,000,000 warriors, enveloped in vital energy, ignited with blood fire, converging light to illuminate the sky within 100 miles centered on the spirit cemetery. With the radiance of the blood fire, you gaze westward and behold the towering decayed spire at the heart of the hero city, standing thousands of meters tall. This is the Tower of Loss, the very core of the Lost Formation. Moreover, this is the location of the Lord-level monster, the Blood Demon Serpent, which killed your avatar in the first game. Atop the crumbling tower, you seem to glimpse the blood-colored serpent wrapping around it, raising its head and howling. Under the chapter of civilization, the monsters atop the ancient ruins have already entered a state of frenzy. Now, with 1,000,000 Chinese warriors united, igniting the blood fire that brightens the sky, they have also violated the taboos of the abyss. Such brilliance will utterly trigger the forbidden power, causing all the monsters in the ancient ruins of the Land of Heroes to converge here. A deep voice carries on the wind, albeit distant, fragmented in your hearing. Prepare to lay in wait. Construct defenses centered around the spirit cemetery, allowing the monsters to come to us. Rotate every 3rd cycle. Remember, do not conserve consumables. Use them as needed. As Li Xiao observed the continuously scrolling text on the game interface, he found himself at a loss regarding what he could do. Engaging in battle was beyond his reach. Even though his spirit avatar now possessed the strength of a 3rd-tier mortal, he could not partake in such high-level confrontations. His lack of coordination with others would only serve to disrupt their formation. Given the grand scale of the battlefield, his current power could hardly disturb anything. Thus, it was best to refrain from causing chaos for others. Unlike him, they did not possess the trait of immortality. Dying once would genuinely cost them some essence. What then could he do? Li Xiao pondered while staring at the game interface. Momentarily engrossed in the game, he failed to notice Li Ran, having finished tidying up, exiting the kitchen and sitting beside him on the sofa. How's it going? Oh, Li Ran's voice suddenly broke the silence, causing Li Xiao to pause slightly before quickly regaining his composure. The battle has just begun. Having collected his thoughts, Li Xiao replied. The military district strategy is straightforward and direct. Straightforward and direct? Li Ran tilted her head slightly, not fully grasping Li Xiao's description of the strategy. Yes. Li Xiao nodded slightly. 1,000,000 warriors igniting blood fire, the brilliance illuminating the sky, actively triggering the abyss's taboos, attracting all the monsters of the ancient ruins. They intend to lay in wait, using this method to clear out the monsters before gradually deciphering the secrets. Li Ran's eyes widened in surprise. The ancient ruins with secrets are at least in the inner region. Even those participating in the chapter of civilization are at least 3rd-tier mortals. Yet, such a blatant and direct approach. Aren't they afraid of trouble? Suddenly, Li Ran's movements paused, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Wait, your first arrival in the ancient ruins was indeed in the inner region? Realizing the implications, Li Ran felt genuine astonishment. The inner region harbored monsters of at least 2nd-tier mortals, even with the core of Chinese civilization granting all newly arrived individuals the enhanced state of dragon power. They could only match the strength of 1st-tier mortals at most. Considering this, it was evident that Li Xiao had already ventured into the 1st-tier realm, meaning his first game had achieved at least a perfect rating. It made sense. He had discovered secrets and unlocked the chapter of civilization. As for the energy shared with the civilization core for evolution, those with exceptional talents would receive privileges from the game mechanics and civilization core, exempting them from energy collection in the early stages to facilitate rapid evolution. Such individuals, maturing early, would contribute significantly to civilization. In subsequent stages, when they possessed surplus energy, they could choose to submit it voluntarily. Indeed, Li Xiao affirmed, I was simply unlucky to land in the inner region on my first attempt, nearly being killed by a 2nd-tier mortal monster. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to pierce its core and narrowly achieve a kill. By the way, I have something good for you. Li Xiao recalled that, due to his brother's influence, Li Ran shared a similar primary focus in her techniques, marksmanship. Now that he possessed the radiant holy spear and explosive long gun, he found little use for the latter. It would be better to pass it on to her than let it go to waste. Even if she later reported her status as an exceptional talent to the authorities and obtained superior equipment, the explosive long gun could still serve as a one-time explosive. Retrieving the explosive long gun from his storage space, he handed it to Li Ran. She did not refuse, accepting it directly, though she did not immediately stow it away. Aren't you going to use it yourself? I have just forged a superior one. This one is now obsolete, Li Xiao explained. You just made it? Li Xiao nodded yes. It is a natural profession. I can craft equipment and items myself. Li Zhan's lips twitched slightly, though she was not overly astonished. The new brother had already brought her enough surprises. In her heart, She could not help but ponder what kind of extraordinary being her brother had wished for. With the conversation reaching this point, Li Jian also stowed the explosive spear into her storage space. As for whether her 111 cubic units of storage could accommodate it, she had no need for concern. The storage space was not fixed in shape and could change, though its volume remained constant. By the way, what exactly transpired in this chapter of civilization? After experiencing 7 chapters, shouldn't there be a greater caution this time? How could such a decision be made? Perhaps it was due to the relatively low difficulty this time. Along with some of my own reasons. Li Jian tilted her head in confusion, looking at Li Xiao. Low difficulty? Just how low could it be for the military to make such a decision? And what role did you play in this? A difficulty level of 100. I'd say that is quite low. As for me, due to a certain ability of mine, this time, all secrets have been completely unveiled. All information and solutions are now known. Li Jian gasped in astonishment. Having once collaborated with her brother to research their respective materials, she was well aware of the difficulty of the chapters of civilization. A difficulty level of 100 was unprecedentedly low. Moreover, this new brother's ability could even affect the secrets. Chapter 29, The Seer. The difficulty assessment of the civilization chapter primarily judges the monsters and anomalies within the old ruins. A difficulty level of 100 indicates that the monsters within this old ruins are, if not weak, certainly among the weakest in the inner areas. Meanwhile, on the side of Huaxia, it had been 19 years since the conclusion of the 7th civilization chapter, a period of recuperation and accumulation of strength that was undeniably formidable. Given this situation, it was indeed straightforward to act swiftly. Next came the decryption of secrets. The essence of secrets lies in their enigmatic nature. Without completing the decryption of secrets, how could one advance through the civilization chapter or acquire the resources within? In comparison to pure combat, deciphering secrets was far more time-consuming and labor-intensive. The fact that this new brother managed to unravel the secrets all on his own demonstrated an extraordinary ability. Historical records of previous civilization chapters had shown that each required substantial time, resources, and human effort for the decryption of secrets. This time, however, it was entirely unnecessary. They merely needed to eliminate the monsters within the old ruins, and the subsequent steps would pose little difficulty. With such a low difficulty rating, the rewards should not be particularly high, right? 9,000, Li Xiao responded nonchalantly. Cough, cough. Li Jian's breath caught in her throat, followed by a sudden fit of coughing. How much? 9,000 in rewards for a difficulty of 100. At that moment, Li Jian found it difficult to articulate her astonishment, no, her shock. No wonder there had been such a significant stir nationwide in recent days, with everything being brought out to showcase. Li Jian murmured to herself, connecting the dots with the series of major actions taken by the country in recent days. It finally dawned on her why, given such a level of reward. It seemed that once this was over, Huaxia could prepare for the ascension assessment, gearing up to enter a new class. Huaxia's choice was the evolution of the stars. And at that time, they would undoubtedly ascend along with the Earth. Those groups and nations outside Huaxia would then have no choice but to accept the random allocations of the game system. In such a scenario, knowing the temperament of those individuals, they would undoubtedly take action against Huaxia. Perhaps they are already at the borders of Huaxia. Speaking of which, there had been no international news broadcast in recent days. As Li Jian processed the information from Li Xiao's words, Li Xiao remained silent, focusing on the new text that had appeared on the game interface. 5 entities radiating a heavy aura of vitality have approached you. They are the 5 top commanders of Huaxia: Qin Long, Zhao Qingcheng, Li Su, Bai Hao, and Zhou Yufei, from left to right. Qin Long, well done, lad. You are a pillar of Huaxia. Bai Hao, not only have you discovered this, the god burial secret, but you also completed its full decryption within 7 days single-handedly. This is no ordinary feat. Such ability will surely become a cornerstone for the nation in the future. Li Su, hey kid. What you call the ability of general knowledge is impressive. You've clarified this secret thoroughly. Zhou Yufei, good job, kid. Your ability is commendable. Zhao Qingcheng, kid. Someone will be visiting your home shortly. He is the logistics chief of my Sichuan military district. Do not be overly anxious. He merely wishes to understand the situation and, if you have any needs, you can discuss them with him. I have been exposed. No, how on earth have I been exposed? In an instant, Li Xiao retraced her steps since her arrival in this world. She was completely baffled. In the span of over 7 days, aside from her initial time spent in school for the first game and the journey home, she had otherwise remained within her residence. So how had she been exposed? Li Xiao found herself at a loss. Forget it. I might as well just ask. Unable to deduce an answer, Li Xiao decided to inquire directly. With a thought, the text on the game interface shifted. You, filled with doubt, looked at the 5 commanders and inquired, how did you come to know about me? Qin Long, kid. Do not be so surprised. It is quite easy for the nation's capabilities to locate an individual. Your seer ability was evidently clear. Seer? Li Xiao's lips twitched. Was it really necessary to invoke such a divine being? The seer was one of the most gifted among the first batch of survivors in Huaxia, now a national-level powerhouse. His true name had never been revealed to the outside world. People only knew him by his alias, the seer. His ability, as suggested by his title, allowed him to foresee and predict. Over the past century in Huaxia, his contributions could be said to be unparalleled. In 5 successful civilization chapters, he had greatly aided in the decryption of secrets. As for the 2 failed civilization chapters, historical records indicated that the secrets had been decrypted. But those chapters were located in the innermost core areas of the old ruins, where the monsters were far too formidable, leading to their failure. Li Xiao never anticipated that to find her, they would even summon this revered figure. Was it really necessary? Li Xiao sighed in disbelief. Pioneer, is it really necessary? Looking at the text on the game interface, the 5 commanders smiled faintly. This is how it should be. Young one. You overthink things and harbor a touch of darkness, always considering how to conceal your talents. If you possess a gift, you must display it, otherwise, how will anyone know of your capabilities? By showcasing your talents, you allow others to recognize you, which facilitates the acquisition of resources and accelerates your growth. As for those dark thoughts, in today's Huaxia, even if some individuals dare to entertain such notions, who would have the audacity to act? Those who dare to reach out can only await the military's retribution. At the end of an era, when civilization hangs in the balance, those who dare to act will have been crushed long before the chaos subsides. Li Xiao rubbed her forehead, unable to suppress a chuckle. Is it really necessary to summon such a divine being? What's wrong? A voice from beside her inquired. Li Xiao set down his phone and reclined back. Are you aware of the seer? With a moment of insight, Li Ran immediately grasped the implications of Li Xiao's words. The seer has intervened and directly uncovered your identity? The surprise in her tone was palpable. Indeed, Li Xiao affirmed with a nod. Li Ran's expression faltered momentarily. Was it truly necessary for such a prominent national figure to emerge? However, it seemed there was no cause for alarm. This particular chapter of civilization, shrouded in mystery, bore a difficulty level of 100, yet the potential rewards soared to 9,000. Moreover, according to this new elder brother's assertions, his abilities had enabled a direct interpretation of the enigma. Such prowess was formidable. It was hardly unreasonable for the state to solicit his involvement. Thus, it won't be long before someone knocks at the door, Li Xiao remarked. Li Ran's eyes twitched at the thought of the official's swift response. Is the official machinery truly that efficient? Li Xiao shrugged, lamenting that the authorities were typically quick in such matters. Yet, it's fortuitous. Their visit will also facilitate the reporting of your exceptional talent, sparing us the trouble of doing so ourselves. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted their conversation. Chapter 30, The Official Repository. They have arrived. Li Xiao straightened up, rising to face the door. Li Ran also stood, turning to look behind her. They are here, Li Xiao whispered. He stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and gently twisted it. With a soft push, the door creaked open. At first glance, they were met by a tall figure, though he was not clad in military attire. Who are you? Li Xiao inquired. Having already discerned the visitor's official status based on his demeanor, yet he sought further confirmation. The official personnel, the commander should have briefed you, the man replied, extending a palm-sized credential towards Li Xiao. Upon inspecting the credential, he confirmed it was indeed an irrefutable official identification from Huaxia. With the identity validated, Li Xiao stepped aside to grant entry. The resolute face of the visitor bore no excess expression. He crossed the threshold, and once Li Xiao closed the door, he halted his advance. My name is Ani. I am here primarily to convey the directives of Commander Zhao. As he spoke, Ani produced a black and gold tablet and presented it to Li Xiao. As a pioneer, you possess the privilege to communicate directly with the authorities. This tablet allows for such contact, and it contains access to the official repository's online resources. Should you require any items within, simply reach out to me. As long as it remains within reasonable limits, I can ensure delivery within a day. Li Xiao accepted the tablet, contemplating, and what is my next course of action? And he shook his head. You need not concern yourself with anything. As a pioneer who has unveiled a chapter of civilization, your contribution to Huaxia is already monumental. Your sole responsibility is to focus on your growth. Only then can you provide even greater contributions to Huaxia. Li Xiao stowed the tablet in his storage space. Very well. I understand. Then, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, and he said, turning to exit. Wait a moment, Li Xiao called out, halting him. Is there something else? And he turned back to face Li Xiao. Li Xiao hesitated briefly before continuing. My sister has loaded the game ahead of time. And Yi's expression shifted as he seized upon this crucial detail, the previously stoic facade breaking into a look of astonishment. A prodigy? His tone was laced with incredulity. Li Xiao nodded affirmatively. Even someone as seasoned as Ani found it hard to mask his surprise. He cast a glance at the quiet girl beside him. In this household of two, one was already a pioneer who had unlocked a chapter of civilization, while the other was a remarkable talent. The odds were staggering. Ani, well-versed in worldly affairs, quickly grasped the implications and resolved to report this development upon his return. Within days, dedicated personnel would likely come to engage further. Soon, Ani pushed the door open and departed. Watching him leave, Li Xiao closed the door behind him. Is that all? Li Ran finally spoke up. Indeed, Li Xiao replied. As the pioneer who has initiated a chapter of civilization, one's fortunes are paramount, with the endorsement of the civilization's core. As long as no actions detrimental to Huaxia are taken, one is largely unrestrained. However, your situation must continue. Li Xiao turned his gaze towards Li Ran. The authorities place significant importance on prodigies. Not only do you carry the status of a martyr's heir, but you also share a close connection with me, a pioneer. Therefore, it is easy to foresee the level of attention you will receive once an E reports back. Isn't that advantageous? The more attention I receive from the authorities, the more resources I can access, accelerating my growth. Li Ran's expression shifted slightly. That way, I can acquire enough strength to retrieve him. Li Xiao understood well the identity of the person she referred to. The bond between the former Li Xiao and Li Ran as siblings was profound, and her desire to find him was entirely natural. There will come a day, Li Xiao spoke with a tone of encouragement. Li Ran's gaze remained resolute. After a brief pause, Li Xiao returned to the sofa, his left hand holding the phone to observe the progress of the chapter, while his right hand explored the tablet he had received from an E, selecting one of the few applications available. After 3 seconds of loading, a multitude of interfaces appeared on the tablet screen. Each entry represented a high-tier, high-quality artifact or material. The fragment of the shattered artifact they had glimpsed in the temporary marketplace during settlement was merely a fraction of what lay within this repository. Numerous job transfer items were also present, including those for extreme job transfers and hidden class transfers. However, Li Xiao dismissed these. He had no need for such transfer items. As for Li Ran, he need not concern himself. The authorities would send specialized personnel to arrange the most suitable profession for her. Truly, the official repository is replete with treasures, Li Xiao remarked as he perused the selections. Li Ran leaned in closer, examining the tablet's interface. So, you can choose anything from here? That seems to be the case. Li Xiao nodded, though he was unsure if there were any limits. Why not give it a try? Li Ran suggested playfully. After pondering for 3 seconds, Li Xiao shook his head. It's probably best not to. Even if there is a limit, it should be quite generous. And I would prefer to avoid any complications. Very well, Li Ran replied with a playful pout, abandoning her idea. Ultimately, after browsing through several pages, Li Xiao selected a 4th-tier material, the Dark Radiant Stone, and a 3rd-tier material, the Dark Night Thorn, then sent the request to an E through the contact section of the tablet. 10 seconds later, a response arrived. Specialized personnel will deliver tomorrow. After reading an Yi's reply, Li Xiao stored the tablet away. The tablet had limited functions, and there was little left to explore. Li Ran had observed Li Xiao's every move. You only picked 2 materials? Shouldn't you take more? After all, you're the pioneer who initiated the secrets of the god of death. For now, these 2 will suffice. If I require more later, I can always ask, Li Xiao explained. Is that so? On the brightly lit street, a vehicle glided forward. An E gazed thoughtfully at the 2 pieces of information displayed on his tablet. Had he truly acquired 2 materials? The choice of materials over tools indicated that he had already embarked on a profession. Was it an innate gift? Or had he obtained a class-changing item within the game? If it were innate, his aptitude must be commendable. If it were the latter, how fortuitous it was to enter the game's inner realm, the old ruins, right from the outset. Not only had he avoided immediate demise, but he had also uncovered hidden lore, thereby initiating a new chapter of civilization, with the potential to acquire a class-changing item. Such luck was remarkable. Chapter 31, The Secrets of Blood and Fire, The Great Wall Watch. Under organized command, this war unfolds in an orderly manner. The walls forged from blood and fire completely repel the monstrous tide that surges forth. As the grotesque black blood splatters from the creatures, it is ignited by the blood fire, incinerating in an instant, leaving only a few black embers scattered upon the ground. The blood of the slain monsters fuels the flames, igniting their flesh, crushing their bones, utilizing all remnants of the beasts as fuel for the conflagration. The blood fire upon the battlefield shows no signs of waning, only intensifying. As the blood fire grows hotter, its colors deepen, its essence purer, countless sparks converge, forming a fierce blaze, within which lies a magnificent existence that reflects outward. Winding and majestic, the ethereal shadow of the blood-colored Great Wall emerges from the fiery glow, standing proud upon the brilliant flames. The Great Wall and its watchtowers, shrouded in billowing smoke, guard the 4 cardinal directions. As she perused the text on her interface, Li Xiao's expression turned contemplative. Was this the secret of the Bloodfire martial arts? The Bloodfire martial arts, a unique martial system of Huaxia, had been developed 35 years ago and quickly gained nationwide popularity. Compared to the martial practices passed down since the game's inception, it was far more suitable for the people of Huaxia. Moreover, it possessed mysteries absent from conventional martial systems. One must understand that the normal martial systems would never feature bloodfire. In the depths of the abyss, the radiance could trigger its taboos. The bloodfire secret. When the number of practitioners exceeds 10, ignites the blood fire, which coalesces into a blazing flame, capable of reflecting peculiar phenomena that often bestow unique powers upon the practitioners. The effects of the blood fire secret are contingent upon the number of participants. The greater the number, the more potent the enhancement. Below 100,000. The reflections of the Bloodfire secret are random, yet certain methods can stabilize them. Above 100,000. The Bloodfire secret will inevitably manifest the Great Wall of Bloodfire, and more than just the Great Wall will be reflected. What is described in the text is merely the initial stage of the Great Wall of Bloodfire's manifestation. The higher the cultivation of those igniting the Bloodfire, the faster the secret is reflected. In 3 minutes, the Great Wall of Bloodfire will fully materialize. The majestic Great Wall stands firm, guarding the 4 corners. The unique civilization, the Bloodfire secret, has begun to take shape. Within the illuminated range of the Bloodfire, all Huaxia people gain a special enhancement. The Great Wall Watch. Special state, Great Wall Watch, has been activated. The Watch Shield is now operational. The power of the Watch has been activated. Your cultivation temporarily increases by 1 tier, currently placing you at the 2nd tier of mortals, with physical strength and vitality elevated to match this temporary cultivation level. The power of suppression has been activated. All your attacks will carry the attributes of suppression and sealing. The state of immortal endeavors has been activated. As a creation that has withstood the test of time, it is deemed an immortal endeavor, significantly enhancing self-regeneration and vitality recovery rates. The Great Wall of Bloodfire has emerged, and territory is forming. Upon witnessing the flurry of text that appeared within mere seconds, Li Xiao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was no wonder that after the development of the Bloodfire martial arts, the state had made it a priority to promote it nationwide. Who would not covet such effects? The Watch Shield and the Immortal Endeavor state greatly augment survival capabilities. The power of the Watch elevates cultivation by 1 tier. Among those participating in this chapter of civilization, aside from Li Xiao, the initiator, the lowest cultivation level is the 3rd tier of mortals. An elevation means that all have temporarily stepped into the condensation tier, though merely temporary. The combination of a million condensation tier 0, along with the original condensation tier 0 enhancement, advancing to condensation tier 1, would undoubtedly allow for a sweeping advantage in the old ruins. Take, for instance, the blood demon serpent that occupies the City of Heroes, whose leader is on the brink of reaching condensation tier 1. Faced with such forces, it could only suffer defeat. This is merely the effect of the Bloodfire secret among a million participants. Should there come a day when all of Huaxia ignites the Bloodfire collectively, Li Xiao could hardly fathom the magnitude of the Bloodfire secret that would coalesce. Moreover, this is only the initial stage of the secret. The full enhancement of the Bloodfire Great Wall will only be realized once the territory is completely formed. A million condensation tier members, even if only temporary, is a thought that leaves Li Xiao astounded. To consider, Huaxia currently may have hundreds of thousands at the condensation tier, and this is within the stable confines of Huaxia. In contrast, the combined forces of all nations outside Huaxia likely sum to only a few tens of thousands at the condensation tier. Individually, the Bloodfire martial arts may not present a significant difference in power compared to the current conventional martial systems. One could even argue that the existence of Bloodfire renders exploration of the abyss more perilous, as the radiance could trigger its taboos. The inability to wield Bloodfire during abyss explorations imposes certain limitations on one's strength. However, in terms of groups, nations, and civilizations, the Bloodfire martial arts yield far greater benefits than drawbacks. Just as now, in this chapter of civilization, the Bloodfire secret directly grants military strength at the condensation tier level of 1 million, not to mention the deeper core regions of the old ruins, which could be described as a dimensional strike. Had it not been for the prior appearances of the chapters, Black Demon Deep Sea and Phantom Realm, before the emergence of the Bloodfire martial arts, failure would have been inconceivable. At worst, there would have been greater losses, but it would not have led to the point of the spirit exhausted being sent into battle. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, Li Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the game interface, yet the subsequent text momentarily left him taken aback. He tilted his head in confusion. This time, the Bloodfire secret seems to have triggered something extraordinary. You have lost the temporary state, united as one. You have gained a new temporary state. Great Wall Guard. You have lost the state, true dragon form. You are not the only one to have lost this state. The formation speed of the Bloodfire territory has accelerated further. It seems that some extraordinary existence is being birthed. Mystified, Li Xiao opened the new state in the status interface, Great Wall Guard. Great Wall Guard. As compensation for absorbing the united as one state, you have acquired this limited state. During this chapter of civilization, all damage you receive will be mitigated by the Bloodfire Great Wall, united as one, combined with the true dragon form of all participants. And this text Li Xiao inhaled sharply. Could it be that a dragon was about to emerge? Your thoughts have activated the universal skill, united as one, converging 1 million true dragon forms. It seems to be just as you envisioned. Chapter 32, The Hangman. In the White Eagle Nation, within the premises of the Radiant Pontificate branch, lies the most formidable supernatural organization in the realm of John Bull. This institution currently wields the actual power over John Bull, amassing the majority of its extraordinary beings. A private aircraft is stationed at the exclusive airport of this branch. Inside the magnificent hall of the highest cathedral of the pontificate, adorned with opulence, stand the mightiest figures of the White Eagle Nation, Galakas, James, and the supreme force of the Radiant Pontificate, Pope Plaka, Surreal, positioned at opposite ends. How are the preparations on both sides? James inquired with a grave demeanor, his gaze fixed upon Surreal. Surreal, exuding an air of defiance yet tinged with concern, replied, "Naturally, we are prepared." With a subtle gesture of his right hand, a golden card materialized between his index and middle fingers. The Hanged Man, forced exchange, he declared. This artifact was procured through our special means, requiring an immense expenditure of points to contact those extraterrestrials. A glint of greed flickered in Surreal's eyes. "So what is your price?" James furrowed his brow. Wasn't it already agreed upon in advance? "Not sufficient." Surreal shook his head, his expression darkening. "You did not inform me it was meant to confront Huaxia. With Huaxia's capabilities, they will undoubtedly uncover that this artifact originated from me. Thus, your previously stated price is inadequate." James regarded the increasingly agitated Surreal, his countenance maintaining an air of calm. "What if we double the price?" Surreal's excitement dissipated in an instant. The card lowered as he extended 3 fingers. "Triple the price. Cash on delivery." James's brow twitched at the exorbitant demand. The initially negotiated sum was already substantial. He had anticipated the possibility of a sudden increase and devised countermeasures. However, a tripling was beyond his authority. "I will consult with the council." "Please do," James replied, rising and exiting through a side door, closing it behind him. As he departed, a sneer of disdain crossed Surreal's face. In this era of the extraordinary, he, despite being the most formidable in the White Eagle Nation, remained merely a pawn of the political elite. Unlike him, who had established the Radiant Pontificate at the dawn of the game's arrival and ultimately ruled the nation as its sole sovereign. Had it not been for their past friendship, he would have sent a mere bishop in his stead. The card fluttered between Surreal's fingers. 2 minutes later, the door swung open, and James re-entered, shutting the door behind him. Observing the card dancing at Surreal's fingertips, James felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The ease with which Surreal toyed with the card, coupled with the council's earlier remarks, stirred a sense of unease within him. Yet, he swiftly suppressed the disconcerting emotions. "The council has agreed to the tripled price. Someone will deliver the items shortly." "Oh." Surreal's face lit up with surprise. The avaricious council had acquiesced so readily. The threat posed by Huaxiao was too great. They could not afford to let Huaxiao advance unimpeded. "Pa," Surreal scoffed, "your intentions come too late. The Huaxiao of today is beyond our capacity to confront." He flicked the card with his fingers, sending it soaring towards James. Instinctively, James caught the card, momentarily taken aback. "You give this to me so readily? As a former friend, I trust in your integrity. As for those greedy individuals, even if they were to observe this exchange through surveillance, they would not dare to renege at this juncture." Surreal approached James, placing a hand on his shoulder, leaning in to whisper words meant only for his ears. "James, as an old friend, I offer you one last warning. My archmage has glimpsed the future. No matter what you do, you are destined for failure. Furthermore, anyone who dares to reach out will face Huaxia's devastating retribution. No one will escape unscathed. Huaxia's wrath is not easily borne. Even I, upon my return, shall relocate my entire nation to another planet. As for you, my friend, you have 3 days. Within this time, come to me, and I shall save your life, repaying the debt of gratitude you owe me. However, the window is limited. Once the time elapses, there will be no possibilities left." James's pupils widened in shock, his expression one of horror. With that, Surreal patted James's shoulder once more, then, accompanied by his 2 guards, strode towards the exit. A sound of swallowed breath echoed in the air. James found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Surreal's words held a kernel of truth. Yet, the implications of such a prophecy were nearly unfathomable. This was a coalition of multiple nations. "Farewell," Surreal called over his shoulder, waving as he departed. James gazed at Surreal's retreating form, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he looked down at the card in his hand, the Hanged Man, forced exchange, and sighed, rising to leave. Soon, James returned to the Supreme Council, handing over the Hanged Man, forced exchange to the designated personnel. He opened a cigarette case, drew out a cigarette, and lit it with a flicker of flame from his fingertip. Smoking as he exited the council, he pondered the burgeoning strength of Huaxia, a reality he was far more acutely aware of than Surreal. After all, his true self was currently aboard a vessel en route to Huaxia, expected to arrive at the Huaxia port in 2 hours. Having lurked in the shadows for decades, he was finally poised to return. James, Zhou Qian, exhaled a ring of smoke. Upon receiving news of the end of his undercover mission and his imminent return, he had immediately boarded the ship. This avatar had been left behind as a decoy. Little did he expect that in the end, this incarnation would aid in dismantling a cadre of prodigies in the White Eagle Nation. The high-tier artifact, the Hanged Man, was ensconced within the highest level of the submerged layer, and no individual could wield it alone. Thus, to utilize it, a unique method requiring multiple users was necessary. Having infiltrated the White Eagle Nation for so long, he could surmise that the Council would indeed deploy those individuals for its use, prodigies from various families. Chapter 33, The Failed Ritual. Thus, Zhou Qian had applied a particular substance to the card. Once they successfully utilized it, their demise would not be far behind. As for this artifact, by the time he learned of the news, his true self had already been adrift at sea for quite some time. Otherwise, he would have had that artifact safely stowed in his storage space by now. Why could transactions not occur sooner? On the airplane, Surreal reclined against his seat, a glass of red wine at his side, while a slip of paper danced in his grasp. At this moment, his expression appeared rather peculiar. The slip of paper was just extracted from his pocket. Remarkably, despite his near ascension to the first rank of condensation, he had sensed nothing amiss. To his astonishment, this individual turned out to be from Huaxia, rendering his previous concerns unwarranted. By the way, what is the current situation within the church? Report to the Pope. News has just arrived that 3 bishops from the headquarters departed from their homeland 3 days ago and have vanished without a trace. Additionally, several others have also gone missing, with no leads to be found. Upon hearing that 3 bishops had disappeared, Surreal couldn't help but grimace. The infiltration by Huaxia ran deep indeed. These were 3 bishops. After all, aside from that great sorcerer, the bishops held the highest rank within the entire Radiant Church. With only 22 bishops in total. What shall we do, Your Holiness? What can we do? In this current state, can we even provoke Huaxia? We are about to depart. And at such a crucial juncture, we cannot afford to antagonize them. Understood, my lord. Surreal waved his hand dismissively and added, prepare a batch of supplies to be sent to Huaxia. Your Holiness, regarding this decision. The individual on the screen wore a look of bewilderment. Do you think that those who have attained the rank of bishop would be unaware of our impending departure? If Huaxia were to strike, we would find it impossible to escape. This batch of supplies serves as a price to placate them and prevent any interruption of our ceremony. The person on the screen suddenly grasped the situation. Understood, I will see to it immediately. The screen went dark, and Surreal tore the note into pieces. Raising his goblet to drink deeply. In a subterranean foundation 1,000 meters deep, a vast chamber harbored a ritualistic array inscribed in blood, glowing of vivid crimson. Thousands stood at various points of the array, chanting the same sacrificial incantation in unison. The voice of all things, the eye of all things, the hearing of all things, the body of all things, the blood of all things, the bones of all things, the spirit of all things, the form of all things, the heart of all things. Water of origin, eternal fire, wind of freedom, earth of bearing. 7 deadly sins, 7 acts of virtue. Beyond the confines of this chamber, separated by special glass, stood even more individuals, the esteemed members of the current White Eagle Nation's parliament. Within the room, the youthful figures at the center of the array were the prodigies from their respective families, the new generation of leaders for White Eagle Nation. This ritual was executed by them, maximizing benefits while ensuring greater safety for these parliamentarians. After all, this was the first time utilizing such a ceremony, and no one knew what unexpected occurrences might arise. What is the status from the front lines? The coalition forces from various nations are all in place, merely awaiting the opportune moment. And what of John Bull and Bear Nation? Both have unequivocally refused to engage in this military endeavor. Within the glass confines, the ritual continued unabated. From the surrounding conduits, a steady stream flowed, absorbed by the inscribed ritual array. As the blood infused the array, it began to radiate with increasing brilliance. With our bodies as the foundation and the flesh and blood of 1,000,000 beings as offerings, we beseech the arrival of the great presence, the god of deception, Locacious. A palpable tension enveloped the room as all present felt a weight descend upon them. An inexplicable dread burgeoned within their hearts. It was the gaze of a higher existence. No one dared to raise their heads, merely bowing in submission. The entire base dimmed, blood-red patterns weaving through the shadows. That great presence merely observed, weighing the benefits, while signals, separated by layers, experienced a slight delay. Through the ritual, it had already discerned the petitions of these fragile beings. Under its formidable power, all present trembled in fear. After several tense seconds, a voice, laced with ethereal arrogance, finally resonated. However, accompanying that voice, the card at the center of the ritual was lifted, the Hanged Man, forced exchange. In a higher tier, within an unknown expanse shrouded in dense mist, a figure extended its hand, conjuring a card that appeared between its fingers. The Hanged Man, forced exchange. One of the most elusive cards within the realm of illusions. It was surprising that such a lowly civilization from the submerged layer had obtained it. Yet, the thought of using it once and enduring a long cooldown left a bitter taste. Nevertheless, this was the ritual of survival dictated by the game, and it had to adhere to its rules. Not even a demigod forging divine authority, nor a fully realized deity with established divine realms, could defy the will of the game. Divine power surged into the card. Utilizing the strength of the ritual, its power transcended the formidable barriers of hierarchy. The hierarchy was defined by the game, and only the game's power could allow one to cross its boundaries. Formless divine energy cascaded downward, reaching the lowest tier, the submerged layer. A golden card's ethereal image manifested in the center of the ritual, occupying the position once held by the card, as divine power flowed into it. The golden apparition radiated a blinding brilliance, a light that lowly beings could not behold. In a towering, multifaceted building above ground, certain individuals observing via monitors screamed in agony. "Ah, my eyes! My eyes!" Just a glance through the monitor, and their vision was utterly scorched. Meanwhile, within the subterranean base, due to the divine might, all present knelt, heads bowed, unable to gaze upon the divine light. As a result, only a few unfortunate souls suffered minor burns from peripheral glances. The power of deception surged, and the card's might began to manifest gradually. This was a force not meant for the submerged layer. The atmosphere grew solemn, and all things halted. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into an unearthly silence. In the east, within Huaxia, at the Heavenly Guardian Department, a youth clad in a black Taoist robe, holding a whisk, stood before a window, gazing towards the west with a faint smile. The reckless actions of those from White Eagle Nation had commenced. They, clearly lacking the capability, sought to grasp powers beyond their control, and to make matters worse, they had not adequately prepared beforehand. Truly, they were orchestrating their own demise. The tranquility lasted only a few seconds before a piercing roar reverberated throughout the underground base. "Damn it, you conspired against me." Chapter 34, Emerging from Mythology. The sharp cry resonated through the entire underground base, accompanied by chaotic waves of divine power sweeping across the chamber. The divine energy surged like the keen edge of a blade, severing everything it touched, be it substance or being, in an instant. No one within the base could escape the onslaught. All bodies were cleaved into segments, collapsing to the ground. Their final expressions were filled with terror and horror. In a higher tier, within the unknown space, the mist-enshrouded figure writhed in agony, faint golden blood trickling from its eyes. Faint golden flames engulfed it, consuming its divine power. It was a fire that could not be extinguished. At this moment, remorse filled its heart. It lamented the choice to partake in this ritual. The memory of the two scenes witnessed moments ago made it wish to turn back time and sever the hand that had accepted this fate. Even though the source of that power had been severed, the two vivid scenes remained indelibly etched in his mind. The first was a coffin forged from the divine realm, buried in the endless abyss, marked by a seven-tiered secret tower serving as its gravestone. The divine authority inscribed upon the coffin, known as the Light of Authority, seared into his divine ocean with but a glance, scorching his divine might, his divine body, and his divine soul. The second scene unfolded in the boundless expanse of blood-red territory, where the flames of war danced incessantly. The magnificent, timeless blood-red great wall stretched infinitely, filled with billowing smoke and the echoes of battle, alongside the weighty essence of grandeur. It resembled a serpent, yet was not a serpent, possessing 5 claws, dual horns, and the ability to support heaven and earth. Wings sprouted from its back, gently fluttering, heralding the dawn of creation. True thunder encircled it, the primordial winds lifted it, and the waters of creation flowed beneath its command. With merely a glance, he perceived an overwhelming multitude, yet compared to that truly magnificent existence, what he saw was merely the tip of the iceberg, though he had never laid eyes upon it. In that fleeting moment, a singular word involuntarily manifested in his mind: dragon. Not the mighty dragon lineage that currently dominated the starry skies, but the true dragon. He understood that this was not his true name. It was exalted, ethereal, and with a mere whisper, it extinguished the will within his power, transcending the barriers of hierarchy to effect his true form, tearing a grievous rift in his soul. A casual exertion of power effortlessly crossed several tiers of separation, leaving him bewildered as to the nature of such an existence. Yet it was certain that the true deity who forged divine authority and established the divine realm would stand before him as an equal. He could not fathom how a civilization that had just emerged from its nurturing phase, only entering the submerged layer a century prior, could engage with such power. Through the ritual, he comprehended that the true god associated with the light of authority was the target of this civilization's chapter. The other entity, shrouded in mystery, was likely directly connected to that civilization. What was this civilization? His head throbbed, and he muttered through gritted teeth. How could this happen? Why would the submerged layer come into contact with divinity? How had he found himself embroiled in such matters? Tears of frustration welled up within him. In his agony, he struggled to summon all the cards he possessed, preparing to suppress the injuries that plagued him. If the flames of the light of authority continued to blaze, it would not be long before he was rendered powerless. Accompanied by the soaring pillar of light and a thunderous roar that reverberated across the realm of the White Eagle Nation, the capital, home to the National Assembly, was left devoid of its former splendor. All that remained was a colossal pit, several hundred meters in diameter and plunging deep into the earth, surrounded by ruins and a web of fissures. This scene was captured clearly by satellites above. Soon, these images were transmitted back to Huaxia. At the headquarters of the Guardian Division, the seer gazed at the images on his phone, astonished. Although he had witnessed it through his powers, the reality of the event still struck him with fresh awe. An explosion had obliterated the entire capital of the White Eagle Nation, leaving no survivors. News of this devastation quickly spread beyond Huaxia. In a matter of minutes, the news of the capital's transformation into a vast pit with no survivors reached the upper echelons of various nations and groups. In stark contrast to its former prosperity, the sight of the White Eagle Nation's capital reduced to a giant pit rendered the leaders of various countries speechless. In Bear Country, the emperor observed the pit on the screen, shaking his head with an involuntary chuckle. In the skies above Britain, Surreal, aboard a plane, shook his head, reflecting on how the politicians of the White Eagle Nation had crafted their own demise, not only burying themselves, but also their capital. Meanwhile, leaders from other nations stared at the information in their hands, at a loss for words. Just days prior, they had been covertly contacting them regarding their alliance. And earlier that day, they had been directing military mobilizations. They had spoken of creating opportunities, yet how had they managed to lose their own capital? What on earth was the White Eagle Nation doing? As Willis, the highest commander of the military in the White Eagle Nation, had already ventured into the territory of the Sticks to avoid the disaster, he gazed at the screen displaying the enormous pit in the capital, his expression grim. As the supreme commander of the military, he was well aware of the plans discussed in the assembly, and even his son was among the many talents executing the ritual. What on earth had transpired? How had those individuals managed this? Soldiers below, upon learning of the news from their homeland, erupted into chaos. Li Xiao stared blankly at the newly appeared text on his mobile game interface. No, this can't be right. Why is this appearing? Gather the hearts of the masses. Unite in the form of the true dragon, and forge the body with blood and fire. Individuals converge to form civilization. Civilization writes history, passes down legacies, and forges an immortal culture. Myths are one of civilization's artistic treasures, but only the flame of inheritance, the sediment of history. And the accumulation of culture can bestow myths with true soul and genuine power. An unbroken river of history, nurtured over ages, has birthed a brilliant mythological system. With one heart, the form of the true dragon, the collective will of millions of civilizations manifests a fragment of that resplendent mythological system from the river of history. The winged dragon, responding to the divine dragon of heaven, wields the power of creation and destruction, accompanied by wind, rain, and thunder. His soul emerges from the myths of history, inhabiting the newly birthed ethereal body of blood and fire. The soul determines the body, and the forged body of blood and fire transforms into the visage of the divine dragon within the myth. Standing upon the blood and fire territory, with wings spanning the heavens, accompanied by wind, rain, and thunder. Chapter 35, The Mythological Sequence, Ancestor of the Divine Dragon. The body ascends into the clouds, wings flapping. Clouds obscuring the sky, thunder and lightning flashing, cold rain descending. The dragon's soul is immortal, the masses indomitable, the mythic creation. The divine dragon joins the unique blood and fire mysteries of Huaxia into an inherent sequence. On territories with a populace exceeding 1 million, the divine dragon altar will appear, offering specific sacrifices to summon the blood and fire mystery, the mythological sequence, and the divine dragon to engage in battle. The current blood and fire mystery, mythological sequence, ancestor of the divine dragon, initially born within the myth, the first divine dragon, the creator, possesses some of the powers described in myth, lasting for 1 day in earthly time. Blood and fire mystery, mythological sequence, divine dragon. Through the altar, complete the sacrifice, and randomly summon a member of the divine dragon lineage to descend upon the blood and fire territory, with the strength of the divine dragon determined by the intensity of the blood and fire mystery. A series of texts left not only Li Xiao in a daze, but also rendered all participants in this chapter of civilization, regardless of their identity, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. No, what is this? How has mythology manifested? Moreover, it is the ancestor of the divine dragon, a being revered in many Huaxia myths as the creator deity, and judging by the description, it seems that the one who has come is indeed the revered creator god of the divine dragon. A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the ancient ruins, instilling fear and confusion in all who do not belong to Huaxia, leaving them in a state of shock and disarray. You have acquired temporary statuses: exhilaration, blood surge, battle intent, relentless drive, grim determination, and dragon aura. Gazing at the newly emerged 6 statuses on the status bar, Li Xiao blinked in astonishment. The arrival of these 6 statuses signified at least a 50% enhancement in combat prowess. Moreover, it was evident that all participants had received these statuses, implying that the original strength and capabilities of the valiant warriors of China, momentarily elevated to the condensation phase under the influence of various enhancements at the Bloodfire Great Wall, had further surged. The difficulty rating for this encounter was merely 100, indicating that the monsters within this ancient ruin were not particularly formidable. Now, with the continuous augmentations, apart from him, the pioneering initiator of the task, every warrior's combat power had reached a minimum of condensation 0, while those already at this level had ascended to condensation 1. How could the monsters within this ancient ruin withstand the onslaught of such a million-strong army at the condensation realm? The thought made Li Xiao feel a sense of mourning for the blood demon serpent and its ilk. Speaking of which, during his first game, he had met his demise at the hands of that blood demon serpent with a single spray of water. Now, he could exact his revenge. Li Zhao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No, it was more than that. A million-strong army at the condensation level could easily crush it. However, he needed to inform the commanders that the materials from the blood demon serpent must be personally harvested, skinned, and dismantled. Yet, before Li Xiao could maneuver his avatar to locate the 5 commanders, the next text that appeared left him utterly dumbfounded. From a distance of 100 miles, under the glow of blood fire, aided by common knowledge, you witnessed the blood demon serpent coiled atop the high tower, its serpentine body rigid, plummeting from the tower. As it fell from the tower, it seemed to have caught the attention of the Yinglong, which cast a glance in its direction. All you see is a massive burst of blood, flesh, bone, and scales reduced to powder. Ultimately, only a drop of faint golden blood, exuding a unique aura, crosses the 100 miles, absorbed into the blood-fire territory amidst the swirling mists. Li Zhao's mouth twitched. Well, the blood demon serpent was utterly gone. That drop of blood must be the divine essence he had seen earlier, the divine blood. The mythic power of Yinglong's divine might have been extended by 1 second. Li Zhao's mouth twitched again. Indeed, although it was termed divine blood, its quality merely rated as Tier 3 perfect, far too weak, granting only an additional second. The first tier corresponded to the third tier of the mundane realm, while the second to third tiers aligned with the condensation phase. Within the celestial hierarchy, the condensation phase merely represented the initial stage of the immortal path, akin to the transition from golden core to nascent soul, a significant disparity from true celestial beings. It could be said that gaining an extra second was already a commendable outcome. However, considering the blood demon serpent's initial status as a premier quality creature, the potential materials from its skin, bones, and flesh would surely not be trifling. Yet now, they were all lost. What a waste. In the Sichuan war zone, Zhao Qingqing stared at the continuous stream of information on the luminous screen, momentarily at a loss for words. The million-tier blood fire mysteries had been attempted by China over the decades. 19 years ago, during the civilizational chapter, more than 1 million participants had engaged. However, the blood fire mysteries of that time, following the blood fire Great Wall, had only yielded some nameless powerful spirits and several 100,000 ordinary spirits. Subsequent researchers speculated that this was due to the generally low cultivation levels of the Chinese at that time, resulting in the appearance of only nameless spirits. Through the combat memories obtained after that event, analyses of the appearances of those spirits indicated they were comprised of ordinary soldiers and common generals from various dynasties. Throughout history, they were mere mortals, yet within the blood fire territory, even the most ordinary soldiers possessed Tier 3 capabilities, with the more formidable reaching Condensation 0. The weakest of the generals were at least at Condensation 1. Although their numbers were scarce. According to the projections of the research department, once evolution was completed and ascension to a new tier achieved, the upper limits of cultivation would rise, allowing for the emergence of renowned historical figures within the territory. Although the researchers speculated about the future of blood-fire martial arts and the potential to touch upon mythological legends, it remained mere conjecture. Little did they expect that today, this conjecture would be directly validated. It leaped across many of the stages hypothesized by the researchers, straight into the realm of myth. And upon its emergence, it was none other than the ancient and powerful entity, the Yinglong. Furthermore, not just any Yinglong, but the ancient and formidable being known as the Creator Dragon. Qin Long raised his hand, and his aide, Lu Quan, promptly approached him. Send this news to the research department. Understood. Lu Quan noted the information and turned to execute the command. Opening the command interface, Qin Long observed the newly appeared button on the command screen. Blood Fire Great Wall. Blood Fire Territory, Mythic Sequence, Ancestor Yinglong. Qin Long pressed the second button. Lines of text immediately scrolled into view. Do you wish to harness and release the power of the blood fire mysteries? Mythic Sequence, Ancestor Yinglong. Warning, due to the current special status of Ancestor Yinglong, possessing mythic might and a high tier, the current blood fire mysteries can only support its power release for 1 minute of Earth time. Afterward, all individuals will fall into a state of weakness, and this instance of the blood fire mysteries will dissipate. Warning, the power of the Mythic Sequence. Ancestor Yinglong is excessively potent. If released, it will indiscriminately affect the entire hero's land within the ancient ruin, an uncontainable force even the gods cannot withstand. Chapter 36. What could be the reason? The power of the Bloodfire Territory, Mythic Sequence, Ancestor Yinglong is too formidable, necessitating the collective decision of the 5 commanders of China to harness it. Shall we convene a commanders' meeting? Gasping at the series of red warning texts, Qin Long inhaled sharply, quickly clicking no in terror. This was utterly alarming. The power of 1 million individuals was only sufficient for it to act for a minute. Furthermore, the subsequent description indicated an indiscriminate force capable of overwhelming even divine beings. Surely, if it were allowed to surface for even a second, the entire ancient ruin, including the spiritual manifestations of the million soldiers, would face annihilation. At that point, The only survivor would likely be the pioneering individual endowed with special states. Moreover, considering the description, this indiscriminate assault across the entire ancient ruin, a power that even the gods could not withstand, if it were truly unleashed, it would spell failure for this chapter of civilization. Although it could effortlessly flatten the entire ancient ruin and fulfill the civilizational chapter, the collateral damage would likely obliterate any gains. This was a scenario that must not be attempted. The opportunity for this chapter of civilization was indeed a rare one. If missed, it might never present itself again. As for the limitation of sustaining its power for merely one day, wasting it would be a trivial matter compared to the potential destruction of this chapter of civilization, which would leave one with no place to lament. Checking the status page revealed that the Dragon Chan enhanced status would persist as long as the Bloodfire territory remained intact. At this very moment, the other 4 commanders, positioned in various locales, were making similar decisions to Qinlong. Upon encountering the ominous array of blood-red warning texts, all options were swiftly rescinded. It was utterly terrifying, reminiscent of those 2 previous failures in the annals of civilization. At the final moment when one transitioned into the ancient ruins, the game's prompt text was merely a pale red. Yet, this blood-red text, despite being nothing more than mere words, instilled a chilling sensation within one's very core, as if one were truly ensnared in that great terror. The items were indeed commendable, yet rendered unusable. Once the cancellation option was selected, the blood-red warning text vanished. Zhao Qingqing's gaze fell upon another line of text: Bloodfire Mysteries. Mythical sequence, Yinglong. Through the altar, complete the ritual to randomly summon a member of the Yinglong clan to descend upon the Bloodfire territory, with the power exhibited by the Yinglong determined by the intensity of the Bloodfire Mysteries. Her eyes were profound, directly transcending numerous stages. She summoned the mythical Yinglong to the Bloodfire territory. Moreover, it solidified into a sequence never before encountered. Henceforth, any Bloodfire Mysteries involving a population exceeding 1 million could summon the arrival of Yinglong. The Yinglong, a being of mythical caliber, even if merely an ordinary member and not the progenitor known as the creator god, remained a divine beast. The power of such a beast, regardless of its limitations or weaknesses, was extraordinary, beyond the capacity of ordinary existence to withstand. Although the term sequence was encountered for the first time, she grasped its essence somewhat. Yet, how was this achieved? During the joint military exercises 2 years prior, involving 1 million participants in the Bloodfire Mysteries, such a situation had not arisen. If one were to consider the states of unity and true dragon form, the previous civilization chapter, with over 2 million participants, also exhibited these 2 states without yielding similar results. Thus, what could be the underlying reason? Zhao Qingqing narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Geography, environment, events, items, or perhaps humans. At the headquarters of the research department, a multitude of researchers, armed with the latest information transmitted from the military, were engrossed in their studies. The matter of Yinglong was too astonishing. The Bloodfire Martial Path and Bloodfire Mysteries, pivotal to the path of cultivation, justified the establishment of specialized research groups within the research department, which received the most investment. Even with the supercomputing power of the civilization core, supplemented by dozens of the nation's most formidable Shina series supercomputers, the outcomes remained sparse. Research into the Bloodfire Mysteries lingered at the surface. The emergence of heroic spirits following the formation of the Bloodfire territory remained inadequately explored. Even the method of summoning renowned heroes from history was shrouded in mere conjecture without definitive results. Thus, when the military's feedback arrived shortly after the commencement of this civilization chapter, it struck them like a thunderclap, without any prior warning. From the Bloodfire territory, a being from the rich tapestry of Chinese myth manifested directly. Furthermore, it was not some obscure mythical entity, but one of the rare creations within the grand mythological framework of China, worthy of being deemed a creator god, the Yinglong. In an instant, the research department headquarters was abuzz with activity. Everyone scrutinized the freshly received information from the military. Yet, the current information was insufficient to draw any conclusions. Therefore, all could do was speculate based on the available data. The term mythical sequence was entirely unfamiliar. Observing the text, the 2 states of unity and true dragon form were integral components of the dragon's essence. However, since the last civilization chapter exhibited these states as well, why had this occurrence transpired anew? Was it an environmental issue? Or perhaps there existed a special item? Or was there something amiss with this civilization chapter? Could it possibly be a human factor? Have the mysterious department send over all materials regarding Yinglong, she commanded. Observing Li Xiao's bewildered expression, Li Ran blinked in confusion. What has happened now? She inquired. Swallowing hard, Li Xiao suppressed his astonishment. Turning to Li Ran, he organized his thoughts before speaking. You know about the Bloodfire Mysteries, right? Of course, what is up? Your expression relates to the Bloodfire Mysteries? In response to Li Ran's retort, Li Xiao nodded. And you know of Yinglong? Yes. One of the creator gods in our mythology, Li Ran instinctively replied, but faltered midway. The Bloodfire Mysteries and Yinglong seemed unrelated. Yet the mention by her new brother prompted her to recall the materials she had previously reviewed concerning the Bloodfire mysteries, the heroic spirits that manifested above the Bloodfire territory. As these pieces of information coalesced, she began to fathom Li Xiao's implications. Her expression morphed into one of shock, disbelief, and incredulity. Recognizing the astonishment etched in Li Ran's eyes, Li Xiao understood she had grasped the concept, for she was undeniably astute. Thus, meeting her astonished gaze, he earnestly nodded, affirming her hypothesis. A mythical being, the Yinglong, has manifested upon the Bloodfire territory. After a lengthy pause, Li Ran inhaled sharply, only to suddenly stiffen. She then erupted into a fit of coughs. Cough, cough. Having accidentally swallowed water the wrong way, she choked. Chapter 37, The Sudden Anomaly. Looking at Li Ran's slightly flushed face from coughing, Li Xiao couldn't suppress a light chuckle. Upon hearing his laughter, Li Ran's cheeks reddened further. Cough. No, cough, you mustn't. Cough. As she spoke, Li Ran reached out to cover Li Xiao's mouth, but he deftly dodged her attempt. Grinning widely, Li Xiao replied, "All right, I won't laugh." "You cough, you're still laughing." Unbeknownst to them, their interaction had grown more harmonious. After some playful banter, Li Xiao blocked Li Ran's small punches, casually glancing out at the night sky already cloaked in darkness. "All right, it's quite late, you ought to head to bed." "What, are you now concerned about my sleep? I am your brother now, naturally, I must care. Then I will no longer acknowledge you. You cannot take that back. So go to sleep." With a cheerful demeanor, Li Xiao gently pressed Li Ran's head, directing her toward her bedroom. Li Ran, agitated, exclaimed, "Ah, you're so annoying," waving her arms in protest. She attempted to resist Li Xiao's strength, yet under his already advanced power, she was swiftly subdued and ultimately pushed into her room. "Get some rest." "Understood," Li Ran replied sulkily, slamming the door shut behind her. Li Xiao returned to his previous position, settling on the sofa and gazing at the game interface. A couple of minutes later, sensing something, he turned to glance at Li Ran's room, only to be met with her smiling face peeking out. Li Ran's expression stiffened slightly. "Make sure to rest as well," she quickly called out, retracting her head and shutting the door with a loud thud. Li Xiao smiled softly, diverting his gaze. Inside her room, Li Ran swiftly closed the door and leaped onto her bed. "Really, just like an older brother. Always trying to control me. Humph." In the depths of the abyss, within the layers of annihilation and collapse, in the boundless abyss of darkness, colossal entities, greater than the stars themselves, gradually awaken from their slumber, writhing slowly within the void. As one ventures outward from the depths of the black abyss, the potency belonging to it diminishes. The surface, being the most tenuous realm of the abyssal power, has historically been a place they despised. Yet, in this moment of awakening, they all converge toward a singular direction beyond the abyss. The battle continues. The mythic beings, merely by the oppressive aura they emit, render themselves invincible within this ancient desolation. Under the overwhelming presence of the Yinglong, those mindless, relentless monsters have surprisingly developed an emotion known as fear, even as the taboos urge them forward. Faced with these uncombatant monstrosities, the warriors, empowered by the dragon's might, effortlessly advance the front line. Observing the text upon the game interface, Li Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. This was indeed exceedingly easy. Compared to the accounts of the previous 7 civilizational chapters etched in his former memories, this current chapter seemed remarkably simplistic. First, there was the ancient desolation known as the Land of Heroes, where the strength of the bizarre monsters was the weakest tier within the inner sanctum, as evidenced by the difficulty rating of merely 100. A difficulty of 100 could be regarded as the lower limit of the inner realm. Then came the secret lore, the secret of the god of burial. In past civilizational main chapters, aside from vanquishing the monsters of the ancient desolation, the greatest challenge lay in unraveling the mysteries of the secret lore. The very term secret lore implies hidden truths, and only upon deciphering these secrets can one obtain the treasures that follow. For the game to categorize something as secret lore, and to serve as a key to unlock the main civilizational plot, the difficulty of unraveling its mystery could not possibly be low. Indeed, within the civilizational chapters, the most arduous trials were often not the monsters in the desolate realms, but the unraveling of the secret lore itself. However, this time, thanks to Li Xiao's extensive knowledge, the mystery of the god of burial was laid bare, with dozens of methods to dissipate the lost array clearly outlined, 3 of which were immediately applicable by Huaxia. Unlike in the past, where considerable time and effort were expended merely to grasp the secrets of the lore, and even then not entirely, now, amidst the blood and fire of the arcane, the Yinglong had been summoned. Under the weight of mythic power, those frenzied, irrational monsters, driven mad by taboos, now harbored fear and recoiled from battle. It could be said that once the Yinglong emerged, the current chapter of civilization faced no further challenges. All that remained was to systematically eliminate these bizarre monsters and await the complete allocation of resources to initiate the unraveling of the lost array. As for the events following the unraveling, they need not concern themselves. Based on previous civilizational experiences, upon resolving the mystery, The game would automatically execute the final steps and distribute the rewards to Huaxia's core of civilization, the celestial core of Earth. Such smooth progress raised a sense of foreboding. What should have been a positive development instead made Li Xiao's heart flutter with unease. It was simply too easy. Nevertheless, he decided to relinquish such thoughts. Recognizing his limited perspective, it was best to wait, as any issues would reveal themselves in due time. Moreover, with that prescient figure within Huaxia, should any real problems arise, he would undoubtedly be aware. Shaking his head, Li Xiao dismissed the notion of further contemplation. If the sky were to fall, there would be those tall enough to bear it. He was merely a small fry, having recently stepped into the mundane realm. Rising from his seat, Li Xiao ambled to the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of soda. Time passed swiftly, and 7 hours slipped by. Throughout this duration, Li Xiao remained quietly engaged with the incessantly scrolling, albeit minimally changing, game text. Under the Bloodfire mysteries, the efficiency of the million condensed realms, combined with their respective enhancements, allowed for rapid extermination of the monsters. Glancing at the game map, Li Xiao noted that they were nearing the land of heroes to the west, while significant advancements had also been made in the other 4 directions, reaching several renowned locations. Disposing of the empty bottle into the nearby trash can, Li Xiao prepared to take a brief nap. Although his cultivation at the mundane first tier meant he could forego sleep for several days without issue, personal habit dictated otherwise. Leaning against the sofa, he pressed the switch beside him to extinguish the lights, reclined, closed his eyes, and fell asleep almost instantly. Yet, merely 7 minutes later, his phone, which had previously dimmed, suddenly lit up, unlocking itself and displaying the game interface. The living room was instantly bathed in crimson light. Li Xiao's eyes, which had been tightly shut, snapped open, and he sat upright, staring intently at the game screen. Chapter 38, The Emergence of the Evil God. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Xiao's eyes. Trouble had indeed arrived. A sense of worry crept in. The warning on the screen was vividly alarming. Its blood-red hue foreboding dire issues. He pondered whether the Yinglong could resolve this impending crisis. Warning, 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 warning. An unknown powerful entity is approaching, having descended upon the surface of the black abyss, and is rapidly nearing. Directional detection in progress. Detection complete. The unknown powerful entity's direction is clear. Predicted target, the ancient desolation, the land of heroes, is drawing near at an alarming pace. Li Xiao's expression shifted. The unknown powerful entity, according to this description, had emerged from deeper within the abyss. This text indicated it was indeed heading toward the land of heroes. As anticipated, the unexpected ease had given rise to considerable trouble. Moreover, considering the nature of survival games, the ominously dark red warnings suggested that this was certainly no trivial matter. A heaviness settled in Li Xiao's heart, and he could only hope that this was not an insurmountable predicament. Target identified as the god of silence and slaughter, Manhwaedit. This entity is recorded as the 7th sequence within the known evil god hierarchy, residing in the obliteration layer of the Black Abyss. Current power assessment, unmatched at this tier. All game participants are to immediately cease gameplay. The evil god is in motion, the Black Abyss is in turmoil, and the current area has been suppressed, making forced termination of the game impossible. Warning, the target is a Black Abyss evil god, the god of silence and slaughter, an unfathomable existence. It is advised to abandon this civilizational main line and promptly destroy the spiritual avatar to prevent repercussions in the primary world. Truly, this was a significant dilemma. Gazing at the series of ominous crimson texts, Li Xiao mused. The Black Abyss evil god, a being he had never heard of before, yet one that had been authenticated by the game as a godly presence, undoubtedly belonged to the same tier as the deities of the divine path and the immortals of the immortal path. Furthermore, being classified as the 7th sequence of the evil gods, it likely surpassed ordinary evil gods by a considerable margin. As for the obliteration layer, this was the first he had heard of it. His former memories only contained surface-level information. He wondered what decisions were being made on the other side with their team. The Celestial Guardian. The prescient figure examined the newly acquired documents in his hands, his expression inscrutable. An evil god from the Black Abyss, and of the 7th sequence at that. It was no wonder that, like the appearance of the Yinglong, its true nature remained obscured. Setting the documents aside, the seer turned his gaze toward the window. As dawn breaks on the horizon, the stark boundary between night and day has been shattered, with the sun's radiant glow gradually ascending. In the seer's vision, a glimpse of the sun's edge is already visible. The eternal beckons, blood and fire transform, darkness descends. Stars shatter, and annihilation looms. The dragon's roar reverberates through the heavens. All evils retreat, ascension is certain, and the genesis of all things resembles a mere child's play. Within this foresight, amidst the myriad indistinct futures, his gift bequeaths for cryptic lines. Subsequently, his gift recoils upon him, costing him a century of life. Previously, he had little comprehension of these lines, yet now he grasps half their meaning. The transformation of blood and fire likely heralds the emergence of the mythical sequence, ancestral dragon. while the arrival of darkness points to the manifestation of the abyssal evil god. As for the latter 8 characters, their significance is minimal, likely indicating the devastation wrought by the abyssal evil god's arrival. Initially, he believed the dragon symbolized China, only to discover that a dragon indeed emerged. Therefore, according to the implication, dispatching the mythical sequence, ancestral dragon, should suffice to resolve the crisis. Coincidentally, the 5 commanders of the military are still seeking his counsel. He places his finger down, and a luminous screen rises from the table, revealing the visages of the 5 commanders. What do you foresee for the future? Inquires Qinlong. The seer shakes his head. A century of life lost. My visions are scant, particularly regarding the segments involving the ancestral dragon and the evil god, which remain utterly nebulous. However, he pauses momentarily. You may listen to the final 2 lines my gift bestowed. Thus, the seer recites the 2 lines left by his gift. The fabric of space is fracturing, soon to breach the exclusive barrier of the civilization's chapter. Earth has 10 minutes before the barrier shatters. Uncertain if the commanders have reached a decision, Li Shao ponders. Meanwhile, within the 5 military districts, the 5 commanders observe the command interface of the game displayed on the luminous screen. They simultaneously reach out to click on Blood Fire Territory, Mythical Sequence, Ancestral Dragon. In the next instant, a game prompt emerges. Do you wish to unleash the power of Blood Fire Territory, Mythical Sequence, Ancestral Dragon? Yes, no. Without hesitation. All 5 click yes. Accessing target 5, conditions met, preparing to unleash the power of Blood Fire Territory, Mythical Sequence, Ancestral Dragon. Special circumstances detected, initiating special procedures. Special procedure initiated successfully, beginning takeover of Blood Fire Territory, Mythical Sequence, Ancestral Dragon. Before the luminous screen, the 5 commanders furrow their brows at the emergent game text. Another complication has arisen. The 5 exchange glances through the link screens and promptly click the game interface, prepared to rescind their command. However, when their fingers hover over the abandon option, there is no response. In the next moment, their game interface scrolls with new text. Special procedure is executing. Withdrawal is not possible. Observing the changing expressions of the 5 commanders on the screen, the seer raises an eyebrow. Another situation? They nod in unison. Qinlong begins to recount the circumstances. With a rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the table, the seer contemplates for a few seconds before speaking. The intervention of the game's power is unavoidable. We shall simply observe. They are all acutely aware that within the confines of the game, China's current strength cannot alter the course. Now, with the game's power intervening, they can only watch. Takeover successful. Temporary control over the Blood Fire Territory, Mythical Sequence. Ancestral Dragon has been granted. Insufficient energy detected. Resources from Blood Fire Mystery are inadequate. Activating additional energy mechanism. Incomplete Divine Might detected. Initiating restoration. Special procedure. Compensation agreement initiated. The first compensation agreement states that all participants will receive a temporary special state of illusory stance, rendering them immune to any damage but also incapable of inflicting harm. The second agreement stipulates that upon the conclusion of this civilization chapter, all participants will receive 10 energy units, 100 points, and 1 random ordinary profession transfer item. The third agreement grants the civilization of China 10 extreme profession transfer items and 1 random civilization relic. Special procedure, formally executing. With a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the desolate expanse, the chapter titled The Ancestral Dragon's Departure unfolds. Across the 5 military districts, over 1 million soldiers, including the commanding officers, cease their actions. They can no longer proceed. You have entered illusory stance. Unable to act, you cannot influence the outside world, nor are you affected by it. Yet, they utter not a word, merely gazing at the incessantly scrolling game text. The blood fire radiance illuminates the entire desolate expanse. Within the boundless darkness, the land of heroes shines like a blood-red sun, casting its glow. The projection of the blood fire great wall envelopes the realm of heroes, resembling a diadem of the blood fire sun. The magnificent form constructed of blood fire, with the blood sun held in its maw, wings unfurled, blood flames billowing. The profound crimson fire forges the sharpness of dragon claws, the weight of dragon scales, the encircling of dragon spines, and the nobility of dragon whiskers. Even the endless darkness cannot obscure the brilliance of the blood fire. Through the changing seasons, adorned by the winds and rains, thunder and lightning sing their praises. Each rise and fall embodies the cycle of creation and destruction. The majestic, imposing vertical pupil gazes down upon the infinite darkness, in its opening and closing. All existence perishes and is reborn, the starry skies undulating. Amidst the boundless darkness, the chaotic murmurs signify the forces of annihilation and destruction, silencing all light and usurping the dominion of slaughter. The god of silent light and slaughter, where he treads, space rends, stars shatter, and darkness deepens. Yet, he is not alone. Behind him lies a path rife with destruction and darkness, echoing with distinct murmurs. The land of heroes transforms into a blood fire sun, gripped by the ancestral dragon's jaws. As you gaze upward, illuminated by the blood fire's radiance, catching a fleeting glimpse of the profound darkness. You perceive the tangible pollution emanating from his colossal form, larger than the stars, suffusing the space and tainting all. The blood fire, empowered by mythical might, incinerates all approaching pollution. As Li Xiao observes the continuously scrolling text on his mobile game interface, alongside the grandiose aura that transcends the game's confines, he cannot help but click his tongue in admiration. Truly, such an entity from myth and legend possesses immense gravitas, even influencing the realm beyond the game. Li Xiao senses that, for reasons unknown, he is only minimally affected, merely perceiving the grandeur of the aura without any further repercussions. He surmises that a normal person, upon experiencing such an aura, would likely be momentarily overwhelmed. Just as Li Ran, who, from across the room, is experiencing the slightest influence, is now in the restroom, retching violently. At this moment, dawn has broken. Glancing outside, one can faintly discern the silhouette of the sun, with the rosy hues of dawn painting half the sky. Martial arts cultivation demands diligence. Just as Li Ran had awakened and stepped out, he inadvertently brushed against the ethereal aura emanating from the game that seeped into reality. This encounter compelled him to rush to the restroom and expel the contents of his stomach. If merely grazing against the edges of this aura could elicit such a reaction, one can only imagine the profound impact on others who were directly confronted with the game interface, absorbing the full force of its influence. Despite being unaware of why he remained immune to this overwhelming aura, it was evident that others were not so fortunate. As Li Xiao pondered amidst the chaos, the game text continued to scroll. In the command center of the Kyoto military district, Qin Long struggled to support himself against the table with his left hand while his right hand covered his face, laboring under the weight of an excruciating headache, his internal organs trembling and his body quaking. Even as he approached the first stage of condensation, the turmoil persisted. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed those around him, who were similarly afflicted. In this extraordinary circumstance, where even he faltered, it was remarkable that none of the soldiers of Huaxia succumbed to the pressure. With a hiss, he shook his head, enduring the pain and discomfort as he straightened his posture and focused on the game interface displayed before him. The depths of darkness loom, destruction encroaches, and the weight of whispered madness hangs heavy. Illuminated by the brilliance of blood and fire, one beholds a presence shrouded in darkness, more immense than the stars, exuding an aura of annihilation. As the forces of darkness and destruction collide with the brilliance of blood and fire, a violent reaction ensues, despite the distance. That sound traverses the vast expanse and resonates in your ears in an instant. Even when engulfed by the flames of blood and fire, the mere sound reaches your ears, a cacophony of disordered whispers. This is the corruption wrought by the god of silent light and slaughter. A resounding dragon's roar, sharp as a chasm, echoes, causing the whispers to vanish in an instant. Accompanied by storms and thunder, the true dragon emerges, sweeping away the malevolent. The body forged from blood and fire stirs. The once gentle winds and storms become tempestuous in an instant. The wind slashes like a blade. The rain feels like ice, and the thunder crackles fiercely as time ferries forth and space shatters. A colossal dragon form materializes above the divine body and shrouded by dark power, its tail swaying, unleashing unparalleled might upon it. Space crumbles as the divine body swiftly retreats along its original path. A roar, pure and furious, erupts from the depths of darkness. The dragon's claws sweep forth, and endless thunder descends, transforming into a cage that instantaneously confines the retreating entity. The progenitor of the Yinglong stands amidst the darkness, its dragon form swaying slowly, its authoritative gaze fixed upon the god of silent light and slaughter, as well as the endless darkness behind it, along with the other dark malevolent beings approaching. A sudden jolt coursed through Li Xiao's heart. Not just the god of silent light and slaughter, but more entities lurked behind. Had they inadvertently disturbed a nest of dark deities? Or were these dark abyssal gods simply out for a leisurely stroll on the surface? The corners of Li Xiao's eyes twitched. What was the meaning of this? This single chapter of civilization seemed to spiral into an array of complications. However, the power of the Yinglong progenitor was undeniably formidable, clearly suppressing the god of silent light and slaughter. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Much remained to unfold. Moreover, the presence of other dark gods loomed ominously. Facing the god of silent light and slaughter and the endless darkness that followed, the Yinglong progenitor slowly opened its mouth, unleashing the bloodfire sun aimed directly at them. The bloodfire sun, radiant and resplendent, exudes unparalleled divinity, cleansing all realms. Upon witnessing the newly emerged game text, Li Xiao's eyelids twitched involuntarily. It felt as though the game was on the verge of unleashing its ultimate power. Was the game truly this reckless? Li Xiao's expression shifted abruptly. It appeared that the Yinglong intended to unleash the bloodfire sun, which he recalled was synonymous with the realm of heroes. This did not bode well. Though the illusory state would prevent harm to the players, he worried about the resilience of the realm of heroes. Chapter 40. The dragon roars across the heavens. The blazing sun falls into the abyss. At this moment, The 5 military districts and their respective commanders were equally fraught with concern, yet they could not alter the game's course of action. Their only hope was that the realm of heroes would withstand the impending storm. Should it falter, the divine corpses contained within would also be at risk. After all, according to ancient lore, those divine corpses were merely the weakest of the divine beings. Now, under the dominion of the game, the Yinglong progenitor exhibited overwhelming power, even holding an advantage over the so-called 7th-ranked Dark God, the god of silent light and slaughter. The disparity between these entities and the divine corpse in its prime was glaring. If the divine corpse perished, what significance would this chapter of civilization hold? The bloodfire sun erupted from the mouth of the Yinglong, its flames swelling instantly. Within a breath, the bloodfire sun expanded 100-fold, transforming into a blazing orb of fiery blood, spanning the endless darkness. The glaring bloodfire, the blazing sun in the sky, consumed the malevolent spirits and bizarre pollutants beneath its radiant glow. The brilliance of the blazing sun intensified, and amidst the unending darkness, the whispers grew ever more chaotic. From the depths of darkness, chaotic roars resonated. They were drawing near. The suspended blazing sun transformed once more, its scorching brilliance sweeping away all. As Li Xiao beheld the game text, he instinctively closed his eyes, vivid images forming in his mind. This game was indeed poised to amplify its effects. What expression is that? Why does it look so peculiar? A slightly feeble voice interrupted from beside him. Li Xiao opened his eyes and turned to see Li Ran approaching. It's nothing. The current situation is simply overwhelming. Curiosity flickered across Li Ran's pale face. So what exactly has transpired? He succinctly relayed the unfolding events to Li Ran. After absorbing Li Xiao's account, Li Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. This. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. The rapid shifts in circumstances were too bewildering. The historical chapters of civilization she had encountered in books always unfolded over months or years. Yet, this time, everything transpired within mere hours. First the Yinglong, then the dark abyssal gods, and now the game's intervention. A resounding roar, echoing like the depths of the abyss, akin to the cracking of stone, reverberated through the dark expanse. Accompanied by this mighty dragon's roar, the resplendent blazing sun surged forth towards the endless darkness. Li Xiao's eyes twitched. Indeed, the game had unleashed its power. He pondered anxiously about the outcome. Has it begun? Li Ran inquired tentatively, observing Li Xiao's reaction. He nodded. With only a glimpse of Li Xiao's brief account, Li Ran struggled to fathom the enormity of the scene described. To be honest, Li Xiao himself could scarcely comprehend it. However, as the game text continued to scroll, the frame turned golden, and vivid images began to materialize in Li Xiao's mind. Simultaneously, the participants from the 5 military districts found similar visions unfolding in their minds. In the boundless abyss of darkness, a magnificent, grandiose sun forged from resplendent bloodfire descends deeper into the infinite void. As it traverses, space shatters and time dissipates. Following the bloodfire sun, a colossal dragon, its form steeped in a profound crimson hue, unfurls its wings, stirring the currents of existence. The haunting resonance of a dragon's roar echoes in the air. With a sudden impact, it feels as though an invisible hammer has struck his chest, causing a spurt of blood to erupt forth. Yet, this sanguinescence does not reach the ground. Instead, it ignites mid-air in a blaze of bloodfire, vanishing almost instantaneously. What is wrong with you? The concerned voice of Li Ran pierces through the haze. Gasping, Li Xiao inhales sharply, his vacant left hand pressed against his chest. This wretched game is utterly shameless. Launching a surprise attack. I am fine, he manages to say, though his gaze remains fixated on the game interface on his phone. The text continues to scroll. The blazing sun plummets into the abyss, falling, descending without cease. In the wake of the blazing sun, the Yinglong follows, bloodfire illuminating the path, as all evils retreat. Such unparalleled might is beyond the realm of mere heroes, in a decrepit land long eroded, under the aegis of this supreme power and bloodfire. The hero's realm is utterly consumed. With no ground to bear, this game shall conclude forthwith, and the civilizational main storyline shall commence its reckoning. In your final gaze, amidst the endless darkness, you behold the magnificent sun and the progenitor of the Yinglong as they fade away, plummet. From the depths of the infinite darkness, a cacophony of sharp and anguished howls arises, accompanied by endless murmurs. Game over, commencing reckoning. The 8th main storyline of the Huaxia civilization, the secret of the god of burial, has concluded and is about to be reckoned. Survival is the foremost pursuit. Evolution is the foundation of survival. Congratulations, you have completed yet another survival evolution game. Now, the reckoning begins. Individuals compose civilization. Civilization shelters the individual. Individuals aid the growth of civilization. Civilization fosters the development of individuals. Without individuals, there is no civilization. Without civilization, there is no shelter for individuals. The 8th chapter of the Huaxia civilization main storyline, the secret of the god of burial, has ended. As the initiator and pioneer of this civilizational arc, the reckoning is now bestowed upon you. Blessed are the fortunate. those who possess the trait of immortality. An ordinary game, a simple chapter of civilization, has transformed into an extraordinary spectacle due to your influence. The trait of immortality transcends countless barriers, harnessing the immense power of civilization, touching upon the originally elusive myths. As the favorite of fortune, you rise above luck itself. Even the tiniest probability, akin to a grain in the vast sea or a thread in the starry sky, is within your grasp. As the pioneer of civilization, you embody the essence of a true trailblazer. Though your actions have ushered in many unforeseen changes, you have also bestowed incredible benefits upon your civilization. By touching the mythos, you have endowed your civilization with a lasting and formidable power, sowing the seeds for its future. Compensation Agreement 4. As recompense, the game's power has preserved this chapter of civilization, the secret of the god of burial. The primary objective, the divine remains of the god of light, scorched by the blazing sun, has yielded pure divine energy, crystallized source energy, and crystallized divine blood. Upon examination, it is determined that the current Huaxia civilization is non-divine in nature. All other relics of unprofitable civilizations have been excluded. In this game, as the initiator and pioneer of this chapter of civilization, your evaluation will adopt a special appraisal. This time, the Huaxia civilization has flawlessly completed the main storyline chapter, the secret of the god of burial. Your evaluation for this endeavor ascends to the highest tier. Chapter 41, Monument of Great Achievements. Comprehensive Evaluation, Destiny Level. Multiplier of 64, currently situated in the submerged tier, energy base value of 1, total accrued. Perfect level evaluation, energy of 64, source energy of 1. Points totaling 1,280. No self-gathered items. This game concludes under special circumstances. The avatar of the spirit remains intact, and no combat occurred, resulting in no combat memories returning to the original form. This game has concluded. Under special circumstances, the time-limited shop remains closed. The compensation agreement is now in effect, granting an energy boost of 10, 100 points, and 1 random ordinary occupational transfer item. The abrupt conclusion. The sudden reckoning interface. Truthfully, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The game text continued to flow. Immortality as the guiding principle. The blood of the multitude coalesces, the bloodfire domain. The mythic sequence. The Yinglong undergoes transformation, changing into the bloodfire domain. The mythic sequence, the progenitor of the Yinglong, has been amalgamated. When civilization truly ascends to the divine echelon, it shall officially transform into the bloodfire domain, mythic sequence, progenitor of the Yinglong. To forge great achievements. To witness great achievements. To remember great achievements. To inherit great achievements. Congratulations, Huaxia, for initiating the great achievements of all things, the blazing sun plummeting into the abyss. As the universe and stars bear witness, achieving the monument of great accomplishments, the blazing sun's descent into the abyss. Monument, the blazing sun's descent into the abyss. Category, great achievements of all things, civilizational achievements. Level, universal great achievement. Capability, all sentient beings of Huaxia civilization are permanently endowed with the state of the sun's afterglow and indomitable dragon blood. The entirety of Huaxia civilization. All lands belonging to Huaxia are permanently endowed with the state of dragon's roar in the 9 heavens, the brilliance of the blazing sun, and the bounty of calamity. Description of the great achievement. In Huaxia, there exists a dragon, a name of creation. Though ethereal in form, it creates the supreme blazing sun, which falls into the abyss, inflicting immense damage and purification upon the layers of darkness, and severely wounding numerous abyssal evil deities. Thus, a great achievement is forged, a monument inscribed. Afterglow of the blazing sun. The power bears the attribute of the utmost sunlight, exerting a suppressive effect on all aberrations and evils, slightly enhancing cultivation speed and moderately improving overall recovery capabilities. Indomitable dragon blood. Immunity to pressures from all laws beneath the 3rd tier, abilities of momentum. And when faced with such powers, one may attain the effect of dragon's fury based on the situation. Dragon's roar in the 9 heavens, in all lands of Huaxia. According to the ancient calendar, on the 1st day of the new year, a dragon's roar shall resound, refining all beings of Huaxia. Non-Huaxia beings shall not partake, and those bearing malice shall be subjected to the dragon's attack. Brilliance of the blazing sun. All lands of Huaxia shall bask under the brilliance of the blazing sun. Under this radiance, all entities belonging to Huaxia receive comprehensive enhancement, while non-Huaxia entities will be subjected to comprehensive suppression, and the suppression against aberrations and evils is doubled. Bounty of calamity. The supreme blazing sun can be both a boon of life and a harbinger of destruction, augmenting the blessings of abundance for Huaxia, within Huaxia's lands. Whether resources or other outputs, all receive a certain enhancement, while beyond Huaxia's lands, calamity befalls, with proximity to Huaxia intensifying the severity of such disasters. The cascade of reckoning texts, along with the subsequent special golden texts, left Li Xiao in a state of bewilderment. Sitting beside him, Li Ran waved her hand in front of his eyes, yet it failed to divert his attention. At that moment, Li Xiao's heart was truly at a loss for words to describe his feelings. According to the final evaluation, the emergence of the Yinglong was a consequence of his actions. The subsequent evolution into the Bloodfire domain, mythic sequence, Yinglong, and the mention of immortality as a guiding principle should refer to the blood he was compelled to expel. Moreover, the blood of the multitude coalescing likely pertains to the other participants in this chapter of civilization, who, like him, were forced to expel blood. What astonished him most was the unprecedented monument of great achievements. Each effect of the monument was formidable. At this very moment, Li Xiao could distinctly sense the infusion of a warm power within his body, while the surrounding air seemed to radiate a comforting warmth as well. Hey. The gentle voice beside him and the involuntary shaking of his body abruptly pulled Li Xiao back from his reverie. What's wrong? Don't frighten me. Li Ran's voice was laced with anxiety and concern. He pressed her hand, which was shaking him, against him. I'm fine. Just a bit shocked by the settlement interface from earlier, Li Xiao replied, and Li Ran let out a sigh of relief, though her expression remained one of worry. But what was that about you spitting blood? And where did the blood go? It's just a game mechanism. I'll explain it to you in a bit. Oh. Since Li Xiao had said that, Li Ran refrained from pressing further. However, just 3 seconds later, Li Ran suddenly sat upright. Wait, the settlement interface is over? Her astonished words were accompanied by her hand pressing down on Li Xiao's shoulder again. But as she was about to inquire further, Li Xiao pressed her hand down. Yes, it's over. Is it really over? Li Xiao held down Li Ran's hand. Just wait, let me finish looking before I explain. Li Ran's eyes widened, stunned into silence by Li Xiao's words. In her hand, her phone had already entered the game interface, revealing her character panel with the newly acquired permanent statuses of Sunset's Radiance and Unyielding Dragon's Blood. The warm power coursing through her body and the unprecedented warmth in the air confirmed that what this new brother had just said was indeed true. The monumental achievements and the mythical sequences were overwhelmingly astonishing. Moreover, according to his words, all of this was connected to this new brother. Brother, what kind of monster have you wished for? Li Ran thought, filled with profound emotions. In less than 10 days, he had ushered in a new chapter of civilization for Huaxia, with low difficulty, yet high rewards. Although there had been significant upheaval during this period, it had not inflicted any harm on Huaxia. Rather, it had brought forth 2 additional gains: Bloodfire Territory, Mythical Sequence, Yinglong, and the existence of the previously unheard-of monument of great achievements. Looking at Li Xiao beside her, Li Ran felt a mixture of shock, astonishment, and admiration. In Kyoto, the Heavenly Guardian Department, the seer felt the warm power coursing through him and the now searing, domineering blood within. In his hand, he held the documents just received from the Central Military District. Monument of Great Achievements. Mythical Sequence. A knock resonated at the door. The seer did not lift his gaze, still engrossed in the documents. Come in. The sound of the door creaking open announced the arrival of a tall figure. Only when he approached did the seer set down the documents. What is it? The research department's report indicates that the energy has been absorbed by the core of civilization. It is anticipated that the evolution rate will reach 100% in 7 days. Furthermore, the source energy crystals and divine energy crystals are set to be Peru into the reboot of the Divine Throne project. The seer furrowed his brow. Did that trio from the Zhou family propose this? Yes. Rejected. The seer's eyes turned icy. Those individuals are beginning to stir uneasily again. The most extreme of the gods reigns high above, while the immortals are merciless and disdain life. Betting on divine nature and immortal character is far more unpredictable than betting on human nature. Warn them once, should they propose this again. I will expel them from the research department. Understood. Additionally, bring back that talented individual with the divine guardian gift and deliver them to the military under the command of those 5 individuals. Yes. Chapter 42. The battle commences. Once the visitor exited and the office door closed, the seer's gaze remained cold. The families of the aristocracy were once again becoming restless. The aristocracy and families have been integral parts of Huaxia's thousands of years of history, yet they are merely the parasitic elements. The aristocracy is the greatest obstruction to the progress of civilization and the nation. Under the ancient feudal system, even the royals were merely another form of aristocracy. From the perspective of the state and civilization, the aristocratic families must be curtailed. Just as at the onset of the game's arrival, during that tumultuous period, those aristocratic families had attempted power grabs and caused various forms of harm to Huaxia. Ultimately, they were a step too slow. As a series of official prodigies led by the seer emerged first, collaborating with the military to quell the chaos and execute those individuals. However, the aristocracy's modus operandi has always been to prepare multiple contingencies, thus some of them remained, and after a century of development, they had regained a certain level of power. But can it truly be said that the present is the same as the past? How do the talents of the aristocracy compare to the prodigies of a nation? How can the strength of the aristocracy contend with that of a nation? With a mythical level profession suppressing with absolute strength, and with the seer who sees all, combined with the lessons of ancient history, the aristocracy will no longer be afforded the opportunity to develop. Within Huaxia, families may exist, but no aristocratic families shall rise again. He waved his hand to activate the light screen, directly connecting to the director of the Celestial Sword Bureau. 3 seconds later, the light screen connected, revealing a resolute and handsome face. Director, those aristocratic individuals are becoming restless again. Please handle it. Oh, Haven T. Those individuals learned enough from the lessons of 40 years ago that they dare to reach out again. A mysterious smile crept upon the handsome face in the light screen. Rest assured, Director, this time, I will certainly give them a profound lesson. Go ahead and deal with it, but do not disturb the ordinary populace. Understood. The light screen went dark, but soon after, an incoming communication connected. The caller was the commander of the 5 military districts in the land of the Stick Nation. At the military base of the White Eagle Nation, relying on his methods, Willis had barely managed to suppress the soldiers' mutiny. However, at this moment, the troubles he faced were far from over. Within the Stick Nation, there were the stationed troops of several other nations, along with doubts from various allied countries and groups. The White Eagle Nation had organized this operation. However, the high-ranking officials of the White Eagle Nation's parliament had all played their hands yesterday, leaving only those of them who were away still alive. It was not only the allies' doubts. According to intelligence from the rear, the White Eagle Nation was also in a state of chaos. At the border of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the aircraft carrier group belonging to the White Eagle Nation lay silently anchored. The power of the third-tier item, Shadow Light Screen, enveloped this expanse of sea. Aside from the aircraft carrier group of the White Eagle Nation, numerous warships of varying models from different countries were also docked in this area. Under the power of the Shadow Light Screen, those outside the screen could see nothing but the calm sea, regardless of the direction they viewed from. Even satellites in the sky could only capture the tranquil surface of the water. 100 kilometers from this location, beneath the seemingly calm sea, over 100 nuclear submarines remained stationed at depths of thousands of meters. Above the surface, 5 aircraft carrier groups, adorned with the symbols of Huaxia and flying the Huaxia flag, floated under the coverage of the 4th-tier item, Divine Concealment. At the Church of the Glorious Light, on the papal throne sat Cyril. Below, several individuals clad in clerical robes stood in attendance. Reporting to the Pope, we have just received a message from Huaxia. What did they say? Huaxia has conveyed that we have 7 days until our departure deadline. Cyril furrowed his brow. 7 days? A sense of confusion stirred within him. Whether it was the time previously indicated by the Grand Sorcerer or the timeline presented by Huaxia, there remained a full month. How could the time frame suddenly be reduced to a mere 7 days? What unforeseen circumstances had transpired within Huaxia? With a sigh, Cyril lamented the current state of Huaxia, where the insertion of spies had become exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, he would not be so woefully uninformed about the situation there, relying solely on fragments of the future as seen by the Grand Sorcerer to navigate the complexities surrounding Huaxia. Had there been any clarification from their side? None. Huaxia had merely issued an ultimatum, and every inquiry sent forth had vanished into silence, receiving no replies. Fetch the Grand Sorcerer, he commanded. Yes, I shall do so at once. The speaker nodded and turned to seek out the Grand Sorcerer. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps, not yet crossing the threshold of the church, when a figure clad in golden embroidered robes burst through the doors, a powerful gust of air propelling him aside. The figure ultimately halted before the steps of the papal throne, visibly agitated. Your Holiness, urgent news from the Grand Sorcerer, he reported. Cyril's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing the individual. It was Gilris, the Grand Sorcerer's sole disciple. The congregation below shared a range of expressions, all too familiar with the Grand Sorcerer's only apprentice. Yet, the urgency of his arrival raised questions about the nature of the news he bore. Cyril straightened in his seat, fixing his gaze upon Gilris, his voice stern. Without hesitation, Gilris replied, Your Holiness, my master has just glimpsed the future and has been gravely injured, now rendered unconscious. Before losing consciousness, he urgently instructed me to relay the latest information. An unforeseen change has occurred. Huaxia has completed its chapter of civilization and will commence purging the rebels today. In 7 days, an evolutionary ascension will take place. We must evacuate within this time frame, or the upheaval caused by Earth's ascension will cast the remaining survivors into a place of doom. Upon hearing Gilris's proclamation, the entire church was engulfed in a wave of apprehension. What? Has Huaxia completed this chapter of civilization in such a short span? How is that possible? Cyril's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment, he leaned on the papal staff and descended the steps. Everyone, act immediately. We must ensure that all are aboard the Ark within 7 days. Gilris, lead the way. I must see the Grand Sorcerer. As you command, Your Holiness. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, in the capital city of Kyoto, at the Ministry of Heavenly Defense, a resolution was reached. Let us proceed accordingly. We must expedite the eradication of these barbarians and prepare thoroughly for the ascension in 7 days. Agreed, let it be so. With this, the Minister of Heavenly Defense and the 5 commanding generals of the military initiated their decisive actions against external enemies, both old and new. Chapter 43, The Beginning of Nuclear Annihilation. In the military districts of Kyoto, Sichuan, the north, the south, and the east, the 5 major military regions issued identical orders simultaneously. Combat operations commenced, and the cleansing began. As the commands were disseminated, all permissions were activated. Boom, boom, boom. In various hidden regions of Huaxia, a series of missile silos opened. On missile vehicles, launch platforms slowly ascended. Above the clouds, the fully deployed space-based surveillance platform, now under the authority of the 5 generals and the Minister of Heavenly Defense, activated its weapon systems. The aerial combat aircraft known as the Phoenix Bird were arranged neatly on the deck of the platform. Their steel frames, cloaked in a pale blue hue, commanded a sense of dread with their sheer numbers, amounting to tens of thousands. However, at an altitude of several thousand meters above Huaxia, only the high-ranking officials of the military had truly glimpsed their form. As for their capabilities, even the upper echelons of Huaxia had yet to witness them in action. In truth, no force on Earth had yet posed a challenge great enough for Huaxia to deploy them. Now, with Huaxia on the verge of completion of its evolution and preparing to depart with Earth, other nations were to be driven away. This marked a final reckoning for those harboring malicious intent, as well as a chance to settle past accounts. Huaxia was ready to showcase its might, while simultaneously testing the combat effectiveness of its arsenal. In the maritime domain of Huaxia, the fleet of 9 aircraft carriers, previously on patrol, launched a series of combat aircraft from their decks. The missile silos on other warships opened one by one, under the cover of stealth technology. When the military's orders were issued, the users promptly deactivated the cloaking systems. The aircraft carriers advanced, warships provided escorts, and combat aircraft ascended, with missiles poised for launch. At the borders of Huaxia, as the military commands reached their destination, the soldiers in their combat formations, eyes alight with fervor, gazed towards the direction of their enemies beyond the border. The cleansing had begun. When the simultaneous directives from the military and the Ministry of Heavenly Defense reached each combat unit, everything unfolded in an instant. Within a mere second, all Phoenix Bird series aircraft, along with other models, initiated their ascent. On the ground, missile silos and launch vehicles activated simultaneously, pressing the launch buttons. At sea, warships launched missiles, and combat aircraft took flight towards their designated targets. Among the hundreds of thousands of missiles, it was the Dongfeng series of nuclear missiles that took the lead. With the initiation of nuclear annihilation, peace would be restored. In the waters of the Sakura Sea, as the stealth technology was lifted, the fleets removed their cloaking systems. From miles away, the radar of the U.S. carrier group and other foreign vessels erupted in alarm as they detected the activity. At the border of Huaxia, the soldiers in combat formations did not immediately engage, for the missiles had already been launched. They awaited the moment when the missiles had completed their cleansing before charging forward. It seemed that, somewhere along the way, Huaxia's fear of insufficient firepower had become deeply ingrained. Were it not for the stringent regulations regarding the entry of technological items into the game during the chapter of civilization, Huaxia would have ensured that the eerie creatures of the old ruins experienced firsthand what it meant to fear inadequate firepower. This time, with missiles launched in units of 10,000, over 100 nuclear missiles alone were aimed at a single location, the Sakura Nation, situated on several small islands to the east of Huaxia. In this island nation, the onset of nuclear annihilation, coupled with painless rebirth, was the greatest mercy they could offer. Had there been more time, many would have willingly ventured to the islands to allow the inhabitants to witness the reckoning of past grievances. Now, with the initiation of nuclear annihilation, it was a decisive conclusion, a painless rebirth, which many deemed excessively merciful given the prevailing circumstances of the islanders, where beasts far outnumbered normal humans. As for the notion of good individuals existing amidst such overwhelming numbers, one could only lament that they were born in the land of Sakura. Alternatively, if you are indeed a person overflowing with compassion, you might pray that they have another life, one where they can be reborn in a more favorable place. At the same time, beyond the borders of Huaxia, in all nations that still possess air defense systems, a piercing alarm blares. In the Bear Country, an emergency meeting is convened by the Emperor and a multitude of officials in response to Huaxia's ultimatum. Before the Emperor, a luminous screen suddenly unfolds. Your Majesty, we have detected missile signals from Huaxia, with an initial estimate exceeding 500,000. Moreover, we have identified the presence of over 100 suspected nuclear warheads. There is no veil of concealment. The voice of that individual is audible to all. A collective pallor washes over the faces of the attendees. Could Huaxia be so ruthless as to initiate with nuclear annihilation? Yet, the Emperor's expression remains unperturbed. Are there any missiles detected heading towards our country? No. Upon further analysis, these missiles are targeted solely at nations or groups preparing to confront Huaxia. While the suspected nuclear warheads are aimed at Sakura country, then we need not concern ourselves with that. Our immediate priority is to complete the final phase of the ceremony within 7 days, to depart from this planet and ascend to the cosmos. The Emperor's tone is grave and solemn. Meanwhile, in the Radiant Pontificate, Gariel, who is utilizing a rare 4th-tier artifact to restore the Grand Sorcerer, furrows his brow upon hearing the shrill alarm. Maintaining the use of the artifact with one hand, he gestures with the other, causing a luminous screen to appear before him. On the screen, a visage materializes, marred by a grotesque scar running from forehead to chin. What is the situation? Reporting to His Holiness, Huaxia has launched an offensive, with over 500,000 missiles ascending, including 100 suspected nuclear warheads. Hearing this, Gariel's expression shifts slightly. Truly, Huaxia is formidable. Commencing with such a barrage of missiles and nuclear arms. Are any missiles detected heading towards our nation? No. That is fortunate. We need not concern ourselves with that. Our primary focus now is to consolidate the populace and prepare for boarding the Arkansas. Understood. In the Sakura Sea, the Alliance fleet, led by the White Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier group, is taken aback by the multitude of red dots that suddenly appear on the radar. Along with the visible presence of Huaxia's fighter jets overhead, a collective heartbeat quickens in alarm. What on earth is happening? How could Huaxia's aircraft be here? That is Huaxia's carrier fleet. Oh, for heaven's sake. How could their fleet possibly be here? What are you worried about? We have the shadow screen. They won't detect us. Amidst the panic of the Alliance forces, the aircraft have already soared above the fleet, precisely identifying each warship, launching missiles, and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Chapter 44. The Light of Nuclear Annihilation Over the Isles, the Earth's Tremor. Damn it. We have been discovered. Even the most obtuse individual realizes that they have been exposed under such precise strikes. Furthermore, those who have attained their current positions are certainly not fools. How could this be? The shadow screen is a rare third-tier artifact. How could it be compromised? The general holding the shadow screen from the White Eagle Nation is incredulous. Counterattack, counterattack. In Sakura country, the Minister of Defense gazes in horror at the satellite images showing thousands of missiles rapidly approaching. At their current velocity, they are expected to reach Sakura's shores in less than 2 minutes. This quantity of missiles is more than sufficient to obliterate the entirety of Sakura. And this is just the beginning. It is merely the first wave. The satellite images depict the second wave of Huaxia's missiles already launched, with numbers surpassing the first batch. Damn it. How can this be happening? The incessant blare of air raid sirens plunges the entire Sakura homeland into chaos. In a mere minute, the dense swarm of missiles becomes visible above Sakura, yet by the time one spots them, they have already descended upon their location. Boom, boom, bang. The thunderous explosions give rise to mushroom clouds. Within mere seconds, the temperature in the Sakura homeland soars to several thousand degrees. Nuclear annihilation and missile bombardment lay waste to the land. There is not a single place in Sakura that remains unscathed, even those who have sought refuge deep underground, while they may have evaded the missiles and nuclear strikes, cannot escape the catastrophic cleansing that triggers an immense earthquake across Sakura. The mountain revered as Sakura's holy mountain, Fuji, is ignited by the detonation of several nuclear warheads and the devastation wrought by hundreds of missiles. A deep and resounding roar emanates from Fuji. Boom, boom. As Fuji continues to rumble, Huaxia's second wave of missiles and nuclear warheads once again reaches the Sakura homeland, further obliterating what little remains of life there. The surface of Sakura, once teeming with structures, is now devoid of any standing edifices. What began as a minor earthquake escalates to cataclysmic levels under this second wave of annihilation. Ruins become further ruins, and the earth fractures. A sound, more thunderous than a nuclear explosion, reverberates across the Sakura homeland and the surrounding seas. The towering columns of lava, reaching thousands of meters high, herald the awakening of the earth. The land trembles, groans, bubbles, and tears apart. Accompanied by the earth's low rumble, a violent earthquake engulfs the entirety of Sakura. With the soaring lava, the temperature of the molten rock is not much different from that of the devastated Sakura homeland. Following 2 rounds of cleansing, the ground of Sakura has long since liquefied. Beneath this, the few who still live in Sakura are merely those who had hidden away in the realm of condensation. Yet, no matter how well they have concealed themselves, their fates are irrevocably sealed. Satellites in the heavens have already locked onto their positions. Should they dare to emerge, they will meet a missile each as their welcome. With heightened senses from their state of condensation, they too feel the lock on them, should they venture above ground. The sensation of danger spikes 1,000-fold, as if death were at their doorstep. The current conditions above ground, ravaged by the missiles and nuclear cleansing, are horrifically dire. With temperatures soaring into the thousands, not even those in the realm of condensation can withstand it. As for the underground shelters and bunkers, they offer little safety amidst the overwhelming earthquake that sweeps across the entirety of Sakura. They could be torn apart or buried at any moment. If luck were to falter, they might find themselves ensnared beneath the earth's fissures, buried deep below. They have no escape. In the Sakura Sea, aboard the Alliance fleet engaged in defense and counterattack, many gaze in horror towards the direction of Sakura homeland, their mouths agape in disbelief. What in the world? Oh my god, how can this be happening? Witnessing the melted ground of Sakura, the terrifying heat fills their eyes with dread. This is indeed a nation, home to over 1 billion souls. How can they endure this? No, home, my homeland. No, my father and mother. Within this united fleet, there exist the warships of the Sakura, the people of Sakura. They are among the few who have survived to this day. Demons, they are demons. Ahead lies the horrifying spectacle of Sakura, ravaged by nuclear bombs and missiles. while behind looms the approaching fleet of Huaxia. In an instant, the Alliance fleet finds itself shrouded in an atmosphere of terror and sorrow. Demons, all of Huaxia are demons. We cannot fight, we cannot fight, we must flee quickly. Witnessing the dreadful plight of Sakura, along with the vast fleet of Huaxia closing in, many within the Alliance fleet have lost all will to fight. Only boundless fear remains. Even among the surviving Sakura, the sentiment is the same. Escape, escape, escape. This is their sole thought. But what they face is the formidable fleet of 9 aircraft carriers of Huaxia, the nation of the Styx, the base of the White Eagle. Once held in high esteem within the nation of the Styx, the White Eagle base now lies in smoldering ruins. For the coalition of nations gathered here, Huaxia naturally extends to them the most favorable treatment, aside from Sakura. Nuclear strikes and a deluge of missiles have swept through the nation of the Styx and Sakura alike. The term nuclear strike refers specifically to the regions where the White Eagle army and other forces are stationed, ensuring that not a single soul survives. Within the Huaxia military headquarters, a host of command personnel observe the images relayed by the satellites. In these images, aside from the devastation of Sakura and the Styx, there are also scenes of other nations amassing troops along the borders of Huaxia, now reduced to mere ruins. Other peripheral images depict nations such as the White Eagle country. Still at a distance, the missiles require time to reach them. The cleansing has been completed. Notify the troops to prepare for an immediate strike once the temperatures subside, and to secure the battlefield. The Emperor of the Bear Nation gazes at the images transmitted by satellites, showcasing the aftermath of the missile and nuclear bombardment on Sakura and the Styx, the molten ground, and the visibly distorted air caused by the intense heat. In contrast, other regions, merely subjected to missile strikes, are far better off. The initial nuclear onslaught by Huaxia, launching hundreds of thousands of missiles, culminated in over 1 million missiles being fired in just 2 waves, an utterly terrifying display. The Emperor of the Bear Nation is aware that even this represents merely the tip of Huaxia's vast arsenal. Before the arrival of the game, Huaxia had already reached an alarming level of development. Following the game's onset, Huaxia swiftly quelled domestic chaos, and in the nearly century-long development thereafter, bolstered by the power of its civilizational core, Huaxia ascended to an unparalleled height. Chapter 45, Preparation for Ascension. Simultaneously, the Emperor of the Bear Nation feels fortunate. Thankfully, decisions were made early on, and relations with Huaxia had been amicable. Otherwise, this time, they too might have faced annihilation. The Holy See. Pope Suriel observes the images of the ravaged lands with a profound silence, inwardly grateful that they have not become adversaries of Huaxia. In the waters of Sakura, within mere minutes, the Alliance fleet is utterly defeated, leaving only the wreckage of warships that gradually sinks beneath the waves. As for those aboard the ships, none remain alive. Even those who leapt into the sea, seeking refuge below the surface, were picked off one by the submarines lurking beneath. Thus, the Alliance fleet is completely annihilated. Whether at sea or on land, the coalition army led by the White Eagle Nation against Huaxia has met total ruin. Their air force, pressed for time, had yet to take off and was obliterated by Huaxia's missile strikes. The Super Alliance, uniting all nations on Earth aside from Huaxia, the Bear Nation, the Holy See, and a handful of minor nations, has collapsed entirely. Even within their homeland, Huaxia's missiles are en route. However, in contrast to the devastation wrought upon Sakura and the Styx, Huaxia's missiles are focused solely on dismantling critical infrastructure within these nations, rather than total annihilation. In the capital of Huaxia, the town of heaven, the seer observes the numerous images displayed before him and nods slightly. A group of unrefined beings, far too weak. After a century of gaming, technological regression has occurred. While progress in the path of cultivation has been steady, these foreign barbarians cling to individualism, each fighting their own battles in utter chaos. Unlike Huaxia, which, following the resolution of its own turmoil, has unified and steadily advanced, the technological dominance and the path of cultivation are wholly suppressed. What can they possibly wield against Huaxia? Currently, if Huaxia truly wished, they could level everything outside its borders to ruins within a single day. Yet, with ascension imminent, such drastic measures are unnecessary. As for Sakura and the Styx, their past transgressions, old scores, and recent actions warrant their obliteration, the annihilation of their nation, the extinction of their lineage, and the destruction of their ancestral temples. This is already a lenient fate. With a wave of his hand, the seer dismisses the current images, unveiling a larger display. The screen flickers for several seconds before revealing the 5 commanding generals of the military. Alas, these individuals are even weaker than anticipated, offering no resistance whatsoever, simply vanishing under the onslaught of missiles. Originally, they had prepared extensively, expecting hidden tactics, yet it seems they were merely overreaching. The weakness of the Alliance elicits a cascade of derision from the 5 generals. They had vastly overestimated this group. Little did they know, they could barely withstand even the first round of bombardment before succumbing entirely. Well then, it is all over. There is no need for further concern. The seer interjects, calling for silence. In the future, there will be plenty of enemies for you to contend with. Oh, what else have you seen? Regarding the next tier? The five generals gaze intently at the seer. Did you glimpse anything about the ascension? The seer shakes his head, stating, the process of ascension seems to harbor a great force within it. I am unable to perceive even the slightest detail. However, I have thus transcended that process and witnessed the conditions of the next tier. The next tier may not be particularly stable. Having seen the situation of the next tier, if you foresaw it based on Huaxia, it implies that we are destined to complete the ascension and reach the next tier, which is indeed good news. However, we must not lower our guard. The trials of ascension are fraught with unknown perils. Of course, I am not foolish. What I mean to convey is that even if we suffer considerable losses, as long as we successfully ascend, it signifies our escape from the fate of languishing in this submerged layer. A new era awaits us, one in which we have ample time to develop gradually. Indeed, the evolution of civilization is not hindered by the pace of progress, but rather by the ascension process itself. Failure to ascend results in a halving of the evolutionary pace. According to the information we have received, there have been civilizations that failed over 100 times before successfully ascending to the next tier. If we can ascend to the next tier in one attempt, especially at the end of this epoch, even if we incur losses, it is still worthwhile. Indeed, our primary focus must now be on completing the ascension to the next tier, rather than the extent of our losses. The seer gestures to interrupt the discussion, declaring that the ascension has become inevitable. What significance does it hold to dwell on such matters? What we should concentrate on now is the evolution and ascension itself. 7 days hence, when the core of the stars has fully consumed its energy and propelled its evolutionary progress to the brink, the moment of ascension's trial shall commence. This fate is sealed and unalterable. Our duty lies in preparing for every conceivable contingency. Understood. Convene the 4 departments and 9 offices. We must prepare for a meeting. In the coming days, all preparations must be finalized. Furthermore, apart from those concluding their tasks, all soldiers shall be recalled to adequately prepare for the ascension trial. Very well. I comprehend. Li Xiao ended the call. The call had come from Li Ran, and today was a day of lessons, as she had gone to class as usual. The call interrupted her because she had just entered the school, and during the first class, an official had arrived at the institution. Li Xiao recalled that yesterday, an official had spoken of Li Ran's extraordinary talent, and the official, an E, had mentioned that someone would come today. A moment ago, he had also confirmed the identity of the visitor through his tablet, verifying that they were indeed sent by the authorities. He also inquired about the materials he had requested, to which an E had replied that they were en route. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the doorbell rang. Li Xiao strode to the door and opened it. There stood a soldier in uniform, his posture ramrod straight, his bronze-hued face devoid of expression. There was no unnecessary exchange. He produced a metallic case and handed it to Li Xiao. She accepted the case with ease. Would you like to come in for a glass of water? No. I have tasks to attend to. Very well, I shall not detain you. Observing the soldier, who bore a striking resemblance to the soldiers of Huaxia from her previous life, Li Xiao instinctively raised her hand in salute. The soldier returned the gesture before turning to depart. Li Xiao closed the door and walked to the center of the living room, opening the case. Indeed, it contained the materials she had requested. Initiating the forging process, she cast the decayed and damaged armor of the brave, along with the materials in her possession, into the cauldron. The power of the forging activated automatically, and Li Xiao chose not to intervene further. The time had come for her to ascend to the second stage of mortal realm. Once the chapter of civilization concluded, her energy would suffice for this advancement. She accessed the game interface on her phone, and after the classic opening line, Li Xiao tapped into the character interface. In the section for ranks, she allocated 50 energy points, filling it to capacity. Upon completion, the rank section transformed to reflect the second stage of mortal realm. Chapter 46, Second Stage of Mortal Realm. Li Xiao's aura surged instantaneously. Vital energy surged from within, enveloping her in a haze of smoke. The surface of her exposed skin bore intricate crimson patterns, manifestations of the abruptly heightened vitality. Meanwhile, within her, a tempestuous transformation unfolded. The tearing and healing of flesh occurred simultaneously, as an unseen force hammered away, refining each part of her being, hastening the progression of her martial body, forging from initial success to minor success. Her heart thudded vigorously, each beat refining the vital energy coursing through her. A warm power circulated within, alleviating the excruciating pain inflicted by the furious advancement of her body forging. Yet, despite this, Li Xiao's body remained stiff, and her lips twitched involuntarily. This is peculiar. During my prior ascent to the first stage of mortal realm, the initial forging was painless. Why does this hurt so much this time? She paused, recalling that before her ascent to the first stage, her predecessor, Li Xiao, had nearly completed the forging process. The infusion of energy merely sufficed to finalize the last increments, aided by the warm energy, thus resulting in no discomfort. However, this time, only 7 days had passed, and with no progress at the initial stage, she was thrust directly into minor success, transitioning from the first to the second stage of mortal realm. Such a leap was monumental. Additionally, Advancements in other areas were not insignificant. The warm energy could no longer suppress this pain. Gritting her teeth, Li Xiao could only endure the intense agony. Thankfully, the presence of the warm energy provided some respite. Otherwise, she feared she might succumb to the torment. Never again will I subject myself to this, Li Xiao vowed inwardly. In the days to come, she would make incremental progress, enhancing her abilities gradually. She certainly did not wish to endure such suffering again. Having transitioned from the first to the second stage of mortal realm, and from initial success to minor success in body forging, she shuddered at the thought of what the next ascension might entail if it were to be as painful. Collapsing onto the sofa, Li Xiao endured the lingering stiffness for nearly an hour, until her burgeoning aura finally stabilized. The swirling mist of vital energy around her thickened. Still feeling residual pain, she shakily began to move. Supporting herself with her right hand on the sofa, she managed to sit upright. From her past life to this moment, she had never endured such hardship. Taking a deep breath, she felt relieved to have persevered. After resting for a few minutes, Li Xiao finally regained her composure. She assessed her newfound strength, a satisfied smile gracing her features. In the second stage of mortal realm, with minor success in body forging, her foundational strength was now 30,000 kilograms, with other aspects aligned accordingly. Upon further evaluation, Li Xiao realized her strength exceeded this foundational figure by at least fourfold, reaching a staggering 12,000 kilograms, surpassing the foundational 100,000 kilograms of the third stage of mortal realm. Moreover, this was merely her initial foray into the second stage, with the minor success of body forging just beginning. Once her initial success stabilized, these figures would rise even higher. Regarding overall physical resilience, she had also met the standards. In terms of speed, she could now run at a pace comparable to an ordinary automobile. As she continued to progress, with the infusion of energy, the entirety of her body forging would similarly advance. This was the essence of the game's mechanics. Ascending in rank also elevated the overall cultivation of the path one had chosen. As Li Xiao had chosen the martial path, elevating her rank would enhance her primary cultivation techniques, thereby improving her body forging realm, with energy consumption compensated. Once she reached the condensation realm, her cultivation of mental techniques would directly enhance her mental practices. Currently, her skill tab displayed the Starfire body forging technique at level 3, and her mind had assimilated a wealth of related experience, knowledge, and insights. In the third stage of mortal realm, with a foundational strength of 100,000 kilograms, Li Xiao's combat prowess had reached the standard level of a typical third-stage warrior. Naturally, this was only in terms of raw strength. Her skills and control still required refinement. However, this deficiency could be remedied with points. Presently, her points tab boasted over 3 million points, more than sufficient to address her needs. Speaking of points, Li Xiao recalled that she still owed a debt of points to Senior Sister by Sue. She opened the Fei Xian app and navigated to Senior Sister by Sue's profile. Senior Sister, what is your game ID? A minute later, a response arrived. What's the matter? I have points. I'm returning them to you. 3 minutes later, it's merely 200 points. I mentioned it was a loan. 5 minutes later. Alright then. Following this, a string of game IDs appeared. Taking note of the ID, Li Xiao accessed the game interface, entered Senior Sister by Sue's ID, and transferred 300 points. Considerate interest. I currently have an abundance of points. Noticing the series of dashes, Li Xiao understood that Senior Sister by Sue had become busy. As was customary, with a rumble, her stomach growled, reminding her that despite the absence of any deficits in the game during such ascensions, higher realms demanded greater consumption. Li Xiao had not consumed any sustenance since the previous evening, and thus, he found himself quite famished. Skillfully navigating to the game interface, he accessed the permanent store and purchased 10 vials of energy liquid, promptly consuming 3 of them. The effect was instantaneous. Within 3 seconds, his hunger dissipated. He discarded the remaining vials into his storage space. Rising from his seat, Li Xiao made his way to the bathroom to take a refreshing shower. As the cool water cascaded over him, washing away the excess heat generated by his fervent energy, he felt rejuvenated in both body and spirit. Having completed his shower, Li Xiao returned to his room and reclined on his bed, surrendering once more to slumber. After the conclusion of the previous civilization chapter, Li Ran had gone to school while he chose to sleep. However, he was soon roused from his rest by a phone call from Li Ran. Seizing the opportunity, he also decided to make a breakthrough, yearning for a significant leap forward. Even now, he could still feel the phantom pains from that endeavor. Therefore, despite not feeling overly drowsy, he resolved to indulge in another brief respite to soothe his troubled mind. When Li Xiao finally opened his eyes again, he found that the sunlight was streaming through the western-facing window of his room, casting a warm glow. He picked up his phone to check the time, discovering it was already 4 in the afternoon. Glancing at the screen, he noticed a recent message from Li Ran. I have transferred to a new position, an extreme profession. I am currently at school to process my graduation formalities, guided by official specialists from now on. Reading this message, Li Xiao fell into contemplation. He had yet to graduate himself. Wait a moment. This meant that Li Ran, having just entered her first semester of her first year, was now graduating. She had completely bypassed the most arduous 3 years of her academic journey. As a prodigious talent, if she desired, the authorities could facilitate her admission into any university of her choosing. This left Li Xiao in a state of dilemma. Should he still participate in the upcoming college entrance examinations? After all, he had only graduated from university a few years prior. After a moment's reflection, Li Xiao decided to take out his tablet and contact the officials to expedite his own graduation. A few minutes later, the arrangements were finalized. Chapter 47, Prelude to Ascension. Equipment, Armor of the Brave. Tier 3. Quality, Perfect. Abilities, Thorn Guardian, Holy Light Protector. Having slept for several hours, the armor of the brave was now fully forged. Li Xiao gazed upon the armor. Its deep ink hue, sharply defined edges, and delicate silver patterns. Its robust presence was undeniably striking. However, it was of no immediate use to him. So he tossed it into his storage space. Time swiftly progressed to 5 o'clock. The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the room. Li Xiao turned to see Li Ran, clad in her school uniform, entering. She had returned. Completion of the 8th Civilization Chapter. In 7 days, Civilization Ascension will occur. A nationwide holiday of 7 days has been declared. All individuals are to prepare for the forthcoming Ascension test with utmost dedication. Simultaneously, a nationwide announcement, orchestrated by the Department of Heavenly Governance, formulated by the Administration Bureau, and disseminated by the Internal Affairs Office, was issued across every corner of the nation. The Sichuan branch of the Department of Heavenly Governance, the sole sovereign, a pinnacle-level prodigy, heralding the emergence of another national protector for our great nation. But it does not end there. Her brother is also a vanguard of this civilization chapter. Each pioneer of a civilization chapter achieves at least the status of a national protector. One individual, holding a tablet, perused the information, stating, "Oh, what an intriguing family dynamic. Let me take a closer look." Another approach to examine the tablet's content. Remarkable. A family with 2 children, and both are extraordinary. One a pioneer, the other a pinnacle prodigy. How fascinating. On the plains of the Eastern Military District, 1,000,000 soldiers had gathered. In addition to this vast army, a group of researchers from the headquarters of the Scientific Research Department was present. The 1,000,000-strong military was arrayed in perfect formation across the plains. A single glance revealed an awe-inspiring sight, stretching infinitely beyond the horizon. They did not actively release their energy. Rather, the mere presence of 1,000,000 individuals naturally emanated an aura of vitality. This energy coalesced above the plains like dark clouds, faintly. It appeared as though dragons and tigers roamed within, yet upon closer inspection, no movement could be discerned. The entire plain exuded an atmosphere of solemnity, the temperature seemingly dropping several degrees. Amidst the researchers from the Scientific Research Department, an elder adorned with a golden-etched identification badge adjusted his glasses and addressed the commander of the Eastern Military District, Zhou Yufei, saying, "Let us commence." Zhou Yufei nodded and gazed at the 1,000,000 soldiers before him. "All personnel, ignite your blood fire." His deep voice reverberated throughout the plain, amplified by a loudspeaker. Yes. Accompanied by a thunderous collective roar, the 1,000,000 soldiers activated their inner energy, allowing it to circulate across their bodies. The blood fire surged forth, intensifying as it ignited. The flames grew hotter and more robust, the purity of their energy increasing. Sparks of fire rose from each individual. Countless sparks converged to form a blazing conflagration, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the surroundings. Within this fervent blaze, monumental forms emerged, casting reflections of grandeur. A winding, majestic, an undulating apparition of a blood-red great wall appeared amidst the blazing flames, standing atop the resplendent fire. The extended great wall, with its watchtowers, billowed with smoke signals. The mysteries of Bloodfire and the Great Wall of Bloodfire materialized. As the Great Wall of Bloodfire manifested, an ancient and weighty aura of conflict and valor washed over the scene. Within the confines of the Great Wall of Bloodfire, new territories began to emerge. Below, the personnel from the Scientific Research Department closely observed the evolving realm of Bloodfire. Their purpose for this visit was to investigate the mysteries surrounding Bloodfire that had arisen in this civilization chapter, particularly the Bloodfire territory, mythical sequence, Yinglong clan. Based on prior intelligence gleaned from the game text within the civilization chapter, it was known that a 1,000,000-level Bloodfire mystery would summon the Yinglong altar. Through this altar, the descent of the Yinglong could be invoked. This time, they were conducting experiments to ascertain whether specific prerequisites were necessary for the summoning. Minutes later, the altar emerged. Where is it? The researchers followed the direction indicated by one of their number. They beheld a corner of the vast Bloodfire territory. Concentrated Bloodfire coalesced, taking on a tangible form. A platform towering 100 meters high, with 490 layers of steps. 4 towering columns adorned with coiling dragons. Their shapes unmistakably reminiscent of the Yinglong from Chinese mythology. The dragon heads of the 4 columns gazed upon the platform above, where an oval-shaped cavity, engraved with peculiar patterns, lay at the center of the platform. The altar stood silently, exuding an inexplicable aura of mystery. From a distance, it seemed as though the sound of dragon roars could be faintly heard. "Let us ascend to inspect it," the elder among the researchers suggested. With that, the elder slightly bent his body, and in the next moment, he leapt skyward. His aura distinctly indicated that he had reached the realm of condensation. In the current martial arts system practiced in China, this stage is referred to as the heart resonance realm, wherein one harnesses the power of their palm to augment their own abilities, allowing them to briefly borrow the forces of nature. Even at the initial stage of condensation, one could achieve a momentary flight. Following the elder's lead, Zhou Yufei and several other generals at the condensation realm ascended into the air, leaving the remaining researchers dumbfounded, exchanging glances in bewilderment. Among them, the highest rank reached merely the third tier of the mortal realm. Elder Qin was no exception. Enough complaining. Those who can follow, do so. Those who cannot, shall wait. The speaker produced a gravity-defying hoverboard, acquired from another research team, and took off after them. The Bloodfire Great Wall, with its deliberate guidance, hovered merely 100 meters above the ground. In a matter of breaths, Elder Qin landed upon the already formed Bloodfire Great Wall. Gazing towards the distant altar, the Bloodfire domain was still in the process of evolving, not yet fully formed, rendering it inaccessible for direct stepping. A fully formed Bloodfire domain, akin to a state of half solidity and half ethereality, could be trodden upon, yet external forces could not exert direct influence. However, with Elder Qin's vantage as one of the pioneers of Bloodfire mysteries, he surmised that the solidity of the Yinglong altar had already entered that advanced state. Contemplating briefly, Elder Qin soared towards the Yinglong altar. The altar was not far from the Bloodfire Great Wall, and in less than 2 minutes, Elder Qin arrived. With Zhou Yufei and the other generals trailing closely behind, they halted 100 meters from the Yinglong altar, not out of reluctance to advance, but rather due to an increasingly palpable sense of suppression, or perhaps, a confinement of flight. The closer they approached, the lower their altitude became. It was estimated that within the confines of the Yinglong altar, flight was entirely prohibited. The group lowered their bodies and gradually glided towards the altar. Upon reaching the edge of the altar, their suspicions were confirmed. The ability to fly was indeed rendered ineffective. However, perhaps due to the nature of the Yinglong altar, the surrounding Bloodfire domain had already undergone its evolution, allowing them to step upon it and enter the altar's vicinity. Clearly, ascending required a step-by-step approach. Let us proceed. Elder Qin was the first to ascend the steps. There were no hindrances. The 490 steps were traversed effortlessly, leading them to the high platform at the altar's summit. Elder Qin approached the center of the platform, beside the dragon-like egg, and extended his hand to touch it. As his fingers made contact with the egg, a slight tremor coursed through his body. A barrage of information flashed through his mind, a ritual for summoning the Yinglong. Exhaling softly, Elder Qin withdrew his hand. Elder Qin, what is your assessment? Zhou Yufei inquired, to which Elder Qin nodded slightly, having acquired the summoning method. Chapter 48, The Trial of Ascension Against the Starry River. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Exiting the illusory battlefield, Li Xiao inhaled deeply. Spending 7 days immersed in that ethereal realm had allowed him to master the steadily growing power without disrupting his daily life. His foundational strength had reached a remarkable 15,000, with further growth anticipated in the following week. The illusory battlefield, one of the game's features, enabled combat against various foes and the practice of techniques in specific environments. However, the cost in points was significant. For those at the mortal realm, the daily fee for the illusory battlefield was 100 points, a sum many failed to earn in a single game session. Unlike Li Xiao, they lacked the benefit of a spirit return period, which restricted them from playing again until the period concluded. A few days prior, under the supervision of several members from the Celestial Guard and Li Xiao, Li Ran had her inaugural gaming experience. She entered the old ruins of the surface transition zone, where the highest monster ranked merely at the second tier of the mortal realm, with the weakest being unranked. The old ruins Li Ran entered was a microcosmic expanse, merely a few dozen square kilometers, a small landmass adrift in the abyss of the transition zone. Research over the years indicated that these micro and small ruins formed from the fragmentation of larger ones. Such ruins were common in the edge and transition zones. In contrast, the hero's land where Li Xiao arrived, as per the map and game texts, was classified as a large ruin, a complete planet, empowered by dragon energy. Li Ran achieved first-tier strength in the mortal realm, bolstered by various resources and items provided officially. Within a day, she cleared the micro-ruins, even slaying several second-tier monsters. The Celestial Guard had indeed supplied ample tools. At the conclusion of the game, Li Ran received a perfect evaluation, being a prodigious talent. The civilization core did not seize half her energy. She garnered 16 points of energy, propelling her into the first tier of the mortal realm. For the past 2 days, Li Ran had been at the Celestial Guard's headquarters, diligently developing her talents and extreme profession with expert assistance. She returned home each evening, utterly exhausted, her youthful vigor seemingly diminished. Yet, born in this era and endowed with such talent, she had chosen this path. Now, she had joined the Celestial Guard, under its direct jurisdiction. After refreshing herself with a shower, Li Xiao retrieved his phone and ordered takeout. For the past few days, Li Ran had been dining in the cafeteria at the Celestial Guard, while Li Xiao relied on nutrient liquids to meet his energy needs. However, as a Chinese, he still valued the importance of a proper meal. Within 10 minutes, 3 servings of barbecue arrived. As he unwrapped the packaging and began to eat, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. The evolution level of the star core is full. Evolution is about to commence, initiating the ascension trial. All entities affiliated with the Huaxia civilization, please prepare yourselves. 10. Li Xiao paused momentarily before continuing his meal. At the cafeteria of the Celestial Guard's Sichuan division, Li Ran and other personnel halted their activities. The 5 commanders of the 5 military districts, engaged in an online meeting, suddenly adopted serious expressions. In unison, they concluded the meeting, rose from their offices, and swiftly mobilized their respective forces. Across the 5 military districts, millions of soldiers ceased their tasks and rapidly proceeded to their designated positions. At the headquarters of the Celestial Guard, the seer, while sipping tea, heard the countdown echoing in his mind. He set down his cup and approached the window, gazing at the sun nearing the horizon. Meanwhile, beyond Huaxia, nations and groups that chose civilization evolution and collective advancement also heard the same voice within their minds. The current star is about to commence evolution, initiating the ascension trial. In accordance with the star evolution regulations, expelling non-Huaxia sentient beings. With the emergence of this message, various individuals harbored differing thoughts. Yet, regardless of their intentions, they could not defy the will of the game. There was no unnecessary turbulence. A mere flicker of ethereal light flashed, and in that instant, one individual vanished from the surface of the earth. Simultaneously, billions of glimmers twinkled in unison. As the luminescence subsided, the earth was left devoid of humanity. Save for the realm of Huaxia. This extraordinary scene was captured in vivid detail by a satellite drifting above. However, upon its return to Huaxia, it garnered little attention beyond the dedicated personnel responsible for its monitoring, for the populace was wholly engrossed in the imminent ascension test. Inside the room, Li Xiao hastened his meal, no longer savoring it leisurely. The countdown proceeded at a languorous pace, ticking down every 10 seconds. Just as the final countdown reached its climax, Li Xiao finished his last bite and casually discarded the remnants into the bin. Evolution commences. Ascension begins. The method of evolution is stellar evolution. With the ascension of stellar ranks commencing, stellar evolution, during this ascension test, entails traversing the galactic river in reverse. The chasm between tiers is a formidable abyss. The vast expanse of stars presents a challenge to bridge this cosmic divide, achievable only by navigating the singular galactic river that flows against the current. The ascension test is on the verge of commencing, with a leap to the designated area imminent. A violent tremor surged forth, causing Li Xiao to stumble momentarily. Jump completed. Instinctively, he glanced out the window. The scene that once depicted the sun dipping low in the western sky had transformed dramatically. The sun had vanished entirely. Yet darkness was absent. Resplendent starlight cascaded from above, blanketing every inch of the earth. The luminous beams filtered through the window, and Li Xiao felt an extraordinary energy enveloped within those radiant rays. The slow augmentation of his power escalated further, invigorating his vitality. Starlight descended from all directions, saturating the entire planet, penetrating deeper until reaching the core of the earth. The power of the starlight fused with the earth, initiating a transformation. Accompanied by this metamorphosis, all inhabitants sensed the earth beginning to rise gradually. Li Xiao approached the window and gazed upwards, where infinite starlight poured downwards, boundless and sublime. In the presence of this limitless celestial brilliance, the earth appeared as a mere grain of sand amidst the vast ocean, ascending against the direction of the falling stars. The earth commenced its slow rise. Chapter 49, The Power of Evolution. The galactic river sprawled expansively, dreamlike and ethereal. Radiant streams shimmered, resplendent and infinite. Within a subterranean laboratory 1,000 meters deep in the central military district, personnel observed the subsystem's birth from the core of the stars, displayed upon a luminous screen. As the Earth began its gradual ascent, the progress bar shifted from 100 to 9999. Given the current circumstances, the starlight that continuously permeated from above, along with its peculiar energy, became apparent. This energy, when focused upon the human form, allowed one to perceive the gradual enhancement of their strength, albeit at a slow pace. The individuals present, possessing considerable intellect, quickly comprehended the unfolding situation, utilizing the energy accumulated over a century to fill the progress bar as propulsion. They endeavored to navigate the Earth against the downward flow of the galactic river. In the midst of their contemplation, the luminous screen displayed a sudden fluctuation. The 9999 plummeted to 100, only to rebound back to 9999 within seconds. The brevity of this change did not escape notice. What just occurred? Why did it suddenly rise and then fall? Someone exclaimed, fixated on the screen. Within a second, the progress bar once more oscillated from 9999 to 100 and back again. I think I may have discerned the reason, one individual hesitantly suggested. All eyes turned toward him. Please share your hypothesis. Nodding in affirmation, he elaborated. It likely pertains to the essence of the pure divine energy. You are aware that during this chapter of civilization, we procured 3 significant elements from the divine corpse: pure divine energy, source energy crystals, and divine blood crystals. Among these, the source energy crystals and divine blood crystals are tangible items located at headquarters. Only the pure divine energy exists as an abstraction, directly absorbed and digested by the stellar core. Thus, in merely 7 days, the evolution progressed from a little over 60 to a full 100. However, no one has claimed that the pure divine energy has been entirely expended. This essence is derived from a true divine being. Even if it is among the weakest of the divine hierarchy, it remains a deity. Based on previous returns, with 5 successful encounters yielding less than 4,000 in total. And considering the years of drawing half the energy from each individual, we elevated the progress to over 60. This time, the yield assessment stands at 9,000 minimum, with the upper limit uncertain, potentially exceeding 10,000. Therefore, to bridge the final 30 plus in progress, it stands to reason that the pure divine energy has not been completely consumed and should still be abundant. The stellar core continues to absorb and digest it, which explains the current anomaly of the progress bar depleting while simultaneously replenishing. At the headquarters of the Heaven Subduing Department, the seer stood atop the edifice's rooftop. Beside him stood a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, exuding an aura of formidable authority. "Ah, you've arrived," the seer remarked. "Indeed. It is quite difficult to have an audience with you," he responded. "You still haven't completed the manufacturing of that mythical profession's exclusive artifact? Almost there. Just a bit more to go." Within the galactic expanse, an abundance of not only endless starlight but also numerous meteoroids and fragments of stars flowed like silt in a river, swept along by the celestial glow. Gazing skyward, it was evident that meteoroids had breached the atmosphere, accelerating towards the Earth. At the military command, the aerospace patrol system was fully activated. Prepare for interception. All armed satellites in outer space were deployed to prevent meteoroids from damaging other satellites. Ground-based missile interceptors were activated to target all medium-sized meteoroids projected to land within the boundaries of Huaxia. As orders were issued, various departments mobilized in full force. Missiles ascended, targeting the rapidly descending meteoroids. At altitudes exceeding tens of thousands of meters, the aerospace patrol surged upwards under immense propulsion. All weapon systems were operational, aiming at the meteoroids approaching the outer space satellites. Boom! In the starlit sky, fiery sparks erupted. Under the unique conditions of the galactic river, all present gazed upward, witnessing the shattering meteoroids disintegrate into countless fragments under missile interception. Within a mere 10 minutes, hundreds of explosions illuminated the sky. Indeed, in just 10 minutes, over 100 medium to large meteoroids had entered the realm of Huaxia, while those landing elsewhere remained uncounted. From this moment forward, the Earth would solely belong to Huaxia. The remnants of other lands would hold little significance. The contemporary world stood as one imbued with extraordinary might. Moving forward, Huaxia harbored its own vision for the Earth. The remnants of structures from other nations were deemed unnecessary. This occurrence conveniently alleviated the burden of demolition. Furthermore, the duration of the ascension process remained uncertain, and although Huaxia possessed a substantial arsenal of missiles, they were not inexhaustible. Thus, the optimal choice is to solely defend the region currently occupied by Huaxia. The galaxy flows eternally, an infinite cascade of starlight descending, washing over all that ventures within its embrace. Should a mere living entity enter the galaxy, it would confront the terrifying forces therein. However, should one arrive alongside the stars, or be certified for stellar evolution through the game, standing upon them would grant protection from that dreadful power. The military, aided by satellite transmissions, observed that satellites stationed in the geostationary orbit of Earth succumbed to the relentless onslaught of starlight within mere seconds, reduced to mere particles of dust amidst the cosmic expanse. In contrast, artificial constructs in the medium Earth orbit experienced minimal impact, while those in low Earth orbit were nearly unaffected. The process of stellar evolution necessitates the absorption of the galaxy's boundless starlight to enhance one's mass and status. Thus, when the originally fearsome starlight approaches a star and enters its unique domain, the dreadful power transforms into a special force conducive to evolution. However, this evolutionary property primarily pertains to the stars. Its effects on living beings are significantly diminished. Nevertheless, even in its weakened form, the influence upon individuals is substantial, given the insignificance of their corporeal forms compared to that of the stars. Therefore, the diminished effects, when applied to any person, present a tremendous opportunity. For instance, Li Xiao, whose already formidable power continues to grow during this period of enhancement. Simultaneously, this evolution subtly fortifies his aptitude for cultivation. On the rooftop of the Jintian Bureau building, the seer attentively sensed the changes within his body, a genuine smile illuminating his face. This truly is a grand opportunity. Upon meticulously feeling the evolutionary power permeating his being, he comprehended the magnitude of this rare chance. Chapter 50, The Blazing Dragon Armor. It is well known that the energy acquired through the game can be utilized to directly elevate one's realm. However, such elevation is not without its limitations. It is contingent upon each individual's innate aptitude. Should one's potential be insufficient, no amount of gaming or energy accumulation would facilitate advancement to the next realm, leaving them stranded at the pinnacle of their current stage, saturated with energy. This explains why, after a century, Huaxia has progressed to a certain height across various domains, providing substantial support to every individual entering the game in terms of equipment, props, and the bestowal of dragon power. Yet, nearly half of those individuals remain without any realm, having not even stepped into the first tier of the mundane world. This is solely due to the constraints of aptitude. Even with enough energy, they cannot transcend their current limitations. Of course, this is also related to the inherent difficulty of the game. The seer's innate abilities have been activated, and numerous images materialize in his mind. Now, amidst the trial within the galaxy, his foresight allows him to glimpse some vague information. For instance, upon completing this ascension, the aptitude of all individuals within Huaxia will be elevated to some extent, with those of lower potential experiencing greater enhancement. Ultimately, the lowest aptitude individual in Huaxia may achieve a ceiling of the second tier in the mundane realm. Moreover, soon there will be unforeseen changes. According to Earth's timekeeping, this will transpire in approximately 3 days. As for the specifics of these changes, he could not discern clearly. At present, he remains at the initial stage of condensation, and perceiving such information is already his limit. Unless he were to expend his lifespan, even with the enhancement of his longevity, his current level would likely yield little additional insight. Basking beneath the starlight, he retrieved a mobile phone from his storage space and dialed a number. The endless starlight streamed through the window, filling the room. Sitting on the sofa, he continuously savored the cleansing embrace of the starlight. He accessed the game interface, where the character panel appeared normal, yet the exploration section below was ensnared by black chains. Li Xiao's finger pressed down, and a message appeared. Currently undergoing the evolutionary ascension trial, exploration is not permitted. Exiting the game interface, Li Xiao called Li Ran. 7 seconds later, the call connected. Hello? Li Ran's voice inquired. What is up? Nothing much, just checking if everything is alright on your end, Li Xiao replied. What could possibly be wrong here? This is the Jintian Bureau. After a brief exchange, Li Ran ended the call. Contemplating, Li Xiao re-entered the game interface, first clicking into the illusory battle realm, only to receive the message. Currently undergoing evolutionary ascension, the illusory battle realm is temporarily closed. With a slight click of his tongue, Li Xiao exited the illusory battle interface and casually opened the character panel. Name, Li Xiao. Spirit. Road, martial arts. Tier, second tier of the mundane realm, 0-100. Profession, smith, unique. Talent, immortal trait, lucky 1. Skills, forging, unique, max level. General knowledge, unique, max level. Starfire body forging method, 4 stars, level 3, 400. Military arts 9 styles, 3 stars, level 2, 185, 200. Basic marksmanship, 1 star, max level. Cloud piercing marksmanship, 4 stars. Level 1, 33, 100. Equipment, radiant holy spear, armor of the brave. Items, life protection talisman X1. First tier magic crystal, holy light crystal, special raw crystal slab. Armor master profession badge. Storage space, level 3, 444. Status, dragon power enhancement, special, radiance of the blazing sun, indomitable dragon blood. Energy, 46. Source points, 1. Points, 3, 046. 051. As his gaze swept over the armor master profession badge in the equipment section, a sudden idea sparked in Li Xiao's mind. This badge was obtained from a random ordinary profession transfer item. After acquiring it, he had simply stored it away, initially intending to sell it for some points, despite its ordinary nature. However, seeing it now, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he envisioned a new purpose for it. Exiting the game interface and setting the phone down, Li Xiao produced a badge resembling black iron from his hand, roughly the size of a coin. With a flick of his finger, the badge ascended into the air, spinning gracefully before returning to his palm. Remarkably, its texture was indistinguishable from that of a coin. Stowing the coin away, Li Xiao retrieved the tablet given by an E, tapping several times to enter the official treasury interface. With a newfound intention to use the Armor Master Profession badge as material for forging, a plethora of information naturally surfaced in his mind, detailing the materials needed to realize this idea. The source of this information was inherently clear to Li Xiao. It stemmed from his skills in general knowledge and forging. The general knowledge skill proved quite versatile, much like the numerous methods of solving the mysteries in the civilizational chapter. However, since the Armor Master profession was merely an ordinary one, and thus relatively low tier, the information provided was limited to only a few options. Quickly flipping through the official treasury, he sought the required materials. 3 minutes later, he had gathered everything and sent the information to an E. Half an hour later, a message arrived from an E. What about Li Xiao? She set aside her tablet and closed her eyes to rest. Precisely 30 minutes later, the doorbell chimed. With the materials in hand, Li Xiao retrieved the badge of the armor artisan profession, activating his forging skill and casting both it and the other materials into the realm of his thoughts. This forging process would require a full day. Bathed in starlight, the day swiftly passed, during which Li Ran did not return home. She had made some progress in the development of her professional skills, and time was of the essence. Meanwhile, Li Xiao sat on the sofa, his right hand outstretched, revealing a rectangular box slightly larger than his palm. The box was a deep crimson, adorned with intricate dragon motifs. As Li Xiao's gaze fell upon it, information materialized in his mind. Equipment: Armor Summoner, Blazing Dragon Armor. Grade: Tier 4. Quality: Rare. Ability: Armor Summoning. Armor Summoning summons the Blazing Dragon Armor, temporarily elevating the wearer's realm by 3 levels, with a minimum elevation to the first stage of condensation and a maximum to the first stage of sublimation. Additionally, grants access to the armor skill set: Blazing Dragon Armor Skill Set, Blazing Guardian, Blazing Dragon Breath, Blazing Shield, Blazing Eruption, Blazing Dragon Piercer. Gazing at the information of this armor summoner, Li Xiao lightly brushed his lips with his hand. The effects were indeed impressive. With his current second stage of mortality cultivation, utilizing it would temporarily elevate his realm to the first stage of condensation. The 5 skills within the skill set were equally commendable. Blazing Guardian provided a consistent fiery attack. Blazing Dragon Breath dealt high damage in a small skill. Blazing Shield offered defensive capabilities, while Blazing Eruption could momentarily elevate one's realm by a minor tier. As for the final skill, Blazing Dragon Piercer, it was a finishing move. Chapter 51, The Ripples of the Star River. Li Xiao rose and entered the training room situated between the 2 bedrooms. Holding the armor summoner, he prepared to use it directly. Armor, summon. He began to call out, but before he could finish, a wave of intense embarrassment washed over him, causing him to halt. Even though he was alone in the room, the feeling of shyness lingered. Fortunately, as the creator of this summoning, he could bypass the requirement of a verbal incantation, whereas others would have to comply. Imagining the scene in the future, where countless soldiers simultaneously wielded this device to summon armor, filled him with excitement. In that moment, the concern of embarrassment would fade away, replaced by the question of how impressive it would appear. With a surge of vitality, he activated the armor summoner. Crimson flames enveloped him, swirling and rising, obscuring all sight in a heavy wave of energy. 3 seconds later, the flames erupted, revealing a figure within. The armor was a striking red, adorned with dark crimson dragon scales. The chest piece boasted a roaring dragon head, crowned with formidable horns, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The aura surrounding him distinctly surged, reaching a new level. First stage of condensation. Li Xiao clenched his fist tightly. This newfound power was several times greater than his original strength at the second stage of mortality. Moreover, the temporary enhancement provided by the armor was comprehensive, augmenting his strength, physique, and realm altogether to the first stage of condensation. However, the heart's manifestation was different. In the martial arts hierarchy of Huaxia, attaining the condensation realm is also referred to as the heart's manifestation realm, where one cultivates the heart's method to forge a martial spirit. It amplifies martial prowess while compensating for spiritual deficiencies. At present, Li Xiao was still at the second stage of mortality, and his physique could not support the cultivation of the heart's method. Thus, the heart's manifestation amplified by the blazing dragon armor was akin to a mere mist, with its enhancement only half that of a normal heart's manifestation. However, once Li Xiao ascended to the third stage of mortality and perfected his body, he would possess the capacity to support the cultivation of the heart's method. When he subsequently employed the armor summoner, such limitations would no longer apply. Next, he considered the consumption of this item. Within the realm of mortality, the corresponding tier of items ranged from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Tier 1 was barely adequate. Tier 2 was standard, while Tier 3 was considered premium. Higher tier items, if disposable, generally could not be utilized within the realm of mortality due to insufficient energy. Nevertheless, items like the armor summoner in Li Xiao's possession could be used, albeit with the energy of mortality, their effectiveness would not last long. Li Xiao sensed the rate of energy consumption within him. He would need to forcibly cancel the armor within 30 seconds at most. This was still with the hidden effect of the armor summoner, which allowed for efficient energy utilization. Otherwise, it would last only a few seconds. Once he released the fusion, the armor summoner fell back into his hand. Within the realm of mortality, this item could only serve as a trump card. It could only be utilized regularly upon reaching the condensation realm. Weighing the crimson armor summoner in his hand, Li Xiao stored it away in his inventory. With that settled, it was time to proceed with his activities. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, marking the 4th day of the Ascension trial. In the preceding 3 days, the number of meteors intercepted over Huaxia had exceeded 213,000, according to professional agencies. As for beyond Huaxia, official photographs revealed that the remnants of civilization in other countries had been utterly obliterated by the meteor showers. However, it was not merely a wasteland. Wherever meteors had devastated the land, under the power of the endless starlight, plants sprouted, blossomed, and bore fruit in an astonishingly brief time. The cycle of destruction and renewal continued. In Huaxia, information regarding the evolutionary power of starlight and its capacity to enhance one's qualifications was also officially released, advising those with sufficient energy but lacking qualifications to attempt to ascend. During these 2 days, within Li Zhao's neighborhood alone, he had witnessed 8 individuals successfully ascending, joyfully showcasing their newfound abilities. To this, Li Zhao merely smiled, for such occurrences signified an enhancement of Huaxia's overall strength. In this perilous game of survival and evolution, the greater Huaxia's strength, the better it would be for both individuals and the nation as a whole. Finishing the nutrient solution in hand, Li Zhao rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the endless starlight and the occasional fireworks illuminating the sky. The vastness of the Star River was palpable, and an instinctive feeling stirred within him, hinting that something significant was on the horizon. This sensation stemmed from the depths of his being, a perception belonging to the Fortunate One talent. The ability to perceive such an event through the Fortunate One talent indicated that it would indeed be a momentous occurrence. Judging by the previous manifestations of civilization, the more critical the event, the more pronounced the power of Fortunate One. Previously, it had bestowed upon Huaxia the Bloodfire territory, mythical sequence, Yinglong clan, and the monument of great achievements, fiery sun plummeting into the abyss. What, then, would this time bring? On the rooftop of the Tianbu headquarters, the seer gazed up at the infinite Star River, his expression grave. A foreseen upheaval was imminent. Beside him stood Sun Hao, clad in golden armor, the only mythical practitioner in Huaxia and the nation's highest combat power. Is the change you perceive approaching? The seer nodded slightly. Prepare yourself. As the voice of the seer resonated, a button beside him fell simultaneously. Concurrently, across the myriad cities and towns of the nation, wherever human presence could be felt, the identical voice echoed. All were summoned into a state of heightened war readiness, compelling everyone to abandon their tasks and remain poised to ignite the fires of conflict. The commanding voice rang out repeatedly, ensuring that all of China could hear its clarion call. In a room where the sound emanated from the heart of the city, Li Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Did that seer foresee what was to transpire? Li Zhao pondered, his intuition proving correct. Indeed, a monumental event was on the horizon. In the capital, at the headquarters of the research department, within a laboratory on the top floor, Elder Qin lifted his gaze from a mountain of papers, adjusting his glasses as a glimmer of clarity sparked in his eyes. Has it arrived? Rising from his seat, Elder Qin made his way outside, while simultaneously dialing his assistant to summon the prepared materials. Half an hour later, amidst the celestial expanse where only meteorites and fragments of stars once resided, a sudden change unfolded. A long, melodious sound, piercing and resonant, emanated from the cosmos. The galaxy stirred, sending colossal waves crashing forth, each wave potent enough to engulf the earth. From the depths of these tumultuous waters, an unfathomably immense entity began to emerge. Chapter 52, The Cosmic Behemoth, Bearer of Ancient Histories. The melodious and ancient voice stirred vast waves in the endless galaxy. The colossal and majestic form glided forth from the abyss of the cosmos. Within the starry expanse, the flow of starlight transcended the confines of light speed, rendering it ineffable. As its gargantuan figure entered the galaxy, a weighty resonance reverberated, causing all on Earth to behold its magnificent visage. In comparison to the Earth's dimensions, its body was unfathomably larger, dwarfing even the sun, the star that once orbited the Earth. To the Earth, it appeared as a mere marble at its feet. Its form resembled that of the mythical Xuanwu from Chinese lore, with a shell akin to stone, exuding an ancient and profound aura, adorned with intricate, deep-set patterns. Merely gazing upon it felt as if one might be crushed by its venerable presence. Upon its back stood a colossal stone tablet, upright and imposing, as if it had sprouted from its shell. Upon this immense tablet were inscribed countless intricate patterns and symbols. Its head, crowned with a beak reminiscent of a falcon, opened wide, drawing in the boundless starlight, causing the descending galaxy to reverse within its reach. On Earth, all who gazed upon this majestic figure were momentarily paralyzed by its overwhelming aura, standing in silent awe. Li Zhao was no exception, yet he perceived even more. When his gaze fell upon the creature, the general knowledge, skill activated automatically, revealing its fundamental information before him. Bearer of Ancient Histories. Classification, Cosmic Behemoth. Realm, Indestructible Tier 3. Abilities, Glimpse into History, Immortal Life. Description, an ancient entity dwelling in the depths of the galaxy, powerful and magnificent, traversing the endless cosmos and recording ancient histories. No living being knows how many civilizations' histories are inscribed upon its tablet. Even if civilizations have perished in the river of time, the histories it has recorded remain eternal. Its form is beyond comparison with the stars, yet those few beings capable of perceiving its existence are exceedingly rare. It bears no name. Perhaps history itself is its name. Glimpse into history. Those who behold it, if deemed worthy, will gain the privilege to touch the power of history, leaving behind an aura of their own. Alternatively, Civilizations glimpsed by it may gain its favor if their histories pique its interest, thereby attaining a state of immortal history. Upon reading the information provided by general knowledge, Li Xiao was profoundly shaken, unable to conceal his astonishment. Indestructible realm. What caliber of existence is this? Yet, a sigh of relief washed over him. With such information, it was unlikely to pose a threat to China. Moreover, his prior intuition, stemming from the Fortunate One talent, hinted at a potential opportunity for China, much like its ability to glimpse into history. Although he was uncertain of the implications of that power, it certainly appeared grand and illustrious. What, then, would unfold next? Li Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the cosmic behemoth, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Under the weighty and profound atmosphere, all present held their breath, quietly observing. The Earth continued its ascent through the galaxy, striving towards higher realms. A sharp, thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the galaxy. The ripples stirred by the bearer of histories became chaotic under the force of the roar. Another thunderous sound followed, sending waves crashing through the galaxy, disrupting the existing patterns. In the aftermath of that roar, an even larger figure traversed the stars. With a semi-transparent form akin to an octopus, it possessed 16 tentacles that swirled amidst the cascading starlight. Its aura brimmed with destruction and decay. Though smaller than the bearer of histories, it charged towards it nonetheless. Cosmic Behemoth, Planet Devourer. Classification, Cosmic Behemoth. Realm, Law Tier 3. Abilities, Devouring, Star Annihilation. Description, a colossal beast born from the endless galaxy. It once followed the ancient devourers, consuming countless stars across the cosmos. However, its actions of devouring stars and extinguishing civilizations angered the bearer of histories, who cherished the record of civilization as past. Ultimately, the ancient devourers were consumed by the bearer of histories. As one of the few survivors under the ancient devourers, it harbors deep-seated hatred towards the bearer of histories. Yet, it dares not confront it directly until, during a cosmic traversal, it encountered the abyss and was tainted by its power, ultimately succumbing to madness. Upon reading the information from general knowledge, Li Xiao's lips twitched. Initially, the sharp roar and the aura of destruction suggested a formidable entity, only to reveal it as a mere underling of the devoured, driven to madness. Observing its demeanor, it was clear that it was intent on confronting the bearer of histories. Wait, if they engage in battle, would the Earth be affected? A sudden wave of concern surged within Li Xiao. The planet devourer of Law Tier 3 was a divine-level existence, while the bearer of histories evidently belonged to an even higher echelon. The very thought of their confrontation sent shivers down his spine. Regardless of their realms, their colossal sizes rendered the Earth vulnerable, as if it could be obliterated by a mere brush of their forms. May it remain unscathed, Li Xiao fervently prayed. At this moment, across various regions of Huaxia, individuals remained oblivious to the specific circumstances, yet were still consumed by an overwhelming sense of worry. The clash of such colossal beasts could obliterate the Earth with merely a fleeting encounter. With a piercing roar, the planet eater lunged toward the monument bearer. In all, 2 billion Waxians stood transfixed, bearing witness to a tempest of absorption. The monument bearer made no additional movements in response to the planet eater's aggressive advance. Instead, it merely opened its gaping maw, which was designed to consume starlight. Suddenly, its gravitational pull surged, exponentially increasing the velocity at which it devoured the starlight, drawing it in from an extensive surrounding area. Subsequently, the planet eater was ensnared, swallowed whole by the monument bearer, its 16 tentacles thrashing wildly, yet failing to stir even the slightest ripple against the overwhelming force of the monument bearer's suction. Li Xiao tilted her head, her expression one of disbelief. Chapter 53. Your history is quite impressive. The corners of Li Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Initially, she had presumed that despite the disparity in strength between the two entities, the battle would showcase the monument bearer's crushing dominance. To her astonishment, the monument bearer exhibited no superfluous actions, effortlessly engulfing the planet eater, tentacles and all, in a single gulp. This was utterly unexpected. The overwhelming nature of the encounter resembled the effortless consumption of jelly. At the headquarters of the Celestial Defense Division, the seer and Sun Hao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared incredulity. The unfolding narrative was indeed unforeseen. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation between the octopus-like beast and the tortoise-like creature bearing the stone tablet. Instead, they witnessed a complete annihilation. The octopus-like beast consumed in a single bite. This turn of events left the seer shaking his head, acknowledging the sheer unpredictability of the narrative. Yet, he pondered what the remaining colossal entity would do next. After speaking, the seer lifted his gaze, preparing to continue observing the tortoise-like creature. The seer murmured in surprise, his body momentarily stiffening. What's wrong? Sun Hao asked, perplexed, and then followed suit, looking up. The next moment, his own body became rigid as well. For there, amidst the galaxy, the massive creature turned its head, its eyes, several times the size of Earth, gazing deep into the vastness, fixing its penetrating gaze upon the planet. At that moment, All those in Huaxia who gazed up at the starry expanse felt their bodies freeze under the creature's watchful eye, rendered immobile. The sole exception was Li Xiao, whose countenance bore a smile in stark contrast to the fear and astonishment reflected on the faces of others. The feedback from the Fortunate One arrived, clarifying the previously vague sensations and revealing the source of the scene before her. The celestial beast now present was meant to solely be the Planet Eater. Had Huaxia faced the Planet Eater, already driven mad by the taint of the abyssal force, this evolutionary leap would surely result in failure. Thus, the power of the Fortunate One had summoned the ancient entity known as the Monument Bearer, a being that should not have been here, to preempt the Planet Eater's arrival. Now, the Monument Bearer's gaze fell upon Earth, or rather, the gaze of history itself descended upon the planet. As its glance enveloped the Earth, an ancient and profound resonance cloaked the realm. This was the essence of history. Everyone was immersed in a peculiar sensation, as if they were swimming upstream through the river of time, witnessing the grandeur of Huaxia's ancient legacy. This feeling lasted but a fleeting moment. When all returned to their senses, they found themselves devoid of specific memories, only the remnants of fear and other negative emotions having been erased, leaving behind a vague and indistinct nostalgia, even though many could not recall precisely what they had just witnessed. Though it had been but a fleeting glimpse, the emotions it evoked were difficult to quell. Your history is quite impressive, a deep and resonant voice emanated from the Monument Bearer. It cast one final, penetrating gaze upon Huaxia before turning away. On the stone tablet, new characters emerged, with its 4 claws stirring the starlight. The Monument Bearer's colossal form gradually receded into the depths of the galaxy. In the underground research base of the Kyoto Military District, the core connected to the star core displayed a segment of text on the luminescent screen. Under the gaze of an unknown entity, civilization status attained, an immortal history. Immortal history. Under this status, the civilization's history acquires an immortal nature, its truth unalterable, indelible, and unassailable, gaining the authority of history. Nearby, several researchers remained vigilant, their expressions grave as they recorded the text. One individual dialed an external communication line, even though the Monument Bearer had departed. The shock it left behind lingered, ensnaring their thoughts. The ringing of a phone in his pocket snapped the seer from his reverie. It had left. It was time to regain composure. He answered the call while gently nudging Sun Hao's shoulder to bring him back to reality. Once restored to his senses, Sun Hao gazed at the now tranquil starry sky, exclaiming, "What level of existence was that?" "All right, I understand now," the seer replied as he hung up the phone. Casting a glance at the awestruck Sun Hao, the realm of laws, often referred to as the domain of gods or immortals, perhaps even beyond that. When might we reach such heights? There will come a day, they both mused, their eyes fixed upon the galaxy, watching as missiles intercepted meteors, creating a dazzling display. After a brief pause, Sun Hao inquired, "Is there any further news?" The seer shook his head. "There remains a minor trial from the game. But in comparison to what we just witnessed, it is entirely manageable." "Is that so? Then that's good." At the headquarters of the research department, a group of academicians and researchers, including Elder Qin, scrutinized the information just relayed from the research base. Merely a glance had granted them the status of civilization. Such an existence was remarkable. Not only did it observe, but it also spoke. What a difference that makes. Enough of your musings. Focus on studying this civilization status. The lead researcher urged. What does authority signify? What implications does the authority of history hold? What are its immortal and authentic natures, and what functions do they serve? What is authority really? In your vision of the future, how long until we achieve the leap to a new echelon? 15 days. And when does this trial you mentioned occur? On the 15th day. What does the trial entail? It's unclear. I can only discern that it originates from the game, but specifics remain shrouded. However, I did glimpse the scenes following our successful completion of the trial. As the seer relayed his thoughts to Sun Hao, he began outlining the subsequent plans on the luminescent screen. The warning was lifted, the official announcement rousing those still ensnared in the reverberations of that profound glance. Earlier, I seemingly caught a glimpse of Lier, apparently near Xuanwu Gate, where he terrified someone to death with a mere flick of his hand. Alas, I struggle to recall precisely what I witnessed moments ago. How curious. I just perceived myself being swept away by the floodwaters of the Yellow River. Why do I feel inexplicably cold? As people regained their composure, they began to share their experiences, both offline and online. That fleeting moment, flowing through the river of history, bestowed upon everyone a unique experience. Chapter 54, The Flames of Passion Ignite. In that ephemeral plunge into the annals of history, some individuals found their memories hazy, sensing they had seen something, yet unable to recollect the specifics. Conversely, a select few retained vivid memories. On the internet, discussions flourished regarding this event. As the conversations progressed, attention shifted to the colossal beast resembling a tortoise, burdened by a stone tablet. The octopus, devoured in a single gulp like jelly, was scarcely mentioned, and if it was merely a source of humor. Following the official announcement lifting the state of alert, life swiftly resumed its normal course for all. Save for the omnipresent starlight that rendered the night non-existent, and the occasional fireworks that erupted in the sky. Apart from these, little had changed. Oh, but there was a change indeed. With the passage of time, those who previously lacked the aptitude to advance began to ascend to the first tier of the mortal realm. The overall strength of Huaxiao had risen to a new echelon. In a room bathed in starlight, Li Xiao awoke, gazing at the glimmering lights with a sense of resignation. How long would this last? The incessant starlight, casting the earth in perpetual daylight, was quite disorienting. Even the rhythm of daily life had been disrupted. Now, 10 days had elapsed since the event involving the bearer of ancient history. Within this span, Li Xiao's growth period following his ascension to the second tier of the mortal realm had concluded, thanks to the amplification of his evolving powers. In the subsequent days, he adhered to his prior plan, accumulating 2 points of energy daily. Now, the realm section of his character panel had transformed from Mortal Realm Tier 2, 100, to Mortal Realm Tier 2, 100. His physical cultivation had also seen substantial enhancement, with improvements across strength and constitution. During these days, aside from resting at home, Li Xiao spent the remainder of his time at a specialized training facility 3 kilometers away, where he rented a large training room to practice the recently learned Guanyin spear technique. In just a few days, he successfully elevated his proficiency in the technique to the second tier. Additionally, he had mastered the 9 military styles to their fullest extent. However, reality imposed certain limitations, as the pace of his training and techniques was significantly slower compared to the ethereal battlegrounds. Li Xiao arose and entered the living room, surveying the empty space, his eyes blinking in surprise. Speaking of which, Li Ran had not returned for 3 days, immersed in research regarding her talents and profession at the headquarters of the Zhentian department. Just as I lament the chains binding my heart, the phone rang. It was Li Ran calling. He answered promptly. 5 days slipped by swiftly, with the unending starlight obscuring any discernible changes in the sky. However, the clock struck 7 in the morning. Just after 7, at 1 minute past, an official notification echoed from every inhabited corner. All were urged to prepare, for the final trial was imminent. This announcement resonated for 10 continuous minutes. In his room, Li Xiao, awakened from slumber, murmured his discontent. Having slept merely 4 hours, he still felt drowsy. With bleary eyes, he rose, entered the bathroom, and splashed cold water on his face, instantly invigorating himself. As he dried his face, he listened to the ongoing announcement outside. Was this the final trial foreseen by the seer? Thus, the era of endless daylight was finally drawing to a close. A flicker of joy crossed Li Xiao's face. Though the starlight was dazzling, its prolonged presence had dulled his appreciation. After washing up, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, a large bowl of spicy and sour noodles was ready, adorned with a generous layer of beef cubes. Time swiftly advanced to noon. After dining outside, Li Xiao returned home. As he closed the door, a familiar voice from the game echoed in his mind. The Ascension Trial, having traversed the Starry River, is complete. You have entered the newborn tier area and are about to commence the final trial. To establish a foothold within the newborn tier, a civilization must possess sufficient strength, lest it become a target for division by other civilizations. Entering the newborn tier necessitates an assessment of civilizational strength. Only those who pass the assessment may officially enter the newborn tier and partake in the ensuing conflicts. Assessment of civilizational strength commencing. Hearing the game's announcement, Li Xiao's expression shifted, and he hurried to the balcony, gazing skyward. The once vibrant sky, illuminated by the endless starlight, now appeared considerably dimmer. This was due to the multitude of monstrous entities, diverse in form, descending upon Earth. The voice of the game continued to resonate. The spatial rift leading away from the Starry River has opened. Successful arrival with less than 70 loss of sentient beings signifies passing the assessment. Everyone ignited with fervor. A resolute voice reverberated throughout Huaxia. Moments after the announcement, crimson flames erupted in every city and town where human presence could be detected. The blood-red flames blazed brightly and fervently, as sparks of vivid crimson ascended towards the heavens. Beneath the luminous radiance of 2 billion flames, even the brilliance of starlight was subdued, leaving only the swirling glow of the blood flames illuminating the sky. Atop the 10,000-meter-high dome, the sparks converged, igniting a searing starfire. As more sparks fused into the flames, the ancient and magnificent Great Wall emerged in the shimmering light. Undulating and grand, its blood-red silhouette appearing from the fiery blaze, standing proud above the brilliant flames. The Great Wall, a monumental structure, encircled the borders of Huaxia. On watchtowers, smoke signals rose. Within the Great Wall, new territories began to manifest. As 2 billion souls ignited their blood flames, the speed of territorial emergence was astonishingly swift. At the headquarters of the research department, Elder Qin stood before a specialized fighter jet, gazing skyward in search of the location of the Yinglong altar. Soon, he spotted the towering altar nestled within the corner of the area. However, compared to the altar he had previously witnessed, formed by the blood flames of 1 million souls, this altar appeared even more ancient and majestic. Without dwelling on extraneous details, he boarded the aircraft, ready for takeoff. As the plane ascended, It carried Elder Qin toward the blood-flame territories high above. At the military department, when the multitude of monsters came into view, all divisions sprang into action. Every missile system was activated, and nuclear missiles entered their preheating phase. The ground-based armed systems have been fully activated. In the face of an overwhelming tide of monsters surging from the heavens, everyone stands resolute and on high alert. Chapter 55. A great wind rises. On the balcony, Li Xiao is enveloped in a swirling aura of vitality and bloodfire. He lifts his gaze to behold the bloodfire great wall looming above. Previously, when he had only read the textual descriptions in the game, he could scarcely comprehend its grandeur. Now, witnessing it firsthand in reality, he truly grasps the sheer magnificence and imposing stature it possesses. Gazing upon the crimson ramparts in the sky, a profound sense of security naturally wells up within him. Simultaneously, he perceives several invisible forces descending from above, bestowing strength upon him. Status: Guardian of the Great Wall. Temporary elevation of realm by 1 tier. A dark red shield encases him. The power of suppression enhances his abilities across the board once more. On a plane approaching the Bloodfire Great Wall, Elder Qin's gaze is fixed intently upon the towering structure and the expanse of Bloodfire territory still expanding beneath it, unwavering in its focus. Since the emergence of the Bloodfire Mysteries, this marks the first instance of a scale exceeding 100 million. The Bloodfire Mysteries have existed for over 30 years, yet the most extensive trials conducted have involved merely millions. Trials involving tens of millions have only occurred twice, orchestrated by the 5 military districts. This, however, is the first time at the billion-level scale. In comparison to the million and 10 million level Bloodfire Mysteries, the current manifestation of Bloodfire, ignited by 2 billion souls, forms at an astonishingly accelerated rate. The status enhancement, required to cover every individual, is comparable to that of the million and 10 million levels. Yet, the transformations occurring atop the Bloodfire Great Wall and within the Bloodfire territory are unlike anything seen before. Once, the desolate expanse of the Bloodfire Great Wall, populated by solitary figures clad in crimson armor, now stands resolute with warriors, each brandishing spears and longbows. Their armored forms obscure their faces, yet their imposing aura exudes a sharp and lethal presence. Within the already evolved Bloodfire territory, warhorses forged from Bloodfire stand proudly beneath armored riders, flames swirling around them. Behind them, ranks of 10, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and eventually millions of soldiers assemble. Figures forged from Bloodfire align meticulously in formation, their gazes fixed upon the commanding figure at the forefront. Each of the million solidified forms has at its center a pair of individuals bearing a fluttering banner. Gradually, characters emerge upon the banners. As a prominent figure in the research department, Elder Qin readily recognizes the 2 characters. To the right, a grand banner displays the character for Qin in small seal script, while to the left, a smaller flag bears the character for Ming. Numerous flags, inscribed with the character for Qin, stand tall upon the Bloodfire Great Wall. A look of astonishment crosses Elder Qin's face. This is the first time he witnesses such a vast army of heroic spirits, all derived from the same era, emerging from the Bloodfire territory. Previously, the heroic spirits manifested were scattered across various dynasties, lacking any cohesive structure. However, this regimented assembly of 1 million heroic spirits clearly originates from the Qin dynasty. Identifiable at a glance. The banners of small seal script bearing the characters for Qin and Ming signify the Ming family army formed after the first emperor unified the 6 states and established the Qin dynasty. The lone figure leading the Ming family army at the front is unmistakably one person, General Ming Tian, the sharpest sword in the hands of the first emperor. Elder Qin also notes that in other regions of the Bloodfire territory, the emerging heroic spirits all wield the Qin banners and don armor styled after the Qin dynasty. Why is it that this time, the Qin family army composed of 1 million regimented soldiers and other heroic spirits from the Qin dynasty stand apart from previous manifestations? As Elder Qin contemplates this perplexity, the plane ascends to an altitude of 10,000 meters, nearing the Bloodfire Great Wall. Suppressing his doubts, he leaps from the aircraft. Landing upon the ramparts of the Bloodfire Great Wall, the Qin heroic spirits on either side merely glance at him. Upon sensing the bloodfire and the unmistakable aura of the Huaxiao bloodline emanating from him, they return their gaze forward. For a fleeting moment, Elder Qin's form stiffens under their watchful eyes, overwhelmed by their palpable aura of lethal intent and the unmistakable energy of the Bunov, Ninghua, realm. Standing atop the wall, he gazes outwards, realizing that even the weakest of the million Ming family heroic spirits before him possess a presence surpassing his own. The weakest among them is at least in the Bingwab tier, while the commanding figure at the forefront radiates an aura that evidently exceeds that realm. As if sensing Elder Qin's scrutiny, the commanding general in the distance raises his gaze, locking eyes with Elder Qin. In that instant, Elder Qin feels as though the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from the general could freeze and tear apart his very soul. Yet, just as swiftly, that sensation dissipates, replaced by a voice echoing in his ears. As a descendant of Huaxia, It would not do for him to be cowed by such a modicum of killing intent. Elder Qin's spirit is jolted. He realizes that these heroic spirits can indeed communicate. The heroic spirits birthed from past Bloodfire mysteries had only fought alongside him, devoid of wisdom or the ability to converse. Taking a deep breath, Elder Qin bows respectfully, acknowledging the general's admonishment. Go forth and fulfill your duties. Meng Tian averts his gaze, turning instead to face the throng of monstrous entities surging from the heavens. To have died for millennia. Who would have thought I would awaken once more in this day? He murmurs softly, the aura around him trembling. Sound the drums. A penetrating voice resonates across the million-strong army. Boom. The winds howl, a tempest rising. Watching the million heroic spirits rally with fervent cries. Elder Qin's heart tightens as he propels himself towards the direction of the Yinglong altar. The current expanse of Bloodfire territory blankets the entirety of Huaxia, and the Yinglong altar is situated closer to the Bloodfire Great Wall. In less than a minute, Elder Qin descends upon the base of the altar. Gazing up at the towering height of the altar, with its steep steps ascending 1,000 meters, Elder Qin presses on without hesitation. This time is different. Elder Qin unleashes his full power, leaping 10 steps at a time, and within a minute, he reaches the summit. Catching his breath, he immediately begins to retrieve sacrificial items from his storage space, placing them at designated points. To respond to the four seasons, accompanied by wind and rain, thunder and lightning follow. As descendants of Huaxia, we beseech you, Yinglong, to descend upon us. A series of ancient incantations resound as intricate patterns emerge from the sacrificial items on the altar, interconnecting to form a grand and mysterious array imbued with ancient and profound energy. At the center of the array lies a stone dragon egg, nestled within its confines. As the array flickers and the call of ancient energy resonates, the stone exterior of the dragon egg vanishes, revealing a true dragon egg that exudes a noble aura. Chapter 56. The Yinglong roars to the heavens. The white tiger stands ready. Crack. From the dragon egg, transitioning from a stone-like shell to one of blazing fire, fissures begin to appear at the apex. These cracks extend downward, and within a mere 3 seconds, the shell is riddled with fractures, from which flickers of blood fire rise and fall like breath. A soft coo emanates from within the egg shell. Suddenly, a dragon egg, riddled with cracks, was enveloped in deep crimson flames of blood, both fervent and profound. Above the blood flames, lightning flickered, accompanied by booming thunder. The extreme heat, the flashing lightning, and the overwhelming sense of peril rising within his heart made Elder Qin's expression shift slightly, prompting him to hastily retreat beyond the confines of the high platform. Stepping back onto the stairs, on the balcony, gazing at the ominous clouds that had suddenly appeared, their true colors obscured by the radiance of the blood flames. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes. Was this the summoning of the Yinglong? The vast expanse of blood fire encompassed all of Huaxia. Once again emerging from the east, the million-strong Meng family army was situated within the eastern realm of Bloodfire, while Li Xiao, located in Sichuan, remained oblivious. What he could perceive were the scattered troops bearing the small seal of the Qin character flag hovering above the Bloodfire territory over Sichuan. Only those with the Qin flag were present. Regardless of armor or weaponry, all bore the style of the Qin dynasty, with not a single soldier from another dynasty among the Yinglong warriors. What transpired this time? The fortunate one felt no hint of talent. This truly had nothing to do with him. As Li Xiao pondered, he maintained the blood fire enveloping him. Meanwhile, in a certain room of a building within a residential area in the land of the three Qins, Shangxi, a child of imposing stature and refined demeanor stood before the window with his eyes closed, surrounded not only by the ignited blood fire, but also exuding an ancient and profound historical aura. Upon the high platform, accompanied by a violent rumbling, the blood flames encasing the dragon egg surged dramatically, enveloping the entire platform area amidst a tempest of lightning. A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout Huaxia. With the rise and fall of the dragon's chant, the fervent blood flames atop the Yinglong altar suddenly shattered into countless sparks. Wind rose, rain fell, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The magnificent true dragon, forged from blood fire, bore wings and, with each flap, ushered in the changing of the seasons. Accompanied by wind and rain, surrounded by thunder and lightning, the true dragon soared above the altar, its head held high, gazing at the monstrous tide approaching from the heavens. Within the Bloodfire territory, upon hearing the dragon's roar, Meng Tian turned towards the sound. Upon seeing the Yinglong hovering above the altar, even with years of battle experience and exposure to various scenarios, his face betrayed a look of astonishment. With wings unfurled and commanding the elements of wind, rain, and thunder, it was indeed the Yinglong. In present-day Huaxia, it was a pleasant surprise to witness even such mythical beings materializing. It seemed this time, the effort required would be minimal. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Meng Tian's mouth. On the balcony, hearing the mellifluous dragon's chant, Li Xiao understood that the Yinglong had been summoned. He raised his gaze, and, even in this land of Sichuan, he could still see the magnificent Yinglong soaring in the heavens. The Yinglong lifted its head, its cold, vertical pupils gazing disdainfully at the monstrous tide surging forth like a flood. Since the time of the Yellow Emperor, the Yinglong had wielded the power of war. As the earth continued to rise, the monsters were also advancing towards it. Under this dual momentum, the densely packed horde of monsters had already approached Earth, penetrating its atmosphere. The spiraling Yinglong raised its head, its icy gaze fixed upon the incoming monstrosities from the cosmos, and opened its mouth. With a thunderous roar, it reverberated through the 9 heavens. The falling rain transformed into icy shards, and the raging winds became blades. Thousands of lightning bolts filled the sky. As deep and dark as a prison, the Yinglong swung its tail, flapped its wings, and ascended into the heavens. Within the Bloodfire territory, observing the imposing Yinglong in the sky, Meng Tian's expression grew serious. He mounted his steed, extending his right hand to conjure a spear forged from Bloodfire. All soldiers, prepare your weapons and charge with me. His commanding voice resonated in the ears of 1,000,000 warriors. Leading the charge, Meng Tian surged forward, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. Behind him, the 1,000,000-strong army swiftly followed in his footsteps, initiating a fierce assault. For the sake of our sovereign. The bloodlust surged from the soldiers, coalescing above their ranks. With a mighty roar from the amassed bloodlust, an ethereal white tiger burst forth, roaring towards the heavens. The murderous intent gathered like clouds around the illusory white tiger, accompanying the advancing army. The spirits born from the blood-soaked territory existed between reality and illusion, making flight effortless and without exhaustion. Meng Tian led the 1,000,000 ethereal warriors into the skies, charging towards the monstrous tide above. As the 1,000,000 ethereal soldiers initiated their charge, the spirit of the white tiger loomed fiercely above them. Who says there are no clothes? I wear the same robe as you. The king calls for war. Sharpen my spears. Suddenly, a song of ancient Qin resonated across the Bloodfire territory. In other regions of the Bloodfire realm, upon hearing the melody, many rose to ascend to the heavens. On the ground, witnessing the Yinglong and the ethereal army ascend, the military headquarters promptly activated various aerial weapon systems to support them. Even those at the Manhwaadiobook could only sustain brief flights, thus leaving the aerial battle to the Yinglong, its army, and various aerial weapon systems, including aircraft. Across the nation, all fighter jets took off in orderly batches from various airports, soaring towards the sky. At this moment, over 25 million troops from the 5 major military districts had been deployed across Huaxia, preparing defenses under orders from superiors over the past few days. The horde of monsters was overwhelming. As the earth continued to rise, it would inevitably enter the heart of the monstrous tide. Fortunately, after assessment, the strongest among the monsters in this tide was merely at the Manhwaadiobook, specifically the 3rd tier, and only a few were at this level. Of course, this few was in stark contrast to the innumerable monsters in the tide. The majority of the monsters fell within the range of Fanchen Yijie to Fanchen Sanjie. It is important to note that under the enhancement of the Bloodfire Great Wall, even those Huaxiao individuals without any game loading, without any tier advancement, possessed the combat strength of Fanchen Yijie. As the earth continued to rise and the monstrous tide approached, it was imminent that the planet would entirely enter the midst of the monstrous surge. Above the heavens, the Yinglong, along with the 1,000,000 ethereal warriors led by Meng Tian, had already plunged into the monstrous tide, engaging in battle. Wherever the Yinglong passed, the monsters were reduced to shattered corpses, unable to draw near. Meanwhile, the 1,000,000 warriors under Meng Tian, bolstered by the spirit of war, unleashed a frenzy of slaughter upon the monsters. Chapter 76, Annihilation. Before them lay an endless darkness, rolling and shifting as if to engulf all. Behind them stretched an infinite expanse of starry sky, countless stars shining brilliantly. Between the two, a towering figure stood, sword in hand. Each time the boundless darkness sought to expand into the limitless starry sky, it was single-handedly thwarted by him. The monsters that broke free from the dark were effortlessly vanquished by the sword light he wielded. From the depths of the endless darkness, chaotic and bewildering whispers emerged. Yet under his gaze, they turned to ash. Enormous entities, countless times larger than the stars, emerged from the depths of darkness, only to be met by an unending stream of sword light, which directly suppressed them back into the abyss. Back you go? A resonant roar erupted from the mouth of that towering entity, obliterating countless monstrosities lurking in the darkness into mere ash. A horde of vile abominations, beneath the celestial expanse, are not creatures that you may taint. Chaotic and disordered murmurs echoed from the abyss. Begone! With a single stroke, a multitude of sword lights pierced into the void, forcing the massive figure attempting to breach the edge of darkness back into the fathomless depths of shadow. One man, sword in hand, stood sentinel at this dark frontier. Not a single presence from the shadows could surpass his radiant blade to escape the gloom. The relentless spread of darkness ceased at this juncture. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Under the dominion of that mighty being, the darkness which once incited boundless terror was gradually forgotten by innumerable beings. Naturally, not all were oblivious. After 3 millennia of vigilance, even that formidable entity bore scars upon its form. From the endless abyss, all those it had once encountered emerged from the profound darkness, rising, sword in hand. He turned his back to the starlit sky, confronting the shadows head-on. Ah, they have all come. Do they seek to make a final stand? The blade, shimmering with starlight, was raised high as countless sword lights descended into the inky void. With your meager strength, you shall not prevail. From within the darkness, their colossal forms surged forth to meet the descending sword lights. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed, originating from an unknown source, ultimately piercing his chest. Gasp! A spray of blood, sparkling with tiny stars, erupted as he gazed down at the blade that had pierced his heart. Betrayers of divine authority and celestial decrees. His countenance darkened with fury. Begone! A roar reverberated across the cosmos. In the wake of that roar, figures once concealed beneath the celestial canopy were forcibly drawn forth from their hiding places. Damn it, we've been discovered. Attack together. He was already wounded, his strength diminished. All must strike together. The deadly strike had landed, and his demise was inevitable. All must converge and restrain him. Casting his gaze upon the starlit expanse, he beheld the silhouettes of each betrayer, an icy coldness enveloping his eyes. For selfish gain, they conspired with darkness, disturbing the cosmos. The betrayers shall all perish. From the depths of the endless void, those chaotic and colossal forms surged forth, joining the betrayers of the stars in their charge against him. A millennium later, a thunderous explosion resonated through the universe from the edge of darkness. The betrayers lay slain. Half of the malevolent deities had fallen completely, never to rise again, while the remaining dark gods were grievously injured, retreating into the abyss. And he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a broken sword, which fell into the depths of darkness. A millennium later, the boundless dark, now named the abyssal chasm, rapidly expanded, engulfing countless stars. Chapter 76, Silence. Sitting upon a prominent boulder on the mountainside, Silence gazed down at the sprawling sea of flowers below. The air was imbued with the fragrance of blossoms, granting tranquility to his spirit. A gentle breeze caressed his face as he rested his long sword upon his legs, meticulously polishing the scabbard with a silk cloth. Silence. You are indeed here, a melodious voice chimed from behind him. Moments later, a charming maiden adorned in splendid attire approached and seated herself beside him. Indeed, the scenery here is unparalleled. Silence did not lift his gaze, simply responding in a soft tone, "What brings you here?" "I've completed all my lessons for today, so naturally, I came to find you," said Fidelius with a smile. "If Count Rodber finds out you sought me out again, he will surely punish you." Fidelius' expression momentarily fell, but she quickly raised her chin defiantly. "Who cares about that old grouch? I'm tired of his perpetual scowl. He merely has your best interests at heart." Fidelius pouted. "He only cares about his own gain. Every day, it's study this and study that, all for the sake of arranging a marriage to fetch a good price for me." In her eyes, her family's interests overshadowed all else. To him, she was merely a tool for profit. "I am happiest when I am with you." Silence. She took his hand in hers. "Silence, will you teach me swordsmanship?" After a moment of contemplation, Silence nodded. "Very well. You are the best," Fidelius exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Soon, evening fell, and Fidelius bid farewell to Silence before heading home. Silence watched her bounce away, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Moments later, after finishing the polishing of his sword scabbard, he leapt down from the boulder. 5 years later, standing atop the boulder, Silence had grown taller and matured significantly, yet he continued his routine of sword maintenance. A fragrant breeze swept toward him from behind. Without needing to turn, Silence recognized it was Fidelius. She adjusted her skirt before gracefully sitting down. However, unlike before, her countenance bore no trace of her usual cheer. Only a slight furrow in her brow. "Silence, take me away." Silence's eyes shifted slightly as he replied softly, "Are you willing to forsake your noble life? Along with your family?" "Huh?" Fidelius scoffed bitterly. "Nobility, huh? Vampires feeding off the common folk. If given the choice, I would rather not have this life at all. And as for family, they have always regarded me as nothing more than a tool for their gain. I have no attachment to them. I will repay their kindness in raising me, but not in their manner." Silence nodded slightly. "When do you plan to leave?" Upon hearing Silence's words, a long-lost smile graced Fidelius's face. "Right now." Silence observed her elaborate gown. That attire is ill-suited for escape. Hee. Fidelius grinned mischievously. With both hands, she tore at her skirt, ripping it apart to reveal a lightweight armored outfit beneath. It was evident she had prepared for this moment long ago. Having been friends with Silence for so many years, she understood that he would never refuse her requests. Seeing the practical armor adorning Fidelius, Silence nodded. "Very well. Let us depart." Chapter 148. Stunned, further miscalculations ensued. This wretched mechanism, gazing into the unfathomable abyss ahead, the countenance of joy, usually so carefree, was now devoid of its former levity, replaced instead by profound gravity. Is this the abyss? Before the yawning chasm of darkness, a grotesque dark god stood sentinel. The power emanating from its form continually shaped the rift. Should the rift fully form and the abyss encroach upon this starry realm, it would spell utter doom. Before the dark god, multitudes of celestial beings pressed forward, striving to seal the rift. Yet, against this dark entity, their strength was woefully insufficient. Among them, a few gods and immortals found their power suppressed, several tiers beneath that of the dark god. Nevertheless, this was the utmost strength that the civilization of this starry realm could muster. Joy considered his own status, merely a lower deity who had recently acquired divine authority and founded a divine realm, a mere 300 years in the cosmic timeline. Yet, if the stars were to vanish, where could he seek his amusement? Without joy, what purpose would his name of joy serve? Sighing deeply, he lamented, "Why must such a thing as the abyss exist? So much delight buried beneath its shadow." Alas, the starry expanse ahead remains a battleground, where myriad beings relentlessly assault the defenses erected by the malevolent black abyss deity and its traitorous minions, yearning to approach the fissure that connects to the abyss. If only I could be a tad more selfish, I might relinquish all of this and journey to the remnants of other celestial realms. However, for the sake of Joy's existence, let me embrace death once more. Joy turns, casting a glance at the 3,000 entities behind, all adorned in masks and clad in an array of eccentric garb, each form distinct. My devoted followers, are you prepared? The 3,000 beings bow in unison to Joy, offering their bodies, souls, and hearts, pledging to fulfill the final farewell on behalf of all that I am. Joy falters for a moment, as if this parting were a farewell to eternity. Perhaps after this, we shall reunite in the realm of the departed. A deep breath escapes Joy's lips. And thus begins the endeavor, my most cherished and revered followers. For the sake of this body and all it encompasses, let us perform this final farewell. The 3,000 fools bow once more, their essence surging forth. Interconnected, their powers merge. An intangible fire ignites upon the forms of the 3,000 fools. And as the flames rage on, their figures grow increasingly ethereal. Simultaneously, an invisible yet formidable force bestows itself upon Joy's divine form, enhancing his innate talent cards. As Joy gazes upon the 3,000 fools, soon to be consumed by the intangible flames, an inexplicable pang tugs at his heart. He is bewildered by this sorrow, for he is not one to feel such anguish. In the final moments of the flames' embrace, the 3,000 fools look to Joy, willing to traverse into his realm. "Farewell," Joy whispers softly. A single tear escapes the corner of his eye. From this moment forth, save for himself, no being shall remember them. May we reunite in the world beyond death. Joy silently wishes, as a resplendent golden flame ignites upon his divine form, surging forth towards the black abyss deity blocking the fissure. Burning body, burning divine realm, burning divine authority, transforming all that he is into a prison to subdue it. Within the surreal expanse, Joy's remaining will awakens. Why must I be denied death? Is it truly impossible to see them one last time? Chapter 57. The trial concludes. Under Earth's gravitational pull, the monstrous carcasses slain by the Yinglong and the heroic spirits cascade towards the planet. The heavens above witness a rain of monstrous remains. However, these carcasses do not reach the ground. Instead, they descend upon the Bloodfire territory. Upon contact with this realm, the monstrous remains ignite instantaneously, engulfed in a fervent blaze. The blood of the monsters burns, their flesh ignited, their bones crushed, transforming all remains into kindling for the flames. The monstrous carcasses blaze with fervor, rendering the Bloodfire territory's flames even more intense, their hues deepening. When the remains are reduced to ashes, they too are absorbed by the Bloodfire territory, resulting in an even more palpable reality. Research Department. Elder Chin has been airlifted back to the ground, returning to the research department. At this moment, he and a group of individuals meticulously observe the transformations occurring within the Bloodfire territory through various means. The mysteries of Bloodfire, amassed from 2 billion souls, present a rare opportunity for research. The secrets born of 2 billion souls differ vastly from those yielded by millions or tens of millions. They are grander and reveal more profound insights. Time swiftly passes, half an hour elapsing. The earth finally plunges into the boundless tide of monsters. The creatures above Huaxiao are among the strongest, all intercepted by Yinglong and numerous heroic spirits from the Qin dynasty. On one side, the air is thick with the scent of battle, while on the other, thunder rumbles, winds howl, and icy chills permeate the atmosphere. Yet, the tide of monsters is infinite. They can only be held at bay above. As the earth enters the monster tide, creatures surge from other directions, and ground battles are imminent. All weapon systems across Huaxiao are fully deployed to assault the monster tide. Many soldiers swiftly engage in combat with the creatures. Notably, when these monsters breach Huaxiao's borders, their realms and might are significantly suppressed. Thus, even those at the condensation realm fall easily to the blades of Huaxiao's warriors. This is the effect of the monument of great achievements and the radiant sun's descent into the abyss. The brilliance of the radiant sun bathes all of Huaxiao's territory, enhancing everything within its bounds while suppressing all that lies beyond. The eerie and malevolent entities suffered double the suppression. Considering the influence of the radiant sun, Huaxiao chose to execute its battle plan within its own territory. Without the radiant sun's light, the strategy would have shifted to border skirmishes. Furthermore, the deployment of nuclear-grade weaponry beyond Huaxiao would have been contemplated. In the living room, Li Xiao maintains the bloodfire while perusing online information on his phone. Video platforms abound with footage from border cities, showcasing battles against monsters, the flames consuming them, and numerous live streams. Many discussions unfold, predominantly among those in mainland regions. As there is no combat to engage in apart from sustaining the bloodfire, there is little else to occupy their time. According to reports, the monsters hovering above Huaxiao have been thwarted by the heroic spirits and Yinglong, leaving the remaining creatures surging from other directions unable to reach the mainland in the short term. Professional analysts, utilizing official disclosures, have calculated that until this trial concludes, the monsters will not breach the inland territories. Official reports have already pinpointed the location of the spatial fissure's exit and its distance from Earth. Experts have estimated that given Earth's current ascent rate, this battle will last no longer than until tomorrow morning. Most monsters at the condensation realm have been intercepted by Yinglong and the heroic spirits, with only a minuscule number making it to the Earth's surface. The mundane monsters, the fastest among them, will remain unable to traverse from the borders to the inland within a day. Thus, for those of us situated inland, our sole purpose in this grand conflict seems to be maintaining the bloodfire, contributing to the mysteries of bloodfire. Li Xiao muses helplessly. Is the final trial of this game truly so simplistic? Simple? In truth, it is not overly complicated, yet it is not excessively difficult either. This last trial serves to test the civilization's strength, determining if it possesses the capacity to endure within the new echelon of existence, rather than seeking its annihilation. As long as a full defense is maintained for less than a day and the population of living beings remains above 70%, the trial is successfully passed, regardless of the methodology employed. Even if the entirety of your civilization's beings were to take refuge underground, it could still qualify. The power of those at the condensation realm poses little threat to the planet's integrity. Even an unending tide of monsters would merely necessitate a defensive strategy. However, civilizations that resort to such cunning methods to pass the trial will soon learn the price of their shortcuts upon entering the new echelon. Huaxiao, despite only having engaged with the game for a century, possesses formidable strength and has not neglected technological advancements. Not to mention the status of the monument of great achievements and the unique bloodfire mysteries, which serve as an extraordinary advantage. One can only assert that although only a century has passed, Huaxiao is exceedingly powerful. Blood and fire mysteries, the army of heroic spirits, the Yinglong, advanced technology, and monumental achievements. These myriad factors have forged a resilient response to the trials at hand, allowing Huaxiao to navigate these challenges with remarkable ease. Let this end swiftly. It lacks any real challenge. The true trials reside within the game, Li Xiao murmured softly. Within the game, delving into the abyss of old ruins. One remains perpetually unaware of what lies ahead. Time flowed inexorably, and before long, dawn heralded the arrival of a new day. However, the current environment rendered the passage of time indiscernible, leaving only the clock to indicate the hour. The trial was nearing its conclusion. The intensity of the monster tide was rapidly diminishing, under the purging efforts of the army of heroic spirits and the Yinglong. The beasts in the celestial expanse were swiftly vanishing from sight. The view was unobstructed now, thanks to the interstellar transmission effect of starlight. The exit above was now visible to the naked eye. Throughout this process, there were injuries, yet not a single soul had perished. As the final half-hour elapsed, Earth officially entered the exit. The moment they crossed the threshold, the monstrous tide behind Earth vanished in an instant, and the voice of the game echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations to Huaxiao civilization for successfully ascending the galactic river, completing the ascension trial, and about to enter a new tier of existence. Civilization battlegrounds are being allocated. Allocation successful. Teleportation is about to commence. Please secure yourselves. Ascension of the galactic river is complete. Earth, the life star belonging to Huaxiao civilization, has successfully evolved into a second-tier star. Core energy of Huaxiao civilization's star detected at 80%. This is first-tier energy, which cannot be utilized for second-tier star evolution. Given the excellent assessment of Huaxiao civilization's ascension trial, energy consumption will be converted to a perpetual state. Congratulations to Huaxiao civilization for achieving a civilization status and an increase in energy income. All Huaxiao individuals participating in the game will receive a 10% boost in energy from final evaluations. Congratulations to Huaxiao civilization for obtaining civilization status. Lunar phases ever accompany. Due to the moon's unique relationship with Huaxiao civilization and Earth, the moon will be incorporated into the Huaxiao star evolution system, increasing the difficulty of star evolution by 5%. Transferred to the Tiani civilization battleground, the planet has begun integration into the stellar orbit. Chapter 58, Historical Sequence. The Great Qin. Aligning to Earth time, the integration into the designated position of the stellar orbit will commence. Sunlight finally graced the Earth once more. The borders of Huaxiao, along with regions beyond its confines, rapidly recovered from the extensive devastation suffered during the ascension process. Naturally, artificial structures were excluded from this restoration. Welcome to the second tier of survival, newborn. This is rebirth, and it is also annihilation. Civilization has acquired one declaration of war card, one ceasefire card, and 3 non-aggression cards, which have been stored in the star core. As a newly ascended civilization, a 3-year protection period has been granted. During this 3-year protection period, no civilization may declare war on Huaxia civilization, nor can they forcibly initiate a civilization war against Huaxia, unless Huaxia civilization instigates the conflict. If war is instigated, the civilization protection period will be rendered void. The civilization battleground offers rebirth in war or leads to annihilation. The rules of the civilization battleground have been uploaded into the game. Please review them at your leisure. As the 10th civilization to undergo star evolution in the Tianyi battleground, the 3 stars of the void will rotate as the star of Huaxia civilization's stellar mainland for a duration of 1 void month. The ratio of star time to Earth time is 1 to 100 star days equal 1 star month, and 10 star months comprise 1 star year. The civilization leaderboard for the Tianyi battleground has been opened. You may access the game to check it. The Ascension trial has concluded. All individuals belonging to Huaxia civilization have received 30 energy points. All Huaxia individuals have entered a temporary state of fortunate favor, granting a boost in luck, which will last for 30 Earth days. Welcome to the second tier of survival, newborn. A cacophony of voices resonated in Li Zhao's mind, causing a dull throb in his head. Dismissing the blood and fire, he rubbed his forehead and retrieved his phone, entering the game interface. Stars shatter, all phenomena collapse. The abyss descends, and all things meet their end. Welcome to survival evolution. Here lies the only path to life. As the game's opening phrases faded, the interface revealed that the previously entwined chains had vanished. Not yet commencing the game, Li Xiao first accessed the character panel and reviewed the rules of the civilization battleground. The ascension had been completed, and the blood and fire could be methodically dispelled, as individuals began to lift the blood and fire. The blood-fire Great Wall and the blood-fire territory in the celestial sphere gradually became ethereal. With a resonant roar, the Yinglong descended upon the Yinglong altar. Coiling atop it, its gaze fixed curiously upon Huaxia below. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, accompanied by the Meng family army and other heroic spirits of the Qin dynasty, landed upon the blood-fire territory. Cease hostilities, take a respite, a chorus of heroic spirits thundered. Above the army, the fierce aura of the White Tiger military spirit began to dissipate gradually. Dismounting, Meng Tian patted his steed, and soon, his heroic spirit faded from view. In the land of the 3 Qins, within a chamber, a youth named Qin Xiao awakened amidst the symphony of voices in his mind. His fair and elegant visage contrasted sharply with his robust physique. How did I fall asleep? Qin Xiao pondered, bewildered. His memory only extended to the ignition of the blood and fire. Beyond that, it was as if he had simply slumbered, recollecting the voices that echoed in his mind. He wondered, wait, has it already concluded? Glancing at his phone, he realized that several hours had elapsed. A frown of regret crossed his face. How could he have dozed off during such a critical moment? What a misfortune. Observing the youth's expression of dismay, Meng Tian offered a slight smile. The boy bore a resemblance to his majesty in his youth, yet his physique was far more imposing. Above the celestial expanse, within the blood-fire territory, the Yinglong and numerous heroic spirits had vanished, and Meng Tian's form began to flicker. As the blood-fire territory faded entirely, so too did Meng Tian's presence. Qin Xiao turned his head, feeling as though someone had just been watching him. The authority of history resided in a realm between the illusory and the tangible, a place known as the land of history. When a civilization lays claim to the authority of history, an everlasting narrative is forged here. This should be a sanctum for the resting and entombment of a civilization's history. A grand palace stood, adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with 3 seal characters, Xianyang Palace. Meng Tian suppressed his aura completely. His armor transformed into ceremonial robes as he ascended the steps with haste and entered the Xianyang Palace. Upon the dragon throne, encircled by 9 golden dragons, sat an imposing figure clad in a dark dragon robe, exuding an air of supreme nobility, whose eyes gradually opened. In an instant, everything within Xianyang Palace seemed to freeze. Meng Tian approached the hall, bowing in deference. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Rise, came the curt yet commanding reply. Yes, Meng Tian responded. How fares Huaxiao in this visit? What news? Your majesty, the nation is prosperous, and the people are affluent, Meng Tian replied earnestly. During my visit, towering edifices abound. Each person has a home, and there are no hungry bellies. Smiles grace every face. Upon hearing Meng Tian's response, he on the dragon throne inclined his head slightly. Well then, that little fellow, awakened by the resonance, how is he? His visage bears a resemblance to your majesty, though his stature is considerably more imposing, exuding a refined elegance akin to that of Master Fusu. His thought processes mirror those of your majesty in his youth to some extent. However, it seems that the current flourishing state of Huaxia has rendered him somewhat untested by adversity, leading to a certain naivety in his actions. Quite satisfactory indeed. At the headquarters of the capital's research department, It was detected that Meng Tian's heroic spirit had appeared in a residential area in the land of Sanqin just before his disappearance. Oh, this matter warrants further investigation for a specific location, as it may be linked to the recent conflagration of blood and fire being entirely associated with the heroic spirits of the Qin dynasty. A report has come in from the research base. Show me. Old Qin took the tablet from his assistant and gazed at the images displayed, his expression shifting subtly. Detected changes in the blood-fire mystery, currently assessing the situation. Detection complete. New characteristics added to the blood-fire mystery. Blood-fire territory, historical sequence, Great Qin. Blood-fire territory, historical sequence, Great Qin. Classification, blood-fire mystery, Huaxia civilization. Sequence, historical. Abilities, Great Qin Legion, ancestral dragons, divine might. Description, the ancestral dragon's bloodline awakens that mighty existence from the realm of the illusory, grasping the rights of history. The Great Qin Legion, acting under the edict of Emperor Qin, the army of Great Qin safeguards Huaxia, with a million-level blood-fire mystery ready to descend upon the heavens to pledge their allegiance for the sake of Huaxia. The ancestral dragon's divine might. Should specific conditions be met, it allows for the summoning of the ancestral dragon, Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Specific conditions have yet to be detected. This. Old Qin's voice trembled slightly, as if he had begun to grasp something, though it remained elusive. What Meng Tian beheld was the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. To locate him. Chapter 59, the game resumes. The rights of history, the power of history? Thoughts raced through Old Qin's mind, and a direction for the subsequent research on the blood-fire mystery began to crystallize. Old Qin, what is the situation? Old Qin passed the tablet over, indicating for them to take a look and understand. In the Department of Celestial Guardians, the session has concluded for now. What are your plans? The seer turned his gaze toward Sun Hao. Sun Hao shrugged. What else can I do? I'm not particularly adept at cerebral endeavors, and besides, my specialized weapon is still unfinished. Moreover, the limit on my realm has been lifted, and I must expedite my cultivation. Well then, I shall take my leave. Off you go, off you go. As Sun Hao departed, the seer rubbed his forehead. Although the ascension had concluded, a flurry of tasks awaited him. He had reviewed the rules of the civilizational battlefield. Despite the 3-year grace period, the Tianyi civilizational battlefield had been operational for 300 starry years. In comparison to other civilizations that had long since developed within the nascent tier, a mere 3-year grace period seemed rather insufficient. Rules of the civilizational battlefield, based on the ranking of civilizations within the battlefield, on the settlement day. The top 40 will earn the right to ascend to the next tier, while the civilizations ranked 41st to 60th will remain stagnant in their current nascent tier. After 10 starry years, they will be redistributed to other civilizational battlefields. As for civilizations ranked below 60, 20 will randomly descend into the sunken tier to undergo re-evolution, while another 20 will be submerged into the abyss of despair. To initiate a civilizational battlefield, a minimum of 50 civilizations is required, with at least 5 of them being civilizations that have undergone stellar evolution. Subsequently, the total will gradually be filled to 100 civilizations, among which there will be 10 stellar evolved civilizations. The initial ranking of civilizations is automatically occupied by the stellar evolved civilizations in the order of their entrance. Should the number of stellar evolved civilizations be insufficient, other civilizations will fill in sequentially. As it stands, Huaxia, being the 10th stellar civilization in the Tianyi civilizational battlefield, directly occupies the 10th position on the leaderboard, causing the following civilizations to drop 1 rank accordingly. Currently, there are a total of 96 civilizations on the civilization leaderboard of the Tianyi civilizational battlefield. Regarding the means of elevating a civilization's rank, it is through conducting civilizational warfare. Winning against civilizations with higher ranks will allow the victor to supplant the vanquished in their ranking, while the defeated will experience a downgrade in order. There are 2 methods to initiate civilizational warfare. One is through declaring war, utilizing the game's civilizational battlefield system to declare war on a specified civilization. Should the targeted civilization consent, a temporary battlefield space will commence. If they refuse, a 1-star-a-year cooldown period will ensue, requiring a peace card for refusal. In a state of declared war, the civilizational conflict enters a special warfare space, wherein other civilizations are prohibited from intervening. The second method is through forced warfare, where, knowing the coordinates of the opposing civilization, a massive force can directly advance to their location, forcibly entering a state of civilizational warfare, wherein other civilizations face no restrictions. The structure of the civilizational battlefield comprises a super-civilizational continent, illuminated by 10 stars that rotate to shine upon the continent in cycles of starry months. Each of the 10 stellar evolved civilizations corresponds to a particular star and orbits around it. When the corresponding star shines upon the civilizational continent, it marks the only opportunity for those non-stellar evolved civilizations to locate the stellar evolved civilizations. In times when the stars do not illuminate the continent, the stellar evolved civilizations are in a special space, reliant on devices provided by the game for entry and exit, inaccessible to other civilizations. As for the settlement time of the civilizational battlefield, it concludes after 1,000 starry years of operation. Presently, we are at the end of an epoch, with all initiated battlefields yet to exceed 800 starry years, forcing a settlement in the final year of the epoch. It is worth noting that the game has consistently indicated that the time remaining until the end of the epoch is 200 years, always referring to starry years. Earth's century translates to merely 18 starry years. Thus, we are still 182 starry years away from the end of the epoch. Reflecting on this, the seer felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that the past century had been a futile rush. Had he known there was such ample time, he would not have risked the 2 failed attempts at the extraordinarily challenging civilizational chapters, nor would he have incurred such significant losses among his soldiers. Alas, the seer sighed softly. The sunken tier has no concept of starry years, nor has the game mentioned it, nor is there any information derived from the old ruins. In a room where breakfast had been consumed, Li Xiao had just finished a phone call with Li Ran. Her spirit return period had concluded, and she had commenced a new round of the game. Over the past few days, she had been too preoccupied to return, joining the Department of Celestial Guardians, where she would be quite busy in the near future. After hanging up the call, Li Xiao's mind stirred, and her phone loaded the game interface. Stars shatter. Myriad phenomena collapse. The abyss descends upon the world. All things meet their end. Welcome to Survival Evolution, where this is the sole path to survival. With a flash of the opening screen, she entered the game interface, which presented 2 options. In the Character and Start Exploration section, Li Xiao promptly selected the Start Exploration option. The abyss has arrived. All things meet their end, devouring the stars, corrupting all, and countless beings are consumed within. Survival is the primal desire. Seeking survival is an instinctive pursuit. Evolution is the foundation of existence. The former ruins have been obliterated. Beep. Would you like to invest a point of spirit to commence a new exploration? Yes. No. The land of the brave has vanished. And now Li Xiao could only choose to enter the new ruins. With no hesitation, she selected yes. Explore, pursue, survive, evolve. Welcome to Survival Evolution. As the abyss descends, all things meet their end. The game begins. The spirit's avatar division is complete. Random deployment into the ruins commences. This deployment can occur in the following areas: surface transition zone, outer surface, inner surface. Indeed, the initial foray into the old ruins is a matter of random deployment, wherein one may find themselves cast into any conceivable area, much akin to Li Xiao who, upon his inaugural entry into the game, was transported to the hero's domain nestled within the inner periphery of the surface layer. Subsequent ventures into new old ruins will offer a selection based on one's cultivation realm. Presently, with Li Xiao at the second tier of mortal cultivation, he is afforded the choice among 3 options: the transitional zone, the outer perimeter, and the inner sanctum. With a thoughtful tap of his fingers against his chin, Li Xiao ultimately opted for the inner periphery of the surface layer. The most formidable creatures therein are merely at the first tier of condensation. And with his possession of the Blaze Dragon armor, even these adversaries are not beyond his capability to defeat. Moreover, he recalled instances from the game involving the Lucky One, particularly those moments when the Azure Dragon appeared in the Civilization Chronicles, and how during this ascension, the Lucky One had forcibly summoned the ancient history's bearer of burdens to alleviate a grave crisis for Huaxia. As he formally entered the next stage, the powers of the Lucky One were genuinely activated. As long as he possessed the will, he would not encounter challenges beyond his prowess, unless, of course, the Lucky One orchestrated a grand event, akin to the significant upheavals involving the Azure Dragon and the ancient history's burden bearer, which, while monumental, had not inflicted any detriment upon him, but rather bestowed considerable benefits. For instance, the state endowed by the Monument of Great Achievements, alongside the faint insights regarding a power termed history, though he remained oblivious as to its application. Chapter 60, The Holy City of Tianka. As Li Xiao made his choice, a radiant glimmer sliced through the boundless darkness of the game interface, descending into the abyss. Traversing the interminable darkness, your spiritual avatar has successfully landed. A putrid wind wafts from all directions. The dim environment lacks any illumination, far darker than the hero's domain you have previously encountered. Despite the gloom, the enhancements from your martial progression grant you sufficient vision. Upon raising his gaze, Li Xiao beheld the desolation surrounding him, littered with fragments and remnants of various mechanical constructs. Upon noticing the phrase mechanical constructs, his eyes narrowed slightly. Could this be an old ruin preserved by a civilization of technological advancement? He sensed that the efforts of the Lucky One had facilitated his arrival in this old ruin, prompting him to ponder whether there existed treasures within. Amidst the rubble, in the murky environment, you discern a half-buried, fragmented signpost. You retrieve the damaged signpost and examine the unfamiliar characters inscribed upon it. General knowledge, activate, which you comprehend. Tianyuan Intelligent Machinery City, Outer District, Fire. These were the only words visible on the tattered signpost. Contemplating the game's text, a thought crossed Li Xiao's mind regarding his next course of exploration. As he casually surveyed the 4 cardinal directions, to the east, an expanse of darkness. The path ahead remains uncertain. To the west, the lucky one beckons you to proceed there. To the north, a shadowy abyss, the route ahead unclear. To the south, a silent void, seemingly whispering with sound. Observing the four options, Li Xiao's lips twitched slightly. Was the lucky one's guidance so overt? Nonetheless, he hesitated no longer and chose to venture westward. You heed the call of your intuition, advancing toward the direction you have chosen, toward the west. A gentle breeze, the source of which is unknown, carries the scent of rusted metal. You stride forth, unperturbed, toward the western expanse. As he progressed swiftly, he contemplated the game's stagnant text, then accessed his inventory interface, selecting the Radiant Holy Lance and the Hero's armor. You have equipped the Radiant Holy Lance, Tier 3. Perfect, and the Hero's armor, Tier 3. Perfect, rendering you even more formidable. You continue your advance. Beep, beep, as you proceed. You suddenly hear a faint mechanical sound emanating from the nearby ruins, capturing your attention. You halt your steps and approach the source of the sound, channeling your vital energy to clear the debris. With martial cultivation enhancing your vision, you instantly spot the object producing the sound, a softly glowing signboard. Its flickering light, on the verge of extinguishment, features a single character, general knowledge, revealing its essence. Come, zzz. A faint current flickers, and the signboard extinguishes completely. Li Xiao felt a pang of curiosity. What did this game text signify? Was there some form of wisdom residing within this old ruin? Or was it merely a serendipitous encounter? The lucky one had directed him westward, and now this occurrence. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Yet, at that moment, Li Xiao found himself at a loss for how to respond. After a brief contemplation, he released his thoughts. The lack of information rendered further pondering fruitless. Though perplexed, you abandon your musings, having gleaned no insights. You gather your vitality and continue your journey westward. As he advanced, he discerned that the surroundings were no longer solely desolate ruins. The remnants of mechanical constructs and dilapidated buildings, though shattered, faintly echoed the splendor of yesteryears. Fragmented tracks, debris from flying vessels, shards of battle armor, and shattered spaceship engines revealed much within the ruins under the veil of knowledge. Among the myriad remnants, only the spaceship engine bore residual information. Galing Civilization S Voyager Class 7 Interstellar Warship, Ghostfire Engine. Ghostfire Engine employs a dark matter circumferential reverse propulsion structure, enabling interstellar travel. The Galing Civilization, with its interstellar warships, such advanced technology indeed. The game text continued to pulsate. Retracting your gaze, you press onward. The text ceased its movement, the trailing ellipses repeating, indicating your ongoing journey. Time elapsed over a span of several minutes before the text resumed. As you traverse the ruins, a faint electrical sound suddenly emanates from behind you. Turning in curiosity, you seek the source of the sound. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow. Yet another development. From a shattered fragment of the flying vessel, a luminescent screen flickers to life, a pale blue arrow pointing westward. You recall that this broken vessel had remained utterly silent when you passed earlier. Thus, is there truly something intelligent at play? Li Xiao pondered, stroking his chin. The previous character had now transformed into a directional arrow. Was it beckoning him to seek out its source? The westward direction aligned with the path indicated by the lucky one, suggesting that the benefits the lucky one sought to reveal were connected to this. After some contemplation, Li Xiao resolved to proceed forward. Whatever awaited him would soon be unveiled. The screen of the flying vessel dims, and the flickering currents of energy dissipate completely. You pivot and hasten toward the west. With your vitality ignited, you sprint forth, the remnants of the past whizzing by on either side. Light Moon Star. The Light Moon Civilization, a realm birthed by a congregation of elves. In the highest echelons of the elven court, the ethereal and stunningly beautiful elven queen sits upon her throne, gazing at the magical water curtain before her, which displays the game interface. Her eyes fixate on the civilization rankings, where the Huaxia civilization has unexpectedly surged to the 10th position, displacing the Arrow civilization. There also exists the emblem of the stellar evolution following the Huaxia civilization. The battlefield of the Tiani civilization has finally completed the addition of 10 stellar evolution civilizations, has it not? The expression of the elven queen is somewhat intricate. Grasping her green gold staff, adorned with the resplendent moonstone, the queen appears lost in thought, pondering the nature of the newly arrived Huaxia civilization and its potential for amicable relations. However, the Tiani civilization battlefield has been active for 300 starry years, commencing with 64 civilizations. The last edition occurred over 100 starry years ago, when 31 new civilizations were integrated at once, successfully thwarting the avarice of other civilizations. This time, only one civilization has arrived. One wonders how many civilizations will cast their covetous eyes upon the Huaxia civilization, the civilizations on the continent of civilization. How many of them yearn to seize the opportunity for stellar evolution? It appears that soon, a spectacle shall unfold. A subtle smile graces the elven queen's exquisite visage. Chapter 61. I am here waiting for you. On the planet Taina, within the Supreme Council. Each starry month, at its conclusion, The Taina civilization convenes a summative meeting for the entire civilization. This particular starry month, it is the turn of the star that illuminates the continent of civilization. Thus, throughout this month, to deter potential assaults from the civilizations on the continent, daily meetings are held to ensure a prompt response. The civilization rankings have shifted, with new stellar evolution civilizations joining the ranks. A new stellar evolution civilization, let me see. The Huaxia civilization, what manner of intelligent beings might they be? Have they just recently ascended from the submerged layers? Being assigned to Tianyi while still a singular civilization may render them a common target for the ambitions of others on the continent. According to the rules of the battlefield of civilizations, next month it shall be their star's turn to illuminate the continent of civilization. The sudden alteration in the rankings has undoubtedly drawn the attention of all civilizations within the Tianyi battlefield. After all, this is a matter of life and death for civilizations, and none among the top 60 wish to find themselves among the ranks of those below 60. Those ranked below 60 are perpetually striving to breach the threshold into the top 60. Newly ascended civilizations from the submerged layers enjoy a grace period. What an opportunity! Just having emerged from the submerged depths, how formidable could they be? Our civilization has thrived in the battlefield for over 100 starry years. We are more than capable of prevailing. This is a unique opportunity. Upon gazing at the Huaxia civilization, currently ranked 10th on the leaderboard, the leaders of numerous civilizations reveal their avaricious intentions, particularly those positioned below the 60th rank. Although vanquishing the Huaxia civilization may yield no evolutionary energy to plunder, the mere elevation in rank is sufficient to incite them to take risks. This is a singular opportunity. Should it be missed, it may never return. These stellar evolution civilizations develop at a pace surpassing that of the civilizations on the continent. Given but a short span of time, they could firmly secure a place within the top 10 through intelligence gathered over the years. They have discerned that the process of ascension for stellar evolution civilizations enhances the qualifications of every being within the civilization. Thus, stellar evolution civilizations inherently hold an advantage over collective and civilized evolution counterparts. The Tianyi department remains vigilant, surveying the stack of documents in hand. The seer experiences a phantom pain in their head. The entirety of Earth now wholly belongs to Huaxia. The accumulation of tasks is overwhelming. A report states that the location of the spatial gate leading to the continent of civilization has been identified. Has the spatial gate been located? For now, let us seal it off, as matters on Earth remain unresolved. In the dimness, towering dilapidated buildings rise into the obscurity above, while mountains of mechanical debris exude a sense of desolation. A gentle breeze stirs, producing faint sounds of mechanical grinding. Amidst the 10-meter-high debris, a glowing screen flickers with the words of the Jialan civilization. I am here waiting for you. It seems this old ruin has yet to succumb entirely to silence. Upon reading the game's text, Li Xiao realizes that there is indeed something amiss. Yet, he remains uncertain about the nature of this discovery. The screen goes silent. However, the radiance emanating from it appears to attract something. A colossal roar erupts from the left pathway. Upon gazing, a dark figure looms ominously close. Name, Distorted Mechanical Hound. Rank, Mortal 2nd Tier. Quality, Ordinary. Loot, Steel Core, 2nd Tier, Ordinary. What could it be? It turns out to be merely an ordinary creature of the Mortal 2nd Tier. With a resounding strike, you deliver a powerful punch to the hound's head. Crack. The mechanical head and half of its body shatter into a cascade of debris. The remaining half of the wreckage collapses to the ground, and you acquire a Steel Core, 2nd Tier, Ordinary. The game text halts, and Li Xiao smirks. A mere ordinary creature of the Mortal 2nd Tier attempting to ambush him is laughable. His current prowess allows him to effortlessly dispatch even typical Mortal 3rd Tier foes, let alone this ordinary creature of the Mortal 2nd Tier. Moreover, with his martial arts training, his physical resilience is such that even standing still, the creature's strikes would likely prove impotent. With a swift kick, you send the half-destroyed mechanical hound's remains flying, continuing your rapid advance towards the west. Li Xiao's thoughts coalesce as his avatar progresses within the game. He calculates that 5 hours have elapsed since the game commenced. At his current pace, which aligns with a normal jog, he must have traversed several hundred kilometers within this span. Yet, through the game's textual cues, he has only just entered the inner city of the Tianka Holy City. According to other texts discovered, the Tianka Holy City is divided into core, inner, outer, and outermost districts. Just how vast is the Tianka Holy City? As he journeys, the fragments of interstellar warships and the remnants of obliterating cannons, glimpsed among the ruins, evoke visions of the city's former grandeur, now reduced to such desolation. This is the abyss. Li Xiao cannot help but exclaim in awe. The game persists, with the text continuing to scroll. However, it largely consists of repetitive content, devoid of anything novel. Whether the Tianka Holy City is simply too expansive or monsters too few remains unclear. In these 5 hours, he has encountered only this one ordinary creature of the Mortal 2nd Tier. Dispatching it with a single blow proves far too lacking in challenge. Feeling a hint of boredom, Li Xiao murmurs softly to himself, reclining against the sofa. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices the sun shining brightly outside. Oh, has it already reached midday? Although he has switched to a new star, Earth's orbit around this new sun remains unchanged, and the moon, due to its perpetual phases, continues to serve as Earth's satellite. Wait a moment. Could it be that the game has merely relocated the sun from the submerged layers to the new ascendant tier? Perhaps the sun has not truly changed. A sudden hypothesis strikes Li Xiao. Yet, mere seconds later, he dismisses the thought. It is already noon, time for lunch. Taking out another mobile phone, Li Xiao deftly ordered takeout. At this hour, he felt too lazy to cook. While waiting for the delivery, he decided to take a quick shower. A towering shadow, 3 meters high, obstructed your path. You acquired its information. Name, distorted intelligent mechanical warrior. Rank, mortal 3rd tier. Quality, elite. Drops, steel core, 2nd tier rare. Ah, yet another encounter. Are these monsters all congregating in the inner city? Chapter 62, Super Mechanical Bomb. Just moments ago, there was an ordinary mortal 2nd tier monster. And now an elite mortal 3rd tier beast appeared, which caught Li Xiao by surprise. Confronted with a creature of superior rank, what will you choose? An elite mortal 3rd tier monster. Shall I evade its might? Li Xiao scoffed inwardly. The creature, driven solely by instinct and devoid of intelligence, could not possibly match the combat prowess of a wise being trained in techniques. Although merely a mortal 2nd tier, Li Xiao's strength already surpassed that of an average mortal 3rd tier, augmented by skills and techniques. A mere elite mortal 3rd tier monster posed little threat. With a resolute decision in your heart, wielding the radiant holy spear, you summoned your vital energy and sprang into action. Cloud-piercing spear technique, cloud-piercing shuttle. You dashed to the side of the creature, delivering a powerful thrust that pierced directly through its chest. However, as a mechanical construct transformed into a monster, it did not perish immediately. Your immense strength, the radiant holy spear, pinned it firmly to the ruins below. The power of holy light coursed through its mechanical form, the remnants of the sun's rays eroding its tainted vitality, while strange currents flickered at its wound. The creature convulsed erratically, as two opposing forces surged within its mechanical body, and even in its mechanical form, its struggles grew feebler. It has perished. The residual currents within its body flickering faintly. Wait, did I resolve it with a single strike? Li Xiao found himself momentarily taken aback. This was, after all, an elite mortal 3rd tier creature. It seemed rather weak. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. His own power had exceeded that of an ordinary mortal 3rd tier, bolstered by various enhancements and the perfect tier weapon, the radiant holy spear. If he could not effortlessly crush a mere instinct-driven elite mortal 3rd tier monster, it would indeed be a farce. You have acquired the steel core, 2nd tier rare, now stored in your inventory. You stepped over the remnants of the creature and continued onward. The skyscrapers on either side stood in ruin, and in the dim environment, you could only vaguely discern the lowest 13 floors. Beyond that, the view was obscured. A roar echoed from the wind ahead, and you faintly heard a series of sounds. Looking up, you noticed a glimmer several kilometers away. A glimmer? Li Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Within the abyss, light is a taboo. He decided to investigate further. Curiosity welled within you as you hastily advanced towards the luminous direction. The game text froze. Yet Li Xiao's actions did not cease. His fingers pressed down on the forging section of the interface, entering the forging menu. Selecting the recently acquired steel core, 2nd tier common, steel core, 2nd tier rare, and a 1st tier magic crystal that had long been stored in his space. He intended to create a super bomb. After a glance, he noted it would take 2 minutes. At his speed, traversing several kilometers would also require a few minutes. 2 minutes later, the forging was complete. Super mechanical bomb. Grade, 2nd tier. Quality, rare. Ability, unstable super explosion, mechanical chain reaction. Unstable super explosion. Utilizes a special linking method to condense immense energy to the size of a millimeter. A gentle reminder, please ensure adequate safety distance before use. Mechanical chain reaction. If there are high-energy mechanical products within the explosion radius, resonance will trigger a chain reaction. Enhanced by special forces, resonance can occur indefinitely. The bomb's power rivals that of an average condensed essence 0 tier. Being close to it would surely result in severe injury. As for the bomb's range, based on the forging feedback, it starts at a radius of 100 meters. This power exceeded Li Xiao's expectations. The light triggered taboos, drawing monsters within a certain range. The stronger the light, the larger the triggered area. Imagining the monsters densely clustered together, Li Xiao could envision that throwing this bomb would result in an unstable super explosion, potentially annihilating countless foes. Not to mention the subsequent mechanical chain reactions, considering the 2 mechanical type monsters encountered previously. One could speculate that many of the creatures in the technological holy city might be mechanical as well. TSK. Merely contemplating that possible scene made Li Xiao unable to suppress his astonishment. A 100-meter-high mechanical light column, an unstable psionic shield flickering as if it might shatter at any moment, and the cacophony of the densely packed monsters' roars. The abyss's taboos obliterate all light. You remain 100 meters outside the tide of monsters, observing the situation ahead. Beyond the psionic shield, the tide of monsters has amassed over a kilometer. Even if you were to plunge into it, you would be overwhelmed. Li Xiao smirked. Only a fool would leap into such peril. However, who could have erected this 100-meter light column? Pondering this, Li Xiao opened his inventory, his finger hovering over the super-mechanical bomb. Do you confirm the use of the super-mechanical bomb? Without hesitation, Li Xiao clicked to confirm. You grasp the super-mechanical bomb tightly in hand and hurl it with all your might towards the source of the light. 3, 2, 1. A thunderous explosion erupted behind you, accompanied by a searing wave of heat. In this moment, even with your back to the explosion, you could feel the blinding light. The 100-meter light column before you appeared as a mere flicker. The dazzling light triggered a greater taboo. Everything was far from over. The first explosion was merely the beginning. This is the technological holy city, the pinnacle of the Galan civilization's technology and the final line of defense. Countless mechanical constructs had previously stood against the abyss, only to become its thralls. In this technological holy city, where mechanical creatures exceed 90%, the mechanical chain reaction was successfully initiated. The resonance of explosions echoed continuously behind you, the light growing ever more blinding, and the temperature surged. The relentless roar made it seem as if your ears were experiencing auditory hallucinations. You sprinted 3,000 meters away before turning to admire your masterpiece. The ongoing explosions still resonating, the luminous, high-energy, high-temperature mushroom cloud lingering in the air. The mechanical chain reaction continued to unfold, the light more blinding, and the triggered taboo growing ever larger. All of this was instigated by a mere second-tier item. Perhaps it is time to depart. Under the taboos. The closer you are to the light, the greater the danger. Such a taboo may have attracted all the monsters from the inner city, or perhaps even more. The explosions persisted, the chain reaction unrelenting. What will you choose? Continue to observe, flee at a distance. Hiss. Li Xiao gasped at the description of the super-mechanical bomb's effects within the game text. Observing this description, it appears that this mechanical chain reaction will not cease until it has obliterated the monsters congregating in that vicinity. Chapter 63, A Clear Path. Within a certain radius, the monsters have gathered around the luminous pillar due to the preceding taboo. The subsequent monsters from other areas are unlikely to arrive in time to witness the mechanical chain reaction. Li Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. The effects of this super-mechanical explosive are exceedingly terrifying. Should he consider crafting a few more, perhaps something even grander? Given that a larger taboo has already been triggered, the monsters from farther regions are surely making their way toward the center of the explosion. When the gathering reaches its climax, the spectacle would be monumental if another such event were initiated. However, Li Xiao's fantasies were abruptly interrupted by an instinctive feeling from deep within. This sensation conveyed to him that it would not be possible. Although the super-mechanical explosive is primarily composed of those two steel cores, it is the presence of the magic crystal that enables the fusion of technology and magic, resulting in the mechanical chain reaction. Simply utilizing steel cores as the material, no matter how many are added, would merely amplify the explosion's power without giving rise to another mechanical chain reaction. Nevertheless, if Li Xiao desires, by amassing a sufficient quantity of steel cores, he could construct an exceptionally powerful bomb that, even in the absence of a mechanical chain reaction, could effectively eradicate a vast number of monsters. Provided the quantity of steel cores is ample, its destructive power could rival that of a nuclear weapon. However, achieving such an extent requires a staggering number of steel cores, leading Li Xiao to promptly abandon this notion. Under the taboo, the monsters are flocking together, and the current scale of the taboo may even invoke the condensation realm. He feels no trepidation when facing one or a few monsters, but he lacks confidence against the tide of creatures summoned by the taboo. Even if luck is on his side, Li Xiao is reluctant to take the risk, opting for caution instead. For now, it would be wise to retreat, to distance himself from the impending swarm of monsters. Looking at the distant, still glowing high-energy mushroom cloud, you feel a surge of trepidation, swiftly turning and departing in the opposite direction. The game text momentarily halts. A knock echoes at the door. Your takeaway has arrived. Finally, it took a while. Li Xiao muttered, rising to answer the door, where he encountered a delivery person clad in a uniform. Judging by their aura, they appeared to be at the first level of the mundane realm, their vitality fluctuating significantly, likely a recent entrant into this realm after enhancing their qualifications with evolutionary energy. Hello, your takeaway. Hello. Li Xiao accepted the delivery. Please leave a 5-star review. Thank you. Sure thing. Li Xiao smiled as he closed the door. He placed the takeaway on the table before the sofa and glanced at the game interface, noting that the text had yet to change. He began to eat while observing the game screen. 10 minutes later, you hear the distant roars of monsters, the ground trembling slightly, prompting you to hastily seek shelter within a nearby high-rise building, ascending to the 17th floor. Monsters roar and thunder pass below, racing toward the direction indicated by the taboo. Countless monsters stampede, causing the earth to quake, and the dilapidated building you occupy sways slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Don't do this, Li Xiao remarked, swallowing a mouthful of meat. The situation persisted until he finished eating and consumed 2 tubes of energy liquid. The game text still indicated that monsters were converging. Just how many monsters have been attracted? With such an overwhelming number, should they cluster together, the initiation of a mechanical chain reaction would be a lamentable loss. Had he known earlier, he would not have invested all those first-level magic crystals into forging. He should have retained at least 1 or 2. Thus, 2 hours elapsed before the game text finally revealed new developments. The roars from below have ceased. Everything has become eerily silent. What will you choose? 1. Continue waiting until it is truly safe. 2. Descend, moving east for 10 kilometers, then north for 50 kilometers, and finally west. Lucky one. Lucky one again. Li Xiao thought with a faint smile as he selected the second option. You swiftly descend, exiting the dilapidated high-rise. Standing upon ground lowered by a meter due to the trampling of monsters. You sprint eastward at full speed. You dash northward at full speed. You find yourself in the shadow of the ruins, observing the luminous screen beneath your feet, the arrow indicating a western direction. That fellow has returned. What lies behind this entity? Contemplating this, Li Xiao made his decision. You move westward as indicated by the arrow, and the luminous screen fades. The subsequent game text became markedly simpler. All the way to the core area, he encountered no monsters, as though they were deliberately avoiding his path. A luminous screen illuminates before you, the arrow still pointing westward, or rather, toward the city's center. Are we not there yet? It is already evening. From morning until now, excluding the 2 hours spent in stasis, the distance traversed amounts to several hundred kilometers, merely reaching the core area from the outer regions. Proceed 1 kilometer, turn left 500 meters, advance 100 meters to the underground passage. Lucky one. Once again, Lucky one makes an appearance. An underground passage. Is it beneath the surface? Li Xiao mused softly before following the directions to proceed. You advance according to the directives in your mind, reaching the corner. To the right, a faint aura of treasure beckons your gaze. To the left, an impenetrable darkness looms. Resisting the temptation, you turn left into the depths of darkness. You arrive at the corner, turning right to advance 100 meters. It is pitch black, and you see nothing. Yet you sense a void beneath your toes. You crouch down, probing with the luminous holy spear, revealing a metallic passage approximately 1 meter in diameter, slanting downward. Though somewhat decayed, it remains smooth. Since Lucky One specifically mentioned it, Li Xiao naturally felt no further hesitation. You lower yourself and enter the underground passage. Swiftly sliding down the smooth tunnel, Li Xiao silently counted for 27 seconds, and the text shifted. You reach the base of the passage. Scattered pale blue orbs of light float within the tunnel, providing just enough illumination to barely see. Pale blue orbs of light. Such minuscule points. Will they trigger the taboo? Observing the final line of text, Li Xiao contemplated. In the abyss, light is taboo. However, if, as described in the text, it consists solely of diminutive points barely capable of illuminating, might it evade the taboo? This information could prove somewhat useful. Utilizing the feeble glow, you continue advancing through the passage. You reach out to touch the metal of the passage, discovering that the decay here is not as severe as outside. Faint streams of energy appear to be maintaining it. From ahead in the passage, faint sounds emerge, seemingly voices, though too indistinct for you to comprehend. Voices, are you finally nearing your objective? Chapter 64, The Apostle. Listening to the faint, chaotic sounds, you proceed deeper into the passage. As you advance, the sounds become increasingly clear, albeit in an unknown tongue. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into Li Xiao's mind, encompassing the intricacies of the language and script of the Kalan civilization. The proficiency of the universal knowledge system was undeniable, enabling Li Xiao to grasp the Kalan characters and language with remarkable ease. After waiting for 19 millennia, must one ultimately succumb to death? It is so unjust. I had promised them, a thought echoed in his mind. He discerned the distant Kalan words with clarity. With narrowed eyes, Li Xiao pondered the significance of his prolonged stay in the abyss for 19,000 years. What manner of existence was this? Approaching the end of the corridor, he encountered a vast laboratory, illuminated by myriad floating blue orbs that emitted a faint glow. The spacious laboratory featured a colossal control platform at its center, surrounded by a plethora of damaged mechanical artifacts. The source of the sound emanated from a flickering blue orb atop the control station, its light wavering as if it might extinguish at any moment. A blue orb? Li Xiao mused, an intelligent AI. Their gazes met, and the orb exclaimed, "Human. Is it truly a human? I must not be mistaken." The orb's voice brimmed with astonishment. After 19 millennia, I have finally awaited your arrival. Embodiment of the spirit, human. You have come through the survival game, have you not? Li Xiao furrowed his brow at the orb's words, contemplating the nature of the game. Could it be a remnant of a civilization that had once plunged into the abyss? What are you? An artificial intelligence? He inquired. Artificial intelligence. I am no such inferior being. I am Blue Fire, the most illustrious mechanical life form in the history of the Kalan civilization. The orb flickered violently, its voice tinged with indignation. As Li Xiao approached the control platform, he grasped the blue orb and asked, "Were you the one who created those guiding light screens?" The orb's glow dimmed momentarily, indicating its exhaustion. What screens? Maintaining my existence is already exceedingly taxing, apart from this location. The entirety of the holy city has succumbed to decay, rendering the existence of any screens you mention impossible. Li Xiao frowned, perplexed. If it was not Blue Fire responsible for the screens, then who was? Did other entities still exist within this holy city? He conveyed his concerns to Blue Fire, which expressed profound shock. It cannot be. The holy city of Tianka, even this specially preserved place, is being thoroughly eroded, let alone elsewhere. As for its identity, it revealed, I am the core mechanical life form governing the entire holy city of Tianka, orchestrating all operations during wartime. And I witnessed the Kalan people's resistance against the encroaching abyss until their ultimate downfall. The sages extracted my core, preserving the primary legacy of the Kalan civilization here, awaiting the arrival of future players of the game to bring it back to the stage of survival. The Kalan civilization had once thrived in the realm of ascension, yet it ultimately faltered under the rules of the game, plunging into the abyss. For 100 years, they resisted in the realm of darkness, while everything outside the holy city of Tianka was shattered, leading to its near-total erosion and ascent to the abyss's surface. Blue Fire's revelations left Li Xiao in deep contemplation. Indeed, the Kalan civilization was a civilization within the game, and judging by its previous words, it belonged to an earlier epoch. The failure of the game rules led to a fate similar to the last 40 rankings of civilizations on the battlefield, resulting in their descent into the abyss. With the destruction of Kalan's star, no living beings remained, and the holy city of Tianka had been reduced to a state akin to the realm of the brave, now existing at the surface of the abyss. Yet, what mattered was not this. Rather, Blue Fire had indicated that it was not responsible for the light screens outside. Who, then, was the creator? Did other entities lurk within the holy city? He shared his doubts with Blue Fire, which admitted its ignorance. Surely, it cannot be the work of monsters? Close your mouth, do not question or speak. Take what you must and flee swiftly from the core zone. The farther, the better. You have only 3 minutes. Fortunate one, it warned. Li Xiao's expression shifted at the implication of being a fortunate one. Could it truly be that monsters were involved? Yet what level of intelligence would such monsters possess? In a state of shock, Li Xiao hastily made his decision. Fortunate one had made it clear. To linger was to invite doom. Grasping Blue Fire, he turned and sprinted. Reaching the corridor's end, he faced a pitch-black opening, a mere meter in diameter. Without hesitation, he dove inside. He placed Blue Fire into his storage space, using both hands to navigate the decaying steel. With each descent, he clawed deeply into the corroded metal, propelling himself rapidly down the slick, slanted passage. Emerging from the underground tunnel into an abyss of darkness, he struggled to discern his bearings. Drawing upon the fury within, he surged away from the core zone, sprinting with all his might. With every step, his footprints sank deeply into the ruins, and the ground beneath him cracked as he raced outward from the core zone. His frenzied body traversed the desolate remains, igniting every ounce of power within. Having escaped the inky core zone and entered the inner city, his pace did not falter. Ahead, a handful of monsters congregated towards a particular direction, their attention drawn by his presence. The monsters charged at him. The game interface displayed several notifications regarding the creatures, 3 ordinary monsters of the 3rd tier and the remainder of the 2nd tier. Undeterred, he pressed forward, recklessly charging at the monsters. You have slain the contaminated mechanical wolf, no loot acquired. You have slain the contaminated mechanical warrior, no loot acquired. A series of kill notifications flashed before him, but Li Xiao paid them no mind, focused solely on his rapid escape. He sprinted furiously, distancing himself from the core zone, not daring to pause until the 3-minute mark arrived. The game text suddenly turned a shade of crimson. Whispers echoed in his ears as a tremendous roar erupted from the core zone, causing the ground to tremble violently. It seemed as if something was awakening from the depths of the earth. Li Xiao halted, turning to face the core zone. Despite the overwhelming darkness, he beheld a towering mass of writhing tendrils rising from the core zone, reaching heights of 100 meters. Universal knowledge, activate. You have acquired the following information. Name, the disruption of flesh and blood, apostle of the god of flesh and stone. Tier, ascension tier 1. Quality, apostle, monster quality. Inferior, ordinary, elite, commander, lord, follower, apostle. Loot, core of flesh and blood, tier 4 limit. Bone of disruption, tier 4 limit. Tooth of imbalance, tier 4 limit. Chapter 65, Public Secrets, Apostle Hunt. Gazing at the information regarding the disruption of flesh and blood displayed on the game interface, Li Xiao couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. An apostle of ascension tier 1 quality. Was such a creature truly meant to inhabit the inner sanctum? In the century since Huaxia entered the game, during which many ancient ruins had been explored, the highest quality monsters encountered in the records had merely been of the Lord tier. As for the servants and apostles, they are mere entities that only manifest within the confines of the game's introduction. What constitutes a servant, and what defines an apostle? To bear a flicker of divine gaze and traverse the myriad realms is to be a servant. To be bestowed a fragment of authority by the divine and act on their behalf is to be an apostle. How could anything associated with the divine possibly be weak? Lucky one, is this truly luck? Li Xiao could not help but scoff internally. Whether it be a first-stage ascension or an apostle, either could effortlessly obliterate his current self. Fear not, it is merely a target, lucky one. Such audacity. To designate a first-stage apostle as a target? Li Xiao was taken aback. What is this? Have you summoned assistance? Li Xiao pondered halfway, as the game interface began to shift. Apostle detected. Apostle detected. Apostle detected. Emergency protocol initiated. Generating public secret. Public secret. Apostle hunt has been generated, currently sealing the old ruins of Tiancong Holy City. Please conclude the game in an orderly manner, as the public secret will soon be disclosed to the entire Tiani civilization battlefield. Apostolic powers are now enveloping the current old ruins. Monsters are undergoing transformation. Please conclude the game swiftly and vacate this old ruins. It is time to depart, lucky one. Li Xiao's face was a tableau of confusion, unable to react for a moment. Public secret, what does this entail? In a haze of bewilderment, Li Xiao clicked on the secret, Apostle Hunt. Apostle Hunt, a formidable creature, watched over by the abyssal evil god and the god of flesh and stone, having been granted a sliver of authority, has appeared in a place it ought not to be. Hunt, kill, and seize the authority. Killing the apostle will increase the civilization's evolution progress by 20%. Attain the civilization status of Apostle Hunt, and elevate civilization ranking to 11. Unable to be declared war upon for 100 star years, nor can civilization war be initiated. The public secret is designated for the civilization battlefield, with all civilizations entitled to partake. Special circumstances, game concluded, initiating settlement. Survival is the primary pursuit. Evolution is the foundation of survival. Congratulations, you have once more completed the survival evolution game. Now, the settlement begins. Fortune smiles upon you, as forced luck has paved your path. The emergence of the apostle and the commencement of the public chapter, Apostle Hunt, has alleviated an impending trouble for your civilization. You stand above mere luck, as forced luck. In this game, you have slain the aberrant mechanical hound and the distorted intelligent mechanical warrior, significantly enhancing your energy acquisition. The discovery of the apostle of the abyssal evil god and the god of flesh and stone, the imbalance of flesh and chaos, has greatly elevated your evaluation. Your actions defy the bounds of luck, for you transcend luck itself. Comprehensive evaluation, transcendent level, multiplier 32, current tier, nascent level, energy base, 2, civilization status, energy income increased, obtaining a 10% boost in energy. Total yield, transcendent level evaluation, energy, 704, points, 640. Items autonomously acquired, mechanical life, blue fire core. Now stored in the main body S storage space. Battle experience memories have been transmitted. This game has concluded, and the limited time shop has opened. Would you like to enter? Memories of those battles surged within Li Xiao's mind. Gazing at the evaluation text, he mused that the energy acquired this time, combined with the energy previously accumulated, was sufficient for a further elevation of his realm. However, this time, Li Xiao would not hastily expend it all at once. Starship Design Blueprint. Exchange points 50,000,000. Gene Battle Armor Design Blueprint. Exchange points 50,000,000. Perfect Gene Awakening Potion. Special exchange points 50,000. Gene Completion Potion. Third tier rare exchange points 50,000. Gene Nucleus. First tier rare exchange points 500. Steel Core. Third tier perfect exchange points 1,000. Li Xiao glanced over the offerings. Apart from a select few, the rest were all gene-related. It appears that the Galan civilization primarily pursued the path of genetics. After some contemplation, Li Xiao ultimately exchanged for 10 steel cores, third tier perfect, and 10 gene nuclei, first tier rare, as materials for future use. The limited time shop closed, and the game interface reverted to its original state. Li Xiao casually accessed the character interface, allocating 4 points of energy to his rank. Name, Li Xiao. Spirit. Path, martial arts. Rank, mortal second tier, 24, 100. Profession, forger, unique. Talent, undying trait, lucky one. Skills, forging, unique, max level. General knowledge, unique. Max level, Starfire forging method, 4 stars, level 394, 400. Military weaponry 9 styles, 3 stars, max level. Basic marksmanship, 1 star, max level. Cloud piercing marksmanship, 4 stars, level 220, 200. Equipment, radiant holy spear, armor of the brave, armor summoner, blazing dragon armor. Items, life protecting talisman X1, special origin crystal slate, second tier perfect. Steel core, third tier perfect. Gene nucleus, first tier rare. Storage space, level 3, 444. Status, radiance of the fiery sun, great achievement. Indomitable dragon blood, great achievement. Favor of fortune, temporary. Energy, 824. Source points, 1 points, 3, 0, 31, 640. As he allocated energy, A warm current coursed through Li Xiao's limbs. He felt the growth of his forging cultivation. As unfamiliar yet familiar memories flashed through his mind, synchronously increasing his proficiency in the forging method. Merely 4 points of energy, a simple enhancement of strength, had reached over 10,000 kilograms. At this rate, Li Xiao estimated that once his mortal second-tier energy surpassed 50 and the progress of forging mastery reached halfway, considering just strength and physical endurance, he would be comparable to an average condensed essence first tier. Of course, this is solely in terms of pure strength and physical endurance. In the condensed essence realm, upon opening the heart of forging, even the weakest heart form offers a twofold enhancement across the board. Exiting the game interface, Li Xiao set down his phone, rubbing his forehead, feeling somewhat fatigued. This time, the lucky one did not seem to be aimed at enhancing Li Xiao. The primary objective appeared to be the concealed apostle and that mechanical life form known as blue fire, neither of which offered any enhancement to Li Xiao. However, both were undoubtedly beneficial for the entirety of Huaxia. Regarding blue fire, it must have been preserved by the Galan civilization for over 10,000 years, indicating its extraordinary nature. Within that core, it likely harbors the knowledge inheritance of the Galan civilization, a boon for Huaxia. Contemplating this, Li Xiao opened his palm, and a blue orb of light, slightly larger than his hand, materialized within it. How dull it is in the storage space. Galan language, chapter 66. One could say, it is luck. Ah, there is light. I have emerged. Galan language, a mechanical and hoarse voice emanated from the orb. Ah, this familiar, energy-filled world. The sensation of the core pulsating with energy. Li Xiao weighed the core in his hand. Enough with the lamentations. Now, tell me your purpose. Oh, speak then, what abilities do you possess? I have retrieved you from the abyss. You must be of some utility. Of course. In the words of blue fire, confidence radiates. Although my data has been partially compromised due to the encroachment of the abyss, the majority of the lost information pertains primarily to the pathways of genetic knowledge. Nevertheless, the most crucial segment of knowledge, particularly concerning technology, resides deep within my core. Observing the energy hierarchy within this space, it appears that we find ourselves in the nascent tier. Indeed, among the sublime ranks, the technological advancement of the Galan civilization stands at the zenith. For you, who are situated in this embryonic stage, such knowledge is undeniably a treasure. Armed with this knowledge, even a civilization newly entering this nascent tier will soon be capable of surpassing other civilizations with ease. Are you truly willing to give this to us without any conditions? Li Xiao inquired earnestly, gazing at the luminous orb in hand. After a brief pause, the voice within the orb resonated once more. At the very heart of my core, I have stored the genes and cells of the Galan people. I hope that in the future, once you acquire this knowledge, you can use it as a foundation to resurrect the Galan race. Li Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. Are you certain this will not pose a threat to us? It will not. According to the rules of the game, when they are born and deemed free of inherent flaws, possessing intelligence, they will be placed in a nurturing area, with no interaction with you. Contemplating this, Li Xiao decided it was best to leave such matters to the professionals. I will hand you over to the official personnel shortly. They will attend to your requests appropriately. Agreed. Li Xiao retracted blue fire into her storage space and retrieved the official tablet to contact an public secret apostle hunt. Has been activated. Any civilization from the Tianyi battlefield may participate. Following the 3-star lunar day, the public secret apostle hunt will officially commence teleportation. The public secret apostle hunt. Details are now public and can be viewed at any time. In this public secret, the participant limit per civilization is set at 100,000 individuals, with a minimum cultivation level of condensation 0. Rewards. Civilizations that eliminate an apostle will experience a 20 increase in their evolutionary progress and achieve civilization status. Apostle hunt. 1 unique civilization artifact, and an elevation in civilization ranking to 11. No declaration of war can occur within 100 stellar years, nor can civilization warfare be initiated. While other civilizations will see a 1 increase in their evolutionary progress. The game's voice echoed in her mind. Maintaining her expression, she continued messaging in E. I have something valuable here. Do you wish to receive it? And Yi's response came almost instantaneously. What is it? An artifact from a civilization of the sublime tier, containing all the technological knowledge of that civilization. A question mark emerged, expressing in Yi's bewilderment and disbelief. In the Sichuan military district, within in Yi's office. Having just heard the game's notification regarding the public secret, he glanced at Li Xiao's message, momentarily lost in thought. What had he just witnessed? A civilization from the sublime tier? All their technological knowledge. After several seconds, and he lowered his head and typed a message on the tablet. You must be joking. It's real, just brought back from the old ruins. Oh, by the way, the public secret you just heard in your mind was also triggered by me. Huh. Even after years in the military, no matter how steadfast one's mind, this revelation sent shockwaves through him. This is absurd. Are you serious? Absolutely. Come and collect this artifact soon. It holds no use for me. Also, I should report that this public secret is a significant trap. designed to divert the attention of other civilizations, so our people must avoid participation. And he sent a perplexed expression. How so? After pondering, Li Xiao typed, "You may trust me. It has opened due to a stroke of luck. Any civilization participating in this public chapter will incur substantial losses and experience prolonged durations. Though they may eventually succeed, the ratio of investment to return is decidedly unfavorable." Reading through Li Xiao's several explanatory messages, and he was left astonished and puzzled. What sort of reasoning was this? Finally, he replied with a single statement. "I will come to collect the artifact shortly." He then took screenshots of his conversation with Li Xiao and sent them to Zhao Qingcheng, the commander of the Sichuan military district. Subsequently, and he exited his office. And the game's voice reverberated in his mind, awakening Zhao Qingcheng, who had just broken through to condensation 1 and was stabilizing her energy. While she was still processing the information within, her phone chimed with a notification. This notification was intended for the logistics chief overseeing the entire military district. Why was a message arriving at this moment? Zhao Qingcheng picked up her phone and unlocked it. After a moment, upon reading the screenshots he had sent, her brows knitted in concern. Is this true? Does that young man possess such capabilities? Even a being who had lived for over a century, like Zhao Qingcheng, found it hard to believe. However, she still forwarded the message to the other 4 commanders and the seer, who was the head of the Heavenly Guard department. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Guard, the seer pondered the game's notification regarding the public secret and the apostle hunt when he was jolted back to reality by a specific notification sound. This sound was exclusive to the 5 commanders of the military. As the light screen unfolded, the seer reviewed the screenshots Zhao Qingcheng had sent. After absorbing the information, his face too was filled with disbelief. Zhao Qingcheng sent another message. "Seer, would you like to use your abilities to take a look? I shall give it a try." The seer replied, and promptly activated his innate ability. In an instant, his eyes, capable of piercing through the future, felt as if thunder had struck. The next moment, the seer shuddered, raising a hand to shield his eyes. The secrets of civilization intertwined with the game. This particular secret encompassed all civilizations within the Tianyi battlefield and the existence of the apostles, touching upon the abyss. Crucially, it appeared that other civilizations also possessed means to foresee the future, and not just one. A phantom shrouded by the shadow of a massive tree. Another protected by the silhouette of a mountain. As 3 individuals simultaneously gazed into the future, their powers clashed. And due to the vast scope of the future they were peering into, all 3 were subjected to backlash. In the short term, foreseeing the future was now out of the question. The seer rubbed his aching eyes, contemplating his experience. Chapter 67, A Pitfall, a Bottomless Abyss. Though rebuffed, the seer still glimpsed the result he sought. Just a fleeting vision of the outcome of this public secret was sufficient. Straining to open his eyes a sliver, the seer sent a message to the 5 commanders. "This time, we shall not participate." A mere 6 words. Yet they conveyed the seer's stance and his foresight of the future. It seemed that the words of that young man were indeed not unfounded. By the way, that young man had also mentioned an artifact from a civilization of the sublime tier, containing all their technological knowledge. A legacy of knowledge from a civilization of the sublime tier could propel Huaxia's technology forward significantly. While the public secret would divert the attention of other civilizations on the battlefield, granting Huaxia precious time to develop. Could such fortune truly arise? Initially, one might have considered whether to involve themselves in this, but now, realizing it was a trap designed specifically to shift the crisis away from Huaxia, who would still dare to engage? On the Moonlight Star, atop the Elven throne, the Elven Queen's closed eyelids suddenly flew open, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth and trickling from her eyes. The once resplendent aura of her exalted form had now withered. She raised her hand to wipe away the blood from her lips, her azure irises, which were faintly cracked, revealing an inexplicable expression. She recalled the recent glimpse into the future, where she could only momentarily perceive the endless possibilities ahead, shielded solely by the mother tree. Another figure, a familiar acquaintance from the 3-eyed people of Taina Star, also required the protection of their mountain lord to glimpse the future. Yet, there was also an entirely unfamiliar entity, unaccompanied by any safeguard, who traversed the boundless potential of the future with ease. The mere clash of their powers had resulted in her own injury. As for the 3-eyed individual, their mountain lord's protection paled in comparison to that of the mother tree, and it was likely they were even more gravely wounded. The future she had glimpsed, marred by the backlash of 3 conflicting powers, had only revealed a fleeting vision, if not for the intervention of the 3-eyed being. It would have been utterly obscured. Nevertheless, this brief vision was sufficient to instill dread. In that potential future, all civilizations involved in this public secret would suffer immense losses. Under the peculiar mechanics of the game and the malevolent authority of the apostle, any participant would be compelled to ceaselessly split their spiritual avatars to engage in combat until they were utterly drained, plunging into madness. There would be no allowance for withdrawal. Even the civilization that ultimately vanquished the apostle would incur greater losses than gains. As for the other civilizations, the meager rewards offered would be trivial compared to the devastation endured. This was a pitfall, a veritable abyss targeting all civilizations within the Tiani battlefield. Only those civilizations remaining aloof would emerge as the ultimate victors. In the original potential future, among the 96 civilizations in the Tiani battlefield, only one remained uninvolved, the recently joined civilization of Huaxia. The mysterious figure from the endless future was likely also from Huaxia. Within the Tiani battlefield, the human civilizations were sparse. Over the course of these several hundred starry years, their situation had been thoroughly scrutinized, with hidden spies embedded within. Should a seer of the future emerge, they would undoubtedly be aware. Only Huaxia had just entered the Tiani battlefield, rendering them an enigma. Was this public secret also connected to Huaxia? The Elven Queen furrowed her exquisitely beautiful brow. How could a civilization that had only recently resurfaced possess such formidable means? On Taina Star, the Supreme Council's first speaker, Xiaoming, suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and vitality waning. The third eye upon his forehead was nearly shattered, blood streaming forth. His other two eyes also bled profusely, despite the protection of the Mountain Lord. Merely locking gazes with that unfamiliar figure had resulted in backlash and grievous injury. Moreover, by intervening to shield the Elven Queen, he had seen nothing. However, their relationship was amicable enough that he had chosen to assist her in that critical moment. Although he had not glimpsed the future, he could still inquire. Xiaoming activated the bracelet on his wrist, summoning a holographic interface that led directly into the game's realm. While the Taina civilization had developed technology, they had yet to reach a level suitable for interstellar communication, especially as the elven folk of the Light Moon civilization eschewed technological advancement. What was the situation? Xiaoming located the Elven Queen's friend list and sent her a message. The friend list was a feature added to player identifiers upon entering a new tier in the game. This pit, this abyss, must not be engaged. Xiaoming drew a sharp breath. For the Elven Queen to utter such words, the future she had glimpsed must be exceedingly grave. Do you believe that figure could belong to that civilization? We possess knowledge of the intricacies of other civilizations over these past several hundred starry years. Yet only Huaxia remains a mystery. A civilization that has just emerged from obscurity possesses such power. What attitude should we adopt in response to the Huaxia civilization? Perhaps we should engage amicably. After all, we cannot afford to become adversaries. I sense they are quite perilous. Should we inform those few individuals? We might mention it. It is up to them to believe it or not. Civilization ranking first. Ancient temple civilization, orcs. Within the royal palace, the orc king, clad in golden armor, sat upon a throne forged from gilded bones. Below him, several armored orcs stood in orderly formation. Shall we discuss whether to participate in this public secret? An orc at the forefront stepped forward and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I believe we should partake in this endeavor. The rewards at stake are worthy of our involvement. Even if the losses are substantial, success would grant us a 100-year period of protection sufficient for our recovery." Civilization ranking 6th, Tianyu civilization, winged people. Upon a towering cliff, several elegantly garbed winged people stood resolutely. We must muster our forces. Participation in this public secret is imperative, and the rewards must be secured. Civilization ranking 11th, Arrow civilization. White birds. We must participate in this public secret. The artifacts of civilization, the state of our civilization, along with other rewards, will significantly bolster our heritage, and furthermore, our ranking cannot afford to decline. Civilization ranking 29th, Mushy civilization, Trance. In the expansive forests of Mushy Star, beneath the towering mother tree that reached thousands of meters high, a congregation of Trance gathered. Should we participate? Let us do so. Civilization ranking 41st, Unine civilization, Demonic spirits. Chapter 68, The Special Old Ruins. The Dream of the Broken Sword. In the illusory battlefield, a steadfast figure stood upon the earth, an overwhelming surge of vitality, rising as if striving to manifest. At the third stage of mortal realm, his physical form had reached perfection, his essence surging like a dragon. One hand wielded a spear, the other clenched into a fist. With the spear's reach, monsters were sent flying by sheer force. Those that slipped close were met with fists imbued with torrential vitality. A single punch shattered the skull of a creature, its headless corpse crashing to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath. In accordance with Li Zhao's request, monsters continued to spawn from afar, rushing forward. These creatures were all at the third stage of mortal realm. Today marked 4 days since the last game session had concluded. In that time, aside from a single bout of sleep and moments for nourishment, Li Xiao had spent every other moment within the illusory battlefield. Throughout these 4 days, whenever he sensed it was appropriate, Li Xiao would access the game interface to allocate energy points after refining his abilities. At present, his cultivation level read, rank, mortal second stage, 9100, merely 10 energy points shy of formally advancing to the third stage. His current strength had reached 500,000 kilograms, surpassing that of many at the nascent first stage. Estimating the time, Li Xiao noted that evening had passed. With a mere thought, the continuously spawning monsters vanished, and in the next moment, he exited the illusory battlefield. Returning from the illusory battlefield to his living room, Li Xiao exhaled deeply. It was time to bathe, retire to bed, and sleep. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Li Xiao, who found himself too lethargic to partake in a proper meal, opting instead for a few vials of energy drink to sustain his vitality. Time swiftly passed, and morning dawned anew. As Li Xiao awoke from his slumber, he stretched languidly, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. A glance out the window revealed the early light of dawn, with the sun timidly peeking over the horizon. Soon after finishing breakfast, Li Xiao settled onto the sofa, retrieving his phone to immerse himself in the gaming interface. For days had elapsed. It was time to momentarily pause his cultivation and rest for 2 days before advancing to the third tier of the mortal realm. Now, it was time to resume the game. Stars shatter, all phenomena collapse, the abyss descends upon the world, all things meet their end. Welcome to Survival Evolution. Here lies the only path to existence. As the welcome screen flashed, a glimmer of light pierced the endless darkness, revealing 2 options at the center of the game interface: character selection and the option to begin exploration. With a decisive tap, Li Xiao selected Begin Exploration. The old ruins and the holy city of Tianka have been locked by public secrets and cannot be accessed through personal interface. Would you like to initiate a new random exploration, or wait for the public secret to unlock? There remains 1 starry day until the public secret, Apostle Haunt. Li Xiao boldly opted to commence a new exploration. It was his own pitfall that he had crafted, and yet here he was, willingly leaping into it. Was there something amiss with his reasoning? The abyss has arrived. All things meet their end, devouring stars, tainting all. Countless beings are submerged within its depths. Survival is the foremost desire. Seeking existence is an instinctual pursuit. Evolution is the foundation of survival. Would you like to invest a modicum of spirit to initiate a new exploration? Yes? No? Without a moment's hesitation, he chose yes. Exploration, pursuit, survival, evolution, game begins. Welcome to Survival Evolution. Where the abyss encroaches, all things meet their end. The game commences. The incarnation of spirit has successfully split. Initiating random deployment in the old ruins. Select deployment range, surface inner perimeter. Begin deploying the incarnation of spirit. As Li Xiao made his selection, the game interface transformed instantaneously. In the depths of boundless darkness, a flicker of radiant light streaked across, ultimately descending into the infinite void, traversing through endless darkness. O pitiful seeker of survival, your incarnation of spirit has successfully arrived. The light of the stars illuminates your form. A gentle breeze caresses, carrying fresh scents. The rustle of leaves echoing in your ears. You open your eyes to behold towering ancient trees, verdant grasslands, and lowly shrubs. Amidst the canopy, the chorus of insects and birds fills the air. Butterflies flit gracefully among the foliage. It seems you have arrived in a realm unlike any other. Reading the text description, Li Xiao widened his eyes in bewilderment. What was the meaning of this? Was this truly the description appropriate for the old ruins within the abyss? Was the game certain it had not made an error? Ancient trees surround you on all sides. The path ahead leads only forward. Will you proceed? You chose to move forward, swiftly navigating through the woods. Observing the game text, Li Xiao utilized the skill of general knowledge. In this scenario, it ought to clarify his uncertainties. You have employed the skill, general knowledge. You have gleaned information about the special old ruins, the broken sword's old dream. Special old ruins, the broken sword's old dream, a shattered blade, a reminiscence of the past. In the primordial moments of the abyss's descent, a formidable individual wielded a sword, forging a front line that stymied the expansion of the abyss for 3 millennia, until, at last, the abyssal god unleashed his minions. The treacherous sword of betrayal leading to a 1,000-year bloodbath, staining the cosmos until the blood ran dry, the body marred by scars, the soul riddled with fissures, and the blade shattered. In his final hour, he consumed himself, body and soul, transforming into a radiant brilliance that buried the traitor and severely wounded the abyssal god, who lay dormant for a millennium. All that remained of him were the remnants of that broken blade, which plummeted to some unknown depth within the abyss. The broken sword possesses spirit, its essence giving rise to a dream of reality and illusion, yearning for the past. Only beings untainted by the abyss beneath the stars may enter this dream. To reach the deepest recesses of the dream and reclaim the last vestige of his spirit to return to the cosmos, one may attain the profession of blade wielder, ordinary, capable of evolution. Analysis: dreamers are ever-changing, bizarrely peculiar, possessing no fixed path. Only luck may grant passage to the deepest realms. Detected special event, generating temporary special mechanism. You have received a temporary quest, return home. Temporary quest, return home. Category: special mechanism, temporary. Description: once there was a war god who, single-handedly, halted the abyss for 5,000 years. His final spirit, his last relic, lies forsaken within the abyss. Bring it back, return him home, beneath the stars. Reward: personal source points 100, summoning seal, permanent, random divine materials, civilization, heart of returning civilization. A barrage of text momentarily bewildered Li Xiao, a solitary figure who resisted the abyss for 5,000 starry years, ultimately succumbing to betrayal, blood staining the cosmos. Falling into the abyss, only a broken sword remained to guard his final spirit. The profession of blade wielder, though of ordinary rank, bore the promise of evolution. And given the text's implications, evolving to mythical status seemed entirely plausible. As for the subsequent temporary game mechanism and its rewards, the significance of source points, though not elucidated within the game, was evidently substantial, as only those with the highest evaluations could attain even a single point. And this reward was a remarkable 100 points. The summoning seal, an exceedingly rare item, had appeared thrice in a century of gaming within Huaxia, and it was a consumable. This, however, was permanent. Alongside the divine materials and the marvels of civilization. In the midst of all things hazy, you find yourself standing at the forest's edge. Ahead lies an expanse of boundless plains. You take a step forward into the plains, glancing back only to find the forest has vanished. In this dreamscape, devoid of direction, you rely solely on instinct to forge ahead. After traversing for half an hour, the vast plains remained unchanged, devoid of any variation. Nearly 10 minutes later, the game text finally shifted. The surrounding environment remained static, yet you sense a dark aura rising from a certain direction. You advance towards the source of the ominous essence. Minutes ticked by, on the endless grassland. That entity exuding a black aura brings decay and ruin wherever it treads. Name, Ruin Manifestation. Tier, Condensed 0 tier. Quality, none. Dropped items, none. Description, even within dreams. The abyss's corruption persists, and in this dream, such power has been materialized. Defeat it to proceed to the next realm of dreams. Upon reading this text, Li Xiao raised an eyebrow. Finally, the moment had arrived. With the surge of combat intent, the game text transformed. Blood surging, the flames of vitality igniting. Entwined around the radiant holy lance, your form erupts into the air, cleaving towards the ruined manifestation. With a roar, the ruined manifestation fixates its scarlet gaze upon you. Its decayed essence morphing into a black long blade, striking down upon you. Where the spear's tip points, holy light and sanguine flames converge. Empowered by the might of the sun, shattering the black blade born of decay, which subsequently dissipates into the very essence of ruin. The essence of decay serves as kindling, with the blood flames roaring to life, drawn back to the corporeal manifestation of decay under the influence of its own essence. As the essence of decay returns to its corporeal form, the flames of blood ignite, swiftly spreading across its surface. Infused with holy light and the essence of the sun, the sanguine flames rapidly purify the essence of decay upon the corporeal being, causing its momentum to plummet. With a decisive strike, the spear's edge, aflame with blood fire, cleaves through its form. You leverage the force to withdraw, observing the black matter engulfed in flames, yet still contorting in an attempt to coalesce. As the blood flames extinguish, not a trace of ash remains. The corporeal manifestation of decay lies defeated. The door to the dreamscape now ajar, will you enter? Upon glimpsing the two options that materialized, Li Xiao chose affirmatively. The yellow sand swirls in the air. The sun blazes fiercely overhead. You tread upon the boundless expanse of gravel, squinting against the glaring sunlight. From atop the dunes, you gaze into the distance, where, a myriad of miles away, dark mists rise, intent on tainting all in their path. Pondering over the text, Li Xiao stroked his chin, considering that it seemed necessary to assist in dismantling these layers of black abyssal manifestations. Even within this dream, the omnipresent power of the black abyss would erode one's essence. Moreover, this dream has likely existed for millennia. No matter how formidable an entity may be, it too shall weaken in the absence of sustenance. Yet, the question lingers, how many layers exist within this dream realm? Ahead, two corporeal manifestations of decay, alongside one of corruption, radiate the essence of the black abyss, corrupting and eroding the dreamscape. Li Xiao utilized his knowledge to discern that both the decayed and corrupted manifestations were of the mundane third tier, inferior even to the previously encountered zeroth tier manifestation of decay. As you draw closer, three pairs of blood-red, frenzied eyes fixate upon you. The manifestations of decay and corruption roar, charging towards you. Confronted by the trio of beings exuding decay and corruption, your expression turns icy. As your vitality surges like smoke, igniting the flames of blood. With a sudden leap, immense force propels you forward, sand and dust swirling in your wake. Soaring through the air, your fist descends upon the corrupted manifestation, the blood flames swelling exponentially upon impact. The body of the corrupted manifestation is punctured by your strike, the flames igniting its very being. You unleash your fists, sending the two decayed manifestations soaring. Their forms engulfed in blood flames. As the blood flames extinguish, not a trace of ash remains. The door to the dreamscape now stands open. Will you enter? Without hesitation, you choose affirmatively. The air is thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, dry and sweltering. The sky is shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring the celestial radiance. In the distance, a volcano erupts, vibrant magma spilling forth from its crater, cascading down the ridge. Observing the four manifestations of decay rapidly approaching, you smirk in derision. 3 are of the mundane third tier, and 1 is of the zeroth tier of condensation. For Li Xiao, they pose little challenge. Especially considering the empowered state of the monument of achievement, the residual rays of the sun bestow a potent advantage against such creatures. The surging vitality and the flames of blood overwhelm the malevolence of the creatures. You leap forth, reaching the head of the zeroth tier manifestation of decay, and strike down with your fist. Empowered by the sun, your blow pierces through the body of the decayed manifestation, igniting its flesh. With 3 consecutive strikes, all manifestations of decay are penetrated, their forms engulfed in flames. As the blood flames extinguish, not a trace of ash remains. The door to the dreamscape now stands open. Will you enter? The next environment is different, yet follows a similar process. Marshes, canyons, caves, lakes, oceans, islands. Each dreamscape presents its own unique setting. Furthermore, a plethora of manifestations, corrupted and eroded, emerge. The weakest among them is of the mundane third tier, while the strongest reaches the first tier of condensation. Even against a first-tier manifestation, Li Xiao can easily prevail, especially now that he possesses the state of achievement, which, along with the sun's residual rays, significantly suppresses all black abyss entities. Against these pure manifestations of black abyssal power, the suppressive force is doubled. Thus, even when confronting a first-tier manifestation, Li Xiao can dispatch them with relative ease, albeit the process may take a bit longer. The time required for the blood flames to consume their essence may also extend. Nevertheless, the challenge is minimal. Thus, layer upon layer, he resolves each manifestation until dawn breaks at 6 o'clock. Throughout this ordeal, Li Xiao loses count of how many layers of dreamscape he traversed and how many manifestations of black abyssal power he vanquished. The final confrontation in this current dreamscape is against a manifestation of black abyssal power. The door to the dreamscape now stands open. Will you enter? Note, this is the final and most crucial line of defense. All manifestations within the myriad dreamscapes stem from this point of divergence. Prepare accordingly. Upon reading this notification, Li Xiao, having just finished his takeout and consumed several vials of energy liquid, straightened his posture. He selected yes. Chapter 70, The Ideal Garden Kingdom. The ultimate line of defense, and indeed, the most significant. Li Xiao contemplated briefly before accessing the crafting interface, depositing 7 perfect third-tier steel cores into the forge. He would forge them in 7 separate instances, creating 7 bombs as a precaution. After assessing, he noted that each would take 4 minutes. The bombs, crafted solely from perfect third-tier steel cores, would yield a singularly enhanced, albeit unstable, super explosion. 28 minutes later, the forging was complete, and he placed the 7 super mechanical explosive bombs, third-tier perfect, into his storage space. Simultaneously, Li Xiao's finger descended, selecting yes, and stepped through the door to the dreamscape. The battlefield, stained crimson with blood, is laden with the acrid scent of carnage, vibrant red dust swirling as the wind howls. The blood-soaked earth, littered with petrified and shattered bodies, lies scattered with broken swords and weapons. The essence of the black abyss permeates the battlefield. Naked apparitions wielding swords weave between the chaos, engaging the manifestations in combat. You receive a notification from the dreamscape. Clear the current battlefield, and the door to the main dreamscape will open. Observing the game text, Li Xiao understood that the next phase would likely involve prolonged combat. However, he took solace in the fact that, upon inspection, the most formidable of these manifestations of black abyssal power were merely of the zeroth tier of condensation. After all, they resided within the superficial layers of the black abyss, where its power is diluted and suppressed by the dream. You have stepped onto this battlefield. Your vitality surges, smoke billows, and blood flames ignite as you wield your spear. The radiance of the blood flames, infused with the essence of the sun, draws the attention of numerous red-eyed manifestations of black abyssal power, fixating upon you. They roar and charge forth, with the flames of blood raging. You leap into action. Combat is imminent. The game text rolls rapidly, with every 2 lines of new text representing 1 manifestation of black abyssal power felled by Li Xiao's spirit avatar within the game, then consumed by blood and fire, leaving not a trace of ash. The unfathomable forces of the abyss materialized, and the duration of this battle remained uncertain. However, fortunately, the embodiment of the spirit was never weary. As for the consumption of energy in the mortal realm, bolstered by the monumental achievements, the restorative capability bestowed by the lingering rays of the blazing sun was sufficient to counterbalance it, provided that one remained vigilant in replenishing energy. The conflict persisted for an extended period, from the dawn's first light until the descent of night, and then through to the next dawn. This battle endured for a full 3 days. Amidst the myriad phantoms of dreams that constrained the fight, Li Xiao reaped the rewards of his efforts. On the battlefield, only 3 manifestations of the 3rd stage of condensation remained: the ruined manifestation, the decayed manifestation, and the polluted manifestation. These were the last vestiges of the abyssal forces, which, in their final moments, transformed from the 0 stage to the 3rd stage of condensation. The ruined manifestation, the decayed manifestation, and the polluted manifestation. Towering figures exuding a dense aura of the abyss surrounded you. Despite the compounded suppression from the state of the dying sun, the third stage manifestations could easily obliterate Li Xiao. Therefore, he made his choice. He accessed his storage interface and selected the freshly crafted super mechanical explosive, Perfect Tier 3, from 3 days prior. Would you like to use the super mechanical explosive, Perfect Tier 3? 3, 2. Faced with the prompt, Li Xiao decisively confirmed. In the next instant, he opened his storage once more and activated the life-preserving talisman that had been stored for quite some time. He confirmed its use without hesitation. The life-preserving talisman has been activated successfully. You have been teleported 2 kilometers away. Yet, this was not the end. The explosion radius of the Perfect Tier 3 super mechanical explosive spanned 1,000 meters, but its true destructive potential extended far beyond that, encompassing a lethal range even 2 kilometers away. Moreover, for safety's sake, Li Xiao had thrown 7 of them simultaneously. The compounded might of 7 simultaneous explosions was beyond his reckoning. Thus, Li Xiao accessed his storage once again, selecting the armor summoner for the blazing dragon armor. Opting to use it, you have activated the armor summoner. The crimson armor envelopes you, enhancing your strength manifold. In the very next second, a thunderous roar resounded. Waves of energy surged forth, the earth trembled, and the air grew searingly hot. The relentless energy impacts battered against the blazing dragon armor, yet could not budge it in the slightest, leaving only a series of scratches. 3 seconds later, you have annihilated the ruined manifestation, the decayed manifestation, and the polluted manifestation using the super mechanical explosive, Perfect Tier 3. The unyielding energy impacts continued unabated. It wasn't until 20 seconds later that the energy impacts ceased, revealing before you a colossal pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a depth of several meters. Its bottom a molten wasteland. All manifestations of the abyssal forces have been eradicated. The gateway to the dream is about to open. The gateway to the dream has opened. Do you wish to enter? Li Xiao exhaled in relief and selected yes. You have entered the gateway to the dream. Welcome to the main dream, the ideal garden kingdom. Neat streets, a ceaseless throng of people, the cries of vendors, standing upon the main thoroughfare. No one notices your presence. They are phantoms of dreams, both living and not, dying and not, existing and not. Only fellow phantoms of dreams can perceive each other. Press on, the deepest recesses of the dreams still lie far ahead. The gateways to dreams may manifest randomly anywhere, should fortune favor you. You may find and enter the next layer of the dream. Current location within the dream, the ideal garden kingdom, a small town on the northern frontier. Li Xiao rubbed his eyes, fatigued after 3 days without rest. However, it was not yet time to repose. As for the text's mention of luck, Li Xiao could only chuckle. Proceed straight ahead, lucky one. Observing the unique golden text denoting lucky one, a smile crept across Li Xiao's lips. While others waited for fortune, he, the lucky one, made choices that shaped his luck. You take 3 steps forward. The gateway to the dream has appeared. Do you wish to enter? The smile on Li Xiao's face widened. He selected yes, and entered the gateway to the dream. Current location within the dream, the ideal garden kingdom, northern Black Iron City. Warm sunlight. Without pausing to consider the new text description, Li Xiao continued onward. Another 3 steps. The gateway to the dream has appeared. Do you wish to enter? Again, he selected yes. Current location within the dream, the ideal garden kingdom. Northern Skyward Castle. Current location within the dream, the ideal garden kingdom, Northern Dragon Castle. With the lucky one in effect, within less than an hour, Li Xiao traversed 163 dream realms. Until at last, current location within the dream, the ideal garden kingdom, the capital, the royal palace. Chapter 71, Arrival. You are fortunate to have arrived here. However, this is not the deepest point. The deepest depths of the dream still await your discovery. Perhaps they reside here. Or perhaps they lie elsewhere. Upon reading this, Li Xiao's expression remained unchanged. More? Such a test reliant purely on luck held no sway over the lucky one. Just as this occurred, you take a step back, exiting the palace gates. To the left, the gateway to the dream has appeared. Do you wish to enter? Merely stepping back revealed the gateway to the next location. The smile on Li Xiao's lips remained as he clicked to confirm. Welcome to the deep dream realm, in silence. Ignoring the game's text description, Li Xiao guided his embodiment forward. The gateway to the dream has appeared. Do you wish to enter? He directly selected yes. Stepping into the next dream. Dark Moon Canyon, Abyss of 7 Desires, Flame Prison, Forest of 1,000 Needles. Each peculiar and bizarre deep dream elicited but a 5-second pause from Li Xiao. With every stride, the gateway to the dream opened, leading him directly into the next profound dream. Those strange and uncanny deep dreams were hardly inviting by name. Thus, after traversing 999 layers, the final gateway has opened. Do you wish to enter? After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiao unhesitatingly clicked to confirm. You stepped into this final gateway without hesitation. Welcome to plunge into the dream. Li Xiao had not completed his thought before his mind felt heavy, and his body collapsed onto the sofa. His consciousness plunged into the dream. His will continued to descend. Surrounding him, countless stars shimmered, their brilliance resplendent. A multitude of past phantoms swirled amidst them. Massive battleships traversed the starry void, and formidable entities crossed the celestial rivers. Li Xiao was in freefall, the stars ascended, and phantoms danced. Until, after an indeterminate duration of descent, all transformed, leaving only a pure whiteness around him. Like feathers drifting down, they settle upon this endless expanse of pristine white. Li Xiao blinked, rising to gaze at the boundless purity surrounding him, and a profound sense of safety unfurled within his heart. It was as if, no matter how many adversities lay ahead, there existed a towering figure shielding him from harm. Yet, a subtle and deeply rooted sorrow lingered. For this was in remembrance of his loss. Compelled by his thoughts, Li Xiao turned to look behind him. There, upon the immaculate ground, lay a shattered sword. A steadfast visage with a bare torso, its surface marred by countless scars, a phantom resting upon the blade. This apparition, however, was ephemeral, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Gazing at the phantom that slumbered upon the sword, Li Xiao remained silent. He must indeed be the legendary figure who had withstood the abyss for 5 millennia, as described in tales. The broken sword was his fabled weapon. Then came a weary and frail voice beside Li Xiao. "You are speaking." "It is I." Li Xiao slightly inclined his head. "Greetings, senior." For tens of millennia, since the inception of that game, countless beings had entered the abyss under its aegis, yet you alone have traversed this path. This signifies that you are truly fortunate. He spoke of his life, a continual resurgence from adversity until he became a great existence, merely the result of repeated strokes of luck. Li Xiao listened quietly to the words of the broken sword. Once, it had mentioned seeking a secluded place for the purpose of leaving a legacy, setting trials that only those fortunate enough could pass. However, the abyss arrived, engulfing the cosmos. Countless beings were consumed. On the day when all creatures cried out in despair, he stepped forth, sacrificing his life to battle, alone resisting the abyss for 3 millennia. To his dismay, the hearts of men proved fickle. Among the sentient beings, there emerged a traitor. The betrayer struck from behind, inflicting grave injuries, ultimately allying with the abyssal god to besiege him. Despite his heavy wounds, he remained unparalleled, battling the traitors and the abyssal god for a millennium, ultimately annihilating all traitors at the cost of completely incinerating his essence, leaving the abyssal god half obliterated and half wounded. In the end, I could only preserve a fragment of his lingering spirit. To resist the abyss, I never closed my eyes. I can only grant him his final slumber within this dream. According to his wishes, he set trials and bequeathed his legacy. Yet, throughout these tens of millennia, myriad beings entered this dream, and you alone have arrived here. Are you prepared to accept this inheritance? Li Xiao extended his hand. Come forth. Although his expression remained unchanged, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him, uncertain of whether he would succeed in his class transition. After all, there had been a previous case of failure, and the unique class of Smith appeared to reject all others. Yet, one must attempt it first. A brilliant radiance, dazzling to the utmost, ascended from the broken sword, gradually descending into the palm of Li Xiao's outstretched hand, merging with it. However, in the next moment, detecting special inheritance. Commencing class transition, slashing array, common, can evolve. Unable to transition, class transition failed. There was no fluctuation. The points of light representing the inheritance, as well as the class slashing array, reconverged in Li Xiao's palm, hovering motionless. Li Xiao sensed that his Smith class indeed rejected all others. Even this special class was no exception. Contemplating the light in his palm, Li Xiao mused. "Ah, I should have anticipated this. A person of your fortune has already forged your own path, needing no other's legacy." The weary voice of the broken sword resonated once more. "Very well. As the sole being capable of reaching this place, I shall entrust this inheritance to you. As for whom it is to be used, that is for you to decide." In Li Xiao's palm, the light dimmed, transforming into a small sword glimmering with starlight. "The one chosen by you must possess commendable fortune. Here, it is neither dream nor reality." Li Xiao could still perceive the storage space. With a thought, the starlight sword was placed into the storage space. Acquired class transition item. Sword of the slashing array. Li Xiao approached the broken sword and the phantom, crouching to ask, "Do you wish to return home? Back beneath the stars?" The broken sword trembled slightly. "It is unfeasible. Once, I secretly clung to the essence of a small being, intending to bring his spirit back to the stars, yet ultimately, I failed. My sword is marked with the sigils of several abyssal gods, entwined by the power of the abyss, rendering me unable to depart." Li Xiao fell silent for a moment before replying. This time, perhaps it will be different. The game had issued a quest. Perhaps this time would diverge from the past. Perhaps this time, success is not out of reach. Chapter 72, the final 5 minutes. After a brief silence, a voice of self-deprecating exhaustion arose. "I am on the verge of fading completely. What am I still concerned about? If that is the case, let me accompany you in this final moment." The figure of that person faded, and the broken sword trembled slightly, along with the entire dream world. From where the broken sword lay, Fissures began to emerge, swiftly spreading. Simultaneously, a force descended upon Li Xiao's willful incarnation, lifting him upwards. Traversing through the familiar ethereal expanse of stars, Li Xiao's consciousness departed from the dream. On the sofa, Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes, momentarily dazed, before returning to clarity. With a gentle sigh, he rose and gazed at the game interface on his phone. Awakened from the dream. The dream is collapsing, about to return to reality. You have exited the dream. The desolate earth, the scent of decay, the lurking pollution, the eroding breeze. Lifting your gaze, you behold a rusted broken sword embedded in the crumbling ground. Rusty and corroded, even the battle sword of a great existence, which had vanquished numerous formidable foes, succumbed to decay under the abyss's influence. Li Xiao maneuvered his avatar closer to the broken sword. Do you wish to draw it? Click to confirm. Acquired rusted broken sword, added to storage space. Quest, return home. Prerequisite conditions met. Do you wish to conclude this game? Undying trait activated. Currently erasing the abyssal goddess sigils. The game cannot conclude until the sigils are eradicated. Estimated clearance time, 10 minutes on Earth. Warning, the sigils of the abyssal god have been disturbed. The nearest apostle and servant are descending here, empowered by the abyssal god's authority. Alert, detecting violent fluctuations of abyssal power. Apostles are arriving. Estimated time, 5 minutes on Earth. Warning, the abyssal power has locked onto this place, making it impossible to conclude the game through normal means. Li Xiao's expression shifted slightly. The game had not issued this task because it had a solution. Rather, it was because he possessed the means. He could use his undying trait to directly counter the abyssal goddess sigils. Moreover, the apostles, evidently, there was more than one. The previous words of the broken sword indicated numerous abyssal gods' marks upon it, each corresponding to a single abyssal god, and each abyssal god had its own apostle. Contemplating that scene, Li Xiao could not help but draw a sharp breath. Do you truly believe that a mere mortal of the second tier can withstand this? Emergency detected. To ensure task completion, based on the survivor's path and cultivation methods, a temporary state has been acquired. Unyielding vitality, thunderous speed, and essence condensation. State, unyielding vitality. Type, temporary, special enhancement. Ability, vitality continuously replenishes during the duration. State, thunderous speed. Type, temporary, special enhancement. Ability, your speed reaches the sublimation of the third tier for the duration. State, essence condensation. Type, temporary, special enhancement. Ability, user's realm is elevated to the third tier of essence condensation for the duration. A surge of immense vitality courses through you. The celestial star formations of martial arts, the azure dragon of heaven, have bestowed their strength, rendering you even more formidable. Alas, without honing the heart manifestation method, one cannot unlock the true heart manifestation, and you have resorted to relying on the star formations of the orthodox martial system for enhancement. Though heart manifestation and star manifestation may seem akin, they are, in truth, divergent paths. Typically, under the same path and cultivation system, disparate civilizations will manifest differences as they progress. Yet, the martial system of Huaxia diverges from the orthodox martial system at the stage of essence condensation. Shaking off the urge to critique, Li Xiao accessed the storage space interface and selected the armor summoner, choosing to activate it. Although it is merely a temporary essence condensation realm, it remains a realm nonetheless, and the blazing dragon armor can still enhance, elevating the limit by 1 tier. You have activated the armor summoner. The blazing dragon armor envelopes you, elevating your realm to the first tier of sublimation, and you gain the skill set of the blazing dragon armor, becoming even more powerful. With the vast temporary vitality of the third tier of essence condensation combined with the unyielding vitality state, Li Xiao harbored no concerns regarding the consumption of the blazing dragon armor. Time flowed slowly, and the power of the abyss deepened, heralding the imminent arrival of the apostles. Observing the game text, Li Xiao waited in silence. 5 minutes slipped away in an instant. The power of the abyss grew more potent. The apostles have descended. More apostles are on their way. Universal knowledge activated. You have obtained their information. Name, the all-seeing eyes of darkness, apostle of the god of dusk and disorder. Tier, second tier sublimation. Quality, apostle. Loot, eye of dusk, fourth tier limit. Heart of disorder, fourth tier limit. Name, the blood of silent frenzy, apostle of the god of silence and slaughter. Tier, third tier sublimation. Quality, apostle. Loot, core of silence, fifth tier limit. Blood of frenzy, fifth tier perfection. Bloodstained bone, fourth tier perfection. Upon surveying the first batch of 6 descending apostles, Li Xiao's lips twitched. The weakest among them was of the second tier of sublimation. With a grimace, he controlled his avatar and swiftly turned to flee. 6 apostles, each lacking a servant, each tier surpassing his own first tier of sublimation augmented by dual enhancements. What hope did he have to fight back? Relying solely on the third tier sublimation speed granted by thunderous speed to escape, he pondered whether this old ruin was sufficiently expansive for such velocity to be utilized. Faced with the approaching apostles, you swiftly turn and flee. Behind you, chaotic whispers echo. and from the corner of your eye, you observe 6 malevolent apostles in fervent pursuit. Your heart quickens, and you propel your speed to its utmost limit. With 6 apostles in pursuit, Li Xiao raced ahead. Gazing at the text-filled game interface, he felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. A minute passed. The concentration of abyssal power surged once more. 1 apostle and 3 servants appeared before you. Li Xiao activated his universal knowledge skill, noting that the new apostle was at the 3rd tier of mortal sublimation, while 1 servant was at the 2nd tier and 2 at the 1st tier. A flicker of agitation crossed his face as he controlled his avatar to execute a sharp 90-degree turn. Behind him, the pursuers transformed into 7 apostles and 3 servants. Another minute passed, and he executed another sharp turn, now pursued by 10 apostles and 10 servants. With such a formidable assembly, any moment of hesitation would lead to a gruesome demise at the hands of those apostles and servants. Li Xiao silently activated the temporary skill set acquired from the blazing dragon armor, selecting the blazing eruption to further enhance his speed. Another minute elapsed, and the number of apostles behind him swelled to 14, while the servants reached 20. Li Xiao remained silent, diligently controlling his avatar and running for his life, not daring to pause for even a moment. 1 more minute passed, and the apostles multiplied to 20, with servants doubling to 40. Fortunately, this old ruin was vast. As 10 minutes elapsed, the concentration of abyssal power increased. 7 apostles and 14 servants descended. Ding! The abyssal god's mark has been completely eradicated. You may end the game at any time. Chapter 73, Skill Return. Upon seeing the game text indicating purification completion, a weight lifted from Li Xiao's heart. No longer needing to control his avatar to flee, he stowed away his equipment and awaited his fate. You have deactivated the blazing dragon armor, stored the armor summoner, radiant holy lance, and armor of the brave in the storage space, rendering you weaker. At the onset of erasing the abyssal god's mark, the game text had already warned that this old ruin was locked, making normal exit impossible. There remained 3 methods to conclude the game: finding a safe location devoid of monsters for a normal exit, forcibly exiting in the midst of battle, or ending through death. The first 2 methods, being normal exits, were no longer viable. Thus, only the final option of death remained. A standard death would result in spirit loss, with all items entrusted to the temporary storage space of the spirit avatar being lost. However, Li Xiao's immortal trait ensured that even if the spirit avatar were destroyed, the essence of his spirit would remain intact, and the temporary storage space would not be lost. You halted your steps, quietly awaiting death. The apostles and servants encircled you, their towering and grotesque forms rendering you utterly insignificant. The sensing of the abyssal god's mark faded, and they descended into a frenzy, succumbing to the torrent of chaotic power. You perished. The avatar shattered and vanished, yet the spirit endured. With the immortal trait, your spirit is undying, unconfined, and no entity can restrain your essence. The radiant light of immortality pierced through the shackles of abyssal power, retreating into the boundless expanse. Breaking through the barriers, the game connection was successful. Your spirit has successfully returned, and all you have gained remains intact. In the endless darkness, the furious roars of numerous apostles reverberated. A faint smile graced Li Xiao's lips. The immortal trait, a perpetual divinity. Even amidst the overwhelming abyssal power and the multitude of apostles and servants, it could not thwart the return of his spirit. Now, as the game began to settle, he could anticipate the rewards. Special temporary task, homecoming completed. Rewards will be distributed post-settlement. Game concluded, settlement commencing. Survival is the paramount pursuit. Evolution is the foundation of survival. Congratulations on successfully completing another survival evolution game. Now, the settlement begins. To the fortunate favored by destiny, before you, luck is a bountiful treasure, yours to seize at will. You nurture this fortune and revel in its embrace, traversing boundless dreams and the depths of countless layers, yet never pausing for a moment. Luck lies beneath you. Having vanquished a multitude of manifestations of the abyssal forces, your evaluation rises significantly, traversing the infinite dreamscape and the myriad layers of dreams, until you reach the pristine realm of pure white dreams, where your evaluation ascends further. Surviving for a time under the relentless pursuit of numerous apostles and servants, your evaluation increases slightly. Completing the special temporary task, return home, results in a substantial rise in evaluation, yet embodying death ultimately leads to a downgrade in evaluation by 1 tier. Comprehensive evaluation, transcendent level, multiplier of 32. Currently positioned at the freshman tier, energy base at 2, civilization status, energy income enhancement, resulting in a 10% increase in energy. Total energy accrued, transcendent level evaluation. Energy 704, points 640. Items acquired. A rusted broken sword, now stored in the inventory. This game has culminated in the spirit's embodiment of death, with a loss of combat memory. The special temporary task, return home, has been completed, awarding you with 100 source points, a summoning seal, permanent, and divine level material. Thread of causality. The Chinese civilization has acquired a wondrous artifact, Heart of Return, now integrated into the core of the Chinese civilization star, promptly notifying the entire civilization. This instance of the old ruins is a special one, devoid of a temporary marketplace. As the game concludes, the interface reverts to its original state. Before Li Xiao could move, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations to the Chinese civilization for acquiring the wondrous artifact Heart of Return, which has melded with the core of the Chinese civilization star, granting all Chinese individuals the skill, Return. Return. The wondrous artifact Heart of Return allows one to return to the territory of their civilization in an instant, regardless of distance, even across the vastness of the cosmos, with a cooldown of 1 cosmic month, equivalent to 20 Earth days. The voice echoing in Li Xiao's mind, along with the information regarding the return skill, made his brows arch in intrigue. A splendid skill indeed. With a subtle smile, he delved into his inventory to retrieve the summoning seal and the divine material. Thread of Causality. A circular badge, 2 centimeters in diameter, adorned with peculiar engravings along its edge, centered with a depiction of a trumpet. A strand, 1 meter long and as fine as a hair, ethereal in nature. Item, Summoning Seal. Category, Special, Permanent. Ability, Summon, Brand. Summon. Call forth those marked with the brand to your side, whether from the abyss or the cosmos. Summoning 1 from within the abyss and up to 9 from the cosmos. Brand. Extract a thread of life essence, leaving behind a summoning mark. Thread of Causality. Category, Material. Quality, Divine. Characteristic, Retrace Causality. Both items are splendid, yet for the time being, they remain of little use. Stowing them back in his inventory, Li Xiao took out the rusted broken sword. At the headquarters of the Celestial Division, the seer, engrossed in paperwork, looked up in bewilderment at the voice echoing in his mind. Who quietly accomplished such a significant feat? This is a wondrous artifact of civilization. Moreover, this particular artifact, the skill of return, is nothing short of divine. For reasons unknown, a familiar little figure flashed through the seer's mind. With a wave of his hand, he activated a light screen to send a message to that individual. The rusted broken sword, upon emerging from the inventory, floated in midair. Li Xiao sensed an immense energy converging towards the sword, being absorbed by it. It was not merely singular spiritual energy, but a confluence of all forms. Light energy, electrical energy, spiritual energy. After a moment, the rust on the sword's blade diminished slightly, ceasing to absorb energy. Beneath the long-awaited cosmos, a weary voice emerged from the broken sword. Looking at the rusted blade, a hint of helplessness flashed in Li Xiao's eyes as he waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing." It was not that the sword did not wish to absorb energy, but rather that its spirit was on the verge of dissipating. The loss of spirit cannot be remedied simply by absorbing a bit of energy. It had long since entered its final moments. Absorbing this energy merely restored a fraction of its strength to accomplish what lay ahead. Where do you intend to go next? The broken sword trembled slightly. He had expressed a desire to be laid to rest amidst the flower fields of his home planet, and Li Xiao chose to accompany him. Is it still there? It should be, though the abyss continues to expand. It seems his home planet has been relocated to a unique space within this survival tier. Hearing the broken sword's words, Li Xiao's gaze shifted slightly. Is that so? Then I wish you a safe journey. The broken sword quivered. Then farewell, little one. Thank you for bringing us back beneath the stars. Chapter 74. You should use it yourself. Watching the place where the broken sword vanished, Li Xiao's expression turned contemplative. Truly, it is a sword of a great being, even though it has long been shattered, even as it succumbs to the decay of the abyss. And even as it nears its demise, it can effortlessly rend the fabric of space with just a slight restoration of its power. However, it is not solely due to its own strength. The influence of the game played a part as well. Just at that moment, as the broken sword tore through space, Li Xiao sensed the unique force of the game. Yet, with the sword's disappearance, that sensation faded away. Reflecting on this, the game had indeed issued the task of return, with his role being merely the first half, guiding it back beneath the stars. The conclusion, which was not described, would be handled by the game. Thus, what precisely is this survival game? Lost in thought, Li Xiao picked up the tablet beside him. The moment the broken sword began to absorb energy, a notification sound chimed from the tablet. Currently, there was only one contact on the device, an E. Hey, kid, did you manage to acquire this wondrous artifact? Yeah, on the other end of the tablet, in the Sichuan military district. Zhao Qingcheng regarded the concise reply with a mix of astonishment and a wry smile on her exquisitely resolute face. Indeed, this is truly remarkable. Just days ago, a game not only unearthed a deep pit to divert the attention of other civilizations, but also returned with a mechanical life form embodying the complete technological heritage of an advanced civilization. Now, less than 10 days later, another wondrous artifact has been brought back. What luck! Zhao Qingcheng recalled the conversation she had observed between an E and Li Xiao. Casually, she sent a message back to the seer. Observing Zhao Qingcheng's response, the seer's expression grew complex before turning to delight. Truly, this is a blessing for our Chinese civilization. The seer sighed. By the way, having just acquired a permanent summoning seal. Could you let me know when a few of the commanders can come over to meet? To leave a resonance brand. Zhao Qingqing's lips curled into a smile, amused by the young man's request for a permanent summoning seal. But, are we really expected to come over with such a tone? She sighed. Let us indulge this fortunate star of China and pay a visit. All right, understood. In the living room, after reading An Yi's reply, Li Xiao set the tablet down and took out his phone to message Li Ran. Come back for a bit. I have something for you. What is it? A good thing. You'll know when you return. Okay, but I have to wait until this experiment finishes. I should be home by evening. MHM. After putting down the phone, Li Xiao took a shower and then entered his room, having not slept for several days. He felt a bit weary and decided to take a nap. Lying on the bed, with my head nestled into the soft pillow, I succumbed to slumber in an instant. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock on the bedroom door roused Li Xiao from her dreams, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. The room was enveloped in darkness, the night having long since descended outside. How long have I slept? Li Xiao mumbled to herself, extending her right hand to locate the switch. With a press of her finger, the incandescent light illuminated the room, its brightness causing her eyes to squint slightly. Yawning, Li Xiao, clad in her pajamas, rose from the bed, stretching languidly before making her way to the door to open it. Standing outside was Li Ran. Observing the now mature Li Ran, Li Xiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, the official training is remarkable. The present Li Ran had shed the naivety of her youth, appearing far more composed than before. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, stirring Li Xiao's appetite as her gaze shifted to the table laden with dishes, all prepared and awaiting consumption. Without exchanging words, the two of them moved to the dining table, seated themselves, and began to eat in a tranquil atmosphere. Midway through the meal, Li Ran, with her chopsticks between her teeth, inquired, "What time did you sleep last night to wake up at this hour?" "I haven't slept in days. I only rested this morning," Li Xiao replied, her eating undisturbed. "Gaming?" Li Ran asked, to which Li Xiao nodded. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Ran's face as she recalled the sounds of the game echoing in her mind that morning, alongside thoughts of Li Xiao as past gaming achievements, leading her to a sudden realization. "You were the one behind that extraordinary artifact this morning, weren't you?" Li Xiao nodded affirmatively. "How remarkable." Li Ran's expression shifted slightly before returning to calmness. "Well, what did you call me back for? Didn't I mention I have something good for you?" Li Xiao said while picking up more food. "Why not keep the good stuff for yourself?" Li Xiao shook her head. "I have no use for it." The truth was, she yearned to utilize it, but it was simply beyond her reach. Setting down her bowl, Li Xiao opened her palm to reveal the class-changing item, Sword of Formation, which materialized at her fingertips. With a flick of her finger, it soared towards Li Ran. Gazing at the resplendent badge in her grasp, Li Ran felt an unexpected surge of longing within her soul, a yearning that stemmed from her innate talent. She forcefully suppressed the sensation, asking, "This is a class-changing item?" "Indeed," Li Xiao confirmed. Li Ran swallowed hard, her mind already formulating hypotheses. Previously, the ultimate quality class that meshed seamlessly with her talent had merely stirred her emotions. Yet now, despite the badge lacking a direct connection to her abilities, it ignited an overwhelming desire. This could only signify a class beyond ultimate quality, a mythic class. "This should be for you to use," Li Ran insisted. Li Xiao spread her hands in resignation. "Didn't I say I can't? My innate class repels other classes." Li Ran was momentarily taken aback. A class that could repel mythic quality classes, what caliber must that be? She pondered why she was even concerned about Li Xiao. Shaking this Sword of Formation in her hand, she asked, "Is this a mythic class?" "No, for now, it's merely an ordinary class. But it is an innate class with the potential to evolve into a mythic class, and possibly beyond." "Are you really giving this to me?" Li Ran felt a sense of enchantment. "Go ahead and use it now," Li Xiao urged. At the headquarters of the research department in Kyoto, in laboratory number 2, blue flames floated in the air, continuously transmitting data to the Central Intelligence. This data encompassed the technological tree of the Galan civilization during its golden age, albeit excluding genetic technology. A multitude of researchers, through various ports, gazed upon knowledge that surpassed the current technological advancements of China, their expressions a mix of joy and greed. Their eyes shone with a predatory glint, akin to wolves spotting their prey, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. As the blue flames transmitted information, they observed the surrounding Chinese researchers. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. In the zenith of the Galan civilization, countless researchers had once surrounded them daily. Chapter 75, Mortal Realm. Third stage, Vitality like a Dragon. Time passed to the following morning, at dawn. Awakening. Li Xiao unlocked her phone and smiled at Li Ran's message. "Breakfast is ready. Remember to eat. I'm heading back to the division. Things are quite busy." Rising, she drew back the curtains to behold the sun rising on the horizon, a sense of tranquility blooming within her. On the way back to the Chengdu division, Li Ran glanced at the profound sword pattern etched in her palm, shimmering with faint glimmers, as if still lost in a dream. A class capable of ascending beyond mythic quality, with the path to such elevation already clear. Its strength surpassed that of conventional classes. The ordinary quality Sword of Formation, possessed a strength and skills that eclipsed many hidden classes. 1,000 troops in formation. A battle stance where one can slay all. This is the essence of formation. The hidden qualities of the berserker, the special qualities of the military hunter, the ultimate qualities of the military state, and the mythic quality of the guardian loomed ahead. Unfettered, free from the myriad of rules, existing beyond the throng of armies. This is the berserker, treading through light and shadow, mastering countless techniques, hunting 1,000 armies, divine army. This is the military hunter. One soldier becomes an army. A single warrior stands against nations, reigning over a myriad of divine beings. This is the military state, with a single word, guardian, standing above all deities. As for the path beyond mythic quality, it existed, yet remained shrouded in ambiguity. The method of ascension from the ordinary quality, sword of formation, to the mythic quality, guardian, had crystallized the moment Li Ran formally changed classes. Upon returning to the division, it would not be long before she could ascend to the hidden quality of the berserker. The mythic quality held great promise for the future. Currently, there was but one mythic class in all of China. Noticing an E outside the door, Li Xiao momentarily paused. What brings you here? And he looked at Li Xiao with a somewhat melancholic expression. Didn't you mention in your message to General Zhao about the summoning seal? Wait, what do you mean by General Zhao? Wasn't he at you I was speaking to? Li Xiao replied, slightly embarrassed. Is that so? And he seemed a bit sheepish. So why are you here? And he shrugged. There has been a lot going on lately, and the general and others Haven T had the time to come. However, regarding your request about the summoning seal, they place great importance on it considering your contributions to China. So, although they can't come, they sent me with something that contains their essence to acknowledge the summoning seal. With that, an E produced a beautifully crafted special box, its exterior devoid of any seams, and presented it to Li Xiao. How do I open it? Li Xiao asked as she took the box. An E pointed to a spot in the center of the box, indicating, here, scan your pupil to unlock it. Li Xiao inspected the indicated area, which appeared unremarkable compared to the rest of the box. Yet, trusting in E.'s words, she leaned down, aligning her right eye with the spot. In just a second, before Li Xiao could fully discern the differences, a voice emanated from within the box. The iris scan was successful, confirming the identity of the target. As the sound echoed, a fissure suddenly appeared in the center of the box, sliding smoothly apart on either side. Upon its opening, a collection of diminutive test tubes came into view, each containing a minuscule blood droplet, no larger than a pin's head. Beneath each tube lay a name or code name, including the names of the 5 supreme commanders and the code name of the seer. Among the other names were both familiar and unfamiliar ones, but deducing from the known, it was evident that this blood belonged to the esteemed protectors of the nation, the great talents, or those possessing extraordinary qualifications, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the current era of Huaxia. This was their blood. Seeing the test tubes, Li Xiao was taken aback. Beside him, an E wore a similarly astonished expression. The sheer number of these tubes, along with the names inscribed, indicated that all the protectors of Huaxia were accounted for here. An E mused internally about how much importance was being placed on this matter. Reflecting on the benefits he had brought to Huaxia in such a short time since his game activation, he understood the gravity of this situation. Another voice emanated from the box, announcing a prompt. There were 5 minutes remaining to extract the essence. After that, all blood would be automatically destroyed. Furthermore, it warned against utilizing any powers other than the summoning seal, or else the destruction protocol would be initiated. Given the existence of peculiar forces in a world of the extraordinary, it was prudent to ensure that all blood would be obliterated 5 minutes after the box was opened. And any approach using powers outside of the summoning seal would trigger the destruction mechanism. Li Xiao produced the summoning seal and placed it above the first test tube. The seal flickered momentarily, signifying the completion of the imprinting process. Within 3 minutes, Li Xiao had successfully imprinted the essence of all the test tubes. From now on, he could summon these protectors at any time and place through the summoning seal. Observing Li Xiao stow the seal away, and he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Subsequently, the test tubes within the box were melted by intense heat, the blood within consumed entirely. The box closed once more, and an E retrieved it, stating, well, I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. As an E descended the stairs, Li Xiao closed the door, conveniently returning the summoning seal to his storage space. It was now time for his advancement. 5 days had elapsed since his last point allocation, and his body had fully adapted to the enhanced strength. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and directly entered the game. Navigating to the character interface, he allocated 9 points of energy into the second tier of the mundane realm, 90, 100. The moment he completed the allocation, a tremendous warmth surged within Li Xiao's body. The Starforge body technique replayed in his mind, and his experience continued to rise. The progress of his body forging transitioned from minor completion to major completion. His strength escalated. His physique grew more formidable, and his vitality became more robust. In the second tier of the mundane realm, his vitality surged like billowing smoke, intensifying and coalescing around him like a dragon's form. Upon reaching the third tier, With the forging of the body fully realized, his vitality transformed into a dragon shape, encircling him. At this moment, Li Xiao found himself in the midst of this transformation from smoke to a dragon of vitality. Only the final increment of energy stood between him and the true embodiment of vitality as a dragon. After an hour of deep contemplation, he completed this transformation. Taking a deep breath, he added the final increment of energy. Instantly, his tier status shifted from the second tier of the mundane realm, 99, 100, to the third tier, 0, 200, marking his official entry into the third tier and the full realization of body forging. The swirling smoke coalesced entirely, morphing into a dragon shape encircling him. As he stepped into the realm of major body forging, rapid changes occurred within him. His strength surged swiftly. Chapter 76, Major Body Forging, Dream of 1,000 Abysses. This enhancement was gradual and methodical, contrasting sharply with the previous one. Energy flowed through his body without discomfort, accompanied solely by the palpable sensation of growing strength. Within him, the thick vitality surged like a torrent, flushing, cleansing, and fortifying his physique. Crossing the threshold of major body forging, both his strength and vitality ascended rapidly. In mere minutes, his strength exceeded 550,000. Assessing his body, he realized this enhancement, being incremental, would lead to a brief period of continued growth lasting just over 2 days. By that time, Li Xiao's strength was estimated to surpass 600,000. His fingers lightly tapped the game interface, and the illusory battlefield unfolded as Li Xiao stepped into it. With such a significant increase in strength, he needed time to adapt. In the tranquil expanse of the starry sky, a dim light streaked across like a shooting star, ultimately landing on a silent planet. The surface of the planet, apart from bodies of water, was a vast sea of flowers, with no other life forms in sight. A gentle breeze caressed the flower fields, causing them to sway delicately. The dim light, having traversed the atmosphere like a meteor, gradually halted 1,000 meters above the ground, revealing a rusted, broken sword at its center. Having traversed the cosmos, the prolonged journey had deepened the rust on the sword. Observing the desolate planet, the broken sword felt a tumult of emotions, unsure of its purpose. Although it had not witnessed the events firsthand, it knew that those who followed in its footsteps had ventured to the front lines of resistance against the abyss. Ultimately, no one returned. Since the emergence of the traitors, the expansion of the abyss had been unstoppable, only marginally restrained when this new, unknown entity appeared, slowing the rate of the abyss's growth to a crawl. The broken sword glided slowly across the planet's surface. After an indeterminate passage of time, the marks they left behind had long since vanished. Only this flower-laden expanse, planted expressly for it, blanketed the entire planet. Once, it had single-handedly saved everyone. Later, all had sought vengeance for it, inheriting its will and embarking on the front lines against the abyss. In the end, none returned, leaving behind a sea of flowers that covered the planet entirely. Even the depths of the ocean and the searing volcanoes adorned with these special blooms. Now, only this nearly extinguished broken sword remained, carrying the last vestiges of its light back home. Oh, abyss, the abyss, sweeping all away, consuming everything, annihilating all. How many tragedies have been birthed from this? The broken sword gently descended, embedding itself at the peak of the highest mountain, overlooking the vast expanse below, near a once familiar fissure. This was where it had spent so many cherished moments, watching everyone live joyfully. That fissure was where it had once placed its sword. It was here, with one sword in hand, that it gazed upon all on the planet. Now, only this broken sword remained, carrying the last remnants of its light. As the broken sword settled down, it stood in solemn silence, awaiting the final moment. Thank you for your assistance, allowing me to carry him back beneath the stars. Back to my homeland. Amidst the flower sea, the broken sword stood askew, a glimmer coalescing at the hilt. Please, deliver this to that little one as a token of gratitude. No one replied, yet that glimmer vanished into the ether. Upon the shattered blade, the rust has grown increasingly decrepit, its brilliance fading gradually. Silence, we have returned home. Behold this sea of flowers, lovingly cultivated by all for you. Rest well. For this time, no one shall disturb you. May the future hold the promise of someone breaking through the abyss, bringing an end to all this. In the realm of ephemeral battles, that vast expanse of frigid ice, all monsters have been rendered motionless. Observing the inexplicably dormant creatures surrounding her, Li Xiao felt a sense of bewilderment. A point of light, shimmering like a dream, suddenly appeared before her, and before she could grasp its presence, it descended upon her brow, merging instantaneously. The voice of the game echoed in her mind. Special mission, homecoming hidden reward, farewell gift has been bestowed. Thank you. You have acquired the skill, Dream of the Abyss. Dream of the Abyss, a special skill akin to an innate ability, bestowed as a farewell gift from a unique being. It embodies the authority of dreams, with 3,000 dream guardians protecting the soul. Any spiritual or soul-related attacks directed at the possessor must first traverse the 3,000 dream abysses before reaching the soul. As the game's voice faded, a weary tone followed. Little one, may your future with civilization be a smooth journey. Li Xiao recognized it. It was the voice of the broken sword. A farewell gift. A farewell? So, has the spirit of the broken sword truly dissipated? They must have returned to their homeland. A wave of melancholy surged within Li Xiao. Such an existence should not meet such a conclusion and curtain call, merely due to the betrayal of certain individuals. In her agitation, Li Xiao thrust the spear in her hand, piercing the frost-laden monster before her. As she executed this strike, the stillness vanished, and all monsters surged towards her once more. Her vigor surged like a dragon, with blood and fire dancing upon the spear's tip and her fists. The union of fist and spear rendered each movement a harbinger of death for a monster, a means to vent her pent-up frustration. In the Celestial Administration, plans concerning the preliminary exploration of the civilization continent lay sprawled across the desk of the seer. The exploration proposal had been suggested days prior. However, due to the fixed spatial gateway for ingress and egress into the civilization continent, and the potential dangers of venturing too far without guarantees of safety, it was temporarily shelved. Yet, following the recent return of the civilization relic, the Heart of Return, and the skills acquired by all, this plan was revisited. Regarding the Research Department's resource requirements, after obtaining technological heritage from the Galan civilization, transforming it into genuine strength for Huaxia necessitated numerous resources, some of which are rare and absent from Earth, nor available in the game's permanent marketplace. Thus, the only recourse was to seek them within the civilization continent. Consequently, the matters to attend to multiplied. The seer rubbed his temples and approved a series of plans. With the skill of return ensuring safety, many initiatives could indeed be expedited, thereby hastening the enhancement of Huaxia's overall strength. An elevated strength would better equip Huaxia to confront potential future uncertainties. Lastly, the seer picked up the documents recently forwarded by the Chengdu branch of the Celestial Administration. A note of surprise escaped his lips. Chapter 77, Preliminary Exploration. Underground Caverns. This information revealed that the extraordinary talent, Li Ran, had transitioned to a second profession, which, though currently of ordinary quality, held the potential to ascend to a mythical quality. The seer was well aware of Li Ran, the recently emerged prodigy and sister of the Fortunate Star. Thus, this young individual, through a single game, not only brought forth a civilization relic for Huaxia, but also acquired such a profession transition item. The potential to evolve into a mythical quality profession was indeed remarkable, with an extraordinary talent, paired with a profession of extreme quality. And now the prospect of evolving into a mythical quality profession, should she be nurtured properly, she might surpass Sun how to become Huaxia's foremost force. In response to this document, the seer's final note was a directive for resource allocation and full-scale cultivation. In the Eastern Theater, a unified force of 100,000 from the 5 military districts assembled. The massive army boarded military vehicles, advancing towards the coastal expanse of the East China Sea. Their objective, the spatial gateway near the coastline. Upon the formal approval of the preliminary exploration plan for the civilization continent, the personnel promptly devised a detailed exploration strategy. Naturally, the military would execute this plan. However, the exploration would not be limited to these 100,000 soldiers. They were merely the initial wave. These soldiers would first assess the safety of the area surrounding the spatial gateway and be responsible for clearing out monsters. Subsequently, other construction teams, mining crews, and research teams were rapidly organized. Once the area was secured, they could directly proceed to establish a base around the spatial gateway. Utilizing aircraft carriers as a springboard, the soldiers swiftly approached the gateway. Soon, the first soldier, Li Tiniu, crossed the threshold. As he entered the gateway, he scanned his surroundings with caution. Noting the pervasive darkness that enveloped the area, illuminated only by the faint azure light emitted from the gateway itself. In response to this dimness, Li Tiniu ignited his vitality, igniting flames of blood. His teammates followed suit, igniting their own flames upon witnessing the environment. As thousands ignited their blood flames, illumination spread to a considerable area. With the arrival of more personnel, the convergence of blood flames cast an enigmatic glow, reaching even further. When the entire force of 100,000 arrived, their combined blood flames illuminated the entire cavern. The spatial gateway was situated at the heart of a colossal underground cavern. This cavern was vast, accommodating the 100,000 warriors while still occupying less than 1/10 of its area. Along one edge of the cavern flowed a swift underground river. Various passageways of differing sizes surrounded the cavern. As for living beings, aside from a few small insects and snakes, no other native life forms existed within. The soldiers were divided into groups of 1,000 to explore the various caves, while those without assignments remained in place, awaiting orders, ready to provide support if necessary. Team 1, you will proceed to Cave 1, exercise caution. Team 2, you will explore Cave 2, exercise caution. Soon, teams were dispatched to investigate the caves surrounding the cavern. Approximately 300,000 remained to guard the vicinity of the spatial gateway. Additionally, intelligence personnel shuttled between both sides of the gateway, relaying real-time updates. On the surface of the East China Sea, Personnel were laying down military-grade steel floating bridges to facilitate the entry of subsequent teams and equipment into the spatial gateway. One of the 9 departments, the construction division, has dispatched infrastructure teams to the coastline, with necessary tools and machinery being swiftly delivered through various means. Personnel from the research department are also en route. Cave number 1 has been explored to a depth of 15 kilometers, with no abnormalities detected, though an exposed, unknown mineral deposit has been discovered. Cave number 2 has reached a depth of 11 kilometers without any anomalies. Cave number 3, extending 12 kilometers deep, has revealed a gold deposit with no other irregularities found. Cave number 17 has been explored to 14 kilometers with no abnormalities, but 2 unknown metal deposits have been identified. Cave number 96 has reached a depth of 17 kilometers, showing no anomalies, yet a cavern filled with an abundance of exotic flora has been found. Cave No. 321 has been explored to a depth of 14 kilometers, revealing no abnormalities, but a high-energy mineral deposit emanating energy has been discovered. In front of the spatial portal, several intelligence officers, holding tablets to record the situation, glanced at the information they had just documented, sensing something amiss. With over 600 caves explored, none exhibited dangerous anomalies. They either revealed valuable resources or were on the verge of doing so. Only a handful of caves, merely a few kilometers deep, had yielded no treasures. Based on the exploration data, these caves remain profoundly deep. Why does this data feel so dubious? I feel the same, yet this is the reality. But what is the situation with these caverns, which are immensely vast, devoid of danger, and each of the hundreds of offshoots bearing treasures? What extraordinary luck is this? Speaking of luck, it reminds me that we all possess a status effect, the favor of fortune. Recently, my endeavors in that game have been markedly simpler than before. Perhaps this status is effective here as well. Document it for future reference and reporting. The information gleaned from these explorations will first reach the researchers of the research department, who have just arrived at the coastline. Upon reviewing the data, their breaths became notably heavier. While much of the information was vaguely recorded, certain entries were quite clear, allowing them to ascertain the nature of the discoveries. Consequently, their expressions shifted to one of excitement. Such an abundance of resource deposits. What extraordinary luck that the spatial portal has manifested in such a location. This is merely a fraction of the caves explored. The true depths are expected to be profound. If this much bounty has been found already, the entirety of the exploration is beyond imagination, perhaps even unfathomable. They are eager to traverse to the other side of the spatial portal to witness these resource deposits firsthand. Chapter 78, Devastating Losses. On the planet of Light Moon. Within the Elven Royal Court. Although no personnel participated in the recent public secret, the Apostle Hunt, the Light Moon civilization still possesses means to glean the circumstances. The Elven Queen, seated upon her throne, regards the intelligence officers below. What is the situation? The elves below bow respectfully, reporting to the Queen that, according to the information received, the ancient temple civilization, the golden armored civilization, the arrow civilization, and others faced a massive onslaught of monsters upon their arrival at the old ruins, suffering substantial losses. Other civilizations have also endured significant damage. Upon hearing this, the Elven Queen nodded slightly. It is a bottomless pit. Such occurrences are to be expected. By the way, what of the civilizations we notified? Apart from the Blue Fire civilization's humans and the Iron Fist civilization's dwarves, the other civilizations did not heed the warnings and participated in this public secret. The Elven Queen furrowed her brow and shook her head. They had already been cautioned, yet they rushed in regardless. Then they must bear the consequences. What of the situation on the Taina front? Your Majesty, came the report. The Taina civilization has relayed that their search for Huaxia has reached an impasse. Their artifact cannot pinpoint the location of Huaxia's spatial portal. The Elven Queen frowned slightly. This should not be the case. She was aware of the artifact's capabilities. Initially, the Taina civilization utilized that very artifact to locate the Elven spatial portal, leading to the establishment of their current diplomatic relations after a series of events. The locations of the spatial portals of the other 7 civilizations were also known to both the Light Moon and Taina civilizations under the artifact's influence. Yet this time, the artifact has inexplicably failed. How could this happen? The Elven Queen pondered, perplexed. After a moment, she waved her hand imperiously. Very well, you may withdraw. Yes, my queen. On the planet of Taina, within the Taina civilization. As the supreme speaker, Xiaoming rubbed his forehead. The recent search for Huaxia has consumed an exorbitant amount of his mental energy, yet ultimately yielded no results. Initially, when employing the artifact, a commanding echo resonated from it, abruptly interrupting the ritual, and a noticeable crack appeared on the artifact. The individuals initiating the ritual were also severely injured by the backlash. It seems that finding Huaxia will depend solely on luck. On the planet of the ancient temple civilization, among the beast men, the Beast King sat upon a throne crafted from gilded bones, casting a stern gaze upon the assembly of beast men, nobles below. Is this the answer you provide me? The Beast King's voice was laced with icy disdain. The public secret, the Apostle Hunt, had only just commenced a stellar day. and the spiritual manifestations of a million-strong army had scarcely arrived in the old ruins before being besieged by a multitude of monsters, incurring catastrophic losses. Over half of the warriors lost a portion of their spirit, necessitating a resplitting of their essence to forge new spiritual manifestations. More critically, only once all 110,000 Beastmen warriors' spiritual manifestations were engaged did they receive a game notification stating that participation in the public secret could not be exited midway. Should the spiritual manifestations lose their essence without self-reconstruction for a period, the game would forcibly reconstruct them. Even in the event of spirit exhaustion, participation was mandatory until the body was entirely perished. Upon reading this rule, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. Subsequently, the overwhelming tide of monsters struck them with devastating force. Almost half, over 500,000 of the Beastmen's warrior manifestations, were lost, compelling them to resplit their essence and re-enter the game. It is vital to note that these 110,000 warriors represented the most elite and high-ranking fighters of the ancient temple civilization. Should they be lost, it would deal a severe blow to the entire civilization. The mere thought of such a potential outcome left all present, including the Beast King, in a state of agitation. Moreover, among these warriors were their direct descendants, including the next Beast King, the eldest son of the current Beast King. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could this happen? The Beast King roared, exuding an overwhelming presence that silenced the surrounding beast nobles, leaving them trembling. After several breaths, this aura receded, and the Beast King's agitation was forcibly suppressed. Allocate all resources to them. Utilize every artifact and piece of equipment. We must ensure their survival and capture that apostle. Yes, my king. Swiftly. Civilization ranking. 41st. Cloud-hidden civilization. Demon spirit race. As the battle reports were presented before him, the Demon Emperor's countenance darkened with fury. How is this possible? These are the most exceptional warriors of our grand, unique civilization. How could they possibly be decimated by monsters upon their initial engagement? Your Majesty, there is no need for such anger. It is merely a singular loss. In light of the rewards from this secret mission, these casualties are insignificant, spoke a general clad in armor, attempting to soothe the Emperor's ire. Watanabe, others may perish, but my son must remain unharmed. He is the sole scion of the royal lineage. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall ensure his safety. On the battlefield of the same civilization. During the inaugural day of the public secret mission, Apostle Hunt, all participating civilizations were confronted with the harrowing reality. The creatures, tainted and remade by the apostles, were formidable. Even the weakest had reached the first stage of essence condensation. Their numbers were terrifying, infesting every corner of the sacred city of Tianka, where any arrival would encounter no fewer than 2 monsters attacking simultaneously. This was merely the outer region of the sacred city. To approach the central core where the apostle resided, one would have to traverse both the outer and inner cities. A total of 91 civilizations and over 100 million varied beings were ensnared by the relentless tide of monsters. The creatures, empowered by the apostle's ability, reverse chaos of flesh and blood imbalance, had grown exceedingly strong. Furthermore, as the apostle wielded a fragment of flesh authority, its powers continuously influenced the entire Tianka sacred city region. The fusion of flesh caused the deceased monsters to reanimate. However, after the losses incurred on the first day due to carelessness, the various civilizations adopted a more cautious approach. A plethora of treasured equipment was deployed to bolster the participant strength, significantly reducing casualties against the formidable monster tide. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The objective of this public secret mission was to eliminate the apostle situated at the very heart of the conflict. Only by vanquishing the apostle could they conclude this mission, reap the rewards, and offset their losses. All civilizations involved in this public secret mission had their sights set firmly on the apostle within the central core. Chapter 79, the Super-Concentrated Resource Zone. In Huaxia, the iron floating bridge had successfully connected the coast to the spatial gateway. Various construction machinery was being continuously transported beyond the portal. A contingent of researchers from the scientific department had already traversed the spatial gateway, arriving at the vast underground cavern. Each group of 3 researchers selected a separate passage to explore, with over 600 caverns. Preliminary exploration records indicated that even the least resource-rich cavern had already yielded 2 types of resources, while the most promising cavern extended over 80 kilometers deep, revealing 7 distinct mineral resources. Around the spatial gateway, numerous construction personnel were poised, awaiting the arrival of further machinery, tools, and materials to commence the establishment of bases and defensive measures. Soon, the first batch of machinery arrived, and work commenced immediately. During this time, staff had utilized specialized instruments to scan the entirety of the cavern. The terrain had undergone preliminary surveys, and the data was input into a sophisticated supercomputer, which meticulously designed the construction plans. Massive mechanical beasts roared to life, initiating the construction process. At the headquarters of the scientific department, Academician Lee, head of the materials division, gazed at the tablet in his hands, which displayed the meticulously verified resource information relayed from the portal. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling slightly with barely contained exhilaration. The extensive cavern housing the spatial gateway extended outward with over 600 passages, each brimming with rare resources. Whether it be rich minerals or extraordinary materials, every site was abundant. This cavern and its surroundings constituted a super-concentrated resource zone. As long as this area could be firmly secured, Huaxia would not have to worry about resource scarcity for the foreseeable future, whether in technology or martial cultivation. In the Department of Heavenly Guardians, a stream of information was relayed to the seer. Preliminary exploration of the terrain had been completed, and further investigations were ongoing. The area surrounding the spatial gateway was a colossal underground cavern, devoid of any signs of other large or intelligent beings. Numerous passages leading from the cavern had been explored, each revealing substantial resources. The scientific personnel had arrived and were confirming the specifics of the resources. Mining teams stood ready, awaiting directives from the researchers. The construction plan for the cavern base had been initiated, with an estimated completion time of 1 month for initial development and 3 months for full completion. As the seer listened to the reports, he reviewed the recently transmitted exploration data. Observing the array of information concerning various resources, he felt a sense of bittersweet contemplation. Although he could not utilize his prophetic abilities due to previous backlash, he had instinctively deduced the cause. Drawing from the innate sensitivity of his talent and the profound connection he held with Huaxia as a high-ranking official. The favor of fortune had bestowed upon the people of Huaxia a month of enhanced luck, timed with the exploration of the spatial gateway into the civilization continent, which was crucial for Huaxia's future. Thus, the ephemeral concept of national fortune had coalesced the luck of 2 billion individuals, which in turn triggered a greater stroke of fortune. Merely nudging a fraction of that luck had positioned Huaxia's spatial gateway in such a secure and resource-rich locale. This pull was also a result of his subjective consent. Although he may not have consciously felt it, his subconscious would inherently agree if aware. Consequently, his luck did not resist, allowing for that slight shift. The collective luck of 2 billion individuals had converged, barely managing to nudge a fraction of his fortune, highlighting the immense weight of his own luck. The seer mused. Huaxia is indeed blessed to have him. Reflecting on this feeling, the seer recalled another matter. The Department of Heavenly Guardians, whose name signifies the protection of the realm and the safeguarding of the nation, naturally possessed distinctive powers in this extraordinary world. For instance, as the head of the Department of Heavenly Guardians, his innate ability had evolved into a unique force, bolstered by the civilization of Huaxia, which did not affect him directly, but rather impacted the entirety of Huaxia. Just days prior, it seemed that some entity had sought to ascertain the location of Huaxia's spatial gateway, only to be thwarted and repelled, suffering backlash in the process. Twice, his instincts suggested that these attempts originated from the same source. Rather than focusing on the ongoing public secret mission, his attention turned to Huaxia. A vision flashed through the seer's mind, recalling the 2 individuals whose actions had caused his prior backlash. Could it be them? Are their intentions benevolent or malevolent? The seer sighed. The drawback of having his talent backfire was that he could not simply glimpse the future at will. At the headquarters of the scientific department, the exploration information from the civilization continent was also reviewed by the Blue Flame. Its current mood was exceedingly complex. The existence of mineral resources has already been discovered and confirmed by researchers. For the foreseeable future, the technological advancement of Huaxia will be devoid of material constraints. In the bygone days of the Jialan civilization, during their ascendance into a new tier, the pursuit of necessary mineral resources was a laborious endeavor, spanning countless celestial years as they painstakingly explored the vast expanse of the civilized continent. In stark contrast, Huaxia has not only inherited the technological legacy of the Jialan civilization, but has also effortlessly acquired the requisite resources. Upon entering the civilized continent, they found everything conveniently at their disposal. With the acquisition of technological knowledge and the resolution of resource issues, Huaxia can now diligently advance its technological prowess at an accelerated pace. In the arena of this nascent civilization, the momentum of Huaxia appears unstoppable. Moreover, Lanhua is reminded of the youth who had extricated him from the ruins of the past. He possesses an inkling that this latest marvel of civilization is likely connected to that very individual. He is acutely aware of the might of the apostles and the formidable strength of the monsters within the holy city of Tianka, where the power of flesh and blood amplifies the tainted machinery to staggering levels. Initially, by leveraging public secrets, they can divert the attention of other civilizations while simultaneously weakening them, rendering them incapable of focusing on Huaxia. Subsequently, with their own efforts and the newfound marvel of civilization, they can significantly bolster Huaxia's strength. According to recent reports, the Huaxia civilization has merely transitioned from the submerged tier to the nascent tier. Their journey from the cultivation zone to the stage of survival has taken less than 20 celestial years, during which they have amassed the energy required for stellar evolution and successfully navigated the trials of ascending the starry river, thereby leaping into the new realm.